Chapter 1. Click. An iron shackle was worn on the hands of a 13-year-old boy, and his slender figure was pushed forward by two heavily armed soldiers. The lonely shadow is reflected in the corridor of the underground base. Su Chen's childish face was vaguely covered with a hint of fear. He doesn't want to go. But the detained soldiers kept pushing back, and the strong and sturdy physique pushed him forward so easily. Damn bastard! Su Chen gritted his teeth, and your undeveloped body struggled desperately. Boy, be honest with me. The soldiers on both sides immediately raised the arms of the boy and walked towards the laboratory at the end of the corridor. This is an experimental base specializing in the study of mutants. Brain slices, body dissections, and various illegal human experiments are carried out here. After all, people really want to study the genetic mystery of mutants. In the past half-month, Su Chen has seen how many figures were taken out of the cell, and they will never be able to return. Damn it! He doesn't want to die. But his limbs were shackled, and Su Chen's struggles didn't help at all when he was young and weak. Soon, his body was taken into a closed laboratory. Button it up. Under the instructions of the experimenters in white coats, Su Chen's hands and feet were tied to an experiment platform, his waist and even his neck were tightly bound by a restraint belt, and the whole person lay flat on the platform, as if waiting. Lambs slaughtered are generally immobile. Outside the one-way perspective glass in the experiment room, General Marcus in a military uniform said excitedly, "This is the number 5162? That guy with extraordinary healing?" "Yes, General." A doctor beside him said excitedly, "Even Wolverine's healing ability can't be compared with him. The cell activity of this guy is terrible. It can be said that this is our key to immortality. I will never die." Dr. Marcus's complexion became less calm. Dr. White did not say anything else. This young man with extraordinary healing ability is not a mutant, because he does not have the iconic X gene of mutants. On the contrary, his genes are very special, weird, and changeable, just like mutation and evolution all the time. Immortal? Infinite evolution? To be honest, Dr. Bai Yi was also taken aback by his bold assumptions. How does this sound like an omnipotent god? Intuition tells him that this young man is very dangerous, but he can't hold back his curiosity about the mysterious genes that are constantly mutating. He wants to crack it, study it, and get the answer completely from it. "Let me cut your head and get the answer from it." Dr. White came in, and his vicious words lingered in Su Chen's ears. "Do not." Su Chen began to struggle more violently. Because he saw the doctors in white coats all around took up a scalpel. Craniotomy. These ghosts are going to craniate themselves. He is about to be craniotomy. I don't want to die. Su Chen's heart began to scream. He thought of his mother who died of illness. He promised that she must live well with his sister, be healthy and live a long life. In the future, he will find a gentle daughter-in-law and give birth. Fat boy. As a result, a catastrophe came to him, to destroy the oath he had made before his mother died. "Do not. I want to live!" Su Chen yelled. At this moment, an invisible wave rippled out of his mind. Everything around him was dominated by an invisible thought force wave. All the objects in the laboratory were inexplicably suspended in the air. Damn it, number 5162 shows a new ability, suspicious of thinking power. For a while, the experimenter panicked inexplicably. Hurry up and get a powerful anesthetic. A nurse immediately tremblingly grabbed a flying needle from the air. Su Chen witnessed this scene, and his clear eyes suddenly became red. He doesn't want to get an injection. He is most afraid of injections. Get out of me! Su Chen roared. Boom! As if saying the law, the nurse holding the needle tightly, as well as the surrounding lab coat experimenters, suffered a terrifying repulsion in an instant. With a bang, each of them slammed into it. On the wall behind, Many people fainted on the spot. Su Chen stared red. He didn't realize that his genes were undergoing a terrifying mutation and evolution at this moment. At this moment, he just wants to live well. I want to live, I want to keep my promise. Strong belief turned into motivation. Hiss. The binding strap tightly bound to Su Chen's limbs and waist was completely torn apart by his thin body. His physical strength has skyrocketed inexplicably, and his thin physique, who has not received much nutrition for more than 10 days, has gradually filled his muscle lines. Su Chen didn't know what happened to him. He just wants to live. The door of the experiment room was opened. Several fully armed soldiers broke in directly. After learning that the subject was completely out of control, they did not hesitate to pull the trigger in their hands. The bullet of the fully automatic rifle hit Su Chen's body very accurately, and a bullet hit the center of his eyebrow. But in less than a second, it was as if it had been placed upside down. The bullets that pierced through the body were spit out from Su Chen's body, and the piercing wounds healed in an instant, with a trace of injury. Cannot tell. The self-healing ability. The soldier sneered, and suddenly switched to the firing mode. The bullets of the fully automatic rifle kept shooting Su Chen's head like this. He wanted to see how the other party's head was completely healed. Ding ding ding. The bullets shot from close range hit Su Chen's skin. At this moment, they did not penetrate through his body surface, but directly flew out. This. The soldier was dumbfounded. Fired twice before and after within a few seconds, but the second bullet could not penetrate his skin. It is as if the opponent has evolved steel-like skin in this short period of time, directly adapting to the impact of the bullet. He is evolving. The doctor in white, who collapsed on the ground, was hit pale by the fluctuation of his thoughts, but at this time he was very excited and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, the infinite mutation gene is making him evolve rapidly. Heaven ah, let us applaud the birth of God. Chapter 2. Ha ha ha. Dr. White is laughing loudly. As a Frankenstein, he looked at Su Chen with eyes full of light, as if he had seen some rare treasure. From the beginning of his research on Su Chen's cells, he noticed that under the extraordinary huge activity, there was actually a lurking mutation of genetic molecules. Is limited by the sample size is too small, there is not much room for experimental proof. But there is a very bold conjecture in his heart, that is, Su Chen's body will directly evolve the corresponding resistance when it is strongly stimulated by the outside world. For example, under the burning of a flame environment, the constantly mutated genes will evolve fire resistance. In the cold and freezing environment, the evolution of genes will make the body mutate to frost resistance. And the scene in front of him just confirmed this point. The skin of this boy whose bullet penetrated, evolved resistance in less than a second, and the strength of the skin increased a lot, so that the bullet could no longer penetrate. Inexplicably, the doctor in white suddenly thought of a sentence: he would not be defeated by the same move a second time. Damn bastard! The soldier who didn't believe in evil kept pulling the trigger. Da-da! Fiery fireworks bloomed on the muzzle, and one round of bullets kept shooting at the boy in front of him. Ding ding! It's a pity that one round of bullets hit Su Chen's body one after another, and without exception, all of them flew out. They can't imagine that a person's skin is so strong. Su Chen looked at the soldier in front of him with an angry face. Die! A sulking speech just came out of Su Chen's mouth. Boom! Under his hysterical expression, the reality around him began to distort, and all the soldiers who came from the entrance of the laboratory in front of him turned pale. They covered their hearts and suddenly screamed in pain. What? Chapter 2. They only felt that their heart was being squeezed fiercely by an invisible giant hand, and with a bang, the whole person's heart was completely squeezed by this invisible force. The figures of a group of soldiers collapsed like this. At the moment before they died, they looked at the youth in front of them with fear, as if they had seen a demon god. It's amazing, it's more powerful than reading motivation, you directly rewrite reality. Dr. White, who collapsed to the ground, explained very excitedly. Noisy. Su Chen's eyes looked at him all of a sudden, and the hideous face of the other party holding a scalpel about to open his skull appeared in his mind, and a burst of anger suddenly and uncontrollably spouted from the bottom of his heart. You also die to me. His words came out. Invisible fluctuations swept through reality again, the head of the doctor in white exploded like a tattered watermelon, and red blood sprayed all over a ceiling. I want to go home. I want to live well. No one can stop me. Su Chen's eyes grew colder, and the thin figure walked off the experimental platform. He touched his forehead, without a trace of wounds, and suddenly realized that his immortal constitution was still playing a role. It's just that the supernatural powers that have emerged one after another have made him clearly aware of the new changes in his body. He could not discern the principle of change. At this moment, he just wants to live. The door of the laboratory was directly closed at this moment, and the steam valve tens of centimeters thick was enough to trap any strong mutant-capable person. In order to avoid experimental accidents, the ventilation duct of the experiment room is equipped with a poisonous mist device. Hiss! Soon, a green mist sprayed from the ventilation pipes and quickly filled the entire experiment room. It was enough to poison an adult elephant quickly in 1 second. Su Chen frowned, his consciousness suddenly became blurred, and the whole person felt extremely tired, as if he was about to fall. In less than a second, the effect of neurological palsy began to weaken rapidly. I see. Su Chen's 13-year-old head immediately had an understanding that the influence exerted on him by the outside world can quickly stimulate him to quickly evolve new abilities. Do not. To be precise, his immortal body also contains an infinitely evolving mutant gene. Under the stimulation of the outside world, the direction of evolution has been found in a direction, and new antagonistic abilities have suddenly emerged. Just a few minutes ago, I seem to have demonstrated the power of thinking, rewriting reality, and being of steel. This is an ability that hasn't been shown in the past, and it's obviously a newborn. Su Chen suddenly felt that he had become smarter, as if his intelligence had been greatly inspired. In order to cope with more and more abilities in his body, he felt that he needed to summarize, in order to deal with more and more abilities in his body. Is like the prodigy genius on TV. They can construct their own memory palace in their minds, and every book they have read is kept in this palace. Similarly, the genius Sherlock detective on TV can build a temple of thinking and manage his memory in a scientific and orderly manner. And based on the novels he had read, Su Chen began to construct a system of his own, allowing it to unconsciously summarize the changes in the genes in the body. Is like antitoxic +10. Antitoxic +10. Antitoxic +10. The host's physique has been exempted from the nerve gas, and it is not invaded by poisons. The changes of genes in the body to external stimuli are summed up vividly by the system constructed by Su Chen. Good. Su Chen is very satisfied. Then. His gaze then looked at the locked laboratory door in front of him. After the surging power of thought surged out, the steam valve in front of him suddenly sank and collapsed. P.S. It was not that the system chose the protagonist, but the protagonist created the system according to his needs. Chapter 3. The sour steel twisting sound burst out, and the steam valve in front of me collapsed completely under an invisible force. Hiss! A cloud of mist suddenly spewed from the entire evaporation gate valve tens of centimeters wide, and another surging power of thought swept through, and accompanied by a loud noise, the entire gate collapsed and a huge gap large enough to accommodate one person entered and exited. No, this guy is going out. Damn, call all the security personnel in the base to call in. Number 5162 is completely out of control. The sound of panic spread throughout the large experimental base. Hum. The harsh siren sounded even more, and General Marcus hurriedly left, dispatching the security personnel of the entire laboratory base to suppress it. Then Su Chen, who put on a white coat, walked out of the broken door of the experiment room. After the incident, his childish face has become somewhat indifferent, stern, not close to any human feelings, and vaguely, there is still a cold murderous intent emerging. Su Chen wants to live. He promised his dead mother to live well. Anyone who prevents him from going out of the laboratory is damned. Go to hell. Looking at the figures of soldiers emerging from the end of the corridor, Su Chen's indifferent and stubborn face was full of killing intent. He no longer cares about moral good and evil. Now he has only one thought. Anyone who intercepts him will have to die. Boom! So many bullets flew from the end of the corridor. This time the bullet head became sharper, but it was capable of piercing armor. Obviously, in order to deal with the steel-like skin, these people took a countermeasure. Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly, he raised his right hand, and a surging invisible wave condensed in front of him. Music momentum. He asked the system to summarize this invisible power fluctuation into the motivation of mind. Under the action of the force of thought, the sharp bullets are like sinking into the mud, unable to move in the air, and finally hovering in front of Su Chen. Let's go back. As Su Chen's right hand swayed slightly, the hovering bullets swept out, flying to the figure at the end of the corridor, making a loud noise, and the thick body armor could not stop the armor-piercing bullets. In the blink of an eye, all the figures in front of him fell to the ground. Is your fault? Su Chen's stubborn and childish face looked at the corpse under the ground, but he didn't feel any nausea. Anyone who blocks have to die. Boom! The figures of soldiers surging in one after another kept throwing away in a surging thought force, and the indifferent Su Chen even hovered his feet, relying on the memory of the experimental base in the past, and ran towards the gate of the entire experimental base. The harsh alarm device kept flashing red, and the noisy sound made Su Chen extremely uncomfortable. Under one of his thoughts, the alarm device hanging from the ceiling and the CCTV all exploded. Hum! A door suddenly descended in the corridor in front of, as if a mechanism device separated various sections of the experimental base. But this can't trouble Su Chen. Click! Under the more violent surging thought power fluctuations, the metal gate blocking in front of him burst open. Nan moment +1. Nan moment +1. Systematic hints are a good way to show the evolution of gene mutations. Su Chen also understood very well that when he used every supernatural ability, he would be tempered and grown, and he became more comfortable with it. This is obviously an infinitely evolving mutant gene at play. That's it. Just under the collapse of the gate, a very tall and stalwart figure came into Su Chen's eyes. In an instant, his figure flew like a wiping arrow, and the figure staggered past, and the sharp blade in his hand directly pierced Su Chen's waist. Blood spurted out, and the steel body that was hard to penetrate by bullets was completely pierced by the opponent's blade. This guy who came as a surprise was obviously extremely powerful. Unfortunately, the splashing blood seemed to be drawn by the position, and quickly flew back to Su Chen's wound, and healed so quickly in less than a second. What? The figure that passed by was dumbfounded. He frowned, and once again pierced Su Chen with the bone blade extending from his hand. This time, enough to penetrate any metal steel plate, Edmund alloy, which is known as indestructible, actually banged a sharp corner directly when it touched the opponent's body. Impossible! He was dumbfounded, and he couldn't believe that the unfavorable Ihuman's claws broke. Damn it! You need to know that he could still cut through the opponent's skin in the last second, but why within a few seconds, the surface of the opponent's skin grew rapidly and became indestructible. Steel body +5. Steel body +5. Su Chen's brain system is obviously very good at quickly summarizing the genetic changes. The opponent who struck suddenly had weapons that were sharper than bullets, but it was a pity that all these external stimuli made Su Chen's physique even more terrifying. Roll! Su Chen scolded coldly. In an instant, the attacking figure suddenly slammed into the back wall like a cannonball. The strong impact caused the back wall to directly collapse, and the whole person turned into a blood man. Su Chen was about to turn around and leave, but he glanced at the other side hesitantly, but he didn't expect that the other side would also start to heal on its own. This world is not only you who have the ability to heal yourself. The enemy who fell on his knees sneered, and he slowly stood up. Chapter 3. Su Chen frowned. The childish 13-year-old face was full of anger. He was very angry. Why did these guys stop him? Why couldn't these guys just die? For a while, his emotions were a little out of control. Before this, the changes in reality caused by hysterical out-of-control emotions were summarized by the system as rewriting reality. This is a very terrifying power. Why can't you just die? In his anger, Su Chen unintentionally triggered the power of rewriting reality. In the blink of an eye, the figure in front of him suddenly broke apart with his limbs and head, as well as the Edmund alloy bone implanted in his body. The black powder dissipated in the air. Chapter 4. Rewrite Reality +1. Rewrite Reality +5. While using his abilities, Su Chen's terror ability involving reality modification was immediately strengthened. He didn't stay a little longer, so he continued to run towards the gate of the experimental base in the distance. The intercepted figure went forward. It's just that under Su Chen's horrible thought power fluctuations, the guards of these experimental bases were no opponents at all. It was like being attacked by an air cannon. In the blink of an eye, all the soldiers in a corridor were blown down. Land. Su Chen's aloof figure just jumped over their bodies. Damn, let me send more X-weapons to catch that guy. In the control room of this super-large experimental base, General Marcus, who rushed in hastily, was very angry. Although there have been many experimental accidents in which mutants fled in the past, compared to this time, it made him feel very tricky. While he was furious, he also felt a sense of joy. Looking at the running figure in the surveillance video, General Marcus appreciates it more and more. My God! He thought he had obtained a supernatural healing ability, an undead who possessed more extraordinary healing ability than Wolverine. As a result, I didn't expect the other party to burst out so many superpowers when they lost control of their emotions. The intangible power of thought spread in the air. An unknown horror ability that can take the lives of others with a word of anger. That steel skin that can withstand bullets. Not only that, according to the analysis of the laboratory staff, this guy also has extraordinary evolutionary ability. In just an instant, his steel skin ability was once again transformed by the stimulation of Edmund alloy. The Edmund alloy, which is known as indestructible, broke apart. My God! Such a terrifying existence is even more terrifying than the X-weapon. Be sure to give me control of him. I want to get him, I must get him. General Marcus gritted his teeth and roared. But compared to Marcus, who was extremely excited, the rest of the personnel in the control room felt extremely worried. The corridor barriers set up along the way were all demolished by violence. The security personnel sent there were wiped out. An X-weapon with high hopes stimulated the opponent's growth even more. Can be very fast. A more desperate message came, and the life signal fluctuations that tracked each X-weapon disappeared without a trace. They are dead. The X-weapons that were just dispatched are dead. The staff in the control room panicked immediately. This is the top security force for the entire experimental base. What frightened them even more was that a restraint that could easily fight the mutants was also directly ineffective. Something is wrong. The poisonous mist X that can inhibit the mutant's ability does not have any effect at all. In the past, the most effective way to deal with mutants was to suppress the X poisonous mist of mutant X genes. It's just that the young figure of the surveillance video is very easy to sway his own motivation, and a security guard who has come from an attack is like a toy, and died with ease. It is as if the opponent is not a mutant at all, or has quickly evolved resistance to poisonous fog. In less than a second, the entire surveillance video equipment was directly crushed by the other party. Although the other party's image was lost, the control room personnel could still track Su Chen's specific direction based on the life signal fluctuations. After a while, the other party would be able to walk out of the entire base directly. Not good. The other party suddenly turned around, as if coming towards our control room. Someone yelled in panic. The life signal captured by tracking changed the target. Did you lose your way, or kill towards them? General Marcus's complexion turned pale. Prepare the Black Hawk fighter. He stood up directly, surrounded by several cruel soldiers, and walked out of the control room. At this moment, he has clearly realized that all the cards under his hand have been played, and there is no effective means to restrain the opponent in his hand. Damn it! General Marcus cursed secretly, and when he noticed the other party's actions, he suddenly realized that this guy's retaliatory nature was a bit strong. So this boy must not stay. Although it is a pity that such an experimental material has lost the secret key to immortality, but there is no way. A person who cannot be controlled will eventually be the enemy of the future, and it must be completely killed in the earliest stage. Let's activate the self-explosive device. General Marcus coldly ordered. This super-large experimental base standing on a snowy field is equipped with a nuclear explosion self-destruct device. After activation, it is enough to obliterate all the evidence of evil here. Marcus has no doubts about the power of it. Just the nuclear equivalent in it erupting in the middle is enough to wipe out any known creature. Okay, goodbye. A few figures that walked out of the secret road just got on the Black Hawk gunship on the rooftop, and the corresponding pilot flew into the air with General Marcus in this way. Looking down, you can see a white building standing on the deserted snowfield. After half a minute, the self-detonation device will end the countdown and explode completely. At that time, a bright mushroom cloud will rise here, and the surrounding snowfields will also completely collapse. Poor boy, I heard that you still have a younger sister. I really look forward to what surprises your younger sister will give me. General Marcus sneered. Half a minute later, the self-detonation device was activated, and the experimental building located on the snowy field released a terrifying light group. The terrifying wave of destruction destroyed everything by itself, and the surrounding snowy field was completely wiped out. A shocking mushroom cloud just soared up, demonstrating its power. P.S. Take a vaccination in advance. This book does not abuse the owner, all the way is cool, pure fei lu feng. The new book asks for all the data, and the flowers and evaluation votes support the early vitality of this book. Thank you. PS2, all resistance is just to add evolutionary impetus to the protagonist. Guess what ability this nuclear explosion gives the protagonist? Chapter 5. I don't know if the new subject matter can be finished by everyone. The flowers and evaluation votes on the first day of the new book are all very important, related to the potential and life of a book. Please get your support and feedback. For daily guarantees. Flowers meet 1005 plus more. The evaluation vote satisfies 500 plus more. The number of rewards meets 3 people, add more. There are 50 comments, plus more. Thank you readers for your great support. Chapter 6. Boom. The earth trembled, and under the violent earthquake fluctuations, even the surrounding snowfields began to collapse on a large scale. The power of the nuclear explosion is very terrifying. The first one to bear the brunt is to completely turn the entire building standing on the snowy field into dark clouds. Under the rising mushroom cloud landscape, even the helicopter crews far away feel a thrilling beauty inexplicably. Boy, fight with me. General Marcus, who put on his goggles, sneered. The nuclear equivalent of the self-detonation device erupted in the middle, enough to obliterate any existence in the world. Even a person with self-healing ability could not recover under such an instant bombardment. It's a pity that I have worked so hard to gather the mutants. There are many experimental institutions in this world that specialize in the research of mutants. Except for the famous General William Stryker, it is him, General Marcus. Experimental data could not be brought out in time, but the black boxes of the central server are all preserved. I don't know whether the black boxes placed underground can withstand this shock. General Marcus is a little worried. The black box of an aviation plane is to allow future generations to understand what happened to the crashed plane at the time after the plane crash, and what operational errors occurred in the cockpit of the plane personnel. It records all the data at the time, so the entire black box is very resistant. Shock. And the black box of the super-large experimental base naturally kept a variety of obscure experimental data samples, recording in real time what problems the laboratory encountered at that time, so that it was forced to activate the self-detonation device. So the black box is an important thing that General Marcus needs to get. Otherwise, the nuclear explosion will be turned on inexplicably, and he doesn't have enough reason to go to report on his duties. And he also needs this black box data to support his next action, which is to arrest the sister of Su Chen, who is out of control on a global scale. Don't blame me, blame your poor brother for rebelling against me, and this is the fate of rebelling against me. General Marcus smiled coldly. In fact, there is one thing that General Marcus thought wrong. The figure of Su Chen running away suddenly turned back and did not rush to the gate of the laboratory base for the first time. It was not because he was looking for the murderer behind the control room to avenge him, but because he suddenly remembered the variants that were being held in the cell. Human figure. There are big and small, male and female, and they are all poor people who have been imprisoned. I have been detained for more than half a month. Although I have not spoken to other prisoners, I still feel a little empathetic when watching their figures disappear one by one. I think that they also have their own family members, and they must also have the same cuteness as their sisters. Give up your loved ones. Su Chen suddenly moved his compassion. They are all poor people, it's better to take them to escape from here. Thinking of her mother's education to be a good person since childhood, Su Chen's heart became very firm, and she felt warm for her next righteousness. As a result, General Marcus, who was judged to have killed himself, activated the self-detonation device in a hurry. Pain. After being completely swallowed by the terrifying energy, Su Chen only felt a long-lost pain from his body nerves. Under the erosion of the nuclear explosion, the skin of his whole body gradually disintegrated and shattered, but at the same time, his blood billions of trillions of cells jumped for joy at this moment, and the whales swallowed and attacked all around. Horrible energy. 1 second, maybe 2 seconds. Chapter 4. Su Chen's consciousness returned, and at the same time, he could no longer feel any pain. He lowered his head and spread his right hand, only to find that his disintegrated skin was healed again, just like looking back in time. The broken body was once again intact, even if the surrounding area is still attacked by nuclear energy. Steel body plus 500. Steel body plus 500. The system that has constructed clearly informs him of his genetic transformation. The continuously evolving genetic codes seem to have found the direction of evolution, eagerly swallowing the majestic energy that swept all around. 1 inch, 2 inches, or even tens of square meters, the surrounding energy area of hundreds of square meters began to be attracted to and swallowed by one's own body, just like a black hole was formed in one's own body, greedily absorbing external energy. New ability energy manipulation has been generated. The complex gene chain has generated a brand new change, and the constructed system is a good way to express this change in a simple and clear way. Su Chen understood at this moment that he could absorb or release any form of energy. So he cares. He lifted the tip of his right finger, and all forms of energy around him gathered and poured into his finger. Soon, the majestic nuclear explosion light began to dissipate, the terrifying mushroom cloud also directly collapsed, and even the light began to be distorted when swallowed by a whale that looked like a black hole. In the end, Su Chen saw that he was in a huge pit of thousands of square meters, and all the building structures a few seconds ago were completely wiped out. The plan fell through. The plan to rescue others just failed. The entire cell area disappeared without a trace, and even the bones of the detainees could not be found. Why? Why are good people imprisoned and sent to be slaughtered as poor lambs, and why bad people can do whatever they want. Su Chen's shoulders shrugged a little, his words trembled, and tears flashed in his eyes. In the end, his stubborn and childish face gradually became indifferent, and his expression of pity gradually rushed towards endless killing intent. He gradually raised his head and looked into the distance. Under Su Chen's pupils, he could easily see that one was moving. A gunship going away. Go to hell. Su Chen's fingertips suddenly flashed a terrifying light, and it turned into a terrifying light beam and rushed to the sky completely. P.S. For newcomers and new books, ask for the support of flowers and evaluation votes. Guaranteed 4 changes. Chapter 7. More than 10 seconds ago. The same sight fell in the eyes of the personnel inside the Black Hawk gunship. This. General Marcus was a bit stunned, because the mushroom cloud rising from far away began to collapse, and the bright light caused by the nuclear explosion on the ground disappeared suddenly. What happened? His heart suddenly beat violently, because an unknown answer appeared in his mind. Could it be that boy who caused this scene? Impossible. That kid is absolutely impossible to survive. No one can survive in the heart of a nuclear explosion. All the people in the gunship were shocked. It was only more than 10 seconds from the explosion of the self-explosive device, but now, the mushroom cloud that rose up has instantly dissipated. From the perspective of everyone's bird's-eye view, they saw a super-huge crater on the snowy field. Like a bottomless crater. Something's wrong, there seems to be a figure there. A soldier wearing a tactical eyepiece roared, and a figure suddenly appeared in the pit under the cover of the smoke and the energy shock wave. It's him. General Marcus turned pale with fright. At this moment, he was no longer surprised by Su Chen's wonderful performance. After all, his extraordinary healing power and the ability to continuously transform and evolve were all within his imagination. What is the concept now? A person who can be in the center of a nuclear explosion without any problems is far beyond the limit of his imagination. This does not belong to the category of human beings or even creatures at all. This is a devil, a monster. Suddenly, General Marcus remembered Dr. White's hysterical words before he died. Let's applaud the birth of God. God? Soon. General Marcus's straight eyes found a bright light gleaming in the distant pit. That was Su Chen raising his right hand, and the light bursting from his fingertips instantly magnified and turned into a thick golden beam of light, which suddenly tore through the sky, blasted through the sky, and directly blasted a distant sky into the sky. The helicopter is listed as a target. Do not. All the personnel including General Marcus roared loudly. It's a pity that the bright light that rushed into the sky swallowed their figure and the entire fighter plane. Under the solid beam of energy, even the X-weapon with the healing power on the fighter plane's upper body can only be transformed in an instant. For nothing. Boom. The orange-red flame light just bloomed, appearing in the sky like a firework. The bad guys should all die. Why do you kill so many people and think about leaving? Su Chen's stubborn face was telling the indifferent killing intent. He withdrew his right hand. After possessing energy manipulation, he can devour and release all forms of external energy, including nuclear energy, and all the kinetic energy shocks that attack him can be absorbed by him. It's getting stronger. Su Chen squeezed his right hand, and a surging force continuously rose from the palm of his hand. Under the baptism of the nuclear explosion just now, the whole person's physique has been strengthened again, and besides it has brought more enormous physical strength. Susan successfully escaped from the imprisoned cage. Su Chen is now full of his sister's figure. After the death of his mother, he can only depend on his sister. But an accident separated them. I want to go back. Su Chen stepped forward and gradually walked out of the pit. He promised his mother that he would take his sister to live, grow up healthy and live a long life. He wants to live. And I have to rush back to my sister. But where exactly is this place? After stepping out of the bottomless pit, Su Chen looked at the endless snowy field around him. The whole eyes were in a white tone, the snow was falling, and the world was vast. The 13-year-old Su Chen couldn't tell where this snowy landform was located. He can only walk 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow in the snow. Half an hour. 1 hour. The surrounding world is still white and vast, and the endless snowy landscape is like a world prison. The thriving undead body couldn't feel the cold, because the icy stimuli from the outside made his physique full of freezing resistance. However, Su Chen's heart was cold, and his stubborn face wanted to collapse. Where is this place? He felt that he couldn't get out. Under the surrounding energy, he hangs upside down with long black hair, his feet are off the snow, and he moves forward, but after a few hours, it is still a white color, and no one is visible around him. The experimental base was actually built in an unknown snowfield, so that he could hardly get out of this endless snowfield on his own feet. Su Chen's heart was out of control. After his mother died of illness, he has vowed that he will not cry anymore and will be a strong man with his sister to support the whole day. He can't cry. But in the unfamiliar snowy environment all around, it was like mocking how ridiculous his behavior of wanting to see his relatives was. He doesn't even know where it is. He can't even find a figure. Even the world is bullying itself. Damn bastard, can't you let me see a figure? Su Chen's emotions suddenly got out of control. Less than a second. The colors of the world change instantly, and the surrounding tone is no longer a white, but turned into a colorful. At this moment, Su Chen only felt that his eyes were blurred for a moment, and then he was in a city under neon lights, with the figures of people walking through the streets. His uncontrollable emotions indirectly triggered his mysterious ability to rewrite reality. P.S. Refer to Wanda for this ability. The Scarlet Witch in the comics lost control of their emotions and almost wiped out a mutant race with just one sentence. Yes, just one sentence. Chapter 8. The change in front of him instantly made Su Chen a little startled. Within a second, he was located in an endless snowfield. The next second, he just appeared under a city alley under a neon light. Rewrite reality. He immediately realized that it was this ability that caused the change in the environment. In the experiment room, he was completely emotionally out of control when he was bound, so much so that he deprived many people of their lives just by words. The word roll caused all the surrounding figures to be thrown away. One word dead is enough to make a dead body no longer exist. This is the power of rewriting reality, mysterious, unpredictable, ethereal and intangible, yet possessing terrifying lethality, as well as a huge power that cannot be captured. After losing control of his emotions just now, Su Chen wanted to see the crowded city, so he completely triggered the ability to rewrite reality. Suddenly placed in the city under neon lights, Su Chen's depression in his heart disappeared all at once. He walked out of the lane, and looked curiously at the surrounding tall buildings. Chapter 5. Towering skyscrapers rise from the ground, and the neon lights outside the surface of the building completely illuminate the city at night. The city has not only changed. Even the sky has changed. 13-year-old Su Chen naturally knew that this was a change brought about by geography, and he quickly figured out why he rewritten reality and came to the city in front of him. This is downtown Manhattan. Su Chen gritted his teeth and said bitterly. He recalled the dream he told his mother on the side of the sick bed. He dreamed of a top-notch apartment in Manhattan, driving the best car, becoming an upper-class person, giving his mother the best treatment, and having a happy life. For the rest of your life. But now he came to this city so abruptly for the first time, but he was alone, alone. The bitterness gradually dilutes the novelty. Su Chen now only wants to find his sister. She is not in this city. When they parted, the two said goodbye in a town on the west coast. The unfortunately arrested self-let Susan, who has the space shuttle ability, escape by herself. Hometown, Susan must not dare to go back. As for those vicious aunts and relatives, the 11-year-old Susan was dissatisfied and would not go to flee. Thinking of Susan's ability to penetrate everything, Su Chen's uneasiness was finally flattened out. But what can he use to get to her? Communication method? No. Can only rely on the ability of rewrite reality to bring her here? Su Chen studied carefully, and felt that only the ability under his control could fulfill his wish. It's just that this ability is not something I can control at will. Su Chen gritted his teeth. No matter how he wants his sister to bring him here, or go to the place where his sister is now, he can't make this ability work. The vague and shadowless ability to rewrite reality is very difficult to control. The previous series of behaviors were only caused by his own out-of-control explosion. If you want to dominate this ability as you like, your current self is obviously not enough. I need to focus on this ability. Su Chen sighed secretly. Under the immortal physique, there is the genetic potential of unlimited evolution, but the direction of evolution is originally disordered and uncontrollable, and the sudden new abilities are entirely caused by disorderly mutations of genes. There is no stimulus from the outside, and the current Su Chen can't control the evolution direction of his genes in the micro-world. As for the system, that's not the golden finger in the novel. It doesn't have any abilities. It's just that Su Chen imitated the behavior of a genius detective in constructing a memory palace in his mind, thus constructing a system of recording genetic changes in his mind. Maybe it can only be done if a strong emotion is out of control. Su Chen is a little frustrated. He is not the moody women on TV. How can he suddenly lose control of his emotions? And I am afraid it may not work. Gyulong. At this time, a more realistic question came, and he was groaning with hunger. Looking at the late-night snack shop on the street in the distance, the more keen nose sniff caught the very sweet smell, and Su Chen felt that his taste buds continued to slobber. So hungry. But he is penniless, not even a dime. Go grab it. Su Chen only felt that there was a bewitching word in his mind, go steal it, the world can't stop you at all. But looking at the hard-working little girl in the shop, Su Chen only felt that his conscience was condemned. They are all poor people. Su Chen shook his head. It was so sad that a girl who might be younger than herself had to work all night in the shop. My mother used to teach herself to have empathy and be a good person. Su Chen suddenly realized that his wanton snatching behavior was still not good. Hey, kid! Just then, a word came from not far away, and saw a teenager in a denim sweater walking over. You are hungry, your appearance is not very good, at first glance you are running away from home. He was holding a bag of donuts in his hand, and directly stuffed such a bag of food into Su Chen's arms. Su Chen's complexion was a little confused, and the other party's familiar performance did make him a little uncomfortable, but his clothes were damaged and looked like a child who had run away from home. This. He didn't know how to deal with it. Eat, you are welcome. I ran away from home a few years ago. I know how you feel now. Don't worry, there are still a lot of these donuts. Don't worry that I can't finish it. This self-acquainted boy looks like his elder brother. At this moment, another word came from the depths of the dark alley. Hey, Matthew, what's going on? Come and watch the show. I see. Matthew responded. Watch the show? Su Chen was a little startled. Boy, you don't know, the stripper shows in nightclubs are only open in secret shops in various lanes. You can't miss this. Let's check it out before going home. Matthew invited directly. Striptease show? Su Chen had watched some clips on restricted TV channels, but his sister Susan switched the channel with a serious face. The hormones who were in the growth stage also made Su Chen very interested. Su Chen always felt that his heart was a little warm when he thought that the familiar big brother was so kind and gave him donuts, so it was hard to refuse. There are still good people in this world. He was full of joy and followed this elder brother for a few steps. Only. S gradually stronger body has also brought about an improvement in perception, not only the sense of smell, but also the ability of hearing has been strengthened. As a result, he heard some detailed words deep in the tunnel. In the next second, Su Chen's childish face became more and more cold, and a cold shadow filled his expression. His footsteps stopped immediately. A pair of cold eyes with killing intent looked towards the back in front of him. The world is not worth it. Can you tell me what is human organ trafficking? P.S. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and rewards. Chapter 9. After the young Su Chen walked out of the experimental base, he was somewhat discouraged. The single shadow of only descended on the lanes of the city, and met a kind-hearted elder brother. The warm donuts, and even the restricted show scene outlined by the other party, made Su Chen extremely happy and longing. There are still good people. But in the next second, the warmth in Su Chen's heart disappeared without a trace. A nuclear explosion is like a tempering. Under the strong stimulation, not only the physical strength becomes more and more terrifying, but also the terrifying perception that comes with it. S keen sense of smell allowed him to capture the sweet smell of late-night snacks on the street in the distance. And the same sensitive hearing ability suddenly allowed him to capture the whispering words of strangers in the lane. There are no secret shops in the depths of the alley, and there is no stripper show. But, an illegal private hospital clinic. $6,000, the organs of that child's body are yours. The stranger who called the eldest brother just now was whispering. And in the store hidden in the dark night, there was also a rough and cold tone, and the two responded in this way, and reached an agreement in whispers. Such a lost lamb as Su Chen was so ignorant that he was deeply trapped in Matthew's bewitching. If you are an incompetent wanderer, I am afraid that it will inevitably come to a tragic ending. Unfortunately. What are you saying? Matthew turned around, but his expression was extremely natural. Although he couldn't know how the other party saw through the scam, the difference in power brought about by the age difference between the two made him not panicked at all. On the contrary, his eyes also watched Su Chen with a bit of playfulness, just like looking at a spider web-like insect. Struggling only makes the other party die faster. But in less than a moment, his expression suddenly solidified, his hands bitterly covered his neck, and his complexion suddenly turned red like pig liver. Do not! Matthew's heart was roaring. At this moment, he only felt that his neck was confined by an invisible palm. Less than a second. There was a sharp pain in the heart. What? His painful words swallowed in his throat like this, and it was difficult for him to say a single bitter word. What made him even more desperate was that his heart was exactly the same, and he was squeezed by an invisible hand that could not be seen or touched. N.S. Pain. It hurts too much. Matthew looked at Su Chen's eyes gradually becoming more and more horrified, as if he saw a demon. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't say a word. Matthew knelt on his knees, with a face like pig liver. He stretched his arms forward, trying to pull the other person out, eager to beg for mercy, but this action angered Su Chen. He didn't want to be so touched by a shameless and despicable bad guy. It will make him feel extremely sick. So, go to hell. Su Chen's indifferent figure jumped over his body and walked toward the depths of the tunnel. As for Matthew, he collapsed completely, his neck twisted like a twist, and the heart inside the whole person was completely squeezed and turned into a pool of blood. Hey, Matthew, you! At this time, the bargaining figure walked out of the private clinic. Although the lights in the alley were dim, it was still very eye-catching for such a big person to fall to the ground. What's even more bizarre is that the kid who was tricked came forward just like that. You! His complexion changed, but he suddenly felt his feet directly off the ground. Hey, what's the matter? He yelled in surprise, his hands and feet struggling in the air, like a drowning person, looking very funny. Su Chen, who walked out of the shadows, gave him a cold look. The donut in his arms had already been thrown on the ground by him. At this moment, he was full of murderous intent. Boom! Chapter 6. The figure floating in the sky suddenly swelled up like a balloon, as if someone was fighting desperately from his stomach, and the whole person's physique became more and more spherical. "Do not!" Involuntarily, he yelled in panic. Next second. Boom! The human body balloon exploded completely, a rain of blood splashed down. Su Chen, who was supported by the power of mind, just finished the understatement. A dull sound was repeated from a doorman in the laneway. Obviously the personnel inside heard it and closed the door in horror. The flustered footsteps, the sound of gunfire loading, and the heavy breathing were all clearly and unmistakably heard by the sensitive Su Chen through a door. He raised his right hand forward, and an invisible wave of thought power rippled out like this. The door in front of him was like a thin cardboard, instantly torn apart and sawdust flying. "Asshole, give me a shot." The owner of the private clinic, who had been waiting for this scene a long time ago, raised the Xia bullet gun in his hand, and squeezed the trigger with his right hand, but the gun flame never bloomed. Click! The entire Kazumi gun was completely disintegrated, as if a superb firearms master dismantled the entire body of the gun. "Depend on." The owner of the private clinic was panicked. In a panic, he directly took up a scalpel at his hand, and his figure kept moving backwards, shouting in horror, begging for mercy, and trying to get forgiveness and forgiveness. Su Chen didn't want to hear the specific content at all. His gaze was all attracted by the scalpel held tightly by the other party. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the scenes in the experiment room. At that time, the doctor in white was bragging to use the scalpel to dissect his head. After touching the scene, Su Chen's indifferent expression suddenly burst into anger. Die! Inexplicably, the power of rewriting reality was suddenly activated, and the owner of the black clinic in front of him ushered in a whole-body collapse. Every inch of skin and every inch of flesh and blood in his body was transformed into the simplest cell molecules and dissipated into the air. One word determines life and death. And the appearance of these people completely dispelled the trace of goodwill in Su Chen's heart. The humans in this world seem to be hopeless. P.S. Thank you Mo Shangyunyu for the 100 rewards. Chapter 10. Under the power of rewriting reality, it is like erasing the figure of a person with an eraser, and the black doctor in front of him disappears into the air, turning into a handful of grey mist and disappearing. Ding! The scalpel he was holding in a panic fell from the air, making a crisp sound. One word will determine life and death. The poor guy has no bones left, and the world has evaporated. The figure of Su Chen walked into this dark clinic opened in the alley. Although he was young, he had heard the rumors of the betrayal of human organs. In order to change a mobile phone to sell his kidney organs, it can only be said that others are stupid and out of reach. It is simply unforgivable to deceive a person's body organs for no reason, and it is difficult to obtain a trace of forgiveness. Scum like this shouldn't live in this world. Su Chen scolded. He looked at the entire black clinic. The square space was full of debris, an operating table was placed in the middle, and Sen Leng's surgical tools were placed on both sides. The walls are covered with X-rays and color pictures. S keen sense of smell also caught the smell of blood coming from the compartment, and Su Chen frowned. I'm afraid this dark clinic has already done something to other people. What a scum! For a time, the 13-year-old Su Chen actually gave birth to a trace of disgust for the city he had longed for since childhood. Money. Su Chen looked at the stack of banknotes in the drawer, but he didn't have a trace of shame about this kind of ill-gotten wealth. After going through so many things, he has realized that the world of warmth is full of the rules of the weak and the strong. There is no genetic potential for infinite evolution, so his pitiful immortal physique will probably be reduced to a sample in someone else's experimental base. Even if you pass this level, if you don't have enough powerful ability, you will be fooled by the sinister routines in the city if you are ignorant. The world is sinister. People's hearts are unpredictable. Su Chen put a wad of tens of thousands of dollars in cash into his trouser pocket. Then, He put on a coat to cover some tattered clothes underneath, and his slender figure walked out of this dark clinic and walked towards the street outside the alley. With the money, he first went to a shopping mall off the street. Su Chen obviously needs a new set of clothes. Soon, under his aesthetic, he wore a black hoodie and a pair of loose slacks on his lower body. After washing her face, Su Chen looked very handsome under her slightly childish face, and her soft long black hair was thrown down. The taste of some young and old people was just a pair of clear black and white eyes showing a cold meaning. The impersonal indifference radiates out. The waitress wanted to tease this handsome kid who came alone, but seeing the cold expression of the other person, she didn't dare to say anything. After buying the order, Su Chen just walked out of the mall. Of course, he did not forget to buy himself a new cell phone. He put on a black hood and headphones on both ears. His angular, handsome face showed a hint of seriousness, and he looked at the phone in his hand with all his attention. If Su Chen held a skateboard on his right arm, it would be like a street mess. Cool boy. Even so, his appearance has attracted the attention of many girls on the street, and the rate of turning back is extremely high. So handsome. A lot more handsome than those in our school. The focused look and the indifferent complexion are so cool. Some of the ladies who passed by talked in a low voice. On the streets of Manhattan under the neon lights, there are many party animals going to the nightclub. Looking at the figure of such a lonely cool boy, there are always some women who are eager to try. Little brother, are you old enough to drink? Do you want my sister to take you to play? A beautiful white-collar worker in a white professional shirt stepped forward to hook up. Su Chen shook his head indifferently, amplified the volume of the phone, and left without anyone else. What a ruthless kid! The pretty white-collar worker turned around and left in a disappointment. Looking for the capture of the smell, Su Chen's footsteps gradually accelerated, and soon his figure appeared outside a shop. Boss, here's a bag of donuts. The cash in his hand was quickly exchanged for a bag of donut delicacies. As for the food delivered by the vicious man just now, he had already thrown it on the ground, and he didn't even want to eat an extra piece. In the empty restaurant, Su Chen's figure sat on a soft seat, swallowing delicious donuts in his mouth. At this moment, this was actually his happiest time in most half a month. Damn, before that, he couldn't even breathe a trace of fresh air. The hunger was quickly filled, and Su Chen's top priority was to arrange his next life and goals. This is the fine tradition he inherited from his mother. The things that need to be dealt with each day must be divided into time, clearly organized, and try to complete the academic and life problems within the time period. One of them, naturally my younger sister. Second, revenge. Lost his contact information. He is located in Manhattan on the east coast of North America, a full continent from the west coast. There is no communication method, no identification document, or even an adult. He can't find a convenient way to go back. And his past house is bound to be unsafe. Susan will show up nearby without any reason. When I think of my sister Susan blinking her eyes, written with the sly little fox flavor, Su Chen's indifferent face gradually showed a smile. This little guy who used to give him headaches, is not so easy to get caught. In the dark, Su Chen always felt that his sister was not in any danger. This is a kind of intuition, and it is also an unknown meaning on the spiritual level. Is like when the other party has an accident, it will inevitably arouse one's own alertness. Su Chen remembered that when his mother died of illness, the sense of alertness he felt in advance made him extremely uncomfortable and anxious, and finally watched his relatives pass away in silence and helplessness. He shook his head, hiding these painful memories in his mind. So what about revenge? Su Chen's complexion was cold again. In fact, after he was arrested, the base he was sent to at the first moment was not a large experimental base on a snowy field. It took less than 2 days before he was transferred to another experimental base. As for the arrest of himself and his sister, and the owner of the first experimental base, Su Chen remembers his name very well. General Striker. Even the search bar of the mobile web page can clearly and unambiguously write down the brilliant resume of the general. P.S. Thank you for the 1000 reward from unparalleled kings in the world. PS2, 4 changes are guaranteed every day, this chapter counts as an additional change. Chapter 11. William Stryker. This big name can be said to be a big name, with a reputation all over the world. The most important achievement is to offend the entire mutant race. The extremely representative Magneto King Eric hates him to the bone. Even the conservative mutant Professor Charles has serious opinions on him. Through the search of the mobile phone, Su Chen directly learned about the mutant race from the related entry of General Stryker. According to what Professor Charles has always said, that is that every human body may have an X gene. The difference is that the X gene of the mutant is completely expressed, which is why an ordinary couple will give birth to mutant children. I am not a mutant. Su Chen frowned slightly, which is why he was suddenly transferred to another experimental base. But for mutants with supernatural powers, he still has a hint of goodwill, perhaps because of empathy. After all, they have also suffered unfair oppression. At this moment, a bottle of lemon soda was placed on his table, and there was a clear sound. Hey, how can anyone patronize a bag of donuts without feeling thirsty? A girl with 2 golden ponytails in front of her joked. She was sitting across from the bar just now, and she was very interested in such a handsome little boy who loves donuts. Mingdi's delicate face was full of curiosity, and said, "It's so late now, aren't you going home yet? Have you finished your homework? No need to go to class tomorrow." Chapter 7. After 3 questions from the soul, Su Chen was speechless for a while. It's not that her topic completely shocked me. But... Please, you are not too old, who did you learn from the old-fashioned tone? Hey, dissatisfied, sister, when I was as old as you, I did more than one big thing, and swept the whole city from heaven to earth. Mingdi looked at Su Chen's speechless face, and suddenly made gestures. Not to mention that this head swing does seem to have some fighting skills, enough to fool people. This cup of lemon tea is for you. Remember to go home as soon as you finish drinking. Mingdi didn't pay too much attention to the indifferent boy, and he turned around and left, a pair of golden double ponytails dangling, under his small and exquisite lowly figure. It looked a little cute. For a while, Su Chen thought of his sister. Half an hour passed. After solving the hunger problem, Su Chen walked out of the restaurant. It was late at night. Now he is looking for a place to stay, but a realistic problem is oncoming. That is how to stay. Ordinary hotels require ID cards, and some irregular residences are even more difficult to find, and a minor child may not be welcome. Su Chen thought about it, but felt that the night accommodation could be put aside. The immortal physique originally means that the cell activity is extremely full, and the surging life-healing power always allows him to maintain sufficient physical strength at all times. Even how mental exhaustion can relieve this problem, and the body after the nuclear explosion stimulates. Su Chen didn't feel much fatigue for the time being. The most important thing is that I want to find out how to find the whereabouts of my loved ones as soon as possible. Boom! A steel pin bounced out of Su Chen's right hand, rose into the air, and then slowly fell back, but when it accurately landed in the palm of his hand, the entire coin disappeared without a trace. In less than a second, it was like a trick, another brand new coin just appeared in the palm of my hand out of thin air. Then... boom! There was another crisp sound, which was played by Su Chen. At this moment, the whole coin disappeared completely in mid-air. The invisible fluctuations of rewriting reality are hard to capture, and the invisible power just makes a coin appear in Su Chen's hand. This is not a dazzling technique. It is that Su Chen himself is using the ability to rewrite reality as much as possible. Infinitely evolving genes are indeed disorderly mutations. It's just past experience that also told Su Chen that under external stimuli, or even excessive use of this ability, it will make the direction of genetic evolution find an attraction. Generally speaking, only when emotions are out of control, can one use too much power to completely rewrite reality. But like this, a coin is constantly imaginary and disillusioned, appearing out of thin air, and directly obliterating it in reality. Naturally, there is no need to rely on emotional changes. Rewrite reality +1. Rewrite reality +1. You can evolve with more practice. The system built by records the information of gene transformation very well. Walking down the night streets, Su Chen wears a black hood, a black windbreaker, and a headphone thread. A coin in his hand is constantly flipping and jumping, illusory and disillusioned. The mysterious, slender, and thin figure walks so arrogantly. N.S. went around all the way, watching the night scenery brought by downtown Manhattan. The good life that I dreamed of a few years ago is gradually fading in my mind. If you and the people around you can't grasp the life and death, how will your life unfold afterwards? He wants to become stronger. Only the strong can crush all stumbling blocks. At this moment, there was a sound of sparks from the roadway not far away, and the bullets fired under the muffler were very muffled. Su Chen's sensitive hearing captured all this. His indifferent face is not a trace of movement. After experiencing human organ trafficking, he has seen a lot of robberies while shopping. There is too much filth hidden behind the bustling city. This also gradually changed his understanding of the world. His mother has been teaching him to be kind, and he used to agree very much. But the series of encounters in the past half-month has made him feel a little numb. In his heart, he still decides whether he wants revenge or not. On the one hand, he longed for a peaceful life, longing to return to the ordinary warm family in the past. Is just another aspect, but he can't calm down the resentment in his heart. Why should he suffer so many hardships for no reason, and why the bad guys can still get away with it, unscrupulously hunting and killing people like him? Su Chen's heart made waves. He was thinking. Next second, Su Chen's footsteps stopped, his eyes still looked at the laneway not far away, and he saw a figure of a girl wearing a black cloak and leather jacket with purple hair constantly leaping among the enemies. One hand with a katana and the other hand with a butterfly sword. Several people who committed the crime in the future were killed one after another. Su Chen didn't know that this woman's nickname was Super Killer. All he knows is that this woman with a purple wig and a black suit is the girl who gave herself a glass of lemonade in the restaurant before. What a coincidence! Su Chen frowned, but with the instinct of fighting in the dark, he realized that this girl was going to suffer next. P.S. Today's 6 changes are over. Ask for a wave of flowers, evaluation tickets, and rewards, monthly tickets. Thanks for your support. Chapter 12. Photo, Super Kill Girl. Boom. The barrel under the silencer suddenly burst out a bullet, and the stumbling lorry figure had no time to hide in the air. With a bang, her figure lost balance and fell from the air. But what is unexpected is that the black leather coat of this lowly girl has bullets inlaid outside. With an angry grunt, the lowly girl who fell to the ground shot a butterfly knife with her backhand. This precise throwing technique was jaw-dropping. In an instant, she hit the 3 figures in the throat and killed them. Kill directly. For a while, the alleyway was filled with suit figures, and only a murderous little lowly was left. Su Chen naturally didn't know the super killer girl who recently gained fame in Manhattan. As for whether this lowly girl punishes evil and promotes good, or gang fires, Su Chen subconsciously feels that it has nothing to do with him. He is just a passerby. Su Chen took a look, then turned and left. That kid just now. The super killing girl Mindy looked at the slender and thin back not far away, and frowned. She glanced at the watch. It was a full midnight after 12 o'clock. The little kid who was eating the donut just now turned out to be. Haven't returned home yet. Putting on a purple hairset and a suit of clothing, Mindy was not afraid of revealing his identity, and threatened not far away, "Hey, kid, what are you looking at? Don't you give me home to find your parents?" She was purely teasing, she wanted to molest this young and mature guy. Old-fashioned, indifferent, without saying a word, I am not afraid that you will pee. After finishing speaking, Mindy also gestured to the samurai sword in his hand. The cold edge under the moonlight was dripping with blood. The scene before him was indeed very scary. What? But in less than a second, the super killer's complexion changed, and she quickly shouted, "Hey, kid, get away, pay attention to the car in front." Su Chen turned his head when he heard the other party's words, and at this moment, a white car stepped on the accelerator like this, like a running wild horse, wrapped in a terrifying momentum, just rushing straight into it. Don't think too much, this car that suddenly comes at full speed must be a trouble for finding super-killing women. Coincidentally, Su Chen's figure was stopped right in the center. For the underworld Emperor Jin He, what an innocent person can tell. Subordinates are even more unscrupulous about this. In order to retaliate against this super killer, they just stepped on the gas pedal and ignored the pedestrians on the road, so they ran toward the laneway. It can be so rampant. Su Chen's indifferent eyes looked at the car coming from Mercedes like this, and the headlights in the dark came shiningly and directly, covering his thin figure completely. The driver of the car with his hands holding the steering wheel was full of excitement. In his eyes, the boy in front of him seemed completely frightened and motionless, almost like a second stunt boy. At this moment, he had expected that the boy's figure would be thrown away. Hundreds of meters, blood spilled over the sky. But why is this guy's eyes full of mockery? Die! In a whisper. Boom! There was a dull and loud noise that resounded between heaven and earth. Suddenly, it was like an air cannon falling out of thin air, and it was like being beaten by an invisible hammer. The white car in front of the Mercedes turned into a pool of discus, and the entire ground was directly sunken. The depth of the meter is as if it was hit by a meteorite. This. The super killer Mindy opened her eyes wide, and her eyes under the tactical blindfold were completely shocked. She was dumbfounded. Dare to feel that this lonely and indifferent cool boy is a superpower? Is it a mutant? This is too strong. What are you looking at? Don't you go home and find your parents for me? Su Chen returned this sentence to this stunned super killer. You. Mindy's delicate face blushed suddenly, but the loud bang just now made the car sirens in the whole block sound, and the lights of the houses in the dark were constantly turned on. Obviously, he wanted to see what was happening outside. Don't stay longer. In a loss of consciousness, she even found that the lonely figure of the other party had disappeared into the dark night. Damn! Sooner or later, I will ask you for a cup of lemon tea. Ming Ming had invited people to drink before, and Mindy felt that he was a thief in order to find the place. Dozens of minutes later, Mindy's compact lowly figure has come to her safe house. The black leather jacket that could withstand the impact of bullets was replaced. After taking off the purple wig, a golden shoulder-length short hair fell down. The super killer put the weapons in her hands on the workbench one by one. Chapter 8. In front of the entire safe house, the cabinets on the three walls are full of guns of various types. A supergirl who combines a master of guns and a master of fighting, she thought that there was only one cool girl like herself in the world. A cold lowly killer in his early teens. People like this are thoughtful. I did not expect that she met a teenager with such exaggerated ability this evening. Daddy, can you help me find the identity of this teenager? Mindy returned home. Father Damon, who prepared supper for him, looked at the phone photos his daughter handed him, and suddenly smiled and said, unexpectedly, my daughter started to miss men too. Daddy. Mindy blushed and said with some annoyance, I didn't mean that. This boy has a terrible ability. He directly crushed a car into a discus out of thin air. Oh my god, this is an exaggeration. As for why there is a photo of Su Chen, Mindy naturally would not say that he was secretly taking pictures of others in the restaurant. This is too hard to tell. Mutant. Dad's interest suddenly became stronger. He opened a white toolbox from the living room with a secret computer hidden inside. By inputting photos into it, he could find any information about the teenager from the backstage of the Intelligence Bureau, and even call various cameras in Manhattan. This face recognition captures the real-time trace of the other party. When embarking on a career of revenge and thoroughly training his daughter to be a ruthless killing machine, Damon has inextricably linked with the intelligence agency and other violent agencies, so he can collect so many types of weapons. It is even easier to find someone. Something's wrong. Damon was surprised. What's wrong? Daddy. Someone is also looking for this Su Chen's information in the server backend. Damn, we hit the line, his authority level is so high, quickly exit. In a hurry, Damon immediately shut down the secret computer. The terrified Damon wiped the cold sweat from his face, sighed, and said, some of his information has been hidden. This means that it is a focus of attention from above. What has your friend done? He is probably very dangerous now. P.S. The first update today, it is customary to ask for a wave of free flowers and evaluation votes every day. Your support is the motivation of the author's code word. PS2, thank you for the 100 rewards of Ice Flame X. Chapter 13. After the complete crash of a large test base standing on a snowy field, the Ministry of National Defense also came to the scene as soon as possible to investigate what happened. The snowfield base activated a self-detonation device, and it was suspected that it had suffered an uncontrolled blow. General Marcus was killed in his service, and some of his staff were buried in the escape plane. The black box of the experimental base was successfully recovered. Start transmitting information. Preliminary results showed that the prisoner Su Chen, base number 5162, was out of control when preparing for autopsy in the experiment room. Multiple monitoring devices lost their signals and were suspected of being damaged, so they could not accurately represent the situation at the time. Someone from the Ministry of National Defense quickly parsed out the black box message. A shocking news followed. As to whether Su Chen survived the self-destruction of a nuclear explosion, the answer is yes. Because satellite equipment outside low Earth orbit, and even the surveillance equipment in downtown Manhattan, they successfully captured the traces of Su Chen's face. Damn, he's still alive. Everyone is stupid. After all, what is the concept of being able to survive a nuclear explosion? Is the opponent's physique really immortal, able to survive such a terrifying self-detonation power? What is even more amazing is how the other party managed to cross most of the Americas in less than half a day, and came to a prosperous Manhattan city from the snowy landforms countless kilometers away. Interesting. Many generals of the Ministry of National Defense have received this news. I declare that this number 5162 is mine. General Ross stood up directly. Damn it, that number 5162 should have been my subject. My vision was not wrong at all. The hunting operation was the first one I launched. You snatched the subject from my hands, and the guards were incompetent. Cause the opponent to escape successfully. General William Stryker protested angrily. In the conference room, there are many generals who have a lot of opinions on this. But what is creepy is that Ming Suchen has his own name, but in the mouths of these big people, they are constantly yelling in the name of number 5162. It's like Su Chen is not worthy of being called a human being at all. In their eyes, it's just a shop that is fiddled with at will. Yes. Everyone at the scene was very excited about this. Such an experimental subject with strong vitality is really fascinating to get answers from it. The final result was also quickly obtained. At the instruction of the Secretary of Defense, General Ross stationed in the nearby area waved his fists and celebrated. Obviously he had obtained the ownership of the experiment. The month comes first near the water tower. General Ross, who has been tackling the mystery of gamma rays and the Hulk, took his troops and rushed to the Central Park in downtown Manhattan in the dark. Downtown Manhattan, Central Park. Under the night. Everything here is very quiet, the hustle and bustle of the day has long disappeared. Su Chen, wearing a black hood, was sitting on a bench in the park with his ears and headphones playing pop songs. He lowered his head like this, and his right hand slowly stroked a stray cat from nowhere. Not long ago, this poor stray cat rubbed his trousers, and while meowing, it rolled around his feet. This clingy little milk cat suddenly reminded Su Chen of the cat that was raised at home in the past. Because the doors and windows were not closed properly, the cat ran away. Unfortunately, he was hit and killed by a car on the street outside. Su Chen remembered his sister at the time. This cried for a long time. Why? He sighed slightly. I didn't expect that after coming to such a longing city, in this big night, there is only a poor stray cat to accompany him. Rewrite reality +2. Rewrite reality +2. The system constructed by continuously reminds the information of gene transformation and ability enhancement. In this lonely late night, Su Chen kept floating coins around him, appearing out of thin air, and then obliterated in an instant. In this illusion and disillusionment, he constantly uses this ability to rewrite reality to promote transformation. Compared to the target of revenge from nowhere, it's even more critical to be the first to find his sister. Day. At this moment, the clearer the sound of footsteps came from far and near. It's you. Su Chen frowned. Isn't the lowly girl in front of her running around her breathlessly, supporting her knees with her hands, just the little girl who kills people at the entrance of the lane? One-side fate. No, it's the third meeting between each other now. And every time I met, it seemed more exaggerated. The other party was killing last time. This time, it was Central Park at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, and two boys and girls in their early teens had a conversation. You idiot, you shouldn't go shopping casually on the main road, don't you know that you are wanted now? Super Killer Mindy complained very much. After learning about the situation from the old man, she still couldn't help running. Although some key information was hidden, Mindy still learned that this was a figure who had escaped from an obscure experimental base. Mindy feels very bitter when he thinks that the other party's lonely and indifferent figure must have been hurt a lot. Many people who can feed stray cats under Central Park must be good people. Quickly follow me, I will take you to a safe place. Mingdi said nothing. The sturdy chick just stepped forward and grabbed Su Chen's right hand, trying to pull the opponent out of this unsafe area. Su Chen frowned, but he was a little reluctant. A few hours ago, a gentle, unfamiliar elder brother gave himself a bag of donuts. At that time, he felt extremely warm in his heart, but the conspiracy behind him broke his heart. Ghost knows if this woman is trying to catch her attention behind her back. Even the cat at Su Chen's feet started meowing, as if protesting against this savage lowly girl. Go! Mingdi turned around and looked at the motionless figure, tears flashing in his eyes, and the smell of begging was very obvious. Su Chen's heart was immediately touched. Only. Boom! A sniper rifle sounded from a kilometer away, and an armor-piercing bullet instantly hit the center of Su Chen's forehead. In order to deal with such a so-called immortal existence, the snipers under General Ross specially used armor-piercing bullets constructed from Edmund alloy. Rest in peace. Chapter 14. The power of a sniper rifle is naturally much stronger than a pistol. Especially the anti-material sniper rifle can penetrate an armored vehicle from a kilometer away. After using bullets cast from Edmund alloy, its power is even stronger. Boom! The nearly 1 meter long barrel suddenly shot out a sharp bullet. The strong recoil was enough to make the soldier's shoulders suddenly sore. From a rooftop a kilometer away, they shot directly at Su Chen on the garden bench. Less than a second. Boom! Su Chen's forehead was hit by a bullet instantly. What? The lowly girl was instinctively frightened, but the scene before her changed her complexion. She saw that sharp bullet was so slightly embedded in the middle of Su Chen's forehead, and the majestic instant penetrating power was so sudden. However, most of the projectile was exposed to the air. Chapter 9. Ding! The bullet couldn't stand at all, it just fell off. As for Su Chen's forehead, there was not even a trace of blood blooming, and the surface of his skin was just a little bit of blood. But in such an instant, even the blood on the surface disappeared. Steel body +2. Regarding the damage caused by the instant penetrating power, Su Chen's skin strength has undergone a slight transformation. Obviously, compared to the previous nuclear explosion, the Edmund sniper bullet in front of him is still not enough to see this. The sniper on the rooftop was stunned. Through the eightfold mirror, he saw a strange scene in the next. Not good. I saw on the bench in the park in the distance, a bullet was inexplicably pulled by the invisible force, and it rose directly into the air. In an instant, it was given terrifying energy by the target. With a swish, the whole bullet followed just now. Track, fly upside down. If electromagnetically accelerated, the whole bullet left a pale trail in the air. In less than a second, it pierced through the eightfold mirror and passed through the head of the rooftop sniper. No need to go, they have surrounded this place. Su Chen, who was still sitting on the bench, said so slowly. What? In the instinct of a professional killer, Mindy also felt the surrounding atmosphere of Central Park became quieter. She gritted her teeth and was quite sure that if she put on a night vision goggles, she would definitely be able to see a bunch of figures lurking in the dark and approaching slowly. It's a pity that he was in a hurry. Mindy put down a fan dress all over his body. The only equipment he had was a few butterfly knives tied to his legs under the skirt. What should I do? For some reason, Mindy is full of dependence on the men around him. Compared to the slightly nervous Mindy, Su Chen's indifferent expression is calm, as if he himself is really coming to the park for a walk, strolling in the courtyard, leisurely and without any sense of panic. Come and kill one by one. The 13-year-old Su Chen did not notice the surveillance equipment scattered all over the city streets. However, after experiencing the nuclear explosion and escaping from the criminal experimental base, he was very calm and composed. There is always a solution to a problem. Since the other party is willing to come, then I don't mind sending all these people to death. Come and kill one by one? Mingdi's smile became more bitter, and this guy's tone was far more arrogant than his own. He was just a gangster facing the underground world, but what he had to face was a modern army. You can hide it. It was much more difficult for Su Chen to say a word to this girl who kindly reminded him, after all, he didn't want to implicate other people. As for the stray cat rubbing against him, Su Chen himself pushed it out. In the battle that is about to break out, it is not a wise move to stay by your side. At this moment, a bright and whitish searchlight came in, and Su Chen and Mingdi's figure in the dark night were completely illuminated. Mingdi didn't dare to look directly at the high-power searchlight in front of him. The blazing and bright light on the body was enough to make people feel the temperature, and the eyes were enough to blind people. Number 5162, raise your hands and immediately surrender to me, was accompanied by a speech blessed by a tweeter. Number 5162? Su Chen suddenly remembered that this was the number he was bound to when he was in the experimental base. My name is Su Chen. He is not a commodity to be manipulated by others, and he is labeled as meaningless humiliation. At this moment, an invisible wave rippled around Su Chen. His cold eyes looked directly at the figure behind the searchlight, and coins appeared out of thin air in the palm of his right hand, which instantly turned into sharp needles in the plasticized state of the power of mind. Flying directly to the surroundings. There was a whistling sound in the air. Accompanied by it are fireworks blooming around the muzzle. Under the tacit understanding of each other, the two sides did not declare a war. The sound of penetrating flesh and blood continued to burst, and the flying needles wrapped by the power of thought had terrible penetrating power. When they flew around, they instantly pierced through a figure hiding in the dark. The high-power searchlight not far in front banged even more, and the light source was destroyed by the sharp needle kui. As for the bullets and fireworks that bloomed from their muzzles, they rushed from all directions, dense like rain. It's a pity that a few meters away from Su Chen's body, an almost invisible barrier was just supported, blocking all attacks. This. Mingdi looked at the rippling fluctuations around him, and suddenly realized that this indifferent guy had blessed himself within this barrier. Careful! But at this moment, her pupils contracted slightly, and a giant figure surged from the ground in front of her. Every step of his movement caused a big earthquake and tremor. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the monster body that looked like a small mountain tore the barrier in front of him like this, and directly rushed towards Su Chen's figure. P.S. There are 2 more tonight. Chapter 15. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that shook the sky, an extremely large monster pounced from the sky. Its condescending posture cast a huge shadow, the moonlight was completely obscured, and the figures of Su Chen and Mingdi were all shrouded in it. Wow! His body, like a small mountain bag, was wrapped in a very shocking impact energy, and it smashed the invisible barrier in front of him, and the whole person was like the top of the mountain, and it was completely crushed. Roll! Su Chen's eyes were rippling, and the turbulent thought power fluctuations in his body caused the air around him to slowly rise. In an instant. Boom! An extremely terrifying air cannonball bombarded the monster in front of you completely under the rush of thought power. With a bang, the momentum that was pouring in front of you suddenly stopped, and the entire monster's body flew upside down. Many meters away on the ground. Whew! Mingdi breathed a sigh of relief. God knows what she had just experienced. Even the superkiller girl who grew up in the gang fight was terrified by the sudden monster in front of her. This is not a person. This is obviously a monster. Oh my God, what is this? Fell. Mingdi's complexion changed. Under the dim moonlight, on the ground more than 10 meters away, a monster that looked like a mountain bag stood up directly. The body a few meters high was covered with rotting skin, accompanied by his breathing, like melting the pungent smell of sulfur, like a pulp, just hit his face. I'm about to throw up. Mingdi forcibly covered his nose, but there was a trace of impression in his mind. This seems to be a Hulk, no. It should be a similar monster. The news report of the Hulk has been published at least 2 years ago. The biochemical monsters created by the accidental experiment of gamma rays once became the nightmare of this country. The figure of General Ross is also frequently reported on major news headlines, announcing that the Hulk is wanted all over the world. The recent experimental progress has ushered in a breakthrough. General Ross's top subordinate Emil Bronzowski successfully implanted cells with gamma rays and was promoted to a terrifying existence called hatred. Kill him! General Rose, who was hiding in the dark, gave the order coldly. Roar! Loathing roared loudly, and slapped his hands on his heart to show his response. Compared with the Hulk who was out of control and angry, the hatred after the transformation had wisdom. Let's start. Under an order of General Ross, he was lying in ambush in the woods around the Central Park, and saw the special vehicles equipped with radar devices, and suddenly there was a harsh sound. Hum! The impact of sonic waves even directly caused ripples in the air. This was a sonic device designed to deal with the Hulk in the past, but it is now used by General Ross to shoot mosquitoes with a cannon. What? Mingdi fell to the ground in pain at this moment. She covered her ears tightly, and rolled desperately on the ground. Damn it! At this moment, even Su Chen's complexion was distorted when he was in the focus of multiple sonic devices. Pain! He didn't cover his ears, even though his eardrums were completely penetrated by the terrible sound waves. His ears bleed, but he quickly healed. A pair of cold eyes stared at the huge monster coming in front of him. Damn bastard! Don't listen to me and stop the noise! Su Chen roared. The rage at this moment completely destroyed the calm lake of mind. Boom! It's like the so-called immortal's utterances. A terrifying force acts on reality, involving reality and tampering with it. In an instant, all the special vehicles around exploded directly, orange-red. Fireworks rose into the air. The harsh sonic noise also disappeared. At the same time, Su Chen kicked the ground and looked at the monster coming. He was actually not afraid, but went up to the front with full fighting spirit. Depends on you? Disgusting silent mockery, the whole person's physique crashed like a train running at full speed. Compared with his giant physique, Su Chen's 13-year-old physique, when compared with each other, is simply a difference, one place every day. But the collision between the two happened completely in an instant. Boom! Unexpectedly, Su Chen shook his fist and flew out. What surprised the people present was that the hatred of rushing also contained the momentum of the impact at this moment, and the whole person stopped under the opponent's fist. Chapter 10. Impossible. General Rose's complexion changed drastically, and he did not dare to imagine that the invincible hatred in front of him was actually blocked by a child's fist. That's it. Su Chen, who was thrown into the air, was full of arrogance. His right toe hit the air, and faint ripples filled the bottom of his feet, and he saw a supportive force that made him soar into the air. This kind of use of the surrounding energy can be said to be amazing. Looked a little dumbfounded with disgust, but his straight eyes also noticed the figure that the opponent had rushed into the air. Impossible! How did the opponent's thin body achieve such great strength? He couldn't believe it. Inexplicably, even felt that the collision between the two just now was an illusion. Looked in a daze, disgust waved his huge fist, and blasted directly at the figure in front of him. See you in my pity. Hates that bulky fist is thicker than Su Chen's waist. Boom! Under the strong contrast between the two, it soon ushered in the second collision. Boom! Disgust only feels the boundless force rushing in front of him, like a rushing blast. In less than a second, his two big feet standing on the ground broke away from the ground in this way, but the entire huge physique blasted out directly under the punch of Su Chen. That's it. Ridiculed coldly, mocking hatred mercilessly, until his figure was thrown to the ground, hatred then angered why the opponent's power soared so much in an instant. P.S. There will be another watch in the evening, about 10 o'clock. Chapter 16. This is impossible. Compared with the fist blow of the frontal contact, the mental trouble is the problem that hates this time. He couldn't believe that the little boy in front of him blasted himself with a punch. The huge difference in physique is just a huge difference. But this guy's fist seemed like a huge mountain blasted by, and his body couldn't resist it at all. That's it. Su Chen's playful words repeated again. His toes are a little bit, and the wind provides the supporting kinetic energy under his feet, and the slender figure is suspended in the air again. As for the absorption and release of all energy from the outside world, Su Chen has no small insights. The warm wind around him can provide assistance. His figure is like a pair of wings added, and suddenly flies towards the figure in front of him. Here we go again. There was a trace of anger under the hatred and hideous face. His temper is already irritable. Under the influence of intracellular gamma rays, although he will not be dazzled by the anger like the Hulk, the hatred behind him is still a bit difficult to control his anger. He can't tolerate the humiliation of a little boy as big as a peasant. Roar! An angry roar of hatred turned into anger, as he slammed his feet on the ground. A huge body as large as a mountain bag rushed into the sky, vowing to completely blow the flying little ghost away. Boom! There was a huge roar in the air. The surging flocculent waves swept all around in a shock wave. What? A painful voice just yelled out of the sky, and the abominable figure hit the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Violently smashed the momentum, and even completely destroyed the long ground of the park, smashing a terrifying pit. Damn bastard! Abomination raged up, and stood up from the dusty ground. It was just a violent shot that was even more unreasonable. The thin body burst out with a terrifying impact, and it hit it again with a punch. Fly! At this moment, the fluttering hatred broke many thick trees one after another, and the rotten skin covered with scales burst out foul-smelling plasma. Power plus 50. Power plus 50. Steel body plus 50. The system constructed by continuously records the metamorphosis information at the genetic level. Su Chen collided with the disgusting body, and his strength was constantly rising. What's more, after the nuclear explosion, his physical strength has risen to a terrifying level. Under the physique of a 13-year-old boy, every cell contains a majestic and abundant power. So what's the big hatred? You are a monster from human beings, I see human cowardice in your pupils. Su Chen said coldly. His figure stepped on the forest road, and walked unhurriedly, as if the hatred in front of him had been completely reduced to a Chinese meal, which did not affect his patience in the slightest. From time to time, bullets flew from the woods under the dark night everywhere, and the dull sniper sounds continued. It's just that Su Chen was like opening his eyes on his back, a bullet could not approach his body, and was completely forced to stop in the air by a wave of invisible mental power fluctuations. Die! Was accompanied by a thought of him. The bullets that hovered, under the control of Nian motive, returned to the original owner, piercing the heads of the soldiers in the dark one after another. Roar! There was another roar, and he couldn't bear the arrogant hatred of the young man in front of him. Great earthquake tremor! He rushed forward, and his tightly squeezed right fist hit the figure in front of him like this. Too slow. Su Chen's handsome and childish face has no hint of fear, and the improvement of physical fitness is all round. At least, his pair of clear black and white eyes possess extraordinary dynamic vision capabilities, directly converging the opponent's coherent movements into the eyes, and splitting them into frames of movie pictures. As you can imagine, the opponent's movements seem a bit slow. Boom! Su Chen, who was not moving, stretched his right hand forward, and the second hair came first. The tightly pinched fist rapped in violent power, and hit the opponent's fist head-on. Click! In an instant, the opponent's knuckles broke directly, and the bones of the entire arm were completely dislocated and cracked at the moment of the collision. What? Screamed in disgust. But what made him feel extremely embarrassed is that the opponent's right hand directly grasped one of his knuckles, and the boundless force that came in seemed to be completely broken off this finger, and driven by this force, he hated the huge so far off the ground. He drew an arc in midair and fell heavily to the side of Su Chen's other transformation. As for the finger that borrowed force, in the end it was directly pulled off abruptly. What a poor guy! Su Chen's cold expression didn't have much emotional fluctuations. And the hatred in front of him was seriously injured in his body, and his figure began to shrink, and the monster in front of him quickly turned back into a strong man. Compared to the Hulk who can get stronger through anger, hatred obviously does not have this terrible anger effect after having wisdom. The anger over and over again only got another shame. And is still a multiplication effect. It really is the monster after the transformation. Su Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Day! He snapped his fingers, and without much hesitation, it turned into an air cannon and completely shattered the opponent's head. Then it was someone else's turn. Su Chen's gaze swept across the garden area in the distance. The personnel who had been yelling with horns before seemed unconscious and began to evacuate secretly. But how could he easily let them go? To Su Chen's surprise, the lowly girl in the pink dress did not hide. Instead, she was chasing and killing the enemy. A butterfly knife she took out from nowhere and threw it precisely through the head of a soldier. P.S. Today is the end of the 5 shifts. It is customary to ask for a wave of flowers and evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and rewards to make the new book data more attractive. It is also the motivation for the author's code words. Thank you very much. Chapter 17. Although this lowly girl was wearing a pink dress, her chasing movement was not slow. A butterfly knife tied to her skirt's leg was thrown out by her casually, hitting the enemies back one after another. Not to mention that she picked up an automatic rifle from a corpse in the forest road. Click. After was loaded, he quickly squeezed the trigger on his shoulders, and the whole action was done in one go. The precise shooting ability, like cutting grass, killed the enemy's figure and fell down. This girl. Su Chen was also slightly startled, but she couldn't think of a young lowly, probably only a little older than her own sister, but she was proficient in so many firearms, and she was surprised by her superb throwing skills. After solving the hatred of this monster, Su Chen's next target is naturally the person who just spoke. There was a gust of wind on the flat ground, Su Chen's long black hair hung directly upside down, and his feet were off the ground. At this moment, his figure soared into the air, following his keen hearing ability, and flew directly towards outside of Central Park. Want to escape? Chapter 11. For the general who kept calling him with the number of the experimental base, Su Chen's eyes showed a cold killing intent. Not good. The driver of the armored vehicle who had just driven out of the forest road suddenly yelled, and he saw a figure directly blasting out like a cannonball outside the window of the car. Boom! Under the terrifying impact, the right side of the armored car was directly sunken, and the whole car rolled several times in the air and was completely overturned on the ground. The reason for all this is just because Su Chen collided with his body. His slender and thin physique is already stronger than a steel plate made of stainless steel, and his body is full of surging vitality. A slight pinch of his right hand can feel a surge of power. Not to mention an armored car, even a train, Su Chen is confident that it will completely overturn it. Boom! Gunshots suddenly came out loud, and the figure in the driver's seat kept pulling the trigger. It's just that the poor pistol bullet fell on Su Chen's skin, and the bullet burst directly, and then the bullet flew out. Asshole, what's the matter with this guy's body? This is a concept that all soldiers cannot imagine. From the very beginning of the formulation of the action, they all found that the number 5162 to be arrested did not meet the definition in their minds. The information recorded by the black box is very limited. After all, the monitoring equipment in the laboratory aisle was destroyed by Su Chen a lot. According to General Stryker, who took over at the beginning, this is nothing but a self-healing person, at least hundreds of times stronger than Wolverine's cell activity. The vitality is amazing, and it is the so-called key to immortality for mankind. Was not too surprised that he could survive the nuclear explosion. Because Wolverine also had such a feat in World War II. But Wolverine was dismissive in the eyes of their military. In the past, they were successfully concocted into a killing machine and successfully launched the X-Weapon project. So for this number 5162, everyone knows that some changes have taken place in his body, but they still disdain from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of waves can a 13-year-old kid make? Can now? Disgust fell. Even General Ross may not be able to escape to death. Su Chen's thought, the figure in the driver's seat was broken by a majestic force of thought. Then, the figure of the general in the rear compartment was dragged out of the inside by an invisible drag force. What? He screamed in pain, because his feet were just stuck, and now he was dragged out by a force, causing the bones of his feet to be completely broken. It seems you are not General Stryker. Su Chen's words were a little cold. He searched through his mobile phone and naturally knew what the infamous General Stryker looked like. The image of this guy in front of him is obviously not suitable. Damn little beast, number 5162, don't think you can escape our sight. General Ross scolded. Even if he is controlled by others, this cold iron-blooded general is still cursing the enemy in front of him, without the slightest intention of begging for mercy. Su Chen's childish face didn't show a trace of movement, just a pair of eyes fixed on the other's face, and he said word by word, "Remember, my name is Su Chen, and I will be a dog in my next life." Click. Without saying much, he directly broke General Rose's neck out of thin air. Seems to be particularly puzzled. The air cannon turned into a power of thought directly blasted his body without a complete one. The large experimental base on the snowy field, and even the bound number 5162, seemed to have become a dream of the past, and it seemed that all nightmares were completely over. The enemy who came suddenly told him that there was no end to it. This moment, Su Chen had more and more thoughts of revenge in his heart, and the original intention of shaking disappeared without a trace. If everything is not completely ended, the peaceful life I want will never come. The killing intent on his face became more and more diffuse. Su Chen. A gentle word came from behind, but it was the superkiller Mindy who had witnessed everything came over. She probably understands what happened to this boy, but the tenderness that emerged in her heart made her want to hug this boy very much. Let's go. Mingdi extended an invitation to him again, and his right hand directly held his palm. Central Park can't stay any longer. Although the movement here is hard to be noticed by the outside in the middle of the night, sooner or later the enemies who are chasing will come. With her rich experience as a killer, she was able to take the teenager to her safe house without risk. This time, Su Chen didn't avoid it. Because he knew that this girl was the first good person he met in downtown Manhattan. But what the two of them didn't know at all was how much trouble awaiting them next. The trajectory of fate will move from here to another turning point. P.S. The first update today, please support a wave of flowers and evaluation votes. PS2, thank you DTLKSXT for the 588 reward. Chapter 18. Actually, when some intelligence agencies of the Ministry of National Defense started investigating Su Chen, it was not only Daddy Damon who accidentally hit the line. Besides, has been working to unearth the secret mysterious organization behind the Ministry of National Defense, a rising tide organization that gathers elite hacker members from all over the world, and is also secretly observing what surprises these secret intelligence personnel can bring to them. Don't underestimate these hackers, even SHIELD has secretly recruited many of these elites. The future Shockwave girl Daisy John News is the best example. Come, here, there may be big news. Not long ago, a left-behind hacker immediately observed that the backstage of the Intelligence Bureau kept calling major camera equipment to track a teenager in Manhattan. These bold and careful members are bold and bold. Under the encryption algorithm, they are not afraid of revealing their identities and directly forcibly crack the official backstage. Wow! Is on. A superpower who escaped from a large experimental base. The arrest is now taken over by General Ross. Destination, Central Park in downtown Manhattan. Go, guys! For an instant, there was a member of the filming team who took the vehicle to Central Park. They will take pictures in secret, and then sell the material information to major media at a large price. In addition, the secret file information that the Influx organization has cracked by itself will also be perfectly packaged and sent to the Ministry of National Defense. Why send it to them? Naturally is not a good deed. This comes from the direct blackmail of the Rising Tide organization to the military. No? Then continue to sell to the media to further sublimate and hype the whole incident. Soon, a good news came from the front. Members of the High Tide organization successfully captured some pictures and also picked up cameras on the heads of many soldiers. It didn't take much time, and a rough edited video was sent to Manhattan TV. The TV station personnel were taken aback. You must know that whether it is an accidental car accident or a gunfight fire, the exclusive photographic material that can be captured in the first time can be sold to the TV station. After all, they also need these eye-catching exclusive news for coverage. With such a demand, it naturally gave birth to many photojournalists' jobs. The video footage given by the High Tide organization is really shocking and exciting. Oh my God, immediately transfer the money to the Rising Tide organization. We need this material. Be sure to report it exclusively. At this moment, an extremely eye-catching title has emerged in the head of the female director. Shock! Our country's army can't stop a young man's attack. What happened to this country's army? Su Chen naturally didn't know that the development of things deviated from his imagination. At this time, he was taken to a secret suburban house by the figure of the superkiller Mindy. Mindy McCready. Su Chen also knew her name. In a blink, their figures have come to a small single-family courtyard. This is my safe house, Mingdi introduced. The lowly girl directly opened her locked door and invited Su Chen into the door. Along the way, Mindy, who has a lot of investigative experience, has long ensured that the two figures will not be exposed to any surveillance probe. Welcome. Is like showing off the toys in his hands to friends, and Mingdi introduced everything about the safe house to Su Chen like a few treasures. Barrett sniper rifle. M16 series fully automatic rifle. Carbine. These outside markets are not available. Looking at the various types of guns hanging on one wall after another, Su Chen was still a little surprised. How did this girl spend her childhood? Chapter 12. This is too sturdy, too cool. My house is not far from here. Generally, before dispatching missions, I always come to this safe house to change equipment, put on plain clothes, and set off directly. Mingdi smiled. How old are you? Su Chen is very curious. It just passed my birthday, I am 14 years old. She patted her heart, like a little adult. I really admire you. Su Chen sincerely admired, a 14-year-old cold-faced lowly killer, is simply a very thoughtful impact. I just admire you, you are much cooler than me, you just overturned an army. Mingdi patted Su Chen on the shoulder, and gave him a thumbs up, a vivid image of a jumping girl. Su Chen has become acquainted with her, and the chattering box has also opened a lot, and the previously indifferent face is a little relaxed. How handsome you are like this! The escaped girl, Mingdi, also stretched out her hand to pinch his face, but she was a little elder sister. But when she thought of the other person's cold and merciless slaughter before, she still didn't dare to be too outrageous, stuck out her tongue cutely, and withdrew her hand. Correct. Forgot to call. She suddenly remembered an important thing, that is, she forgot to contact her father. Just now she went out in a hurry, but forgot to bring her mobile phone. But now, after dialing back to the house, there is no call for a long time. Hurry up and answer the phone. Mingdi suddenly became a little anxious. At this time, Su Chen also frowned, and suddenly realized something was wrong. But half a minute, after a minute, there is still no response. Not good. Daddy may have something wrong. Mindy's delicate face was full of nervousness. She hurriedly picked up a large caliber automatic rifle from the wall, put it on her back, straddled one foot on the stool, and picked up the throwing knife from the table. Butterfly knife, uniformly hung on the long leg straps under his skirt. Su Chen did not hesitate, and directly followed her figure all the way out of the safe house. Mindy's house is not far from this safe house. Walk along a roadway, and you can see a detached villa not far away. Mingdi rushed in through the back door. Someone broke in. Mingdi quietly walked into his living room with the sound of footsteps, but the overturned tables and even the tableware scattered all over the place undoubtedly showed that a fight had taken place here. Damn! They took my dad away. And no matter Mingdi searched the entire room, he couldn't find the figure of Big Daddy Damon. At the same time, the secret computer hidden in the toolbox disappeared before my eyes. Mingdi was very anxious and found a mobile phone directly from a drawer on the counter. In order to prevent one of us from being caught, Dad and I will wear a micro-tracker on our clothes. I came back from Central Park and passed through the safe house to stay for a while. It took a lot of time. It may take some time for the other party to follow the address on the background of the computer to arrest people. It is very possible that his father has not been completely taken away. Everything can be completely retained. P.S. There is a profession abroad called a photojournalist, who specializes in shooting fires and criminals and sells it to TV stations and the media. There is a good-looking movie Nightcrawler that is just that. Chapter 19. A car just drove out from the street. For a super killer, driving such a car is much easier than shooting the enemy accurately. It's not far. Mingdi stepped on the gas pedal. The 14-year-old lorry was very small and exquisite, so it seemed that Mindy in the driver's seat was about to stand up. This is an inexplicable cute spot. But Su Chen didn't feel funny in his heart. After all, if he guessed right, the other party's father might be implicated because of him. He can only pray from the bottom of his heart that the other party will not have an accident. Damn! If he can accurately control the power of rewriting reality, he will not be as passive as he is now, and he will travel directly through the space to reach the destination. But the goal that is about to be reached is not too far away. Mingdi's sturdy elegance caused the whole car to swing more than 90 degrees, and stopped firmly on the top of a road. No! She suddenly felt teased. Mingdi opened the car door and pointed to the map location specified by the mobile phone's tracker. But there was a spacious road with no trace of humans in front of him, only a conspicuous trash can appeared in the line of sight. Asshole! Mingdi scolded, and kicked the trash can that was as high as one person in front of him. Among the pile of trash that fell, there was only a grey t-shirt. Daddy's clothes were thrown away. This is a trick to tease yourself. The eyes of the super murderous girl turned red all of a sudden. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that her enemy was not those stupid gang members at all, but the national machinery that was crushing on her shoulders like a mountain. How can these clumsy skills be played by those military personnel? Mindy gritted his teeth and dialed another number on the phone. That was a friend of Daddy Damon, who was once a close friend of the intelligence agency, who also entrusted his channels to obtain a lot of weapons and equipment. Toot. As a result, 2 or 3 phone calls were made, but no one answered them. An ominous meaning permeated his heart. Perhaps he had also been implicated and arrested completely. This bold concept of synergy made Mindy feel confused. Go hurry, it's not safe here. Ming Di Sheng endured his crying and got into the driving position so strongly. Seeing Su Chen in his eyes, he only felt a little pain in his heart. If it were a stranger, he wouldn't be so uncomfortable. The cold and vigilant heart just let go of some guards, ready to accept a new friend, but a ruthless answer came, and he seemed to have killed the friend's family. He has caused too much trouble to others. When was in a muddle, the 2 of them came to the safe house like this. As for Mindy's old house, naturally he cannot stay. Inside the safe house with 3 high walls full of guns, compared to the joyous atmosphere before, after returning here, it was a serious and solemn one, and the conversation was much less. The lowly girl who was happily jumping became extremely silent. She was able to kill 7 in and 7 out in the underground garage of an underground gang last year without changing her face. But for the enemy she is facing now, she feels powerless and unable to start. She can't even find where her father is hiding. After all, they are nothing more than 2 children, without a background of sky-reaching, no extraordinary means, facing Damon who has evaporated from the world. They can only wait here helplessly. The sky outside the window has gradually brightened. The new dawn has arrived, but the light that the 2 people in the house are waiting for has not arrived. I will definitely help you. Su Chen didn't know how to comfort each other, so she could only give promises. How can you help me? Can you go bomb the barracks? Against this country? Against this world? Mingdi choked directly. Under her uncontrollable emotions, there were teary eyes, and the delicate face was full of tears, and the depression that had been suppressed for a long time broke out. After all, is only a 14-year-old child, no matter how rich he is, he still can't resist the departure of his relatives. At this time, a worse news came. The TV screen that has been turned on has switched programs. Now we are broadcasting a piece of news for all citizens. It is reported that a war broke out in the Central Park of Manhattan in the early hours of this morning. General Ross's troops were dealing with a mutant, and the result was tragic extinction. General Ross himself was even more on the scene. This sensational news immediately shocked every viewer in front of the TV. In the peaceful age, can an army be unable to beat a mutant? Is this another terrorist attack by the Mutant Brotherhood? Or is the army arresting a mutant and killing him? Soon, the exclusive TV station broadcasted the battle scenes of Central Park that night. The flying shuttle's sharp needles overwhelmed the soldiers and took the lives of soldiers. A thin young figure just hit a heavy monster into flight. Although the picture taken by the camera is black and white, all of this makes people feel more exciting than Hollywood blockbusters. Under the spread of private news, the ratings of TV stations suddenly increased. The military department was caught off guard. They never thought that the despicable Rising Tide organization would play with them, but they quickly reacted and immediately launched a PR to the TV station. After learning about it, the military representative relayed the news to our TV station. At this time, the host appeared on the screen, and he recited the note he handed over without any haste. The suspect is a new member of the Brotherhood of Terrorist Organization, and he is an extremely vicious and extreme mutant, a Chinese teenager, named Su Chen. What awaits him is the highest level S-class wanted. In other words, he has nowhere to go. In order to make it easier for the audience to recognize, the black and white image of Su Chen is magnified in front of the TV. See this. Standing in front of the TV, Su Chen's complexion became distorted. Central Park is adjacent to the most prosperous area in Manhattan. Naturally, I can't hide the reports from the outside world. In fact, Su Chen still has a trace of hope in his heart, hoping that the media or others will clean up his identity and completely rehabilitate him. As a result, he is an innocent experimental mouse, a military experimental subject who escaped from the dead. Was completely wanted worldwide today, transformed into a mutant member of an extreme terrorist organization. This is nonsense. Chapter 13. He squeezed his fists, his breath became more and more rapid, his eyes were red, and his shoulders rose and fell slightly, as if he was enduring some great grievance and pain. An hour later, the newly renovated dome building in the first city will hold a press conference where the specific details of the suspect will be announced. The voice of the host who continued to talk in front of the TV. The reason why he chose the dome is because this is a high-tech prison newly renovated by the military, which has not yet been put into use. This unusual appearance now also shows the criminals that this is his future home. The irony is full. And the next news was to completely collapse Mindy beside him. But the good news that can be revealed is that an accomplice of the suspect has been completely killed when he absconded in fear of crime. P.S. I started to get into the main topic. At the beginning of this article, I set the tone of blackening. Of course, according to the General Philowen, he basically walked out of the laboratory and began to kill indiscriminately, venting the anger in his heart. But the author can't write these, and he also knows that the former is very easy to break the rhythm. I believe everyone can understand it. Therefore, the protagonist's identity is a 13-year-old indigenous Chinese, who is completely blackened in self-entanglement and growth. In other words, when watching Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, who was more bullied, should have been blackened. Chapter 20. One of the suspect's accomplices has been completely killed when he absconded in fear of crime. At the same time that was broadcast on the TV station, the head of the big old man was also prominently posted. This moment, Mingdi finally couldn't resist the pain in his heart, and the tears accumulated in his eyes suddenly vented out like a gate. She knelt down uncomfortably, and she lay on the ground and started crying loudly. Regarding his father Damon, the superkiller Mindy became more and more rebellious, somewhat resentful. The toys bought by other people's daughters are all Barbie dolls. And her toys are all kinds of guns. The daughter of someone else's family played in the world and enjoyed a happy childhood. But her childhood was hard training, becoming a top female killer. After grew up, she finally understood that she was just a tool for her father's revenge, and a slaughter machine forged with all her efforts for the death of her mother. Sometimes, she can't tell how much Damon loves her daughter. Perhaps the eldest dad wants to return to her mother more than herself. So when it came to the rebellious period, Super Killer had a little bit of resistance in her heart. She wanted to truly return to campus and integrate into the student life that she should have. But now, just because of a low-handed photo-taking behavior and a willful intranet search, it led to a very tragic tragedy. The reason is the boy next to him. I blame you, I blame you. If it weren't for you, nothing would have happened. I hate you. The Super Killer girl in front of her rose into anger, and she kept slapping Su Chen in front of her with her hands. Su Chen was speechless, but lowered his head. His face was gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He wanted to comfort her, but when he thought that the other party complained to him so much, he probably wouldn't have to do it in the future. Maybe he would become an enemy in the future. Thinking of this, Su Chen thought about holding the other party's hands and put them down. Tears soaked his black sweater. The slapped hands had already stopped, and the lowly killer, who had jumped off for the first time, was so helpless and pitiful at this moment. At this time, Mindy reminded Su Chen of his sister. After losing her mother, Susan also burst into tears. Mindy lay in ambush on Su Chen's heart, sobbing desperately. I don't know how long it has passed, she just fell asleep in Su Chen's arms with tears on her face. It seems that the excessive accumulation of pain made her fall asleep in a daze. It's okay to fall asleep. Su Chen glanced at the clock on the wall, and there was not much time left before their press conference. The dome is located in Capital City. Although both are on the east coast of Manhattan, there is a certain distance between the two places. Even if it is a car, it takes at least a few hours. At this moment, Su Chen, whose tenderness has faded away, has no expression on her face, as if she has been hit by reality in a mess. Do not. There were already countless waves in his heart at this time, just like the sea under the stormy night, countless waves rolled over. There was even more hatred in his mind, like a bottomless abyss, gradually exuding an aura of evil and despair. Wanted worldwide. The poor laboratory mouse has transformed into a mutant member of the terrorist organization. The aggressive enemy does not give himself a chance to breathe at all. The peaceful life longing for has gradually become a luxury. Even the only person in Manhattan who treats himself well has suffered misfortune because of being implicated. Why is it me? Why is it always me who suffers? My mother passed away, my sister disappeared, a series of sufferings seemed to torment me. Su Chen doesn't understand. At the age of 13, he didn't want to figure it out either. At this moment, just thinking about revenge and murder. Give yourself all desperate enemies, and those who stand in front of you should all go to hell. At such a desperate moment, Su Chen's slightly delicate and handsome face gradually faded away from childishness, and his indifferent and merciless killing intent became more and more apparent. He doesn't want to give in. I will return your share. Looking at the sleepy Mindy, he walked straight out of the safe house. Goal, Dome Building. If Su Chen just rushes past, I am afraid it will be too late for the press conference to completely catch up. However, Su Chen, who was extremely cold-faced, was already in a state of emotional breakdown, and his heart was completely darkened. He directly recalled how he could instantaneously move from the snowy field to the city of Manhattan hundreds of kilometers away. Suddenly realized in his heart, invisible ripples emerged around the body. A force of change involving reality just made him directly open a space door. Su Chen stepped forward, and the street scene in front of him changed drastically. In this way, he came to a city far away in an instant. Capital City. Looking at the magnificent building not far away, like a dome building with a sharp sword straight through the sky, Su Chen's indifferent expression did not have any emotional ups and downs, and just walked forward like this. Day. The sound of footsteps sounded in this land. He put on his black hood, and the drooping black bangs couldn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Soon, the sound of footsteps disappeared. His figure is still striding forward, but at this moment, every step of his fall is in the air, and the space in front of him is like an invisible staircase to heaven, allowing Su Chen to walk in midair as if walking on the ground. Oh my God, look, who is this? God, this boy is walking in the air. This is too beautiful. At this time, outside the National Defense Headquarters building, many reporters have long been here. At this time, they witnessed this mysterious and strange scene one by one. Damn, isn't this a wanted criminal from that terrorist organization? Oh my God, you guys are really big-hearted. This is not the young wanted criminal reported in the morning. A word to wake up the dreamer. Everyone was even more excited when they heard the words, and the SLR in their hands flashed suddenly. Compared to reporters who watched the excitement, the security guards outside the building changed their faces. The gun insurance was opened one by one, and everyone's muzzle was pointed at the figure in the air. Damn it, the other party is here to kill. No one thought that Su Chen, who had just been declared as the world's most wanted S-class criminal in the morning, was so unscrupulous, appeared in everyone's field of vision under the eyes of everyone, and controlled a mysterious power to ascend the ladder. Boom! A round of bullets continuously shot into the air. Su Chen turned a deaf ear. A wave of thought force outside his body, like an invisible barrier, was supported around his body, and all the bullets were shot out. Without a trace of fear, he walked in the air as if walking on the ground, and came to the high altitude one step after another without any hurries. At this time, he is enough to easily overlook the entire building and the earth. Now, let you feel the pain I endured before. A ray of light haunted from his body. Gradually, a wave of terrifying energy rose directly, resembling a volcano that was erupting, setting off a terrifying momentum. No one knows where the nuclear explosion that bloomed in the large experimental base before went. Actually, is not disappearing. It was Su Chen's body that absorbed the energy of the entire nuclear explosion. Therefore, during this period of time, he walked in Manhattan like a humanoid weapon. He is too kind. This time, he decided to play a big wave. It's time for them to feel the pain of being baptized by a nuclear explosion. Chapter 21. The superkiller Mindy, who fell asleep in a daze, suddenly woke up in a nightmare. She dreamed of the death of her father. But soon, the picture in the dream turned again and turned into a picture of in the blood-washed room of Su Chen. Su Chen. Mingdi's complexion changed. In the safe house in front of him, there is no such thing as Su Chen. She suddenly remembered that she had said a lot of ugly words when she lost control of her emotions. After she returned to her senses, she realized that she was out of shape. After all, the root cause and mistakes were not in Su Chen's body. He is also a victim, his own words can only penetrate his heart like a sharp sword. Suddenly, she turned and looked at the TV next to her, and saw that the upcoming press conference was being reported in real time on the screen, but what no one expected was that the young man who had just been declared the most wanted criminal in the world had just passed the building out of thin air. Over the sky. Su Chen. Chapter 14. For a while, Mindy's exquisite face was completely shocked, and she looked at it in disbelief. Su Chen, don't do stupid things. Mingdi knows how much wrong Su Chen has suffered under his indifferent and ruthless face, and how much pain he has endured in his heart, and how much killing intent has been suppressed for a long time. She had seen some information on the backstage, and naturally she knew that Su Chen was a laboratory mouse who had escaped from the dead, and was not a heinous enemy at all. But once a landmark building is attacked under the eyes of the people of the world, then nothing can be turned back. Turn around? Su Chen, who was so disappointed in the world, never thought of this term at all. From this moment on, he just wanted the world to experience the pain he endured. Nuclear explosion is bestowed by them. Not many people can imagine that a person's body can completely store the power of a nuclear explosion in a person's body in an instant. External energy is like water, and the body is like a wooden barrel. To carry so much vast energy in an instant, it is natural to need an extremely strong body. And Su Chen's body is invincible. After undergoing the baptism of nuclear explosion, the reorganized and healed physique has produced a new resistance, can perfectly adapt to the shock of horrible energy, and the muscle strength of the body has risen to a whole new stage. That's why he can walk in the city with immense majestic energy like a human being. It's time to return all this to you. Su Chen couldn't hear the panic of the people below. The continuous energy fluctuations in his body made the fluctuations of the surrounding air flow more and more turbulent, like a typhoon passing by, raging between heaven and earth. Soon, the lingering energy gradually penetrated out of the body, and continuously spewed out from his body. At this moment, Su Chen, who was covered with light, was like a rising sun. The blazing daylight light covered everything in the line of sight in an instant, and the majestic energy contained in the light also destroyed everything here. Do not run away. The guards on the ground scurrying around, they didn't expect the figure climbing in the air to explode. And this burst of energy is like a pouring sun, the magnificent building that is like a sharp blade out of its sheath, like a snowman under the summer sun, instantly evaporates. What? The figure running on the ground, and even the reporters who joined in the fun, could not escape this catastrophe at all. Their figures also evaporated. Soon, the light of the nuclear explosion that swept out perfectly covered the entire area of the building, and the building, as well as all the soldiers and staff in it, were slaughtered. Looking from a distance, you can see a vast and magnificent mushroom cloud rising above the ground. No one thought that this building, which was placed high hopes by the military to ridicule criminals, would come to an end. Gosh, what is this? God is here, isn't that boy blew himself up? Damn, I was absolutely right. The wanted criminal turned into a sun, releasing a very dazzling light. The audience in front of the TV station was also completely stunned. But the satellite signal was cut off on the screen at this time, and it was impossible to transfer the live broadcast screen at all. No matter how stupid people are, they vaguely understand that the light released from the boy's body just now seems to have turned into a terrifying explosion and attacked the entire landmark building. Of course, the citizens of the capital city saw this scene very clearly. A creepy mushroom cloud rose on the ground far away. Oh my God, our country has suffered a nuclear explosion. Soon, someone posted the mushroom cloud pictures taken on social platforms via mobile phones. Shock! The building designed by Iron Man was nuclear exploded. The military was slapped face to face. This scene is really spectacular. One time, the number of hits surpassed hundreds of thousands in an instant. After reprinting and broadcasting, more and more people know that Washington, D.C., which is popularly known as the capital city, has been attacked. Wait, isn't this a joke? In downtown Manhattan, Tony Stark in the Stark headquarters building almost squirted water out of his mouth when he heard the news. The safest facility in the world will never allow any criminals to escape from prison, but hasn't it been put into use yet? Has it been nuclearly exploded at close range? This makes Tony feel an extremely slap in the face. Looking at the video screens reposted from various sources, Tony, who has become Iron Man, showed great curiosity. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Jarvis, the artificial intelligence butler, immediately understood his owner's intentions. Through the satellite equipment linked to the low Earth orbit, Jarvis immediately calculated the nuclear equivalent value. The mutant power that is suspected of being energy-absorbing has stored the world's most wanted criminal with a terrifying nuclear equivalent. However, according to the scale of the self-detonation, this teenager can no longer survive. Well, this is very obvious. Iron Man Tony started to complain. After all, this really doesn't need to be calculated. As long as anyone with a brain sees this scene, they are basically sure that the other party has blew himself up. No, sir, there is also a very conspicuous life fluctuation in the nuclear explosion area. In less than a second, Jarvis's ruthless answer was to reward him with a slap in the face. Impossible. At this moment, even Tony, who had always been calm, stood up in shock. The same moment, I saw that in the place where the incident occurred in full view, among the mushroom clouds that rose up, a slender and thin figure hovering around invisible waves, just like an ordinary person, came out of the nuclear explosion unscathed. P.S. First, it is customary to ask for a wave of flowers and evaluation votes every day. Your support is the motivation of the author. PS2, thank you for the 100 rewards of Yoxi V. Chapter 22. Boom. The terrifying mushroom cloud just stood on the ground, and the magnificent building that symbolized the sturdy military exploits in the past was completely smoothed out. The cloud of death just shrouded this area. Wan Lai is silent. But in the deadly silence, amidst this terrifying nuclear haze and explosive fireworks, a figure lingering invisible fluctuations came out of it without delay. No one thought that a slender figure could walk out of the center of the nuclear explosion. Wears a black hood, a black bangs cover his forehead, a pair of black and white eyes are filled with coldness, and there is not much emotional fluctuation under his indifferent and ruthless face. It's him. Oh my God, that self-destructed global wanted man was unscathed. Shocked by the radiation of the nuclear haze, the citizens of the nearby area have already fled in a hurry. After all, there are still reporters who are not afraid of death. For first-hand information, they took the helicopter gunship and directly brought the photographers to bring first-line reports to the world. He made it. I was thinking of a reporter who took a close-up shot of the scene of the nuclear explosion, but he didn't expect to see the stock figures coming out of the nuclear explosion. It's him. Is the one who was declared as an S-class global wanted criminal by the National Defense spokesperson this morning and was listed as a member of the extreme mutants of a terrorist organization. He led the nuclear explosion with one hand, but now, he walked out of it unscathed. This is too shocking and shocking. It is reported that this Chinese teenager Su Chen just killed General Ross and his special forces in Central Park in downtown Manhattan. And now, this young man is absolutely lawless. He did not see the law in his eyes. He even completely neutralized a building in a strange way under the eyes of everyone. The host held the microphone and said. The master carrying a camera even gave a close-up shot from the air, taking all the indifferent figure and face of Su Chen into it. Less than a second. The cameraman suddenly saw from the lens that the teenager who had come out of the nuclear explosion raised his head and looked at them with indifference and mercilessness. Noisy. Under the blackened Su Chen, he could clearly hear the voice far away in the sky. Lawlessness. There is no trace of legal ethics. These harsh words further strengthened Su Chen's will to revenge. Didn't they insist that they were mutant members of extreme organizations? Then as they wish. Su Chen raised his right hand, and saw a light flashing from a fingertip. In the blink of an eye, the light was completely magnified, and it instantly turned into a thick beam of light and blasted toward the sky. Do not. The helicopter that is far away has no time to make too many evasive actions. The speed of the beam is too fast. Boom. The propeller of the entire helicopter was immediately damaged by the beam and lost its rising support. The entire helicopter fell straight toward the ground like a meteorite. Boom. Soon, an orange flame suddenly rose up on the ground in the distance. In such a crash, the personnel on the helicopter did not even think about surviving. At the same time, in the area in front of, more and more military vehicles continued to drive here. But the soldiers who wanted to play a role in blocking the scene did not think that a survivor would be able to get out of the nuclear explosion, and he was the initiator of everything. Everyone pays attention, immediately fire. The first batch of biochemical troops who arrived did not even take care of blocking the scene. Chapter 15. The enemy appeared, and in cold sweat, they immediately turned a gun at the arrogant figure. "Raise your hands immediately." The commander's subconscious habit spoke warning words. His face blushed, facing such a lawless member of the extreme mutant who had caused a nuclear explosion. Such warning words were meaningless at all. "Fire directly." Boom. The untidy gunfire continued to bloom, showing that everyone's mood was a little flustered. Many people who breathe unconsciously even felt their scalp numb and their whole body trembled. Nonsense! This is the monster that came out of the nuclear explosion unscathed. What does Bullet do? However, the soldiers who came to blockade the scene and maintained the order were also suffering in their hearts. Suddenly they encountered such a horrible situation. Under the order of the officer, they could only shoot repeatedly at the figure that was walking forward. One by one bullets cut through the air and kept hitting the front. The invisible power of thought fluctuated in front of him, blocking all the bullets in front of him. Following Su Chen's thought, these bullets quickly flew to the soldiers not far away in a hurry in an accelerated manner. The sound of bullets penetrating flesh and blood continued to sound. The figure of the soldier in front of him quickly fell down. Suddenly, a round of long-barreled artillery shells continued to blast out, roaring loudly, and the large caliber shells wrapped in a huge impact and kept falling around Su Chen's body. "Give me a bullet screen cover." Boom! One round of cannonballs enough to smash a building, so one after another resounded around Su Chen. Fiery flame burns, majestic thermal impact, and metal jets composed of countless iron pieces bloom all around Su Chen. Logically speaking, Su Chen was able to avoid it completely by means of thinking motivation. But at this moment, the body that has completely released all the nuclear explosion energy in the body is empty, and Su Chen needs energy from the outside to supplement it. For a moment, he was lingering in visible fluctuations, just like swallowing, absorbing all forms of energy such as heat and kinetic energy around him. With such an astonishing draw, even the light was distorted. Energy use +5. Energy use +5. The system built by quickly feedbacks the improvement and changes of the ability. Coming! Su Chen's eyes flashed with dim light. He directly raised both hands, only to see two luminous cannons brewing in his palm. The next moment, boom! The incomparable light cannons condensed the horrible energy beams, and in this way, they opened a terrifying chasm on the ground, covering all the gun carts and soldiers in the distance, destroying and killing them. In such a short period of time, the troops that came to maintain order the first time were wiped out and completely lost their organization. Satellite equipment far away in space also captured this scene very well. For this reason, the entire country directly raised the alert level to the highest level. SHIELD immediately dispatched. Send all the special forces. I don't care what you do, anyway, within today, I must see the tears of this extreme mutant confessing to this land, and I must have him dead without a place to be buried. The president suddenly scolded and issued the latest order. P.S. Thank you for the 100 rewards of wandering qualification. Chapter 23. The boy who walked out of the nuclear explosion so recklessly wiped out an entire biochemical force. Soon, the national alert level has been adjusted to the highest level. For the Chinese teenager Su Chen who succeeded in the nuclear explosion in the local area, he was directly upgraded from the S-Class Global Wanted Criminal to the SSS class. As the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, SHIELD has also sent a rapid response force to mark Su Chen as a special dangerous level, which means that no one with the authority of a 9th level agent can read this person's information. Contact Iron Man Tony. SHIELD Director Nick Fury immediately contacted the most popular superhero in recent times. Since Tony Stark successfully solved the troubles in his group and announced to the people around the world that he is Iron Man, this guy has become the most popular superhero. At this difficult time, the people need heroes. The people need someone to stand up. This heinous extrajudicial fanatic needs to be brought to justice, or killed quickly. After all, even the most arrogant extreme mutants in the past, the leader of the Brotherhood, and the famous Magneto could not achieve such a feat. Even Magneto himself was successfully arrested by military personnel and detained in an underground prison for a period of time. Damn it! Under the eyes of everyone in the world, this young man was so lawless and nuclear exploded in the mainland at close range. No one could bear such a shameful shame. This boy must win. For a time, the nation quickly sent more special personnel to Washington, D.C. Over the East Coast, more than a dozen Raptor fighter jets swept across the coast and moved towards the nuclear explosion site at supersonic speeds. Fire attack is authorized. This is a flying combat team under the Atlantic 7th Force. They set off directly from the aircraft carrier far away at sea and quickly arrived on the battlefield. Regardless of the scarcity of numbers, such a flying formation alone, with its gunpowder warheads and rapid supersonic flight speed, is enough to suppress a small country and kill 7 in and out in its territory. But now, they have encountered a problem. A teenager who can survive a nuclear explosion, can their fire suppression work? They do not clear. But in order to contain the enemy, drag the opponent's pace, and trap him in this area is their most important task. Fire. After receiving the authorization order, the fighter pilots activated the launchers one after another. Click. Under the bomb bay of the Raptor fighter, a mounted missile device suddenly popped up. In less than a second, the tail of the missile was completely ignited and the mounting device was suddenly released. The missile pierced the sky in this way and bombarded the target on the ground with precision. Fighter. Su Chen looked at the sky. Speaking of his childhood dreams, he also had a combat pilot. Looking at the approaching missiles, Su Chen's eyes suddenly became cold. With just one thought, the power fluctuations turned into an invisible giant hand, and the swift and violent missile was held in the air by him. Middle. Boom. The whole missile was squeezed out of thin air. Can be an instant. More and more missiles flew from the end of the horizon. From a small black spot in the distance, it quickly approached and turned into a breathing warhead. That's it. Su Chen raised his right hand and gently patted to his side. Pats the air clearly, seemingly meaningless action, but it has a very weird effect. I saw a missile approaching from a distance bend so skewed. In an instant, it completely deviated from its trajectory and fell to the ground far away with an invisible force. Boom! The urban area of the first city was immediately greeted by its own missile bombing, many high-rise buildings collapsed, and the orange fire rose. Damn it! The driver cursed secretly. They also didn't expect the other party's weird power abilities to be able to get as many missiles as possible in the future so easily. This will only increase innocent casualties. Delay for half a minute, and then I'll return home. Sending out such a flying formation had no intention of destroying this young man's original intention was to delay the opponent. Taking advantage of the high altitude and even the supersonic flight speed, there is no need to worry too much about the enemy's attack from the ground. But their ideas are still a bit too simple. When multiple Raptor fighters finished firing their missiles and whizzed past the area above Su Chen's head, the sound of engines starting resounding through the sky made the indifferent young man frown. For the first time, he really didn't have much to deal with fighters. Because it's too fast, it's too high. Of course, the other party has no means to check and balance himself. But it's still too noisy. Su Chen's indifferent and unforgiving face showed a trace of killing intent, and he couldn't bear the sound of the supersonic engine constantly roaring back and forth in the air in his ears. This makes his mood a little bad. As the saying goes, blackening is 10 times stronger, and whitening is weaker by 3 points. When Su Chen's mood was completely reversed and he embraced the abyss, he became more comfortable with the use of abilities. Let them fall. It's like saying what you say. An invisible wave of power began to interfere with reality. Chapter 16. After Su Chen in the darkened state was a little irritable, this ethereal and invisible force immediately acted on the reality, directly altering the reality. There are always people in this world who are curious about how to modify reality. Someone put forward a good answer, that is, to modify the probability that nature exists. Such as, the engine device of the fighter jet is malfunctioning, even if the probability is very small under maintenance. But this cold and ruthless boy is like a god, throwing probability dice, leading the realistic answer to the worst situation. So, no, why did the fighter's engine suddenly fail? At least, at the same time, several fighter pilots made desperate calls. With an invisible force, they just ushered in the worst ending. The fighter's dual-ring engine all failed at the same time and could not be started. One time, an expensive Raptor fighter jet just fell towards the ground. In less than a few seconds, there was a loud explosion in the city and even on the sea, and the orange-red flames completely bloomed. Still not skilled enough. Su Chen glanced at only half of the fighters left in the air. Obviously, the almost incomprehensible reality tampering just now did not fully take effect on all fighters. But he is not depressed, because this ability is really unsolvable and bug. Even if he has a lot of experience now, it will take some time to fully grasp it. P.S. Thank you for the 100 rewards of Emphasis, thank you for the 100 rewards of Doomsday, and thank you for the 100 rewards of 3 mice. Chapter 24. Retreat. Retreat now. The pilot of the Raptor fighter suddenly shouted. Due to unknown reasons, the 6 fighter jets flying high in the sky encountered the problem of engine failure at the same time and fell directly to the surface. The incident happened hastily, but 3 people did not eject out of the cabin in time. But even so, these drivers who floated in the air on parachutes did not usher in the end of death. What? Such a slow-floating target unit, a surging thought force fluctuations directly emerged, as if an invisible giant hand was completely held together. Boom! A blood mist bloomed. Su Chen didn't even need to use too much power, just gently poked the opponent's parachute, and directly gave the opponent a vertical acceleration landing package. Damn it! The remaining fighters that managed to escape from the dead did not dare to turn their heads at all, so they flew back towards the distant sea carrier. It was amazing, and the inexplicable crash caused them to cry out in a cold sweat. This is definitely not an accident. Must be caused by the teenager who walked out of the nuclear explosion. Sir, maybe the enemy you are about to face has some kind of magical ability. Jarvis, this does not conform to your usual rigorous speaking logic. Tony Stark soared in the air wearing the latest Mark armor. From the Stark Group building in Manhattan to Washington, D.C., he could easily reach it in less than a minute. Through satellite equipment in low Earth orbit, Jarvis, an artificial intelligence, is monitoring the boy at the place of the incident in real time. However, after the pursuit incident was triggered, even the rigorous and scientific Jarvis system could not argue why this was. It's like an inexplicable crash after causing the other party to be irritated. Hey guy! Tony laughed a little after hearing this. When you say that, I thought the other party was a god? When I get angry, the world will fall apart. Jarvis continued to respond without any mood swings. The disaster like the collapse of the sky and the earth can still be seen, but there was no obvious sign of energy in the crash just now, and it made the engine completely malfunction invisibly. The underlying code of artificial intelligence is about logic. Now, when encountering an attack that interferes with reality, it is indeed a bit daunting. Invisible and without a trace, all forms of energy from the outside world cannot be detected, which adds a huge problem to Jarvis. We have 5 seconds to reach the battlefield. Jarvis posted a reminder. The Mark armor, driven by a microreactor, is much faster than the previous Raptor fighter jets when in flight. Soon. The gorgeous gold-red suit just flew all the way over the city of Washington, D.C. Wow! It's Iron Man! He is finally here. I love you, Tony Stark. Iron Man! Always God. One time, the people of the city on the ground suddenly shouted. From his birth to the public revealing his identity, the arrogant and confident Iron Man has been the most popular superhero. Many children ran out of the house wearing clothes with the Iron Man logo, holding their hands high, and shouting to Tony, who was flying in the air. "Jarvis, do you want to help me test how loud the cheers of the citizens are? By the way, help me test the happiness index of the citizens." Even on the battlefield, Tony is still so humorous. Jarvis is accustomed to his own master style, but there is no response, reflecting the performance of high intelligence. Okay, back to the topic. Tony's expression hidden under the mask immediately became serious. His figure slanted across the mushroom cloud area produced by the nuclear explosion. With the help of the nuclear haze, he immediately ejected a miniature missile from the position of the magazine on his shoulder. Like bees coming out of a honeycomb, a bunch of miniature missiles passed through the smoke like rain and flew towards the target on the ground. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the ground seemed to be bombarded by a group army. The ground cracked and orange-red explosions and fireworks raged up. "Sir, heat, kinetic energy, and all impact energy are rapidly disappearing." Through Tony's bird's-eye view from the air, you can immediately see that the fireworks on the ground begin to quickly dissipate, just like looking back in time, the surging fireworks and even the impact of explosions quickly disappear without a trace. Sure enough, the other party's energy index exponentially skyrocketed, and it has been determined that this boy has the ability to absorb and release external energy. Please be careful, sir. This temptation also strengthened Tony's idea. As a high IQ genius, he naturally thinks of how the other party brought the energy of the nuclear explosion to the National Defense Headquarters and detonated it, and the use of energy is the best answer. This mutant seems to have a lot of abilities. In this way, Tony felt a little tricky. In addition to the motivation to read just now, there is also an inexplicable and strange ability. The young man in front of him has at least 3 abilities. When did mutants have so many unmatched abilities? But there is a big exclamation mark in my mind. How did the other party absorb the nuclear explosion? After all, that is something that the country strictly controls, and ordinary people can't reach it at all. We have successfully cracked the National Defense Database by brute force through a background program. Jarvis, who had a good heart, set out to arrange this wisely. This is easy for Tony, who has perfect hacking skills. In addition, many of the security facilities of defense agencies are built by Howard, and it is very natural to leave a back door in secret. This investigation made Tony feel a little speechless. I didn't expect it. This turned out to be a child who had escaped from a large laboratory and almost turned into a mouse for human experiments. Obviously, the official identities of the extreme mutants previously announced are obviously fabricated. Tony was a little speechless. For these military representatives, he had been upset for a long time, but he did not expect that this tragedy was still indirectly brewed. No matter what, this boy still went the wrong way after all. The bombing of the National Defense Headquarters has become an established fact. In any case, the boy must give an explanation. Arrests are the least. Most. The death penalty is exempt. Who? Tony took a deep breath, softened his inner guilt a little, and then immediately called out Jarvis. I will offer to hire the best lawyer afterwards. But now activate the family party plan for me, and give this teenager a curtain call for the final party. P.S. Here comes the question, what is the party plan? Chapter 25. Iron Man Tony's family party plan is officially launched. Through the remote operation of artificial intelligence Jarvis, the Mark armors placed in the Stark Industrial Building have already activated themselves. In an instant, more than 20 steel robots soared in the air, schemed over the ground, and directly flew toward the nuclear explosion area. Lively and enthusiastically, this is Tony Stark's family party plan. is also the curtain call for the last party he gave to Su Chen in front of him. Since the target absorbs external energy, it can only bind him, imprison him, and not give him a chance to absorb energy. Plan B begins. At this time. Chapter 17. The people in the urban area saw so many steel robots bursting through the air at a glance, and the cheers became louder and louder. There are so many steel suits with various color coatings soaring, which naturally attracted the attention of most people. After all, this is the first time that Tony has exposed other types of mark suits to the public's perspective. Superhero Iron Man. Regarding the golden red steel suit that schemed through the air, Su Chen naturally knew his origin. Speaking of it, when he was a child, he was very envious of the existence of superheroes. After all, everyone has the heart to act as a hero. The irony is that now he has become a supervillain. In order to deal with him, this Iron Man even took out his whole cards. Boom! In an instant, two black-coated steel suits flew from the left and right sides of the field of view. Driven by the miniature reactor, the speed faster than the supersonic speed actually made Su Chen's dynamic vision all of a sudden. Can't keep up. Boom! A sense of impact that is enough to smash the ground hits head-on. Su Chen was expressionless. Is like a rock coming from a stormy sea, his figure standing on the ground hasn't moved at all. Under the baptism of the nuclear explosion, his terrifying physique has already been tempered for thousands of years, and the impact caused by the mere supersonic speed is nothing. Dynamic Vision +10. Dynamic Vision +10. The system built by displays the evolutionary information again and again. Su Chen's face was cold, and a surging thought power fluctuation burst out of his mind. In the blink of an eye, the two steel robots that came as a surprise were rejected by a terrifying force, and they flew out. Hundreds of meters away. And this time, in the field of vision in front of, several steel battle suits fell steadily on the ground. Mark Armor 24 Heavy Tank. As the name suggests, the heavy tank type Mark Armor is very bulky and tall, and the visual effect is even more bloated, without any aesthetic feeling. The reason why Tony designed such a heavy combat suit is to deal with the Hulk. But now, in order to completely imprison Su Chen who can absorb energy, he has to move it out. When the heavy robot with a height of nearly 3 meters in front of him was moving, the ground trembled. Soon, these heavy guys immediately accelerated and ran towards Su Chen. Su Chen frowned, because he inexplicably felt an enemy behind him. This seems to be the ability of an infinitely evolved mutant gene to be newly generated in recent days. Anticipate the enemy's attack trend. Godlike intuition. Combat intuition. At least the built system displays it like this. Su Chen has some understanding. And as expected, the meaning conveyed by the intuition of the battle, there was no trace of the back area, and there was no fluctuation in the presence of it, and unexpectedly, a figure of a steel suit was ushered in inexplicably. Mark Armor 15, Sneaky. The invisible person under the family party package is perfectly adapted to covert assassination operations, anti-radar, anti-energy detection and other means. Click. At least at this moment, this sneaky steel robot, who came close without a trace, just hugged Su Chen with a pair of steel arms around his waist. At this time, multiple heavy tank Mark robots have also rushed in front of them. They directly hugged Su Chen's arms with their bloated and heavy metal arms. Little devil, enough is enough. The robot in front of him heard the voice of Iron Man Tony. There are more than a dozen Mark steel robots of various types flying in the sky. In order to avoid giving a little bit of energy to an opponent who can absorb energy, Tony relies on pure close confinement and prepares to take him to a prison of his own. That's all. Su Chen sneered. What? In Tony's incredulous tone. Su Chen's hands were so backhanded, his right hand grabbed a mechanical arm, and he didn't see how hard he was. The entire metal armor that could resist the baptism of cannonballs was just scratched by his abrupt hand. A spurt of strength caused Su Chen to grab one of the arms of the heavy tank robot in front of him with one hand. What are you kidding? Even these tatters dare to imprison me. Before this, Su Chen, who had never demonstrated his physical superiority, began to show off his power. Lost his imprisonment, his right hand suddenly squeezed a fist. With a punch, there was a sonic boom in the air. The 13-year-old boy's fist was wrapped in majestic and terrifying power, and it smashed the head of the heavy tank in front of him. Su Chen roared and shook his whole body, and surging energy fluctuations surged out of his body, and the sneaky robot that hugged him around his waist was blasted out from behind. The last remaining heavy tank robot suddenly activated its thrusters at this moment, trying to drive Su Chen in front of him to fly out of this land. Humph! Su Chen let out a cold snort. After being taken away for more than 10 meters, his feet stood firmly in midair under the influence of neon motive. Then he clenched his fists and moved towards the head of the bloated and cumbersome robot. Fist went. Boom! An unpretentious fist, even a fist without a trace of combat training, shattered the head of the robot in such a brutal and incomprehensible way. This moment, Tony looked silly. The PLANB project has officially failed. The opponent has an unsolvable physique. It has not yet been analyzed how the opponent has so many abilities. Jarvis's words without any emotional fluctuations deeply hit Tony's heart. Damn it! What should I do now? P.S. First, it is customary to ask for the support of a wave of flowers and evaluation votes. PS2, thank you for the reward of two-dimensional fanatic, thank you for reading the book. S100 rewards. Chapter 26. Click. Su Chen stepped forward with his right foot, and completely trampled on the steel robot that was still moving after falling to the ground. Perception +10. Neon momentum +30. Awakening, ultra-distance touch. Awakening, low-light vision. The infinitely mutated gene has once again found an evolutionary direction. The invisible sneaky steel robot could not be detected just now, but Su Chen now has evolved corresponding restraint characteristics. There were ripples in his clear, black and white eyes, and they shimmered. Soon. Not far from Su Chen's side, a figure of a robot that was also lurking in the dark revealed its traces. This is not available in the past. Not only that, in order to further restrain this kind of stealth unit, Su Chen's perception has also undergone a transformation, that is, the ultra-distance touch. Touch is the change of feeling caused by human skin contact. The sense of touch from a distance is naturally the invisible and invisible perception that can give oneself a certain amount of feedback on all objects that pass by. Just like now, the perceptual power spreading behind him outlines a slender and thin figure of a man in Su Chen's mind. He holds a samurai longsword in his hand, and is stepping towards him step by step. The katana slashed to his neck. At such a critical moment, I saw that this completely invisible samurai sword was completely grasped by Su Chen's right hand that suddenly stretched out. The killer, who completely exposed his figure from stealth and invisibility, didn't even know how the opponent was able to see through his whereabouts. He is puzzled. Also didn't understand that Su Chen couldn't see his figure in the first few seconds. It was because of the stimulation of sneaky robots that he developed restraint characteristics. But what makes him feel more panic? The opponent's grip is terrifying. Boom! The samurai long knife that was cut to the neck, cast from Edmund alloy, was easily squeezed by him. Damn it! Seeing the opponent just turned around like this, he felt that the strength of the enemy's body was a bit exaggerated. He immediately hid in the air again, and quickly escaped from the attack range of the person in front of him in a state of invisibility. Not good. The opponent's cold eyes were full of mockery, and the attention of his eyes fell completely on his body, as if the young man had completely seen his invisible trail. Boy! The masked killer sneered at this moment. Do you think you are special? Next second. His figure disappeared completely without a trace under the ripples of the invisible space. Interesting. Su Chen's indifferent face revealed a sense of interest. Could the enemy who was killed suddenly be able to teleport? It's too late to say, it's fast then. A terrifying wind hit again from behind, and the assassin's figure teleported behind Su Chen, took out another slender blade from his waist and slashed at Su Chen's back suddenly. Chapter 18. It's just that, when this extremely sharp blade fell less than a few centimeters behind Su Chen's back, it was resisted by a thin wave of turbulence. Its swaying and falling power is also slowly disappearing. The killer only feels his own wrist for a while, and suddenly realizes that the other party has swallowed his own power. Damn it! He cursed secretly again, and within the next second, he completely dived into the space and disappeared from Su Chen's field of vision again. It runs really fast. Su Chen frowned. This moment, around him, a flashing teleportation figure greeted him. He kept looking for the vital points of his body and shot, and when he was found, he could run fast and disappear into the air instantly. This is the person under General Stryker. Soaring in the sky, Tony was also slightly surprised, but he quickly realized who the spoiler came from. In the area surrounding the nuclear explosion, all personnel had been emptied long ago, and all the personnel who came now were all reinforced special forces. There are many superheroes among them. The first person to take over was a special force under the name of General Stryker. In the past, the brothers Wolverine and Sabretooth once worked for him and joined this special force. Now, after mastering most of the mutant X genes, General Stryker even hatched and created a lot of elite soldiers. To know that most mutants, their X gene can only show one kind of ability. There are very few mutants like Qin Ji Lei that show telepathy and mind power. This is still the development of the power of the Phoenix. The latest X-weapon soldier, but under the hand of General Stryker, successfully blended a variety of superpowers. Invisible, teleport. The assassin in front of him kept jumping in Su Chen's field of vision with ease. We took over the scene. On the ground not far away, several military armed vehicles stopped and walked off a number of figures wearing black vests and suits. General Stryker was worried and did not dare to arrive at the scene. Of course, an X-weapon unit under its banner has already arrived. Su Chen naturally didn't know that the people who came suddenly were all under General Stryker. But now he is very clear that the battle is urging him to evolve quickly. Especially under the stimulation of the enemy's various abilities, his infinitely evolving undead physique is like finding the direction of mutation, opening a new transformation in the body. Awakening, space exploration. In a short time, Su Chen's clear black and white eyes once again ushered in a brand new change. This time, he can see the materialized spatial structure around him. Space warping, folds, crevices, and various conceptual structures fell in his eyes, and the figure hidden in the folds of the space was also captured by him. It's really noisy. Day. Su Chen kicked the ground with his right foot, and the ground instantly cracked into a pit, and he saw his figure advancing as fast as a cannonball. Die. The broken blade that he had just grabbed by his right hand penetrated into the void in front of him. It was a coincidence that the assassin who had just teleported here was as if he had died personally, pressing his forehead against this broken blade. Blade. The high-quality Edmund's broken blade penetrated his head like this. This is impossible. Until he was about to die, he didn't understand what was going on, his consciousness was so completely blurred. The whole person died suddenly. Chapter 27. The assassin didn't know how the other party predicted where he would appear in the next teleport until he died. Too difficult. He went directly to with confusion and incomprehension. Jarvis, did you notice what happened just now? Sir, I can't get insight right away. Soaring Yukong Tony Stark frowned. There is an uncertain understanding in his heart. It seems that the young man on the ground is constantly learning in the battle, constantly absorbing nutrients from it, and beginning to evolve. The idea sounds incredibly absurd. But when I think of this young wanted criminal, from the trance of facing the teleporting killer, to the sudden violent murder. That one is very spicy, that one is determined. Made Tony feel very cold. Maybe this enemy is more difficult than imagined. But no matter what, with the arrival of the people under General Stryker, Tony had no choice but to stand by in the air. The enemy is a bit weird, everyone needs to be careful. The personnel who got off the military armored vehicle quickly entered a state of alert. It's okay, I promise he will be a meatloaf soon. A bloated waist is like a wine barrel. The fat man laughed strangely. There was no greeting at all, and he rushed to Su Chen not far away along with a thin man beside him. At the same time, a psychic energy that could not see a trace of fluctuations only eroded into Su Chen's mind. Su Chen frowned. At this moment, he suddenly felt a surge of spiritual fluctuations in his mind, which plunged into his head like a sharp needle. Not only that, but a harsh sound wave attacked his ears. It's a pity that this kind of sonic attack that penetrates the eardrums of others has been completely immune since the last time I faced General Ross. As for the mind attack, less than a second. His infinitely evolving mutant gene has transformed into a restrained corresponding ability. Awakening, mind barrier. The pain of the heart that pierced into his head like a needle suddenly disappeared. Even the mental fluctuations trying to tamper with one's own will are completely cut off by an invisible barrier in his mind. You have a lot of abilities. Su Chen's indifferent face showed a hint of interest. What he likes most is to fight against the capable. Damn it! The Banshee and the Mind Catcher looked at each other, but they did not dare to believe that their combined attack was directly neutralized. But the pain that the other party endured just now doesn't seem to be fake. The Mind Catcher frowned. The earthquake trembled, and the fat man who looked like a wine barrel in front of him slammed in front of him. Little devil, let me get down. The guy codenamed Fatty stretched his fat hand over. Although he had noticed that the Mind Catcher's attack had suddenly failed, the scene in front of him was not enough to stop him from attacking. For an instant, his physique suddenly swelled up, as if the fat all over his body suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, a giant monster several meters tall came into view. Fat's ability is super endurance, and it is said to be the monster that can resist the most blows. As a support, a thin figure shot out from the diagonal stabbing, and he was the most critical killer. Compared to Fat, Su Chen's battle intuition clearly reflects a hint of crisis. Obviously the unknown ability of another person is dangerous. Roll. Su Chen's thoughts moved, and a majestic thought force spewed out, directly blasting on the fat giant in front of him. The fat-filled physique of the other party directly sank and trembled. Inexplicably, all the power that fell on his physique was removed. The air cannonball that was enough to completely shatter a heavy tank, but it only shook it back. More than 2 meters away. The power of reading begins to change. Su Chen ignored the fat boy. A serious face looked at the figure that had been killed on his side, and a very surging disintegration force emerged from the opponent's arm. Master of Decomposition. His ability is to break all tangible and intangible matter into the simplest molecules and atoms. Su Chen, without a trace of fear, did not show a trace of cowardice. On the contrary, in the face of the enemy who was killed, Su Chen, full of fighting spirit, rushed towards the opponent like this, full of energy, and the motivation of thinking formed an invisible coat all over his body. He raised his fist and slammed into the killer. The thin man who came. Boom! The man in front of him was knocked out like a tattered doll. Click! But the fist that Su Chen bombed away also exploded a series of fine cracks, and a faint blood mark appeared. You must know that his physique that has been tempered by a nuclear explosion is not trivial. If it weren't for the power of mind, and the energy of the whole body added 2 layers of insurance, I am afraid that the other party's terrifying force of collapse will inevitably cause a lot of harm to me. Body cells begin to metamorphose. Body strength starts to increase. At this moment, its own infinitely evolved genes also began to develop resistance to it. The opponent is enough to collapse matter into the simplest molecules and atoms, then the molecular density of one's body will become more sophisticated, and the strength of the whole body will begin to move forward to a whole new level. And the fine scars on the fist have completely recovered in less than an instant. Certainly. In this short period of time, Su Chen's motivation for thinking has also successfully completed a brand new transformation. Awakening, 9th Power Plasticization. Chapter 19. The system built by clearly informs Yu Suchen of the genetic information of the metamorphosis. It's over. His mind once again released the surging thought power. The fat who had been killed again in front of him ignored him, grinning, and just relied on his super endurance to kill him. It's a pity that the thought power fluctuations that blasted away this time began to be plasticized. The hideous and sharp thorns appeared in the air very indifferently. Thousands of spikes traversed in the air, completely hit the enemy in front of you. In an instant, this fat body was suddenly pierced by 1,000 arrows, and the whole body was filled with blood. The power of thought can change like this, which is beyond anyone's imagination. No, it's not right. Looking at this young man who is constantly fighting and evolving, he seems to have thought of something. Damn it! This should be human at all. Finished. His imperfect body just collapsed. P.S. I have a headache, I tried the phonetic code word. Chapter 28. The fat with super stamina and super endurance, just fell. In the past, this fat and strong guy has always played the role of a meat shield in this special team. Even if it was a cannonball that was enough to blast through a fortress, it was still a precise bullet, and it would be completely bounced out by his fat skin. Even the most famous boxing champion in the world, a punch with all his strength can only be completely relieved of his strength by his fat body. But now, he has fallen, as if 1,000 arrows were fired, piercing his whole body with blood holes. As for another thin man who can destroy an atom, his ending is also ushered in. Nice ability! Su Chen exclaimed sincerely. After the nuclear explosion, he really couldn't think of any external stimuli that could stimulate his physical growth. And now, this guy has done it. The invisible power fluctuations of thought began to condense in Su Chen's right hand. After Nian motive was able to be plasticized, he directly fabricated a spear with indifferent traces out of thin air. Damn, how did you guy do it? The figure lying on the ground clenched his fists and said very angrily. In the previous confrontation, the opponent was unscathed. You need to know the ability of your own atom to collapse, but you can decompose everything into its original atomic state. Decompose everything, it can be said to be invincible. But the ability that was unsuccessful in the past has completely hit a wall under the boy in front of him. And he himself is just an ordinary body of flesh and blood, naturally he can't hold the punch of the monster in front of him. The whole person collapsed to the ground, but it was difficult to move. Monster, what a monster! Su Chen ignored the aggrieved guy, his eyes fell completely on his neck. I saw that the skin there was covered with cracks from the operation, extending all the way from the back of the neck to the back of the head. Experimental body. Su Chen suddenly understood, where did these guys come from? He couldn't figure out why these poor guys would work for that kind of beast. This makes him very puzzled and very annoyed. So, the spear in his hand penetrated his head. Your presence makes me feel sick from the bottom of my heart. Is like the last death announcement. As Su Chen's right foot suddenly kicked the ground, his figure suddenly shot forward like a sharp arrow. Not good. The members of this special team suddenly panicked. A tall and strong man took the lead in the fight. His ability seemed to be related to animalization. The whole person became a bit like a giant bear. Boom! It's just that his body can't stand the impact of a 13-year-old child. Is like a train running at full speed. His figure was suddenly knocked out hundreds of meters away. What? At the same time, a scream was constantly emitted. It was a sonic attack from the Banshee. At close range, you can even see the sound waves making violent ripples in the air. Su Chen, who bears the brunt, is like a okay person. You are going to do it soon. I have done it. The mind catcher said anxiously. Sonic immunity +1. Mind barrier +10. Su Chen calmly placed himself within their attack range. With his cold eyes, he also saw a slight change in the space gap at this moment. A figure moving forward from the space is about to appear behind him. When Su Chen thought, an invisible giant hand formed behind him. The figure that moved along just appeared, and was completely grasped by this giant hand. This performance of God's anticipation shocked everyone present. It's another teleporter. Su Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. Is there such a coincidence that he met two people who were born with teleportation in a row? Let me go. The figure held by an invisible giant hand was struggling. His feet were completely separated from the ground and completely suspended. He tried to transfer out, but the sudden surge of thought momentum caused his body to twist like a twist, and his bones were completely broken at this moment. You should not be born mutants. Su Chen stared at the back of the head of another killer. There is a centipede-like surgical stitch on the bald head. Don't think too much, these guys are artificially created superpowers, experimental products that came out of a certain laboratory. So you are all under General Stryker. Only the infamous existence who knows the X gene of mutants so well, and is very skilled in mass production of mutant abilities like an assembly line. It really makes me feel sick. Su Chen frowned slightly, the anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed at all. Under the emotional rage, the ability to revise reality is almost as casual as breathing. Die all to me! Gave an order. The mysterious force that interfered with reality just affirmed their death. Boom! At the same moment, all the personnel in front of Su Chen exploded without exception. The blood mist bloomed, but Su Chen, who was in it, opened an invisible barrier to keep all the blood out. So you all belong to Stryker. Su Chen looked into the distance. In the already blocked area, more and more reinforcements have rushed to the scene. A rough count, there are hundreds of people. After learning the previous lessons, the reinforcements rushing here are basically the elite of each unit. Many people have unique skills. Of course, if they are all under General Stryker, most of them are not eligible. But the indifferent and ruthless Su Chen didn't explain any truth to them. Didn't see him doing anything, nor did he see any energy fluctuations. Boom! In front of him, the elite reinforcements covered their hearts, and a terrifying mysterious force grabbed their hearts, squeezed them fiercely, and quickly squeezed their hearts. A group of figures just fell to the ground with a dazed look of fear. Until the death, no one knew what the other party did. The terrifying power of reality modification just appeared in front of the world so unreasonably. Chapter 29. Chapter 20. Died. Reinforced troops in front of me. They all covered their hearts under inexplicable circumstances, and then fell to the ground with a mournful cry. Heart palsy? Sudden death? Has everyone had a heart attack? Soaring in the sky, Tony Stark, who had been on standby, looked dumbfounded. Sir, this is exactly the same as the situation just now. An unintentional, mysterious force with no energy fluctuations caused their deaths. Gosh, what the is this? Tony was very puzzled, and even his always indifferent face showed a solemn and even panic expression. This is a very serious blow to the existence of such a recognized global IQ among the top 3. Even Jarvis, the artificial intelligence butler, can't identify what kind of power this is under the big data of various occults, and even the ability samples of various mutants. But what is certain is that every time this mysterious power appears, it is the time when the teenager has angry mood swings. What kind of analysis? Jarvis' words made Tony smile very wryly. Isn't this tantamount to telling yourself not to offend this boy? Should I coax him with a lollipop? I still use a beautiful toy set to please him. Tony spit out. Sir, none of what you said does not meet the needs of 13-year-olds. Oh, I was wrong. After all, when I was 13 years old, it seemed that I was almost graduating from university. There really is no concept of other people at this age. The humorous Tony Stark still couldn't help but pretend to be forced. But now we still have to solve the problem. A gorgeous golden red suit just fell from the sky. Hey, man, I don't have any malicious intentions. In order to express that he didn't care, Iron Man spread his hands directly to the sides. Not only that, but his steel mask also stretched in, revealing a middle-aged uncle's face full of vicissitudes of life, and the carefully tailored mustache. I know the reason for all this, the guy General Stryker brewed the beginning of all this. And you are not an extreme mutant at all. That is the crime of framing and grafting. You are just an innocent teenager who escaped from the experimental base and ascended to heaven. Facing such a mysterious monster, Tony vowed that he would definitely use the most emotional language in his life to impress the young man in front of him as much as possible. Even without a heart rate test, Tony knew that his heart rate had increased a lot. Secretly, he also asked Jarvis to test his opponent's mood swings. After all, he is taking risks. He is betting. The other party is nothing more than a 13-year-old boy. Is in the rebellious period, and the three views have not yet formed time. Looking at the other person's indifferent blackened face, Tony felt that everything could be saved. It's not his fault. All the evils originate from General Stryker. Originated from the persecution of mutants in this world. I can end it all. As long as I push a button, I can thoroughly expose all the crimes of that large snowfield experimental base to the public. General Stryker will also be brought to justice. Tony took a deep breath. On his right-hand side, there is a holographic projection virtual screen projected into the air. The secret file that was directly violently cracked. As long as he had a thought, Jarvis would be able to spread it to the media and TV stations all over the world. The world will also give him justice. You are not a sinner. On the contrary. You can be a hero, and you can do it easily with your abilities. Tony swears that this is also his peak speech moment as an orator. This is enough to impress him. Boy, change your mind quickly. Tony's heart trembled. Sir, the other party's mood swings are not biased towards the index of anger, but unfortunately, he did not have any confusion or regret in your speech. In other words, his conviction is very firm. Jarvis' words suddenly plunged Tony's heart into the boundless ice cellar. Looking at the other person's cold face without any mood swings, he gave a wry smile. He suddenly remembered that when he was 13 years old, he also ran away from home because of a little conflict. It took him half a month to be rebellious at that time before he started to change his mind. What's more, the other party suffered so much. In addition, his strength is so unpredictable, why should he swallow this breath? Do you think I need you to wash it off? After hearing so many wonderful speeches, Su Chen sneered at this moment, but his unwavering mood showed his firm will. The human beings in this world are so hypocritical, they always start to retain all this when they are suffering. I knew so long ago, why bother? He doesn't need anyone's sympathy. Does not need anyone's mercy. His strength is strong enough to ignore all this. Whoever makes his mind difficult to calm down, let his fists and strength tell him the consequences of offending him. It's not me who is wrong, it's the world. Roll. Su Chen said blankly. Boom. In less than a second, a majestic and endless thought-powered cannonball blasted towards the Iron Man Tony in front of him. Not good. In a hurry, he closed the armor again. Unfortunately. This force is really extraordinary, and he completely tore the armor of his whole body at once, and the whole person's body was completely blown into the distant sea. It's not me who is wrong, and I don't need any salvation. Su Chen's face was cold. And this time, among the pile of reinforcements that fell in front of him, there were more than 10 figures, gradually struggling on the ground. The people with healing ability are enough for Su Chen to understand. Sorry, he is here. It's just that the one in front of him is wearing glasses, gentle, as if he is a university professor, dressed up as a middle-aged man, but looks at Su Chen apologetically. Less than a second. Not only did his heart recover completely, the whole person's physique suddenly grew bigger and became giant. His green skin and knotted muscles undoubtedly showed his identity, the Hulk. P.S. Today's 5 shifts are over, please ask for the support of a wave of flowers and evaluation votes, thank you for your support. PS2, well, the final line of the protagonist should definitely not be embarrassing for a 13-year-old boy, and conform to the role positioning. Chapter 30. Roar. A roar of roar came from the monster in front of him. No one thought that the university professor who was gentle in the last second turned into a huge and tall Hulk at this moment. Today's Avengers naturally has not yet been established. It's just that SHIELD has been sending personnel to contact the university professor. It happened that Bruce Banner appeared nearby. Under the leadership of strong curiosity and SHIELD personnel, he rushed to the place where the incident occurred. Hulk. Su Chen naturally heard of the reputation of the monster in front of him. After all, the Hulk has fled around the world for several years, but he escaped the hunt of General Rose. Not to mention the young Su Chen, I am afraid that people all over the world have heard of the name of the Hulk. But I didn't expect this monster who once used a city as a playground to wreak havoc and killed an unknown number of military personnel, so he stood on the opposite side of him. This is naturally a very absurd fact for Su Chen. This world is not only the official slandering him as an extreme mutant, and vowing to arrest himself. Even the super criminals wanted in the world have to be their enemies. Am I abandoned by the world? Whether it is good or bad, does the existence of the whole world have to be enemies of itself? The earth was shaking, and every step of the Hulk in front of him set off earthquake-like waves. Looking at the figures that continue to gallop, Su Chen's stern face is full of deep chills. If this is the case, then you go to die too. Facing the monster that claims to be the strongest creature on the surface, Su Chen didn't have a hint of fear at all. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit at the moment. Chapter 21. The perplexed anger made his blood boil. Aren't you claiming to be an invincible monster? Well, I will use my fist to beat you up. His figure suddenly slammed into the Hulk in front of him like a cannonball. Boom! The two collided in one instant at this moment. If it were a meteorite hitting the surface, a terrifying wave of power spewed out, and the terrible impact wave even caused substantial ripples in the air. Boom! At the moment of a head-on collision, no one thought that the aggressive Hulk was the first to be knocked out. Some of the survivors present were all dumbfounded. Even if they have implanted healing genes, they can't guarantee that they will survive 3 rounds under the hands of the Hulk. The past record of this monster is really brilliant. In order to arrest him, the military sacrificed many people. It is a waste of tens of billions of dollars. But now he was completely moved by S.H.I.E.L.D's words. He came back from whitewashing. Was also beaten. Su Chen's punch just hit his face hard. Roar! The Hulk roared unwillingly. He stood up quickly from the ruins on the ground, his terrible resilience made him look unscathed. What is even more amazing is that as the Hulk's anger and emotions continue to rise, his strength also rises. Unfortunately, Su Chen, who didn't care about this concept at all, came in like this. Just as if he was not forgiving, and he didn't give the other party a chance to breathe, his figure suddenly rushed into him. Has no fighting skills and no trace of training. Su Chen, who was simply venting his personal anger, just hit the opponent with his unpretentious fists. Boom! At this moment, under the collision of the two, the Hulk fell into a disadvantage again. His figure flew out, smashing the hyperactive buildings in the rear one after another. Damn it, it's the Hulk! My God, why does this monster appear here? The people in the city who had not yet been completely evacuated panicked. Compared with the extreme mutants who just succeeded in the nuclear explosion, people feel even more panic about the Hulk who is raging in the city. After all, Su Chen looked like a teenager no matter what. But the Hulk is tall and sturdy, as tall as a small hill, and out of control. He often vents his anger to cities around the world. This is simply a demon. But ironically, now the Hulk is on their side. Banner wants to return to a normal life in the world. He thought he could manage Hulk's emotions. But under Su Chen's ruthless punch, the Hulk personality that was swept away was immediately ashamed, and the irresistible anger instantly tore through the rationally constructed prison. Kill him! I want to kill him! Banner's painstaking practice of meditation skills suddenly broke, and his own master character could no longer control the Hulk. Roar! The Hulk, who became angry from shame, grew taller and more muscular under the help of anger. Boom! His feet were slightly bent and squatted in the ruins, and under the terrifying jump force, his figure suddenly leaped towards Su Chen in the air. Boom! Su Chen continued to collide head-on with his body without a trace of fear. This time, his unparalleled physique retreated more than 10 meters. Very good. Su Chen laughed instead of anger. Body strength 50. Body strength 50. The system constructed by is very good at presenting the infinitely evolved genetic information in an instant. He doesn't know much about the Hulk's strengthening principle and the stimulating effect of the very deep gamma rays on the cells. But Su Chen knows that if the opponent can continue to grow stronger, then he will definitely welcome it with his arms raised. Let's not say that the opponent can stimulate his body to become stronger. It would be great to have such a sandbag for venting anger, a sandbag that is not so easy to destroy. Let me see which string is missing in your head, which makes you stand on the opposite side of mine. Su Chen thought that he had become a supervillain, but the sinful Hulk actually shot himself. Well, since the world is going to be an enemy of himself, whoever dares to stand on the opposite side of himself, he doesn't mind sending him into the earth. P.S. Looking at it from another angle, most members of the Avengers weren't very clean in the past. The Hulk used the city as a playground. Tony used to sell arms, and the two agents, Black Widow and Hawkeye, did it. Many dark things, the prodigal son turned around. Chapter 31. Roar! Successfully smashed into the enemy Su Chen, the Hulk thumped his chest with his arms excitedly. It's just that his punch just now didn't cause any substantial damage to the enemy. If you look at the other party with interest, there is no trace of fear on the face, the Hulk only feels that this is the enemy's provocation to him. So I care. He didn't hesitate at all. The unusually developed muscles of the bottom plate suddenly exploded with terrifying power in an instant. The Hulk repeated the old trick, relying on his incomparable jumping ability, leaping into the air, and the entire warhammer-like thick arms smashed the figure on the ground. Take it to death! He roared, the blood boiled instantly at this moment. The body that smashed in was even more enveloping in extremely majestic force, as if it was a mountain tumbling over. The heavy shadow immediately enveloped Su Chen's figure completely, and the suffocating aura condensed around him. Good for you! Su Chen has become more and more courageous. His feet slammed into the ground, and the ground broke directly. The tip of the needle is to the Maimeng. Facing the rushing figure, he jumped directly, just like that. Boom! Su Chen's clenched fist hit the Hulk like this. Logically speaking, the physical gap between the two people is so huge. One is as strong as a small hill, while the other is of a normal 13-year-old physique. But it's just such a huge gap. The result of another head-on is that the Hulk was knocked out. Boom! His body all smashed out like a cannonball. Under the impact of this terrifying fist power, the Hulk's body actually smashed more than a dozen buildings in a row before officially releasing this power. Roar! The stunned Hulk came out of a ruined building very slowly. This time he failed to condense the fighting spirit, and his trembling body seemed to fall down completely in the next second. He couldn't stand his body firmly, and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. The sharp pain from made his right hand touch it, and the whole palm was overflowing with blood. Anger. The boundless anger burned in my mind like a flame. The more the emotions are, the gamma rays of the cells in the body will become more active. In the blink of an eye, the injuries of the Hulk's body heal quickly at a speed that everyone can see. Not only that, but his strength and aura have risen one after another, and the whole person's physique has suddenly risen. The scar is healed and forgot to hurt. The Hulk who felt that he had done it was immediately full of fighting spirit. But in an instant, his innate fighting intuition had a hint of alertness in his mind. The Hulk's eyes widened, and suddenly he found a figure flying by his side. Is so fast that he can't even react immediately. Boom! Su Chen's attack fell on him again. The Hulk's figure only retreated a few meters this time, and he had completely stabilized his figure. His green face full of flesh has been twisted. Doesn't seem to understand why the opponent's power can continue to suppress him. Su Chen didn't say much, his fists quickly bombarded the monster in front of him like raindrops. Chapter 22. I want to see where your evolutionary limit is. This is the first time Su Chen has encountered an enemy who can become stronger in Vietnam. Under his strong curiosity, his fighting spirit was extremely high. Different from the battle with previous abilities, the head-on-head blows from the fist to the flesh made his blood boil more and more. The whole person's spirit is extremely concentrated, and the touch of feedback brought by the bombardment is enough to make people feel extremely comfortable. For a while, Su Chen finally understood why boxing matches are so popular all over the world. Boom! Su Chen is like an untiring combat robot at this moment, relying on his own speed advantage. Constantly punching the Hulk in front of him. Body strength 10. Body strength 50. The infinitely evolving mutant gene even makes him experience a sudden increase in strength after every punch. When was so excited, Su Chen even forgot what avoidance was. It was just such a way of changing wounds for wounds, changing lives for lives, constantly fighting desperately with the Hulk in front of him. Soon, the frequency of contact between the two is increasing. The Hulk was completely blinded by his beating. After only half a minute, he retreated more and more steps, and the burning fighting spirit in his heart was like a pot of cold water. Since the birth of his personality, in the memory, there is no one who is not afraid of him in this world. After all, the more angry he is, the stronger he is, and he is not afraid of anyone at all. But now, the young man in front of him is relying on his immortal physique, relying on his infinitely evolving mutant gene, and looking at his body strength that is constantly growing stronger in the fight. The Hulk in front of him felt extremely strenuous. He only felt that he was fighting the enhanced version of himself. Is getting more and more injuries. The muscles of both arms are more like lead, making it harder to lift. The whole person's retreat step is more and more. The confusion in his heart further created the sense of fear. Yes. At this moment, the Hulk did feel an unprecedented fear. He was scared. So he cares, it is impossible to recover from his injury. The whole person couldn't even give birth to a trace of will to resist, so that he was completely beaten unilaterally by Su Chen. Coward. Su Chen smiled. Boom! Was another punch, and the Hulk in front of him fluttered tens of meters away. He fell heavily into the ruins. At this moment, he couldn't stand up, and his whole body was dripping with blood. No one thought that the Hulk in front of him would be so afraid of being beaten by Su Chen before he met his old enemy Thanos. Compared with the Hulk who had completely lost his confidence, Su Chen completely transformed his body into success again in this battle. His instinct told him that even without the power of mind and the barrier of energy, his body alone is enough to counter the power of a nuclear explosion, and being in it, there won't be too many wounds. Hasn't waited for Su Chen to feel the physical changes in it. At this time, a huge willpower suddenly came. Enough, boy, see what the cities around you are like. P.S. Thank you for the 588 reward of Frozen Eternal Night. Chapter 32. The battle between you and the Hulk is so fierce, everything around you is almost in ruins. At this time, a majestic willpower came. His words are very gentle, without showing a trace of hostility. I really regret that I didn't find you the first time and let them brew all the sins. Believe me, I know you are innocent. Su Chen frowned, because he couldn't tell where the sound came from for the first time. There was no clue, no trace, it was so abrupt, and it appeared in his mind so clearly. One time. Su Chen was thoughtful, vigilant as he was facing the enemy. I am not an enemy. Just as the words fell, Su Chen's eyesight suddenly changed. Is no longer a piece of city ruins, but came to a palace full of classical colors. An elderly figure in a wheelchair just appeared in his eyes. Professor Charles. Su Chen immediately recognized who this person was. He searched for the deeds of General Stryker on his mobile phone, and most of the relevant entries were related to Professor Charles and Magneto King Eric. This is a mutant leader who is known as the Master of the Soul. It is said on the internet that his brain is the most valuable head on the entire planet. As long as he has a thought, he can even link the spiritual world of all people around the world with the help of brainwave intensifiers. The life and death of most people are even between his thoughts, under his moral judgment of good and evil. The fact that is so creepy. It's just that Su Chen has no fear in the face of such an existence. He knew that at this time, he had been pulled into a spiritual world by the elderly Professor Charles in front of him. He didn't feel a trace of fear about this. Spiritual Energy 100. Mind Resistance. Mind Barrier 100. The system constructed by is presenting the genetic information of the mutation very clearly. The appearance of the spiritual master in front of him, on the contrary, made Su Chen's own spiritual energy and even his resistance to the spiritual level more and more strengthened. You shouldn't find me this way. Su Chen said coldly. No, if I hadn't fallen ill recently, I would even stop what you did for the first time. Everything can be saved, my child. Professor Charles still looked like a good old man, and continued to speak politely. So you came to stop me too? Su Chen laughed unconvincingly. Less than a second. The elegant and noble halls around him suddenly began to tremble, as if they had suffered an earthquake. Professor Charles frowned, because he knew it was the opponent's spiritual energy resisting. This is a spiritual world, in a spiritual palace, an illusion created by oneself. But now he began to resist. The marble floor covered with blankets suddenly cracked, and the dust on the ceiling fell even more, and a piece of stone slab collapsed from above. Everything that holds here is starting to become weak. This. Professor Charles opened his mouth wide, staring at this scene with disbelief. He knew that the other party had no psychic ability in this area before this. But now, the 13-year-old boy in front of him has begun to continuously raise his physique in his spiritual world. This is a very powerful manifestation of spiritual energy. So why can you stop me? Su Chen sneered. In such a world where mental power is contested, all illusions can be realized, and the nature to rely on is one's own spiritual energy. Under the mental stimulation of Professor Charles, Su Chen, who further developed his evolution, not only consolidated his spiritual barrier, but also lit up the use of spiritual energy in his mind. At this moment, his body turned into a heavenly giant. If is like a stalwart god, his divine eyes looked down at the figure sitting on the wheelchair on the ground. Impossible. Professor Charles still felt incredible at this moment. He couldn't understand at all. How could a mutant who survived a nuclear explosion through the absorption and release of energy suddenly be born with the ability to relate to the type of mind? In the battle with the Hulk, this guy with no trace of fighting training just relied on the strength given by the opponent to continuously strengthen his physique and defeat his opponent? I didn't expect his ability to cover so many fields. Gosh! Professor Charles could not even express his shock in words. And he basically has his own principle, that is, when others disagree, he will not probe the memory of others casually, so he doesn't know what ability the other party has for a while. Of course, he didn't come here to fight. Looking at the great idol standing in the sky and the earth in front of him, Professor Charles finally gave a wry smile. You brothers and sisters are really surprising. The moment the words just fell, Su Chen's huge hand covering the sky suddenly stopped the act of grasping the opponent. What did you say? Su Chen's mood became more and more unable to calm down. Under the violent mood swings, the surrounding spiritual world collapsed more and more rapidly, as if the entire illusion would be completely shattered in the next second. Professor Charles raised his right hand with ease, and everything that had collapsed around quickly stabilized. Your sister Susan has been in my college for a while. Not only that, when she saw you on TV, she deliberately prevented our X-Men from appearing for the first time, and even prevented other people from waking me up to prevent me from taking action. This indeed sounds very much in line with his sister's style of Little Witch. The Little Witch with her sly gaze was very noisy in the past. You better not deceive me. After learning the news, Su Chen's mood could no longer calm down. In the next second, he recalled the address of Xavier Genius Academy that he had seen on his cell phone in the past. Chapter 23. Without a trace of hesitation, under the violent mood swings, the terrifying power of interfering with reality took effect instantly, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 33. Su Chen's brain has already been developed, and his intelligence has already been improved. The best manifestation is that all the things seen in the past, all the details, all the insignificant little traces, can be easily recalled now. To be honest, when searching for relevant information on his mobile phone, he really didn't care too much about the address of Xavier Genius Academy, his eyes were just a glance. As a result, I can recall related content easily with just one thought. Under the mood swings, Su Chen used the power to modify reality very well. In the blink of an eye, his figure instantly disappeared among the ruins of the city, and even the giant figure in the spiritual world disappeared without a trace. Is located in a small town in Yorkton, with a magnificent manor house. This is the inheritance inherited by Professor Charles, and it is now the location of Xavier College of Genius. The boundless space ripples, just rippling through the academy, and I saw a thin figure wearing a black sweater just like this. My God, what is going on? No, the academy has been invaded. The students on the school aisle suddenly saw a strange figure that suddenly shuttled over. Even the school's detection device sensed a huge energy fluctuation and appeared in the manor. Wait, isn't this the guy? A sweater with a black hood and a pair of slacks, which perfectly set off his slender figure. There is a coldness under that handsome face with sharp edges and corners, and it is full of impersonal taste. Isn't such a familiar face just an extreme mutant who just appeared on global TV stations? Really handsome! Many girls screamed. Wearing a black hood slightly covers Su Chen's black bangs, and there are 2 white headphone cables hanging around his neck. Is so stylish, it looks like a very popular cool kid character in school, and it fits the handsome boy positioning that these girls dream of. Don't commit nympho, hurry up and watch. No matter what, the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him has just refreshed the history that the mutants could not set in the past. Give me everything back. There was a roar of anger. I saw a tall man with tactical eyepieces walking directly towards Su Chen. Damn criminal, you dare to appear in front of us. If you are not brought to justice, then that would be the biggest humiliation to our X-Men. It is because of your existence that humans from the outside world hate us mutants so much. The laser-eyed Scot who came suddenly said so cracklingly. Didn't mean to continue to say hello either. He didn't even bother to greet each other. In an instant, the tactical eyepiece of the laser eye flashed a bright red light. This red light was magnified and instantly turned into a thick red beam of light, blasting towards Su Chen in front of him. Is it at this level? Su Chen said indifferently. He lifted his right hand forward slightly, and the waves of energy that flowed out caused waves of ripples. The beam of energy coming from the collision is like falling into a black hole, and the huge energy disappears quickly. Damn it! Laser Eye Scott also felt that the radiant energy he had condensed quickly faded away. He clenched his teeth, riveted his strength, and burst out the power accumulated in his body. He doesn't believe that the other party is really so tenacious, able to hold a beam of light that can penetrate most of the town. You have to know that even Edmund Alloy can't hold on for a long time under the high-temperature laser light. He stepped forward. Don't waste your effort. Su Chen's eyes were filled with contempt. Although the laser light in front of him is extremely penetrating, Su Chen himself is very comfortable and adept at absorbing and releasing external energy. No matter how much energy the other party spews, his body after the baptism of the nuclear explosion is enough to absorb it. Of course, looking at the other person's eyes can release such a terrifying beam of energy, but it also brings some inspiration to Su Chen himself. Su Chen, who learns and uses lively, tries to condense the energy in his body between his eyes. Soon, his cold, black and white eyes gave a hint of golden luster. Laser beam. My God, isn't this the ability of Teacher Scott? At this moment, all the students leaning against the windowsill of the teaching building saw an unforgettable scene. Teacher Scott's opponent, his eyes burst out with a bright beam of energy. Boom! The hot side of Su Chen first appeared in the world, just like that, it hit the other party's laser beam. One golden, one red, two light beams of different colors collided with each other. But the balance between the two was maintained for only half a second, and the golden light released by Su Chen crushed the opponent's laser light. Boom! The golden light beam that hit him all the way, hit Laser Eye Scott's body mercilessly. Boom! In the blink of an eye, his figure was knocked out. Is like a tattered sandbag, smashing the pear wood door behind, and the whole embarrassed figure fell to the ground. Mr. Scott lost. It's too miserable, and is it still defeated by the ability that the other party learned secretly? The students hiding behind the big windowsills suddenly started talking. No one thought that the elite backbone of the X-Men, Laser Eye Scott, would lose under the beam of the opponent's eyes. Damn bastard! The outbreak of the battle between the two can be described as fleeting. The X-Men officers who rushed in had found that their teammates had fallen to the ground. Beast, Storm Girl, Steel Warrior, Nightcrawler, and others are all looking like enemies. Elder brother! At this time, an untimely cheer came out from the mouth of a girl. Chapter 34. Susan. Su Chen could hardly contain the joy in his heart. Isn't the figure of the girl who ran up between just my sister who had been lost for many days? Like a swallow and a bird throwing into the forest, the cheering Susan soared into Su Chen's arms. Elder brother. Susan, who has always been naughty and strong, couldn't help letting a little cry in her words at this moment. Asshole, I thought I couldn't see you. Susan's eyes contained tears, and a pair of small hands gripped Su Chen's clothes tightly, as if afraid that he would disappear in the next second. Including the time Su Chen himself was detained, the two have not seen each other for almost 20 days. Since their mother passed away, the two have basically lived a life of each other. Thinking of all the pains in the past, even Su Chen, who had been indifferent for a long time, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's okay, everything is over. Su Chen is much stronger than before. In the past half a month, his own training has not only been reflected in the evolution of the body, but even the whole person's state of mind has undergone a transformation. He is no longer as flustered and confused as he used to, but tried his best to comfort his sister. You should be okay? How are you doing during this time? Compared to himself, Su Chen cares more about how his sister is doing during this period of time. It's okay, the food here is pretty good, but it's much better than my brother's craftsmanship. Susan's words made Su Chen a little embarrassed. Ahem. At this time, Professor Charles, who came in a wheelchair, interrupted their greetings. This old grandfather came to me, he is very powerful, but I was crying and begging him at the time, but I couldn't find you. Susan frowned and said very dissatisfied. At this time, her little hand gripped her brother's right hand tightly, and her arm trembled a little, obviously she was a little nervous. Although Susan has always been eccentric and mischievous, compared to what her brother did on the TV station, those little jokes are nothing at all. Regardless of the future, no matter what she will face next, she is also very determined to stand by her brother. Everyone, go back to your dormitory. Professor Charles waved his hand to signal everyone to stop watching. This is too disappointing. I'm not going to fight. Everyone seemed a little excited. Mutants are, after all, marginal figures in society. When they think that they have superpowers, they suffer discrimination and injustice from outside humans. Naturally, many mutant children are very dissatisfied. Chapter 24. Everyone is still young, and blindly giving in to humans and bowing to the outside world, it really makes them feel extremely discouraged and frustrated. Now, a teenager who is almost the same age as them stands in front of everyone like this. He achieved an accomplishment that Magneto could not accomplish in the past. Fear means fear, everyone can't help but look at Su Chen with a trace of admiration and admiration. Ugh! Professor Charles can feel the changes in everyone's mood. In recent years, cases of injustice against mutants have indeed become more and more rampant, so that people's hearts are a little impetuous. Professor! X-Men crowded around, and their vigilant eyes looked at Su Chen not far away. Scott's right shoulder is completely penetrated, as long as he deviates more than 10 centimeters, I am afraid that his entire arm will be completely shattered by this guy. The Storm Girl said angrily. Are both the X-Men and their partners for more than 10 years? Most of the people present feel a bit empathetic and share the same hatred. Arrest him. Don't hesitate anymore, Professor. What he has done is nothing more than a copy of Magneto, and his existence will only continue to sever the connection between the mutants and the human race. Hear the words. Susan became furious and said very dissatisfied, are you guys used to being enslaved? People are staring at you, and you still want to continue to reconcile with them. Did my brother be treated as a guinea pig by humans? Is chasing just one's own blame? You. Don't look at Susan, who is only in her early teens, but she is witty, and her rebuttal is very beautiful. Many X-Men police hadn't been afraid of Su Chen's existence, they would almost be unable to control their temper and step forward. This naughty little witch. Steel Lux thinks that she used her own ability to remove a wheel of the fighter plane in order to prevent herself and others from setting off, and she became a little angry. We have communicated before. Professor Charles ignored the noisy words around him, but calmly said to Su Chen, General Stryker and the X-Men and I will handle all the evil things he does, and give you justice. Do you think I need your help? The gentleness on Su Chen's face gradually disappeared. Professor Charles is speechless for a while. He has indeed achieved achievements that many extreme mutants could not accomplish in the past. However, the size of this world is far beyond his imagination. At least this young man doesn't know that he is not invincible, there are more unimaginable existences in this world. No, you need to clean up the dirty spots on your body, and you need to stand in front of everyone in the world to eliminate the panic that you have caused. You are only 13 years old. You should go to school and enjoy your campus life instead of becoming a wanted man from around the world is running around. Professor Charles tried to redeem his determination. Do you think I care? Su Chen's face is still indifferent. For so many days, he has thoroughly comprehended the law of the weak and the strong. He is better than others, so he doesn't need to care about any rules. No need for mercy or sympathy from others. It wasn't him who was wrong, and he didn't need any salvation at all. If his mind is not equal, then use his fist to smooth everything. As for the chains that humans put on him, he will even break it himself. I will always believe in you. Susan's hands gripped Su Chen's arms so tightly. At this time, only relatives can definitely bring a touch of warmth to Su Chen. So you still decided to stop in front of me? If it wasn't for the sake of saving Susan, I don't have so much thought to talk to you. Su Chen has issued the final notice. He didn't have the mind to continue to endure the painstaking words of these guys, but these were just in line with Iron Man Tony's argument. The words are not speculative. At this moment, even the gentleness on Professor X's face has gradually disappeared. Boy, you are too self-centered. Then a tall and graceful red-haired woman came over. I know the pain in your heart. I have lost control of my emotions many times and almost completely destroyed the earth, so your ability is nothing to me. Acknowledge your mistakes. Of course, you can rest assured that I will act as your guardian and I will never let you have today's problem again. Phoenix female guitarist Gray said so confidently. At this moment, this tall and beautiful woman revealed the strong will and determination to control Su Chen. P.S. Thank you Zhang Rui for the 200 reward. Chapter 35. Notice, the previous article has revised the first mental duel between the protagonist and Professor Charles, and it will not start afterwards. Guardian? A beautiful woman in her 20s suddenly came up and said that she wanted to be her guardian, which made Su Chen feel extremely absurd. Within a second, the red-haired woman in front of her waist made no secret of the fluctuations in her abilities. This woman. Su Chen frowned slightly, and the awakened battle instinct also clearly and unmistakably told himself that this woman was really dangerous. Trust me, I have the ability to guard you, and naturally have the ability to control everything. Facing this unruly, still indifferent child, the dignified and majestic Qin Garay has added a hint of threat in his words. The professor is right, you are too young, your life has a broader future, and everything can be done from scratch. So is my brother really going to jail? Susan couldn't help standing up and questioning. Yes, you have to pay a price if you do something wrong. This is the order of this world. What's more, I have been working to add a bridge of communication between the two races of humans and mutants. Now because of your appearance, the human panic about mutants will increase again. Professor Charles, who was sitting in a wheelchair, changed his gentle expression and looked at Su Chen very seriously. Because of your appearance, our X-Men's efforts over the past decades will even be meaningless. A horror-class mutant who succeeded in a nuclear explosion in the mainland. A wanted criminal who committed heinous crimes than the Magneto King Eric. It can be imagined how much human beings hate the mutant race. In order to repair the rift between the two races, the X-Men did not know how much effort and how many humans were saved before dismissing the discriminatory impression of mutants. Now the appearance of Su Chen has brought them a big problem. Professor Charles, who has always been peaceful, couldn't help being a little angry at this moment. There are not many years left in his life. He just wants to complete the peace between the two races as much as possible in his later years, so he will never allow others to destroy the situation in front of him. But my brother is clearly the victim. A pair of pupils burst into tears, and she faced others using racial justice to put pressure on her. Facing other people standing on the moral high ground and accusing her brother, she really feels uncomfortable and feels empathy. Susan can't help but want these mutants to complain. Unfortunately, no matter what your original intention is, what persecution you have suffered, but when you do something wrong, you have to pay the price, just like your brother's heavy hand against Scott, he also has to pay the price. Storm Girl added coldly from the side. One time, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became a bit condensed, and the inexplicable killing intent was permeated all around. In such an atmosphere, even the air velocity has become a bit stagnant. The students behind the windowsill in the teaching building have long since disappeared. In this vast playground, only one X-Men dressed in a uniform gradually closed around. Facing the opponent's unconcealed will to fight, Susan couldn't bear the words that stood on the moral high ground just now. She looked at these people in front of her, wiped away the tears in her eyes, and snarled very angrily, "It is because of you people who are constantly patients that my brother was arrested wantonly. If it weren't for you, my brother and I wouldn't be hiding everywhere at the time. I can see you through, brother, let's go." The clever and wise Susan retorted very well. Sad, she wanted to use her weak spatial transmission ability to leave the scene directly. What? Only the next second, Susan frowned and called out in pain. It was the Phoenix female piano Grey who shot directly. Her invisible thought fluctuations directly contained Susan's thoughts. "You dare to move her!" Su Chen suddenly became angry, and his sister was basically where his Lin was. In an instant, his mind was like an erupting volcano ready to go, and the terrifying and boundless thought power fluctuations were about to brew. Don't think about it. But at this time, Professor Charles, the master of the soul, also followed suit. In the previous encounter between the two, although he was surprised that the other party could resist in his own spiritual world, he did not feel much fear. After all, Professor Charles himself has always abided by the creed of not using too much spiritual energy unless necessary. Because he doesn't want to invade the privacy of others. Now, facing such a mutant with at least the Omega level, he can only unscrupulously release his omnipotence. What? For a while, Su Chen only felt that his spiritual realm had been hit by a shocking wave. The soul catcher I met before is nothing short of contrast with Professor Charles. The mental barrier constructed in Su Chen's mind was completely broken at this moment. The boundless sore spot emerged violently. This psychic power even wants to control of his own body. Damn beast! Su Chen was extremely angry. His roar continued to roar in his spiritual realm. At this moment, his infinitely evolving mutant gene began to constantly evolve into restraint ability under the stimulation of strong psychological ability. Chapter 25. Mind Energy 1000. Mind Barrier plus 1000. Mental Resistance plus 800. Awakening, Mind Energy Absorption. The system constructed by continuously shows the changes of gene information. Even Professor Charles did not understand what kind of monster he was facing. Maybe he will add a definition to this teenager's physique afterwards. That is the Super Darwin physique. Darwin's theory of evolution may have been heard by everyone. After tens of millions of years of natural evolution, the ancestors of bird animals evolved a pair of wings. As a result, they finally got rid of their natural enemies on the ground and successfully obtained more resources in the vast sky. And Su Chen's gene that is changing all the time, under external stimuli, it may only take half a second to complete a new transformation. Not good. Professor Charles suddenly panicked. He felt that the mental energy that he had penetrated into the opponent's head was fading away. Not only that, but the opponent's spiritual realm has grown stronger and stronger, and even the spiritual barrier that was destroyed just now rises again and becomes more stable. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? Professor Charles suddenly realized that he could no longer attack like this. Because this seems to be urging the other party to evolve a means of restraining themselves. But when Professor Charles wanted to get out of his body, Su Chen's spiritual realm suddenly swallowed up, continuously devouring bursts of spiritual energy. Jin, I need your help! Professor Charles exclaimed. P.S. Thank you for your 100 rewards from the Pillow Man. Today is the first one. It is customary to ask for the support of a wave of flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 36. Professor Charles encountered an unprecedented predicament at this moment. He had no idea that Su Chen was able to absorb and release energy, completely acting on his own spiritual energy. His psychic power that invaded the opponent's mind just disappeared continuously. Qin Gray yelled, and another huge willpower came to Su Chen's mind. Professor Charles got away. Not only that, the surrounding X-Men have also taken action. Storm Girl's figure gradually suspended in the sky, her pupils gradually turned white, and soon the surrounding sky began to change. She called the wind to call the rain, letting thunder brewing in the dark clouds. The figure of Steel Lux also quickly ran towards Su Chen's figure. To say that the fastest, none belong to the X-Men's Quicksilver and Nightcrawler. Kuei Yin's speed is comparable to thunder, and within the time of his bullet, the movement of all objects is inexplicably slowed down, as if he is in a domain where time and space are stagnant. A drop of water in the air just suspended in mid-air, slowly sliding down at an almost imperceptible landing speed. The Steel Lux, who was running not far away, was even more than 10 meters away. Under such a time flow, Kuei Yin can be said to be the only master in this field. Little devil! He sneered, just approaching Su Chen in front of him without a trace of fear. Kuei Yin slammed his fist suddenly, and it fell on the opponent's back like this. As time accelerates, his strength will naturally increase. What? But this fist fell, and the slender figure in front of him was still tattooed, and he didn't waver at all. Oops! I realized that the opponent's physique had experienced the baptism of a nuclear explosion. His face was suddenly embarrassed. But with an idea, I realized that the opponent's body must also have weaknesses. Kuei Yin showed a smirk. He didn't believe that his hands suddenly inserted his eyes, and the other party was still safe. Just as his figure went around in front of Su Chen, a sense of vigilance suddenly rose in his mind. Kuei Yin's scalp was numb, because he actually saw that the other person's eyes were looking at him, and the entire eye movement had been staring at his figure. Not good. He actually reacted. The life and death instincts that had been tempered through the years of fighting forced Kuei Yin's body to run immediately. When his figure appeared hundreds of meters away, the field of bullet time ended like this. Kuei Yin returned without success, shocked in a cold sweat. After returning to normal time, the figure shuttled from the Nightcrawler space appeared on Su Chen's back. His thorny tail suddenly left a trail in the air, running through the back of Su Chen's neck in front of him. One after another, you guys don't bother. Su Chen sneered. He awakened a restrained countermeasure to the enemy who shuttled through space. His gleaming eyes can see the warping, wrinkles, and even gaps in the spatial structure. It is undoubtedly an act of dying to daring to play in front of him. It was like a god-level prejudgment. Su Chen had already turned around, grasping the precise timing, and thus grasped the sharp thorny tail that penetrated. Not good. The Nightcrawler was suddenly shocked, and he could not expect the other party to react so fast, as if he had completely foreseen his actions. Run! He was anxious, and suddenly wanted to use his abilities. It's a pity that the force dragging on the tail completely grabbed his figure from the ripples in the space. Die to me! Su Chen clenched his fist with the other hand, and blasted at the dark Nightcrawler in front of him. The surging power emerged in the fist, and under the sway, it tore the air directly, and a sonic boom sounded. Do not! There was a burst of exclamation all around. Boom! But at close range, the Nightcrawler couldn't hide at all. Just like that, he took Su Chen's punch head-on, and with a bang, most of his fragile spirit was directly exploded into a mist. The power of this punch is really too powerful. Is beyond everyone's imagination. Nightcrawler completely lost half of his body in one punch, collapsed completely to the ground, and became unable to move. Asshole! The figure of Steel Lux is like a train crashing at full speed. He is cast with alloy steel all over, muscular and as strong as an iron tower. He is the X-Men's physical power output and even a human shield-like role. He roared, a pair of red eyes staring at Su Chen like this. The whole person was so fit, holding a giant body and rushing towards Su Chen like this. It's up to you. In order to prevent his sister Susan from being affected, Su Chen took a few steps forward, supporting her with her right hand. Boom! He just leaned on the support of one arm, and he stubbornly blocked the dashing Steel Lux figure, and Su Chen's own figure did not even take a step back. The angry Hulk was still subdued by him. "What's the gang lux in front of me?" Boom! At this time, the thunder that had been brewing in the dark clouds in the sky finally kept smashing and falling. Bright beams of thunder and lightning continued to fall from the air. Under the command of Storm Girl, they slashed towards Su Chen's figure. In order to avoid affecting her, a terrifying storm and rain engulfed Su Chen's body. Phoenix female Qin Ji was also angry at this time, and after the tragic death of Nightcrawler, she could not hold back the power in her heart. A terrifying force mixed with the power of the Phoenix just descended on Su Chen's head. "You must control him." Professor Charles in the wheelchair became furious. He felt a little misguided. He did underestimate his opponent. If he could put himself on his brainwave intensifier, he would definitely not become as passive as he is now. But no matter what, in order to control this murderous young man, he once again used his own spiritual energy to make a desperate attempt to completely seize the control of the opponent's body. One time, Su Chen, who was under the siege of the X-Men, hugged his sister Susan to death. Under such power of heaven and earth, he was afraid that Susan would be affected by the damage, and an invisible thought power fluctuation formed a barrier support. Yushin Zhou. When the Phoenix's will to harm indiscriminately came, Susan's complexion suddenly turned pale. Elder brother. Under this situation, Su Chen finally couldn't contain the anger in his heart. When his emotional rage got out of control, he used that mysterious power of reality modification. Die. P.S. Thank you for the 100 rewards of AT, and thank you for the 588 rewards of Chu Juxin. Chapter 37. Die. Su Chen was emotionally furious and directly used the power of rewriting reality. The mysterious and strange power began to interfere in reality. Chapter 26. The attacks from the surrounding blessings disappeared in an instant. The girl of the storm who rose in the air was still calling the wind and calling the rain in the last second. But in the next second, she suddenly bleeds from her 7 orifices, her consciousness is suddenly dimmed, and the whole person's sanity is completely wiped out by an invisible wave. She let out a mournful cry, and then crashed down from a height of tens of meters. "Do not!" the steel man roared. He opened his arms, but found that his steel cast arm was gradually liquefied, like molten steel. The cells of his body burned with inexplicable high temperature. In just a moment, a billowing white smoke evaporated from his body. "I don't want to die." Steel Lux stretched his right hand forward, but his right arm completely turned into a puddle of molten iron and sprinkled on the ground, and the terrifying temperature even pierced the surface of the earth. For a time, his whole body melted completely, and his proud and unbreakable physique turned into a pool of molten steel. "Children!" Professor Charles's complexion changed drastically. This moment, he looked at Su Chen's eyes as if he was looking at a demon. Under his wide red pupils, he felt that his body became weaker and weaker. Eyelids are slowly closing. The sanity of the whole person is getting more and more confused. The memory is even more chaotic. He wanted to mention his mentality, but found that he couldn't lift a finger, and even the consciousness in his head became more and more depressed, and he couldn't even remember who he was. The end has come. Professor Charles suddenly realized that his consciousness was completely atrophied, but under a terrifying reality intervention, he first caused Alzheimer's disease, and then gradually became a brain death. The most valuable head in the world ushered in his ending. As the main attacker, Phoenix female Qin Ji is not weaker than others. Compared with other people, her tenacious vitality attracted more and more real forces to interfere. "You don't have to be like this." Phoenix Girl's exquisite and dignified face was full of fear, but she looked at Su Chen in front of her with complex meanings. The cold, ruthless, murderous face was like a reflection of her youth. "But he has already walked out. Why does the other party still insist on it? Things shouldn't develop into such a bad appearance. Do not. You never stepped out, it was the old man Professor Charles who completely sealed all your negative emotions. There was a voice in Qin Ji-Lei's mind. In the depths of her mind, boundless smoke was permeated, and she was immersed in boundless darkness, and there was a figure of a lady who was imprisoned. That is herself. That is another personality of Qin Ji-Lei. Compared to the dignified Qin Ji-Lei itself, the same figure in the prison is full of charm. Black Phoenix. Professor Charles was very terrifying when he was able to perceive the other party's loss of control and change when he was young. It was a terrifying force capable of subverting the planet and even endangering the universe. For this reason, in order for Qin Gere to control herself and become a good person harmless to the world, Professor Charles kept all her negative emotions and even bad memories of the past in a prison in the spiritual realm. Middle. And Su Chen's interference with the power in reality suddenly destroyed this prison like a dawn. The fragments of memory were awakened in Qin Ji-Lei's mind. I killed my parents. Qin Gray recalled the worst scene immediately. Because of his own temper, it suddenly caused a car accident in the vehicle driven by his parents, which caused the death of both parents. I once killed many innocent mutant students when I was 17. At the age of 19, I almost lost control and completely evaporated the lake in the college. The memory fragments of Professor Charles in the past emerged in this way. This is the real self. Black Phoenix's voice became clearer and clearer. Qin Gere's hands tightly covered her head, and in an instant, a surge of murderous intent surged out of her body, a force capable of disintegrating everything, even the air molecules began to annihilate. Stand up. Soon, from her body, an invisible storm of annihilation burst out of her body. The earth began to decompose. Even the buildings of the manor in front of me began to collapse into patches of grey mist. Everything has returned to the simplest molecules and atoms. No, stop it! Qin Ji-Lei roared. The changes in the situation before him were beyond everyone's expectations. What is this again? Su Chen's complexion changed. His mind power barrier shattered instantly under the slap of the wind. He felt the power fluctuations in it with his right hand, but within a few seconds, he found that his body that had been tempered many times had wounds again. Drops of blood continued to fall off the wound, but they were drawn by an invisible stand, as if retracing time. A drop of blood returned to his wound and quickly recovered. His immortal physique naturally played a role at this time. Su Chen frowned. This suddenly split personality seemed to become completely out of control under her own stimulation. Compared with the decomposition masters he faced before, the power of this phoenix girl is really crushing the opponent. Elder brother! Susan screamed. Her hands hugged Su Chen's arms tightly. Under the out-of-control power of the Phoenix Girl, not only the surrounding air began to decompose, but the thoughts of every creature around him began to suffer mentally. Of pain. Susan's face was pale, her entire face completely lost its blood, and she was obviously affected. Let's go. Su Chen glanced at the magnificent manor and began to disintegrate. A mutant student screamed in horror and continued to flee. The power of space caused ripples, and Su Chen no longer cared about the life and death of these people, and left this place of right and wrong directly with Susan in pain. Chapter 38. Damn bastard! A red car drove on the highway, constantly heading in the direction of the capital city. The super-killing girl's small and exquisite figure almost stood in the driving position and started racing. Along the way, I don't know how much dissatisfaction aroused. For the super killer Mindy, everything that happened today is too horrified and can be called a nightmare. The death of the father's father. Even Su Chen, a friend I just made, did such a shocking thing in the capital city under the anger. The thought of what he said when he was angry, I'm afraid it hurts his heart. I feel a little embarrassed to kill a girl. In any case, she must find each other. Unfortunately, the communication message in the capital city ahead conveyed that the other party's figure had long since disappeared after lying on the hulk. Damn it! This makes the super killer Mindy a little at a loss. The red car was so lost on the road. And now, just when she was at a loss, on the road ahead, two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air from the ripples of space. Oh my god! Super Killing Girl was frightened and hurriedly turned the steering wheel to the side, and the whole red car crashed into the side tree stump. Just as she cursed, her completely awakened head suddenly reacted. Isn't the figure wearing a black sweater actually Su Chen? This day is too extraordinary for most people. No one thought that a nuclear explosion resounded in the capital city, and the magnificent building dome that had not yet been put into use would collapse like this. The most face-smashing thing is that the military representative has just announced that the young mutant is a most wanted man in the world. As a result, before the press conference was held, the military representative was buried under the opponent's hands. A 13-year-old boy named Su Chen resounded all over the world on this day. He has achieved an achievement that extreme mutants could not achieve in the past. Magneto King Eric can only bow down to the wind. Many mutants regard it as an idol. Is even more called the #1 mutant. Certainly. Not many people knew what they regarded as mutant idols, and on that day also attacked Xavier Genius Academy. Including Professor X, many X-Men were killed on the spot. What is even more frightening is that the Phoenix female Jean Grey completely lost control, and the other personality Black Phoenix began to the control of the body from the owner. The entire magnificent Villa Manor collapsed more than half, and the mutant students fled in a hurry. More than 10 minutes after the incident, the wave that was enough to decompose everything disappeared, and the figure of the Black Phoenix also disappeared. No one knows where the existence that is known to be capable of subverting the earth has gone. Maybe hiding in the dark, continuing to fight for the right to control the body. The SHIELD agents who learned the news were all disintegrated. It is immediately listed as a Level 9 authority event, and non-Level 9 agents cannot access relevant information. For director Nick Fury, he knows exactly how terrifying the Phoenix Girl is. Even in the bottom of his heart, if that woman really loses control, I am afraid that even the newly promoted #1 mutant Su Chen will not be able to compete. It's really eventful. Chapter 27. Now, the Avengers project will be launched immediately. In the original historical plot trajectory, the Avengers, which was originally established to face the increasingly severe alien threat, started ahead of schedule at this moment. The absorption and release of energy. This is the key ability for him to succeed in a nuclear explosion. Seeing through the movement of things and the trajectory of space, such a name seems inaccurate. But it is his key ability to predict teleport killers. An invincible body. Block the mental resistance of the mind catcher. Sonic resistance. Even that mysterious and infinite is enough to determine life and death in one word. In the Stark headquarters company, the figure of Tony Stark appeared. His upper body was wrapped with a layer of gauze. If it weren't for the airflow from the armor of his hands, he might be immersed in the sea and swallowed completely. In the face of Su Chen, who had met before, Tony still tried to find a way he could contend. But at the end, he felt extremely collapsed. The opponent is too strong. If the inference of artificial intelligence Jarvis is really correct, then the young man's genes must be extraordinary. It can only be announced. Tony sighed secretly, but he was about to publish the hacker information obtained through hacking methods to the public. Today, he can only hope that the 13-year-old boy can change his mind and stop blindly and walk all the way to death. I hope that through the public's condemnation of General Ross, he can alleviate the killing intent in his heart. But all this was first boarded by someone swiftly. Just as Jarvis was preparing to release the secret file globally, a young Chinese hacker girl from the world's top hacker organization, the Rising Tide organization, and the future Shockwave woman Daisy John directly published the file completely. He was forced into this step by step by the evil men of the military. This is the persecution of mutants. General Ross should be put to death. Daisy condemned on the internet. Wow! Once the news was put on the internet, it immediately caused a huge sensation. One stone set off 1,000 layers of waves. What turned a 13-year-old boy into a demon? Many people gradually reversed their impressions and began to condemn. He is speaking for the mutants, he is the hero of the mutants. Just when people fight injustices for Su Chen, is another exact news spread on the internet. Su Chen, the #1 mutant, killed Professor Charles, and several X-Men died in battle. The news came out. Reversed again. Hehe, what about the good voice for mutants? What about the good hero? It turns out that your mutant hero will completely kill the leader of the mutant moderate. If you want me to think he is an incurable extreme mutant, let him die. Chapter 39. Whether Su Chen is a mutant hero or a demon, for a while, it has aroused many heated discussions. After being immersed for a full week, unexpectedly, Su Chen's figure disappeared from the public's field of vision. Yorkton, Manhattan. Under the dark night, a magnificent Fisker mansion just rose from the ground, straight into the sky, as if it had torn the night. This is the gangster empire created by the ruler Wilson Fisk, who is also the famous Golden Union. It appears that the Fisker building group is a magnificent business kingdom, but in essence, the underworld Emperor Jin has dominated everything in the underground world, and his words can even reach his world without any decree. There is his word for words. Thousands of gangsters are like loyal slaves working for him. Under such a splendid building, there are so many innocent bones buried, and among them, there is a corpse of the mother of the super-killing female Mindy. Hey! Little girl, this is not where you can come. Super killer Mindy turned a deaf ear. With her small figure, she ignored the warnings of the bodyguards and walked into the first-floor lobby of the Fisker building with a suitcase in the dark. Jingle! The alarm sounded suddenly, and the metal detection device at the gate directly detected a large amount of heavy metal materials. Damn little girl! The two mobs in black suits at the door were very upset. They immediately picked up a pistol on the side of their waist and opened the insurance directly, but they hadn't waited for him to pull the trigger. There was a bang. Mindy turned 2 shots back, and the precise bullets directly penetrated their heads. Everything should be an end. Who? Super Killer took a deep breath, and suddenly unscrewed 2 fully automatic rifles from her suitcase. Da-day! The muzzle of the rifle burst into bright fireworks, and the fully automatic rifle continuously fired bullets, killing all the gangsters who came in the hall. Soon, outside the door of the Fisker building, Su Chen, wearing a black sweater, walked in with his sister Susan. Without a trace, or even a trace of fluctuation, a metal gate of the Fisk mansion closed so quickly. Disappeared for a week. Is because Susan's sluggish spirit has been recuperating for a full week, and Su Chen is watching day and night, so naturally he will not leave. And now, the reason why he came to this Fisker mansion was that Su Chen, who was slightly indebted in his heart, decided to fulfill the wish of the big father Damon. Although he had never met and had no emotion at all, the other party died because of himself. Su Chen naturally wouldn't let him die so wronged. In order to deal with the underworld Emperor Jin Bin, who was looking forward to the enemy day and night, the Big Daddy Damon trained his daughter Mindy into a killing machine. But when you can take revenge, with the strength of the Golden Union, it is like a huge mountain that is basically difficult to shake. And now, Su Chen completely destroyed this huge mountain. A wave of thought power surges out of my mind like this, and in the plasticized state, one after another turns into a sharp blade with a thin trace and runs through the bodies of the gang members. In the blink of an eye, the figure in the entire hall quickly fell to the ground like mowing grass. These suit thugs and gangster bodyguards are simply not enough to be Su Chen's opponents. At this moment, the lights of the entire building went out completely. Everything around was plunged into the darkness of invisible. Be careful, Jin He has a mysterious assassination unit called Xiaohui. These ninjas have a very terrible assassination method. Mingdi tensed his expression and became very alert. Susan cuts directly into the state of molecular mimicry, which allows all injuries and touches to pass through her body, unable to cause harm to her. Su Chen's complexion was still calm, and a pair of eyes swept across the surrounding environment with such interest. His clear black and white eyes seemed to flicker with dim light, and the rapidly evolving infrared vision and night vision capabilities completely understood everything here. At this moment, a ninja in red who hid from the ceiling, holding his breath for half a minute, suddenly leapt and fell. The samurai sword in his hand was glowing coldly, tearing through the night, just like that, slashing at Su Chen's head in the air with a slashing posture. That's it. Su Chen's face showed a hint of sarcasm. Less than a second. An unknown mysterious force completely intervened in reality. The complexion of the figure slashing in the air before his eyes changed, and the whole person's body began to collapse, turning into a bunch of bubbles, floating in the air. Hey! Another ninja in red couldn't help it. He broke his breath holding effort from under the corner in the dark. The experienced ninja quickly drew his sword from the scabbard in his waist, and the blazing light of the sword had not had time to flash in the air. The figure he threw in front of him was like losing the bones of his whole body, and suddenly fell to the ground. With a thump, the whole person actually fell into a pile of donuts, spreading all over the ground. This. Not to mention other secret killers, even Mingdi looked surprised and couldn't believe this amazing scene. Hiss! At this moment, many ninjas lurking in the lobby on the first floor were unable to hold their breath, and their numb pupils were full of fear at this time. Such an enemy is really terrible. How did he do it? Under such an environment full of killing intent and panic. Only Susan's laughter rippled around. Brother wants donuts, right? Chapter 28. Su Chen heard this, but rubbed Susan's hair with his right hand. Less than a second. The weird and mysterious power once again acted in reality. The ninja who had exposed all traces of aura in the previous moment completely collapsed, and the body turned into glass beads on the ground, spilled over the ground, and pulsed continuously in a dim hall. The sound. P.S. On the first day of March, ask for a wave of monthly tickets, rewards, flowers and evaluation tickets for support. Chapter 40. Diddy-da-da. The sound of the glass falling to the ground kept coming out. Only a week has passed, and Su Chen has become more comfortable with modifying reality. Obviously, he has learned a lot of nourishment in the past battles. Today, he can even easily complete actions that subvert reality under calm thoughts. Ding! Under one of his thoughts, the lights of the building that had been cut off were resounding like this. Just such a short time, there are not many people in the whole hall. Da-da-da! The superkiller Mindy with red eyes immediately pulled the trigger and shot all the remaining figures under the light accurately through the head. That guy must be on the top floor. Mindy gritted his teeth and said coldly. At this moment, inside the top office of the FISC building, if a sturdy figure like a giant bear sits on a sofa like this, his full-faced face is completely distorted at this moment, and the crutches in his hand are crunched by him. On the edge of the sofa, one of his men was beaten to blood, lying on the ground, unconscious. The reason for everything is just that this subordinate reported the not-so-good bad news, and Jin Wei, who was in a rage, punched him to death so quickly. As having the existence of the theoretical limit of human physique, Jin Bin's fist is enough to beat a tiger alive. All the personnel who are just sparring are all world-class boxing champions and even elite special forces. But they can't survive 3 rounds under Jin Bin's hands. Kim is still very dissatisfied with this. Because he knows the existence of superheroes in this world, they often have terrifying abilities, at least he admires the mutants' abilities very much. The sudden crisis in front of him also made him realize that it seemed difficult to settle with his own strength. The first batch of hands-on association members lost contact. The bullseye has gone to stop. The opponent has been killed. One after another, bad news kept coming. According to the surveillance screen, the enemy is a super killer woman. In addition, there is the extreme mutant Su Chen who was wanted not long ago. This news is almost like a thunder ringing in Jin Bin's ears. In the past, the super-killing girl was nothing but an eye-catching little grasshopper that kept jumping up and down. But now, Su Chen, who came together, made him unable to maintain calmness at all. His strong life and death instinct kept beating with warning signs, as if the of death was urging his life to reach its limit. After all, that is a monster that can survive a nuclear explosion. Damn bastard! Just prepare for the ceremony. The golden figure stood up just like that, his completely distorted face was full of madness. I don't know how many years have passed through the underground world before successfully squeezing into the upper class. Now the underworld Empire State Building is in danger of collapsing. Naturally, Jin doesn't want to stop it. No matter who you are, if you want to take everything from me, I can hold you to death at my worst. No one can keep you. Boy, don't think you are the most special in this world. Boom! Along with Su Chen's punch, a figure in front of him smashed the wall in front of him like a cannonball. The gangsters of Jin Bin, and even the members of the Shaohui could not resist Su Chen's move. The whistling sound of breaking through the air kept coming, and at this moment, 3 darts were thrown very accurately at the vital points of Su Chen's body. This superb throwing skill is absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, hadn't gotten close to Su Chen's physique, but was completely blocked by an intangible power of thought lingering a few meters away, as if sinking into a quagmire. The 3 darts couldn't make any further progress, just hovering in the air. He is the target eye, his nerves are very abnormal. Super Killer Mindy said very vigilantly. In the past, the number 1 killer under the banner of Jin Bin can make Dad a headache. But now, in front of Su Chen, it was like a fish on a chopping board, let him slaughter it. Not good. The target's eyes changed drastically, but no matter how he struggled, his body was driven by an invisible traction, and he floated directly in front of Su Chen. What? He screamed, his whole body just disintegrated, and under a terrifying reality interference force, he turned into a lot of bubbles and dissipated into the air. Of course, only his unique spine structure is completely exposed in front of him. Spine bones cast from Edmund alloy. Su Chen touched his chin. Just now, he has completely penetrated the extraordinary inside the target eye through the gleaming eyes. A product of Project X again. Of course, the bull's eye can be modified, but it is because another surgeon related to it successfully implanted it. Under the incomparably surging thought power plasticization, the sturdy Edmund alloy suddenly deformed like a cotton candy, and in the blink of an eye, it succeeded in shaping a slender blade under the will of Su Chen. Next second, this flying sword completely broke through the air, shuttled between the corridors one after another, continuously running through the bodies of the figures. No one can stop Su Chen's footsteps. Soon, he took the super killer girl, and Susan came to the top floor of the Fisker building. At this moment, an unusually evil and surging dark power gushes out from the pear blossom wood door in front of him. Su Chen frowned. This sudden emergence of evil power actually made his heart feel a little uncomfortable. It was as if something was coveting him in the dark. Su Chen felt something in his heart. For a moment, he directly raised his head and looked at the ceiling. His black and white eyes seemed to see through everything and looked completely at the outside of the building. In the night. At this time, under the boundless darkness of the night, boundless dark clouds gathered together, and a strange black channel was formed. At this moment, a black vertical pupil appeared in the void staring at Su Chen like this. In the next instant, a surging evil force suddenly turned into a beam of light and began to descend. At this moment, the ancient evil beast, whom the Hand Healing Society believes in, the existence named Haikong, descended in the ceremony. But what is surprising is that the will that came was originally Jin Bin, the successor in the ceremony. However, it seemed that he could smell better from Su Chen's body. He even abandoned Jin Bin and directly descended on Su Chen. Chen's body. No. Why did you abandon me? Jin growled unwillingly. And this time, like a whisper from a devil, it lingers in Su Chen's ear. The injustice in this world is pouring over you, let go of your heart, and I will give you the power to destroy the world. Chapter 41. He Kong, the evil god, exists named Beast. In the Marvel event, Shadow Domain, it has completely appeared on the stage, and the method of possessing and descending has controlled Daredevil to completely dry up a group of superheroes, and the terrible demonic energy has completely corroded the hearts of the surrounding people. Daredevil's TV even mentions the existence of He Kong. No matter how, He Kong, the evil god, is an existence in another alien dimension. Foreign dimensions, parallel worlds, and small universes are a very common thing for the Marvel world. And now, the evil He Kong completely descended from the sky in a ritual carried out by the hand-to-hand meeting. But an abnormal change just happened. The heretical He Kong who had descended did not choose to drill into Jin Nun's body. Instead rushed to Su Chen's body. This is the perfect boarding body. Boy, I feel the majestic anger and killing intent from you. The injustice in this world is pouring over you. Let go of your heart, and I will give you the power to destroy the world. The sky above the city. I saw the boundless dark clouds continue to gather, and in it, a large black vertical pupil stared at Su Chen's figure like this. In the blink of an eye, an extremely evil force continued to descend. Is like an empowerment, constantly trying to flood Su Chen's head. Do not. Chapter 29. Jin Bin in the office yelled angrily. He opened his eyes wide. His face was full of anger, but it was also mixed with incredible meaning. After all, he never thought that the evil He Kong would abandon himself and choose someone else as the host of the boarding house. Damn it! How can that fellow, Ho Dai, be able to get the favor of the Thulhu? Don't you guys do something? Jin became anxious. After all, if you want to open the dimensional tunnel, you have to take a big risk. I don't know how many resources are searched outside, and even oneself can become a container in the future. But now, the black sky summoned by the members of the Hand Union has abandoned himself and turned to the young man who killed him. What the is this? Golden and full of anger. But these red-clothed ninjas of the Hand-in-Hand Association knelt to the ground one after another, kowtowing their heads very religiously. Because they felt the will of the evil He Kong appear more clearly in the world. What? Something's wrong. At this time, the roar from the black sky will roar like this. Is so wrong. He felt that the power of will that he had landed in the opponent's body was fading away, and the power of darkness was constantly flowing from his body. Impossible. How can you seize my power? Kurosara's roar is almost like an incompetent rage. He didn't even know that Su Chen had completely further awakened the use of energy since he fought against the Soul Master Professor Charles and the Phoenix Girl, involving the spiritual level. In other words, even if it is the mind or spirit, the power of will type that tries to flood Su Chen's head will be absorbed by him desperately. For a while, the will energy of the evil He Kong turned into pure spiritual power and fed back to Su Chen. Is there such a good thing? Su Chen didn't expect to have such a big gift package as soon as he arrived. This is the power you gave me to calm the world. It's ridiculous. With such a little power, I dare not stop barking in front of me. It's true that you felt the boundless anger and murderous intent from me, but this time, I felt a scent of aggrieved and irritated from you. Su Chen sneered. This remark made the black sky will invade from the dimensionality with anger. He came from outside the dimension, and he couldn't do it completely if he wanted to fully descend on the body, he could only stay in a container and slowly grow his strength. Damn bastard! He Kong resentfully withdrew his will from Su Chen's body. In order to avenge the opponent, his will finally fell into Jin Bin's body. You finally came. Coming. I finally feel the power. In the office. Jin laughed arrogantly. At this moment, he finally felt the endless dark power permeating his body. Compared with the body power that he had tempered over the past decades, it was nothing short of cloud and mud. This is power. At this moment, Jin did not only feel that he could knock down a hill. Can be the next second. Do not. His face became more and more fierce and distorted, and the evil Haikong simply didn't bother to pay attention to this self-blaming golden union. After his will was completely poured into his mind, he completely occupied all of his consciousness. The poor underworld emperor is now reduced to a container of the evil god's will. Boy, I will let you die. Haikong's wisp of will controlled Jin Bin's body like this, and suddenly rushed forward. Boom! Unexpectedly, Su Chen, who was outside the door, took the lead in the collision. His body that had experienced the baptism of a nuclear explosion, and even the Wushuan body promoted by the Hulk smashed the pear blossom wood door, and merged the gold with one end. The body flew out. I heard you are an evil god. Su Chen stepped forward, his figure flying. Before the opponent stood up from the ground, he grabbed the opponent's head directly, and slammed into the ground like this. Boom! The entire ground was completely shattered, revealing a huge pit. Kinami's posture is like a green onion inserted upside down and grabs the ground with his head. God! This is God! There is such a weak in this world. Su Chen laughed wantonly. He grabbed Jin Bin's arm and stretched it out. With one force, he slapped it directly on the ground on the other side. Especially puzzled Su Chen raised his arms again, and just waved it up and down on both sides, and slapped the body of Jin Nun, who was boarding in Haikong, on the ground on both sides mercilessly. Boom! The earth is broken. The wisp of wool that came from the black air just wanted to vomit blood. When did he endure such humiliation? But the pain that came back from his weak physique caused him to be tortured. At this moment, he was covered in blood and could hardly move. Such a weak is ashamed to say that he wants to give me the power to calm everything. Under the power of the Thulhu that was swallowed, Su Chen's handsome face was slightly evil and awe-inspiring. His long black hair lingered slightly in the air, and even the strange black energy surged around his body. I'm sorry for you. Su Chen sneered, and there was no room to speak to the other party. Looking at this golden body lying on the ground, his foot was printed into the other party's head like this. Click! The big head shattered like this. Jin and died aggrieved. The incarnation of the will of the evil Haikong also fell. And this time, welcome to the new master. The hand-healing ninja who has been kneeling on the ground yelled at Su Chen with a pious expression on his face. Chapter 42. Welcome to the new master. The devout members of the Handheld Association just fell to their knees in allegiance to Su Chen. Su Chen is a little confused. The hands will be loyal to the strong. You defeated Jin and conquered the black sky. These people have followed you from then on. Super Kill Girl Mindy understands this very well. Seeing the hesitation on Su Chen's face, Mindy added, anyway, if you don't ask for it, these guys are invisible and they will definitely not be an eyesore. And you need more power. Hear the words. Su Chen didn't say much, and seemed to have acquiesced. Everything is over. The super killer girl Mindy glanced at the blood-covered Jin Bin's body on the ground, and sighed inexplicably. Soon, their figures left the Fisk mansion. This week, Su Chen in the vortex of the storm has almost become a global public enemy. In order to take care of his ailing sister, he kept a low profile and completely disappeared from public view. It seems to many people that even the members of SHIELD agents mostly think that the most wanted mutant must sneak into a remote place and hide. But no one would have thought that Su Chen and his sister would live in one of the most magnificent top-notch apartments in Manhattan. Yorkton, downtown Manhattan. The skyscrapers hundreds of meters high go straight into the sky, but on the top floor of this building are top-notch apartments worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Not long ago, Su Chen came to this city inexplicably out of control because his childhood dream was to have the most luxurious apartment in this prosperous city, driving the best luxury car, and putting his own moved from the township among relatives. Now, he has easily fulfilled his childhood dream. Was able to stay here without a trace of trouble, but the super slaughter girl with extremely rich social experience directly moved into this magnificent high-rise apartment with a small amount of black money. Coupled with the mind system ability that Su Chen has derived, many building administrators including the butler have been brainwashed, so there is no trouble that will follow. Su Chen's figure stood in front of the French windows. At a height of hundreds of meters, he was able to see the neon city scenery under the night in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the flow of people was like ants. Inexplicably, a sense of trampling the entire city under one's feet appeared in my heart. No wonder rich people like to build offices on the top floor of buildings. With a bird's eye view, the whole city is in sight, giving people the joy of being king. Is this ambition? Su Chen felt a different taste from the bottom of his heart. Brother, if Mom is still there, I will definitely be proud of you. Sister Susan walked over wearing a puff dress with a doll in her arms. Yes. Su Chen smiled and rubbed her hair. Under this habitual action, he found that he had become a lot taller. In just a few days, it seemed that after the battle with the Hulk, his 13-year-old body had risen quite a lot, maybe 1.7 meters. Many. Chapter 30. Even the physique has become stronger, the lined muscles are not bloated at all, and a slight squeezing of the fist makes you feel the majestic strength in the palm of your hand. The body has changed. Su Chen found that even his thoughts had gradually become more stable. After so many things, the childlike stubborn temper of the past, the childishness on his face has disappeared. After often stayed by Susan's side, he no longer held his indifferent face, and the painful heart for more than half a month was finally comforted. Su Chen laughed a lot more these days. Even the darkness in my heart and the melancholy killing intent are hidden in the body and no longer appear. Sometimes, Su Chen, who was in a daze, even felt that after finishing his final revenge, should he choose to take his sister and leave here completely. But after doing so much, he also knows that the trajectory of life has gradually deviated from calm. Can he go back? Even if he let go of everything? Others may not agree. At this moment, Sister Susan seemed to think of something, and said, "Brother, do you remember the ghost that scared my mother when I was a child?" Su Chen suddenly remembered a scene in which his mother had mentioned that she was frightened when she was a child. In the single-family house in the township, a figure was riding the night to break the window. The mother who was about to fall asleep was startled and quickly filled the gun in the drawer with ammunition. But in the blink of an eye, the figure outside the window disappeared. At that time, my mother even chased out the door, but at a glance, the streets in the night were empty, as if the scene just now was an illusion. Maybe it's a ghost. Mother attributed everything to her own illusion. This is the specific thing Susan mentioned. Su Chen looked back, but didn't take it seriously. After all, his mother was not in good health at the time, and maybe she had a nightmare. And many more. Suddenly, Su Chen's gentle complexion became serious, leaving a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Something's wrong. How did this memory come from? Su Chen's complexion changed drastically. In an instant, he seemed to vaguely perceive some fluctuations in reality, as if there were some changes in the timeline. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this feeling. He is very familiar. Because he is a master who is good at modifying reality, this kind of subtle fluctuations that interfere with reality will definitely not deceive him. What did someone do? Who the is? Su Chen, who became suspicious, suddenly realized that from the level of the mind system, he seemed to perceive an inexplicable memory embedded in his mind. Said it was embedded, which is not right. If you don't look closely, you will find that this little memory is so seamless, there is no clue at all. When I thought that someone in the secret had inexplicably tampered with the changes in reality, how long Su Chen's calm heart was once again repeated killing intent. After all, the unknown characters hiding in the dark actually made the memory of himself and Susan misaligned. What did that guy do? Damn it! Su Chen frowned, only to feel that the killing intent in his body could not be suppressed at all. At this moment, the infinitely evolving genes in his body have also begun to gradually change, and they have already begun to respond to this inexplicable change. P.S. It should be easy to guess, can you interpret it? Guess it and just bite the bullet. 43. Chapter 43. The same night. Some time ago. Some remote and unknowable place. The students of Xavier College of Genius in the past just gathered in a barracks. Since the number 1 mutant Su Chen killed Professor Charles, causing the deaths of many X-Men, and even after the Phoenix female piano Grey completely blackened and completely destroyed the entire manor, these poor students were immediately caught in the few remaining X-Wars. The police ran around under the leadership of the police. An extremely ironic fact is that after losing the asylum of Professor Charles, there are unidentified persons following their tracks in secret. This is ironic. I thought that the root cause of Su Chen's blackening was the arrest of General Stryker. Everyone's heart is somewhat unpleasant. You must know that their teacher will insist on maintaining peace and order with mankind in the end, dispelling the panic of human society about mutants, and vowing to arrest Su Chen thoroughly. But now, without Professor X, without many elite backbones of X-Men, they are like a bunch of mice running around on the street, everyone shouting and beating. In less than a few days, some students left the team and chose to return to their families directly. And in this, there are very ugly words constantly appearing. Everything Professor Charles has been teaching is fake. This is the world where the weak eat the strong. Without the guarantee of force, we are just a bunch of mice for research and dissection. There are too many ugly words in the team. Among them, many students shouted to follow the words of the number 1 mutant Su Chen. Only he can lead us out of the world. Was secretly coveted by humans in the past, and the days of chasing and fleeing have already made many mutant students unbearable. If it weren't for the brutal Wolverine Logan, after receiving the news, he successfully reunited with them and killed a lot of offenders, I'm afraid the number of the entire team would continue to drop a lot. In the camp, the only remaining X-Men have finalized a very bold plan. We want to change everything. Maybe our attitudes and views on human beings have changed a lot, but we need to change everything and save everything. We need Professor X, and we need to return to the X-Men. We want to redeem all this. Phantom Cat said with a crying face, and clenching his fist. Generations of X-Men, Iceman, Phantom Cat, Raksha Girl, Shockwave, Bishop, and others, and even Quicksilver who escaped from the dead, Laser Eye who was seriously injured and Wolverine all gathered. It all depends on you. Phantom Cat, please ask Logan. After all, the only person in front of him who can withstand the time and space travel without breaking his body or even bursting his brain is the Wolverine who can recover himself. I'm ready, come on. Wolverine took a deep breath and lay flat on a stone platform. Who? Phantom Cat took a deep breath, and then continued to remind, your past actions will cover all the original history, and other people can only remember the changed history. If you can successfully change history, then only you will remember what happened to Xavier Genius Academy. Bring them back. Logan. At this moment, the Phantom Cat's hands were pressed to the sides of Wolverine's forehead, and an unusually shocking wave of time and space penetrated Logan's head. He wants to go back to the past, find Su Chen who was arrested, successfully rescued him, and killed all the soldiers like General Stryker who were hunting down. So after this, Su Chen would not be transferred to the large-scale snowfield base for the second time, and then lost control, escaped, and then completely blackened, nuclear explosion of the capital, and then slaughtered their X-Men. Rescue him, let him return to a normal life, all tragedies will not happen. Let him live the normal life that a 13-year-old boy should have. This is the plan to reverse the future led by Phantom Cat. Reverse the future. Sounds incredible. In fact, in this Marvel world, time and space shuttle, dimension descent, parallel universe, and quantum technology are all very normal methods. But at this time, she is still young, and she is not too proficient in the space-time shuttle ability of the new awakening, so even she is not sure that she will be able to send Logan to the correct time. Hurry up! For her, maintaining this ability also made her a little tired and weak, and she couldn't hold on for long. Under the power of time and space shuttle, Logan Wolverine successfully returned to the past. But there was a problem at the time. The Phantom Cat really can't control it perfectly. Logan did not return to the day when Chien Suchin was arrested for more than a month. Instead, it went back more than a year ago. After realizing that there was something wrong at the time, Logan did not choose to fall asleep to wake him up. He was unwilling to endure the pain of time travel again. At this time, another wonderful plan emerged in his heart. After 100, kill that Su Chen completely. Logan's pupils are inexplicably red. Professor Charles is his good friend. He was completely killed by brain death, which really made him intolerable. So he cares. Logan, who had deviated from the time point, rushed to the small town of Moss on the west coast, preparing to go to Su Chen's family to kill him, completely stifling the threat of the future in the cradle. As long as you kill him, all future nightmares will also not happen. The thoughtful Logan arrived in this small town on a motorcycle in the dark. With a strong killing intent, he just came to the outside of a single-family house. Squeak! He opened the fence door and walked into the small courtyard. Logan didn't go through the main entrance, but broke into the residence through the side window. At this moment, Logan's eyes saw the figure of a lady in pajamas from the window. Chapter 31. What? She screamed, and the lady who was Mother Zigong quickly recovered her composure and began to find a gun in the drawer. Logan didn't say anything, his heart was ruthless, and he directly called and left. But at this time, the Phantom Cat that maintains the shuttle of time and space is simply difficult to maintain. Her strength is still too weak, so that the entire timeline has not yet been condensed and closed, and it has just begun to collapse. The timeline collapsed. Means that all interference factors that have not had time to complete will be readjusted back. Logan's figure just disappeared in front of Su Chen's mother. Ghost. Mother Su only felt a panic in her heart. Thinking of the two teenage children still in the house, to ensure their safety, she awakened them, and then walked out the door with the gun, trying to check the safety. Although the timeline was not closed, it did not complete the real interference with reality, but the aftermath of trying to interfere with the timeline echoed all around and projected into Sue's mother's mind. The story of Ghost has been passed down since then. And then, after Logan returned to his timeline, also realized that something was wrong, and Su Chen, who noticed the aftermath of reality, frowned. This kind of insecurity made him feel the malice of the world more and more. Who is targeting himself? P.S. I shouldn't burn my brain. Logan did travel back to himself in the past, but the timeline did not finish closing, so everything returned to zero. His figure disappeared directly, but the aftermath of the return of the timeline still caused the projection of the soul, and then there was a ghost. The Legend of PS2, someone answered correctly, so I updated it directly. It is an adaptation of the movie X-Men, Reversing the Future. Chapter 44. Damn it, it's almost. Wolverine awoke from the stone platform, suddenly said very furiously. Almost. He was almost able to break into the opponent's house, completely kill the young Su Chen, reverse the future, and all the timelines will be replaced. Sorry, my ability is still too weak. Is difficult to maintain, and the Phantom Cat, which caused all the timelines to collapse, said apologetically. But she was also very curious and said, is the time of my teleportation correct? Did you see General Stryker who arrested Su Chen at that time? Wolverine heard the words and pondered for a while. The timeline is naturally wrong. However, Compared to rescuing Su Chen, he suddenly thought that slaughtering Su Chen, who hadn't awakened, would be a better way to relieve his anger. Well, just keep that feeling. Logan's eyes became a bit deep. He couldn't wait, and urged directly, how long will it take to open the space-time shuttle next time? It will take about 2 days. Phantom Cat smiled bitterly. For this new ability of Second Awakening, she can't use it handily. However, the X-Men Iceman in the camp came up with a more secure plan. If you remember correctly, a child from Xavier College once came to ask for help. His ability is amplification, which strengthens the expression of the X gene, which is to enhance our ability. We may need his help. Remember his address? Well, I'm a bit impressed. Kayan, this matter is up to you, find him as soon as possible. The same moment. Manhattan, in a high-rise apartment. Su Chen has already determined that someone is trying to interfere with the timeline in secret. Without thinking about it, the other party must have gone to his old townhouse, so that he has an impression of his mother and sister. Damn it! He has a serious expression. Compared to facing a nuclear explosion and thousands of enemies, this invisible killer tampering with the timeline secretly is the most daunting. No matter what, this kind of behavior involving the undermining of oneself is undoubtedly a stimulus, and the infinitely evolving gene has begun to metamorphose. It's okay. On the other side, the superkiller Mindy, who lives in the dapping floor, walked over. Su Chen shook his head. This kind of thing that involves the rewriting of reality and the change of the timeline can't be said clearly for a while. It will be a public trial of General Stryker's case for more than 2 days. What are you going to do? Since the Rising Tide organization publicly exposed a series of illegal activities such as trafficking, human experimentation, etc. that General Stryker secretly involved, and even brewed the fact that a 13-year-old child was completely blackened, under pressure from the fishing boat, he was forced to appear in court to confront him. In order to quell the fishing boat, the entire case also needs to be heard in public. In the past few days, Mindy can actually see Su Chen's hesitation. After all, he is no longer alone. The gentleness shown by Susan for many days is almost like the image of a big brother next door, not at all like before. So indifferent and ruthless. Sometimes she thinks that maybe it would be a good thing to go back to her hands completely after her revenge. She can sometimes see a trace of confusion from Su Chen, and it seems that the uncertainty about the future, especially when a young sister is around, makes his thinking more and more concerned. Anyway, the world is so big, is there still a place to stay? At this time, Su Chen also gave a ruthless answer. I will personally execute the opponent publicly on that day. Under all eyes, even execute opponents in public view? Mingdi opened his mouth. As for the arrangement after revenge? She didn't ask any more. Because at this moment, she didn't know what happened, but she felt a suppressed killing intent from Su Chen. No matter what, I will always support you. A smile appeared on Mingdi's flawless face. At this time, she raised the phone in her hand and said very excitedly, "Remember the girl from the High Tide organization? She didn't know how to contact me. You should be interested in a copy of the information about the base built by General Stryker. In the past few days, a girl from the High Tide organization has been secretly contacting Mindy directly." In shock at the time, Mindy even planned to change the number completely and leave the high-rise apartment where he lived. But, surprisingly, the other party actually expressed kindness and was willing to help Su Chen, the so-called number 1 mutant. My Mei? Or a fan of mutants with top hacking skills? Mingdi was a little surprised. But when I think that the other party's affiliated organizations have already disclosed information that is extremely unfavorable to the government to the public, it shouldn't be an enemy either. And now, the Chinese girl who has never met has completely sent another extremely important secret base information. Early the next morning, after eating breakfast, Su Chen walked through the space alone, and in less than a second from his house, he came to a beautiful mountainous area. This is already at least hundreds of kilometers away. In order to avoid troubles and risks, Su Chen did not bring his sister Susan and Super Killer. Danger Prediction. He called this early warning ability when a loved one is in danger for the first time, a spiritual level ability, called Danger Prediction. And Su Chen didn't know that in a parallel universe, a guy named Superman also had this ability. This undoubtedly saved him from worrying that the enemy would really threaten his sister. Really have. At this time, after more than 10 minutes journey, Su Chen's figure has been placed on a mountain peak at least 1,000 meters high. His clear black and white eyes have seen traces of artificial excavation on the cliffs of Chongshan. A waterfall sprinkled down like a horse, and above the spring, a metal iron gate that was very hidden under the vines appeared so eye-catching. Very good. It really is Striker's secret base. He was not brought here at the time, so even with his extraordinary memory ability, he could not be found. Is now unexpectedly, with the help of a hacker girl, he got what he wanted. Can be at this moment. A weird wave of magical power rippled in the surrounding air like this, the blue sky, and even the surrounding mountains were covered with layers of mirrors, stacked on top of each other, like a dream. The rising mirror quickly disappeared, and it seemed that the dreamy scene just now was an illusion of oneself. But Su Chen's keen perception had already told him that everything around him had changed. I've been looking for you for a long time, little devil from Thulhu. P.S. The first update today, it is customary to ask for a wave of monthly tickets, flowers, evaluation tickets, and rewards for support. PS2, thank you for the 200 rewards of Luo Water Dance, and thank you for the 100 rewards of XXXX. Chapter 45. I saw a bright firepower spark outline an arc, and soon, a spatial channel appeared in front of me. I have been looking for you for a long time, kid. A figure wearing a crimson robe just walked out. Chapter 32. As the mage of Kamatage, the tall and sturdy Mordo is even more reminiscent of the name of the melee mage. In an instant, the magical power fluctuations around became denser and denser, only to see a group of figures wearing the same robes, opening the door of the space through the hanging ring they wore, and shuttled there, appearing on the top of each mountain. Su Chen frowned. He was curious when he offended these people. Was it last night? Indeed so. In this Marvel world, there has always been a hidden guardian force defending the entire Earth. That is the Magic Temple Kamatage. Its leader, the Supreme Master, has always had the title of Guardian of the Earth. This Supreme Mage Guyi has survived for almost 700 years. The Manhattan wizard stationed in the temple last night felt a wave of evil spirits coming from outside the dimensionality, and an incomparably evil and dark power was coming to tear through the boundary of the dimensionality. For the first time, many people think that it is the old rival Domum trying to come. But this power is a lot weaker, and he gradually and clearly argues that it comes from another evil god, Hei Kong, who has a much lower personality. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Supreme Master Guyi had shuttled out of the earth. Then, this strand of dark wool that came from tearing the dimension was even more quickly dissipated, so that after the temple mage arrived, there was not much clue. However, early the next morning, Baron Mordu, a disciple of ancient times with more advanced spells, had personally led a small team to investigate. There is still a trace of dark evil spirit waves remaining on your body. Baron Mordu folded his arms, standing on the cliff of the opposite mountain range, looking arrogantly at the opposite Su Chen. Are you talking about the evil from last night? Su Chen understood the other party's intention. But he smiled and said, that evil is very warm and gives me a lot of strength. The fall of caused quite a bit of criticism. Do you still want to swallow the power of the evil god? It's so shameless. It's the first time I've seen it so fresh and refined by the body of the evil god. The surrounding red-robed mages released light waves of magical power. They either stepped on the void, or stepped on the nearby mountains and forests, watching Su Chen with a stern look. Surpassed the void, and even the mountains began to float up strangely like carpets, but the spatial structure of the entire world was changing. This is so unusual. Is too mysterious. Vaguely, even the sky was slightly ups and downs, and everything around it seemed to have begun to change. Under the temple mage of Kamatage, even the method of folding the city can be easily achieved. This is the mirror space field they created. From the very beginning, Su Chen was brought into this realm by them. It seemed that the surrounding scenery had not changed at all, but everything that happened here would not interfere with the real world. Ordinary people will definitely be shocked if they encounter such a thing. But Su Chen's eyes have long awakened the ability of space detection. The warping, folding, and crack marks of the spatial structure can be clearly seen by him. The changes in the entire mirror space are also in his eyes. It seems that you guys won't let me go. Su Chen's indifferent face is filled with a deep chill. Was originally for revenge, but he didn't think that he would be intercepted out of thin air, which made him feel a little upset. Fulhu's body, still thinking about leaving? You should care if your life can be saved. Baron Morda sneered. He waved his hand. The magic fluctuations around him spread more and more in the heavens and the earth, and the attack from the temple mage completely broke out at this moment. Get up! Accompanied by a roar not far away. Boom! The mountains under Su Chen's feet suddenly rose from the flat ground. This mysterious method did not scare Su Chen's figure. His figure leaped, evading the huge impact from underneath, and the fluctuation of thought power surged around his body, and the sleeves of a black sweater made a rustle under the gale of the valley. At this time, a heavy shadow just obscured the sunny day, gradually covering his body. Su Chen glanced at him, and suddenly a high mountain on his side folded up, and the felled mountain range collapsed toward his body. That's it! Su Chen sneered. The next moment, with the blessing of the surging thought power, his figure shot straight into the air like a cannonball, and thus escaped the collapsed mountains. Under the turbulent high-altitude wind, Su Chen's black hood was completely separated from his head, and a black bangs kept fluttering on his forehead. At this time, his instinctive battle instinct had already told him that he was standing in the air and was ready to attack. After all, flying so high in the sky has indeed become a living target. In an instant, the fierce wind turned into a sword formation, just like this with a terrible edge, and it cut at the middle of Su Chen's body. Not fast enough. In the midst of chatting and laughing, Su Chen, who was still at ease, disappeared completely under a group of surprised eyes. Damn it! The opponent is also a master of space shuttle, and his perception seems to be very keen. This should be the power of the evil god, that kid dare to refute it. Find him quickly. A group of temple mages finally looked serious, and they realized that the other party's methods were a bit extraordinary, and it was only a ray of the evil god's will that had come. Distraction is not a good thing. Just then, a voice resounded behind a temple mage. His face changed, he felt the strong wind coming from behind him, and tried to backhand to block. The blood bloomed. His movements were still half a beat slow, and a slender blade that was plasticized by thought power penetrated his back waist, revealing a sharp sword light from in front of him. Su Chen dismissed the thought power fluctuations in it. The mage figure in front of him just fell to his knees, and the blood instantly turned into a pool of blood on the ground. First, Su Chen sneered. His gaze looked at the red-robed mage around him. At this time, the game of hunter and prey just changed the role. 46. Chapter 46. Damn it! What the temple mages in front of them never thought was that this young man was so difficult. Under the siege, not only did he easily dodge a crowd of attacks, but also completely killed one of his companions backhand. Unforgivable. The evil spirit's will is not as weak as imagined. Let's go together. Under the roar of anger, the figure in front of him immediately began to attack. The surging magical fluctuations continued to accumulate, and the surrounding mountains became turbulent again, and a group of mountains gathered, and a group of silhouettes in crimson robes just took advantage of this to kill. Since I came to die, I'm not welcome. Su Chen's eyes flickered with dim light, and he instantly caught a red robe figure that shuttled through the gap in the space. He turned into an invisible sharp blade with thin traces from a fantasy object, and slammed it to the rear. The blood bloomed. A red-robed mage who had just emerged from his figure was penetrated through his head. The other side. The red-robed mage figure that drilled out of the trees even shuttled half of the figure out of the trees, and Su Chen blasted out a punch on one side of the figure. With a bang, the punch went down. Not only the magic mask on the opponent's surface was completely shattered, but the whole body was completely exploded into a blood mist under the bombardment of this punch. This desperate physical blow is really unreasonable. Taking advantage of Su Chen's disposal of the two, magic ropes continuously projected from all directions, and the light flashed away, making it difficult to capture the trajectory fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, the magic rope with a faint silver luster was tied to Su Chen's limbs. "Watch me tie you up as a beast." Accompanied by a roar, it was Baron Mordo, the great disciple of the Supreme Master, who thoroughly demonstrated his magical power. At this moment, his figure turned out to be hundreds of figures unexpectedly, and every figure that was above the air released the magic rope and quickly tied it to Su Chen's forearms. Comitage is the inheritance of white magic from the three demon gods of Wetian Emperor. It is inclined towards peace, but it does not have too many offensive spells like black magic. Chapter 33. But Baron Mordo has always been an addiction to exorcism, and his spells are strong, but he has learned a lot of secrets from ancient times. The move in front of him is exactly the spell cast by Doctor Strange when he fights Thanos in the movie. In a blink, Su Chen suddenly felt the passing of his body's strength, and the majestic spirit had passed away. He boosted his strength many times, but he found that his body became more tired when he struggled, and the luster of the ropes bound around him became brighter. The weird magic rope in front of me does have some merits. Even his own abilities seem to be blocked. You know it's great, right? Hundreds of avatars of Baron Mordo were above the air, with a hint of ridicule on their same cold face, just looking down at the young man on the ground. This kind of high posture is ridiculous. Su Chen looked in his eyes, and the chill in his eyes grew colder. He hates people overlooking himself the most in his life. Magic resistance plus 100. Magic absorption plus 200. The immortal physique instantly started to evolve under external stimuli. Magic. Before this, Su Chen hadn't encountered it. But now, just like an online game, the zero-based body template suddenly began to activate the attribute point of magic resistance. One time. Are you leaving this to trick me? Looking at the hundreds of Mordo figures flying in the air, Su Chen sneered. Click. His whole body was shocked, and dozens of magic ropes broke at this moment. What? Baron Mordo's complexion changed slightly, but he wondered why the other party could raise his strength under this secret technique. Not right. In the next second, his complexion became more and more embarrassed, but he found that his magic power began to fade. Dao Dao's avatar was completely disintegrated without the maintenance of magic power. At this moment, Baron Mordo had already felt the magic power in his body as if it had opened a gate, completely venting it out, and rushing into the boy's body along the magic rope. Damn, what black magic is this? Baron Mordo looked furious. Who would have thought that it was a means of binding the opponent, but it was actually making yourself a cocoon. Magic absorption. After being eroded by magic power, Su Chen's unparalleled physique at this moment not only gave birth to magic resistance, but also gave birth to the characteristic of magic absorption under the stimulation of magic energy. In other words, the ability to manipulate energy can absorb even magical energy in addition to the newly awakened spiritual energy. No one can use the same move and the same ability to hurt him. After Su Chen's evolutionary metamorphosis, the sluggish cell activity was greatly recovered. At this time, a red-robed mage had already killed him when he was bound. Su Chen sneered, and a pair of black and white eyes glowed red at this moment. In an instant, a bright laser beam came out through the eyes and penetrated the body of the mage figure. Damn! Baron Mordo can no longer maintain this magic. He felt a little weak in spirit, and felt that the magic power was unsustainable, so he directly removed all the clones in the air. The magic rope disappeared. But the moment I lost my bondage. Boom! A sonic boom suddenly sounded from the mountain in front of, and Su Chen's figure flew like a cannonball. You are going to get me off. He had long seen this red-robe mage who was above the sky and overlooking others was extremely upset. At this time, the figure flew out, and Su Chen, who raised his right fist, completely shattered the multiple magic barriers outside the opponent's body with such a punch. Then, Baron Mordo's figure suddenly fell straight down from the air like a meteor, and smashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 47. From a high posture above the air, being smashed to the ground, this kind of taste is naturally uncomfortable for Baron Mordo. But for Su Chen, he also felt very sick and bored in his heart. On the road of revenge, the gate of Striker's secret base is right in front of him. But inexplicably, he provokes an unknown magical force, which actually came to destroy himself. And the reason for all of this is just because I was Mingdi for my friend, but it was a grudge. I just swallowed up the power of that evil completely, but you guys will clean up my evil spirit. This is Su Chen's most annoying place. The clay figure still has 3 points of anger. For no reason, he was mistakenly identified as the body of the demon god, wishing to destroy the whole body and raise his ashes. This kind of groundless accusation is simply an unfounded charge. How could Su Chen, who had already experienced a lot of suffering, endure this breath? And why should he endure this suffocated breath? The gentleness that Su Chen has accumulated over the past few days is gone. The angular and handsome face once again showed an extremely indifferent and ruthless taste, just like the boy who walked out of the nuclear explosion that day. Die all to me, he said coldly. It's like death is pronouncing the sentence, and Yama is calling for his life. In the darkened state, Su Chen's long-term suppressed resentment evoked a mysterious and unpredictable power. A terrifying force interfered with reality, tampering with everything around it. In a blink. Something is wrong. Do not. The red-robe mages yelled in panic. They spread their hands, and saw that their arms were continuously decomposing. The flesh and blood disintegrated completely at this moment, and it turned into a pile of powder, floating in the air. Only for an instant. The majestic and murderous temple mages suddenly cried and howled. Tell me now, am I qualified to devour the power of the demon god? Have I said something bluntly? So what is the will of a demon who comes here? It makes you feel that it is impossible to complete it. I don't know that your existence is as small as an ant to me. Su Chen mocked coldly. The mages who were still hanging on the scene looked completely ashamed at this time. It is my fault. Help me. In desperation, they couldn't help begging for mercy from the ridiculed object just now. Unfortunately, there was no wave of magic power, no sign of energy. Under the terrifying reality of interference, these figures in front of them collapsed in panic, and then turned into smoke and dissipated into the air. The surrounding environment changed even more, and the dreamlike mirrors were once again stacked in all directions. Only this time, there was a loud clicking sound, countless cracks spread all over the mirror surface, and the entire mirror surface space was completely shattered at this moment. After losing the supply of magical power, this mirror-like space that changed the sky and earth disappeared. 1, 2, 10. Counting the many mages that had been lost before, a small team member led by Baron Mordo was wiped out. Baron Mordo's complexion changed drastically. At this moment, he took a few deep breaths and continued to strengthen his vitality, trying to resist this force, but the sluggish fluctuations continued to spread in his body. In a blink, his hands have also begun to disintegrate, and under the ruthless obliteration of modifying reality, he can't continue to support it. Damn bastard! At this moment, Baron Mortar looked at the indifferent boy in front of him, and he finally realized that he had provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. Is this guy able to swallow a strand of wool of the demon god? Reminiscent of the rapid passing of his magic power before, his face was pale, and he only felt the most ruthless mockery. Asshole! He hates it. I didn't expect that this time the action to wipe out the will of the demon god was actually a false proposition. And a child provoked for this has such a terrifying power. Is filled with such an amazing killing intent. Is this really the reincarnation of a demon? It's a pity that you killed them, the man who killed our Arcamitage, kid, you are the one who shouldn't be offended. Baron Mortar, who was so angry that he was dying, roared completely. Chapter 34. When the Guardian of the Earth, the Supreme Mage Guyi returns to the Earth, it is when you are judged. At that time, whether you have been corroded by the devil and whether it is a demon outside the dimension, we will naturally know everything. Mado said they, but he does not include himself. When his whole body disintegrated completely, he turned into a voodoo-like puppet. Under the power of reality, the doll completely collapsed. Su Chen frowned. He felt that he did kill him, but his subconsciousness also told him that the other party seemed to use some kind of dark magic to make the puppet die for him. Guardian of the Earth, Supreme Mage, outside the Earth. Su Chen gritted his teeth under the indifferent complexion. He has never heard of these names. Superheroes have been passed on from mouth to mouth, but they are very familiar, but Su Chen has only learned about the existence of magic in this world since today. Can their leader be hired outside the Earth, in the dimension? What Guardian of the Earth, there really is such an existence, why there will be wars in the world, and tens of millions of lives have disappeared like this? If there is a Guardian of the Earth, wouldn't he be willing to protect me, and even other suffering mutants, just let humans slaughter? If you are really a Guardian, but you don't want to open your eyes and look at us, then what is the difference between you and the demon god? Su Chen's mood is getting darker. Because he really felt that he had suffered malice from the whole world. It was not him who was clearly wrong. Ming Ming did a good thing before, successfully avenging Mingdi and Daidang, completely eradicating the underworld Emperor Jinmei who exploited and enslaved many people. Can be inexplicably. So he was regarded as the existence of the evil spirit body. Is he willing to be flooded into his head by the disgusting wool that comes? It was clear that he had already swallowed it. Why these people still have to trouble themselves again and again? This must be the malice of the world. Su Chen, who was thinking more and more angry, only felt that his mind was getting darker, and in the blink of an eye, a withered force spread so quickly in the secret base in front of him. Chapter 48. Stryker will set up your secret experiment base, which is built in the interior of a mountain range. Just like this, a metal back door was dug out on the top of the waterfall in front of him. Under the erosion of the water, there were already traces of rust. The fight in the mirror space just now did not interfere with the outside world at all, so it did not attract the attention of the insiders at all. But from this moment, as Su Chen's mood grew darker, a terrifying withering force began to take the lead in the secret base. What? The expression of a person who was still patrolling in his arms suddenly changed. He suddenly found himself evaporating like a snowman in the sun. In a blink, his figure faded and collapsed, turning into a handful of grey smoke and dissipating in the air. Do not. 1 past 10, 10 past 100. The people in the secret base couldn't see the enemy at all, so they were obliterated by the terrorist forces interfering in reality in an instant. A body of flesh and blood just collapsed. The panic cry spread throughout the entire base, and the secret base for researching and dissecting mutants was reduced to a purgatory on Earth. Click! The metal gate located at the top of the waterfall was twisted into a mass of scrap iron with a force, and Su Chen, wearing a black hood, walked in without expression. Day. His footsteps echoed all around the base. Tens of meters deep without any sign of stopping, the entire experimental base has not even sounded the alarm. Control room. Even the restrooms and dormitories were empty. Soon, Su Chen's figure just came to a large experiment room, and under one thought, the steam valve that required multiple procedures to open was twisted and broken. In the experiment room, many research doctors in white coats were imprisoned in the air by a force at this time. Their feet were off the ground, and they were struggling in the air like a drowning person. Damn it, it's you! Everyone was shocked. Can directly take the lives of a large number of people silently, and only the number one mutant who emerged from the nuclear explosion. Su Chen glanced at them blankly. The reason why they temporarily left their lives was not because they kept them crying and wailing. There was a strange ripple in his eyes. In his mind, a wave of psychic fluctuations rippled out, and it flooded into every experimenter's head one after another. In an instant, a bunch of memory fragments were quickly read by Su Chen like a waterfall of information. After the battle with Professor Charles and Phoenix Girl Qin Lei, the power of the spirit skyrocketed, and the genes of infinite evolution also immediately found the direction of transformation in the field of the spiritual level. So he cares. He not only has the means to restrain the power of the soul, has generated some abilities such as telepathy and mind reading. A group of experimenters in white coats suddenly opened their eyes and foamed at their mouths, and their minds were turned upside down by the force of the soul. Su Chen, who had collected useful information, raised his eyebrows, and with a thought, a secret document in the archive flew into his hands from the side. Wow! He tore open the portfolio. The files contain information about themselves. I see. Soon, Su Chen understood why he was arrested. It turned out that during a blood test in a township hospital, someone found something wrong with the blood sample. The abnormally abundant cell activity simply exceeded the human limit. If this self-healing and terrifying cell can be successfully extracted, then the X-weapon plan that has been following up will be a breakthrough. So almost was remembered, and started the escape life of his brothers and sisters. And after this, Su Chen's genes began to change quietly, until he was arrested and completely furious and out of control. The entire gene began to mutate continuously. Do not. In the next second, the experimenters who had no use value immediately covered their necks, a force of forbidden hoop surged, and they snapped in the blink of an eye, completely twisting their necks. X-weapon. Su Chen's gaze then fell to the surrounding tanks of the nutrition pond. These sinks are all placed with a body, and their bodies are filled with pipes. While supplying nutrients, they also quietly altered their genetic changes. They can even implant up to multiple X genes in their bodies. Among them, Su Chen has already seen it. Looking at these X weapons that have not yet been hatched, Su Chen had subconsciously destroyed it completely, but suddenly recalled Mindy's words. You need more power. One time, multiple invisible mental tentacles suddenly appeared in his mind, and they instantly pierced into the minds of the figures in these sinks. Their consciousness was completely obliterated, and they became their own spiritual puppets instead. At this moment, the figure in the sink suddenly opened its eyes. Su Chen found that he could still dominate them like an arm. This is not bad. 49. Chapter 49. Spiritual Puppet. Like an arm, a puppet under his control. Although the X-weapon can't get too many magic eyes for Su Chen at all, it definitely has the deterrent power for others. The X-weapon in front of him combines the abilities of teleportation, laser eyes, and rapid self-healing. The existence of supporting the entire X-weapon is undoubtedly the self-healing factor inherited from Wolverine. It can be said that the existence in these nutrient tanks are all replicas of Wolverine. Logan. Su Chen remembered the relevant name mentioned in the secret document. Even in the Snowfield laboratory in the past, he had heard of this name. After all, the immortal self-healing cells in his body were used to replace this Wolverine Logan's self-healing factor. He frowned. For some reason, Su Chen felt a sense of disgust in his heart for the existence of this fellow sympathizer. This is a very instinctive, heartfelt thing. Even the instinct of combat has a sense of hostility. But in the past, he has not had any contact with the other party, and didn't know him. But why is the mental reaction so strong? Something wrong with Su Chen believes in this feeling in the dark. After all, after the ability of the spiritual level is developed and transformed, this kind of inexplicable intuition and illusion will definitely not go wrong. With a hint of confusion, Su Chen's figure has reached the basement level of the secret base. Through the long dim corridor, he can walk to the prison area. Chapter 35. Inexplicably, stepping forward at this time, Su Chen also recalled not long ago that he was pushed from the prison into the experimental room for anatomy by multiple guards. In a short period of time, I have already experienced many battles. Who would have thought that a gentle and peaceful elder brother next door more than a year ago, someone who couldn't bear to step on a flower on the grass, was forced by reality to become the most wanted extreme variant in the world? People returned to such a familiar experimental base. If not for his emotional out of control, the genes began to metamorphose and evolve. I am afraid his current fate can only be reduced to a guinea pig that is constantly being dissected and slaughtered. The immortal and immortal physique is more like a curse, so that one is not as good as dead, and has to be reduced to perpetual motion like experimental materials for life, providing unlimited anatomical data. Thought so. Su Chen's mood became worse, and the killing intent in his mind became more and more pervasive. There is already a clear plan for tomorrow's public executions. He just came to the prison area with a blank face. You are free. Click. As the weird power of thought fluctuates, the sound of chain breaking continues to be heard. Under the fluctuations of silence just now, Su Chen also deliberately left the lives of poor people like them. The expressions of the mutants in the prison changed, and they looked at this scene in disbelief. This moment was not only the iron lock of the concierge, but also the handcuffs that bound the hands and even the anklets around the feet, completely disintegrated under an invisible and strange thought force. Is this true? I'm going, someone really came to rescue me. It's the X-Men. They must have saved us. This is the motivation for the Phoenix Girl. Hee, just them. I would rather believe that Magneto will save us than believe that it will only please mankind. A group of figures wearing prison clothes just walked out. They looked excited, but with a little hesitation. Only when he saw the boy at the end of the corridor, he was confused. No one guessed that the person who rescued them turned out to be a teenager. Is he alone? This person is. Oh my god, he is the #1 mutant. He actually came to save us himself. Suddenly, a tall young man just walked out. He directly recognized Su Chen's identity. Compared to other mutant compatriots who have not been exposed to the sun for a long time, their skin is pale, and the nutrition is not enough. This fellow is very energetic and seems to have been imprisoned recently. Are you detained recently? Su Chen said coldly. Yes, the strikers' men arrested me when I went to a fast food restaurant a few days ago. The young man said very angrily. Hear the words. Su Chen frowned somewhat displeased. He didn't expect that after Stryker was detained for review, his secret base was still operating, and he even dared to continue to repeat the bad behavior before. These don't seem to pay attention to their behavior at all. You must know that under fishing boats all over the world, many people think that General Stryker has brewed the beginning of all evil, and the public trial held the next day has done a lot of superficial effort. But secretly, he is still doing these dirty things. Compared to these, the young guy known as the clone saw the doubts on everyone's faces and directly introduced Su Chen excitedly. He achieved an achievement that the Magneto King could not accomplish in the past. He walked out of the nuclear explosion, and this alone blasted a lot of superheroes to the ground, and the capital city even became his playground in battle. That's why he is called the #1 mutant. Wow! After the word was thrown out, people were immediately shocked. Beyond Magneto? You must know that the recognized leader of mutants, except for the Magneto King Eric, is Professor Charles. The abilities of both of them are very powerful. Can the young man in front of him achieve an achievement that the extreme mutant Magneto could not achieve in the past? How old is he? Long. The sound of drooling swallowing sounded inexplicably. After losing their confinement, many people naturally rushed out of the base excitedly for the first time, but at this time the only corridor exit was standing like Su Chen. Everyone was shocked by his record, and they were so frightened that they didn't dare to cross his figure, for fear that the other party would take their own knife if they didn't agree with them. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. When I thought of the stairs above, there was no noisy sound from beginning to end, and the guards seemed to evaporate like this. When I think of the other's superb power of thinking, everyone's excited heart to escape suddenly calmed down. Boss, do you have any instructions? The middle-aged man who almost jumped past the figure in front of him directly showed that Su Chen, who was at least 20 years old, lowered his waist and got better. You are the mutant's hope, our lives are yours, the great mutant king, you must have something to order. This doppelganger is a fan. At the same time, he also hoped to get instructions such as declare war on mankind from Su Chen's mouth. A pair of longing pupils looked at Su Chen in this way, with a pious expression, as if they regarded him as a god. But this time, a roar full of words came from the special class cell in the deepest part of the prison. Who would dare to slander Magneto's name? Let me out, I'm going to see which puppies dare to provoke the true king of mutants. P.S. Thank you very much for the rewards of Chapter 50. The sky-shaking roar kept coming from the deepest part of the cell. Let me come out quickly. I want to see who dared to provoke Magneto. The swaying sound of the chain kept clanging on the ground. It turns out that there is a separate underground cell in this prison area. This underground cell is not simple. The only outlet above the head is equipped with a heavy steam valve. The entire outer alloy can even block electromagnetic fluctuations, which seems to be to prevent Magneto from coming to prison. In the extremely spacious area inside, there are more than a dozen Edmund alloy ropes pulled out from the wall, and a huge figure like a mountain is thus bound to its limbs. Not only that, the nails matched with the alloy rope even pierced his joints and hindered his power transmission. Ordinary people have long been unable to bear such torture. But this monster is alive and well, and I don't see much sense of malaise. At this time, he was roaring, struggling, and venting his dissatisfaction. It's Hong Tan K, his brain is a bit bad. The extremely enthusiastic clone suddenly explained. This guy is a little dumb, hitting the wall with his head all day and night. Yes, he is a lunatic. The brain's IQ is only over a dozen years old, anyway, it's just a second stunner. Under the sound of discussion around. After being provoked, Su Chen raised his right hand indifferently and silently, and he held it tightly in the void. In an instant, a surging invisible force of thought suddenly penetrated the alloy wall. Click! In an instant, the chains tied to the opponent's body, together with the rivets running through the joints, broke apart. Good, very good. Under the roar, the Red Tan, who had lost all imprisonment, immediately recovered his strength. His knees suddenly squatted, and under the terrifying explosive force, a head hammer that jumped in place hit the metal gate above his head with such a bang. There is a very conspicuous protruding mark on the entire metal gate. Boom! There was another loud noise. The metal portal burst open suddenly, and a fierce and strong body just leaped out and appeared directly at the end of the corridor. Who just provokes Magneto's position? Cain Marco, wearing a stone helmet on his head and his face full of redness, walked straight from a distance angrily. The mutants around didn't dare to provoke the monster at all, and immediately rushed to the place against the wall, avoided the passage, and let the overbearing monster move forward. "It's you, kid." Cain Marco's eyes suddenly reflected a young figure wearing a black sweater. "If you can't beat me, even if you save me, I will beat you violently. I don't allow you to insult my boss." This guy is indeed a bit nervous, and his brain is not normal. The face under the stone helmet was a bit silly, and even the tone of the words was a bit lazy. Looking at the angry figure, Su Chen subconsciously thought that he was fighting with the kindergarten kid. But don't look at his expression and tone, but his physique is more than 2 meters tall, and the muscles under the prison uniform are so shocking that he doesn't dare to provoke him. Su Chen looked at him fearlessly. "For you, one trick is enough." "Say it." Chapter 36. At this moment, a surging thought-powered cannonball smashed head-on against Cain Marco's body. It was like Mount Tai collapsing from the air. With a loud bang, the other side's entire sturdy figure softened its knees and fell to the ground. Boom! The earth collapsed, and completely collapsed into a pit under the fluctuation of the force of thought exerting downward pressure. "What?" Hong Tan Ke roared, and the bulging muscles on his back continued to resist the pressure from the pressure, but this power of thought power was too terrifying, and with a thump, his entire figure was completely thrown on the ground. Kneeling toward Su Chen in front of him. "Saving you and killing you are both in my mind," Su Chen said coldly. However, he also noticed the unusual place of the other party. This guy's body was surrounded by light waves of magic power, unlike a simple mutant. Or maybe, the opponent is just a supernatural being mixed into the mutant. Crack! Cain Marco gritted his teeth, but his so-called indestructible physique just couldn't stand up. This man is a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants, a loyal subordinate of Magneto. Regardless of his stupidity, his body is hard to destroy, his strength is almost inexhaustible, and he has a history of recovering from serious injuries many times. The Avatar explained to the side. And this fellow who claims to be invincible and inexhaustible, is so dependent on the ground at this time that he can't move. I took it. You are really better than Magneto. You are the real king of mutants. Hung Tan Marco yelled at this time, and said convincingly. The righteous, fierce, and domineering man just now disappeared. At this time, he actually stretched out his hand to Su Chen, trying to get the other parties begging for mercy. You are my savior, you are very powerful, as long as you give me 3 meals a day, I will give you the work of your life. It is indeed lack of intelligence. Su Chen's impression of this guy's stupidity became more and more profound, and it finally became clear why the prisoners around him had such a consistent view of him. Silly, pig-headed, pig-headed. But the people around didn't dare to make fun of them, most of them were holding a smile. After all, the other party's arms were thicker than his own waist. Who would dare to provoke such a silly monster? 2 meals a day, okay, otherwise I won't have the energy to work. Cain Mark seemed to see Su Chen's hesitation. Then you were full of vengeance for Magneto, but now you succumb very quickly. The Avatar couldn't help but say. I only recognize who has a big fist, he is stronger than Magneto, and he is naturally the king of mutants. Hung Tan Ke is justified. His extremely low IQ head resembles an animal in nature. As long as he convinces it, he will naturally recognize you as the king. Su Chen was too lazy to care too much with such a fool, and the surging thought power fluctuations disappeared. Chapter 51. You can go straight away. Su Chen didn't even think about talking to these poor mutants. You don't need us. The clone is a little excited. Just standing up, Hong Tan, with a melancholy face, was also a little dazed. Rather than directly urging them to leave, the Avatar wants to hear the other parties scream, shouting the programmatic words of declare war on mankind. But although he was excited, he calmed down. At least his brain-replenishing behavior is indeed unlikely to happen to this indifferent and ruthless teenager. He wanted to say something more, but the chill on the other's sharp, handsome face spoke of an inhumane taste. He swallowed his saliva, only then realized that this was a guy even more terrifying than Magneto. I see, when we need us, we will definitely show up. Only you can save mutants. The clones were like their nicknames, splitting into a series of clones, dragging the unwilling Hung K, leading a group of mutants to jump over Su Chen's figure, and just toward the end of the corridor. The passage at the place is advancing. Soon. All of them had their faces full of surprise, running like a ghost in the empty corridor of the experimental base. People, where have all gone? Except for the sound of footsteps, the surroundings are quiet and scary. Where's the guard? Where is the ex-weapon figure? What about the experimenters in white coats? Everyone felt extremely chilly in their hearts. There is no blood, no trace of a fight, just as if the world has evaporated and been wiped out of thin air. The figures of the stationed personnel in the experimental bases just disappeared. At this moment, I am afraid that only the silly Hong Tan K ran out with all the excitement. Even the Avatar felt extremely creepy. Like the mutants who were on the run, they had a new understanding of the concept of the strength of the number one mutant. The indifferent and ruthless young figure suddenly added a mysterious halo. Go, there are some of us who are good at moving in space. You don't need to trouble others, you can leave here soon. The noisy words on the top of gradually dissipated, and the Su Chen who remained did not stay long. His right hand spread slightly, and he saw an invisible mental power wave gushing out, and a black box device buried under several tens of meters was suddenly exploded by him completely out of thin air. This time, Su Chen won't be left behind. After all, the hacker girl who had never met has specially standardized the most critical black box equipment of the experimental base. The fact that the black box caused Su Chen to escape was completely revealed last time. After that, a series of major incidents occurred in a chain reaction. Although he doesn't care anymore, he doesn't want his figure to be spied on. Okay, it's time to leave. Came this time, originally for revenge, but also for show of power. So, after confirming that all the poor mutants left, at the time of parting, Su Chen directly released the energy accumulated in his body. The magic power, as well as the Thulhu energy previously absorbed, turned into a violent flood current and completely vented to all the surrounding buildings. The walls and even the metal compartments are completely as fragile as a piece of paper. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying light of energy completely engulfed the entire large experimental base. Because this base was buried deep in the mountain, the entire mountain range began to collapse, and the location of the dam extending beyond the mountain began to collapse. Finish all this. His figure manipulated many spiritual puppets to completely disappear into the air. Yorkton, downtown Manhattan. The same day, night. In a large freight warehouse area. The ex-weapon like a puppet is placed in a hidden warehouse of the Supergirl, which is also one of the safe houses for her and Dad. Although the weapon stock is not as abundant as the previous one, it is still sufficient to meet Mindy's many needs. I need a big fight tomorrow, and I have to prepare too. Mindy took out a fully automatic rifle from the pylon. Sometimes, I also envy you too, with extraordinary powers, jumping up and down is much easier than me. There are complaints about super killing women. After all, in order to train a fighter machine like her, it took a long time to waste a childhood, and a lot of hard work was wasted. If she could move through any object like Susan, she would not know how cool it would be. Actually, you don't need to work tomorrow, just look at Susan. Su Chen said flatly. Tomorrow is the day for the public trial of General Stryker. He is naturally ready to completely kill the instigator under the eyes of the world. The stage has been set up. Under the conditions of global live broadcast, kill the root of this evil. Only in this way can he vent his inner resentment. This is not only for himself. Also put a stop sign for the days when he and Susan fled in a hurry. Don't underestimate me. Susan also took out a pistol from the pylon and said with a smile, I am not a cumbersome and dragging oil bottle. I have also learned some skills from Sister Mindy. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about me. She even shook a black grenade in her hand. Under the molecular mimicry, Susan in the molecular state of the whole body can penetrate everything, neutralize all attacks, and can easily put a grenade in the stomach of others. This is also the technique carefully taught by Mindy, the little witch. At this moment, a very light knock on the door resounded on the iron door of the warehouse. The patrolling warehouseman. Mindy frowned. This is a wharf. Various private warehouses are transformed from cargo ships' containers. You can get a warehouse anonymously for a fee. The administrator also knows that the things here are not very clean, so they will not patrol and knock on the door at night. The number 1 mutant, I know you are in it, you and your sister, and even the super killer Mindy. In fact, the warehouse keeper here is ours, so I can find the door. Rest assured. I am alone and have no secrets to disclose to the outside world. The man in the suit who knocked on the door lightly outside smiled and expressed his intention and kindness. Finally. Chapter 37. He added a sentence. We can even be a group, after all, we all have a common enemy. Hydra says hello to you. P.S. 12 o'clock noon the day after tomorrow is the shelf time. When the book is opened, the highest tide plot has been determined, which is more shocking than the previous peak in the middle. All the paving is to set up the stage for the big event that will happen the next day. Stay tuned. Everyone can also guess what will happen that day, the foreshadowing is already somewhat laid out. 52. Chapter 52. Hydra says hello to you. Suddenly the sentence that came to make the super killer Mindy feel a bit of creepy meaning. Hydra. Mindy's complexion changed. Isn't this a terrorist organization that has completely disappeared in history during World War II? Not to mention her, Su Chen and Susan who were present have naturally heard of stories about the Hydra organization. No. Hydra is still there. Across the iron gate of a warehouse, the Hydra agent who came suddenly said in a cordial tone, cut off one head, and 2 heads will come out. Hydra will never die. In fact, the size of our organization is beyond your imagination. Every corner of the world is under the gaze of our Hydra. He thought it was a giant snake entrenched in 9 heavens, overlooking the stupid people. Hear the words. Su Chen said indifferently. I don't know what's the boast of an organization swept into the trash by history. You. It seemed that he had been greatly humiliated, and the Hydra agent outside the door suddenly became a little frustrated. Fortunately, the remaining sanity in his mind stopped the swear words that almost blurted out. After all, the young man inside was not easy to mess with. He took a deep breath and said very tactfully, although we can't tell you the specifics, we have secretly controlled the world's major organizations, as long as we are willing, we can subvert the whole world at any time. Your enemy is my enemy. Our interests are the same. After taking control of the entire world, you have everything you want. Women, wealth, thrones, and even the crown of the king of the earth will be crowned on your head. At this moment, the Hydra agent is like a good-tempered demon, whispering constantly, depicting a beautiful blueprint world for Su Chen. But Su Chen laughed. A terrorist organization that has disappeared in the world for decades. It hides its head and shows its tail, and everyone shouts and beats, like a mouse hiding in an underground ditch. That's it, I'm ashamed to be soliciting me. Su Chen was really amused. The ruthless ridicule laughter is like a stone mallet constantly beating in the heart of the agent of Hydra. Damn bastard! The devout Hydra believers can't stand the other party's repeated and repeated provocations against the majesty of their organization. But when he wanted to scold him angrily, a horrible and invisible fluctuation of reality instantly haunted his whole body. The time of death is approaching. His arms began to turn into a handful of grey smoke and dissipated into the air. The Hydra agent who foresaw this scene had a grin on his face and shouted, "Long live the Hydra!" Soon, under the force of interfering with reality, his figure was completely disintegrated into molecules and disappeared. "It should be true," Super Killing Girl Mingdi said with a dignified expression. Even though there is an iron door, the enthusiasm in the other party's tone can think of how enthusiastic the other party's face is. This is very much in line with the legendary terrorist organization Hydra. Is also very surprising. I really did not expect that the Hydra that was swept into the garbage by history could make a comeback. Looking at this posture, it seems that it has completely penetrated into the world's major institutions. Could it be that the World Council and SHIELD have been completely secretly controlled by them? Otherwise, they dare to subvert the world in this tone? Don't pay attention to them. Su Chen looked on deaf ears. He is not afraid of biting too many lice. It is purely that Su Chen simply looked down on a terrorist organization that had been hiding in history for decades and dared not to rise up. Even if the opponent offered an olive branch, he was disdainful of it. As for revenge, his abilities all by himself are not enough to be afraid of a guy hiding in a stinky waterway. But Su Chen's heart is still a bit uncomfortable. Is another inexplicable situation that provokes another terrorist force from nowhere. He really felt that the world was deliberately targeting himself. General Stryker, who hasn't settled yet, made himself the most wanted criminal in the world. Vowed to arrest himself and hand himself over to the official X-Men. Revenge for Mindy, inexplicably provoke magic forces, and the so-called Guardians of the Earth coming at any time. Now, inexplicably lead to a terrorist organization that has been dormant for decades. Su Chen only felt that he was caught in the eyes of a storm, like an insect caught in a spider web, struggling. No matter what, tomorrow's things are the most important thing. Just after Su Chen and others destroyed the exposed warehouse and secretly returned to their high-rise apartment. That night, Shaocheng, in an underground base. The Hydra agent who sent the contact has lost track, the life fluctuation disappeared, and it can be judged as death. The other party did not accept our kindness. Baron Strack said indifferently. The other party actually rejected us, so as expected. Like Zola's algorithm, he is indeed our confidant enemy, so we don't have to intervene in tomorrow's actions and sit back and watch him come to death. In the darkness, there is a person who replied. The so-called Zola algorithm is to use the calculation of the Zola program and the big data method to list the people who will threaten the world's rule of the Hydra in the future. A host in Cairo, North Africa. The Angry Hulk. An unknown surgeon. And the undead buried in the Middle East. American Team Steve. Later. Is the 13-year-old boy who walked out of the small town. This is the list of people who will threaten the existence of the Hydra organization in the future based on Zola's algorithm. As for who is Zola? SHIELD personnel may not feel unfamiliar, because the Insight project led by him is to detect potentially harmful people in society, so as to prevent crime in advance and prevent crime. But no one thought that Anam Zola was a backbone member of Hydra. The so-called Insight project has been completely reduced to a secret operation by the Hydra organization to redominate the world. As for this underground base, almost all Hydra members have a SHIELD organization. There is a joke that can well describe the arrogance of Hydra at this time. S.H.I.E.L.D is here, and 8 of the 10 agents are Hydra people. Since the win-win failed, then just sit and watch him violently die tomorrow. I believe his youthful temper will definitely not help but come. Chapter 53. The personnel of the Hydra organization just sneered like this, formally waiting for the arrival of tomorrow in a way of sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fighting. And on this night, a certain central township. The X-Men who fled here finally ushered in the dawn of their victory. Under the extraordinary swift speed of Kuei Yin, the figure named Amplification was brought over by him from far away. Hey! Quickie Silver Pietro was relieved with a look of luck. Increase. As the name suggests, it is naturally a mutant that can strengthen the expression of the X gene and enhance the ability to use it. Can you start now? Wolverine Logan was immediately excited, his eyes flashed with cold light, he could not wait to go back in time and completely kill the stinky boy. Phantom Cat Katie didn't expect Fast Silver to complete the task so quickly. But at this time, she shook her head and said, "No, I can't control this ability well. I must wait until tomorrow." "Well, tomorrow." Wolverine Logan gritted his teeth, he is not bad this day. As for the time point of the time and space shuttle, under his concealment, it will naturally not be the day when Su Chen was arrested by General Stryker. In order to vent his anger and avenge his friend Charles, the overwhelmed Logan chose to return to the moment when the other party had not yet awakened. That is the best time for him to start. Kill him. Later. Successfully reversed the future. All new history, that is, the new timeline will replace the tragedies that happened before. And people will completely forget the teenager who walked out of the nuclear explosion, forget the number 1 mutant, and can't remember a little boy in a West Coast town. Chapter 38. Professor Charles, who has passed away, and the X-Men will also come back to life. Logan alone bears all this, clearly remembering what happened in the past. This is the plan to reverse the future. And at this moment, beyond the earth, Asgard, one of the 9 gods, the King Odin, known as the King of the Gods, suddenly woke up from his bed. I saw the dusk of the gods. A trace of cold sweat slipped off Odin's old cheeks. In his sleep, he saw the magnificent fairy palace completely swallowed by the terrifying light. The ancient heroic spirits wailed in the flames, and the figure of a fairy palace warrior turned into a handful of smoke and dissipated into the air. Oh my god! Asgard just disappeared into nothing. Odin smiled bitterly. At this moment, he has experienced a battle with Lao Fei, the king of the frost giant, but his vitality is severely injured. The dusk of the gods, this is an illusion that has been passed down from ancient epic legends. When that day comes, the gods will be judged, the fairy palace will be reduced to ruins, and everything will be turned into the dust of history. Is this day finally here? Odin's complexion showed a hint of unwillingness, he clenched his fists, but he didn't want to personally witness the tens of millions of years of Asgard vanish. S. keen intuition told him that the prologue of the Twilight of the Gods will begin with Midgard. And Midgard is the atrium of the 9 gods, commonly known as Earth. Send my order and let Thor lead a small team to rush to Midgard immediately. He doesn't know what will happen there. But if the root cause can be completely pinched out from the signs, it will certainly not spread to Asgard. At this moment, the grey-haired Odin remembered that his adopted son Loki had been missing for a long time, and the other mission he had dispatched just swallowed in his throat. Although the 2 brothers turned against each other for a long time, they made a big fuss and caused Rocky to fall from the Rainbow Bridge and get involved in the vortex of the universe. But Odin knew very well that Loki was not dead. After all, that is the of fraud and mischief. The next day. The dawn of this day has finally arrived. The public trial is scheduled to be held at 9 o'clock in the morning, followed by a public trial in a court in the first city to people from all walks of life. At that time, it will be broadcast to the general public and live all over the world. It takes an hour before the trial, but reporters from major media are already standing outside, and vehicles equipped with satellite equipment have parked all over the street. Even internet celebrities can't help but come to catch the heat. The party, Su Chen, was not present. How did the public trial be achieved? It is understood that SHIELD personnel representing absolute justice will act as prosecutors against General Stryker. I heard that this is a kind signal from SHIELD to that mutant number 1. It's hard to say, after all, the military also charged that teenager with death penalty. Until now, Su Chen is already the most wanted criminal in the world. Then let's talk about something else. what do you think is the chance that Su Chen will be there? More than 70%, this is intuition. Under the TV camera, a blonde hostess talked with a security department expert. Even TV viewers are very curious whether the number 1 mutant will come. The other side. Inside the court. At least more than %. This is the result of Mr. Fantastic Reed's arrival. It's 100%. Since learning from the military that a secret base of General Stryker has been destroyed, Reed has been very clear that the opponent will definitely kill. It's not obvious anymore. Iron Man Tony didn't expect to work with Reed of Fantastic Four one day. The top 3 IQs on this planet exist, and just 2 appear. Certainly. More people recognize Mr. Fantastic Reed as the number 1 IQ on Earth. You can underestimate his abilities, but you must always maintain awe of his IQ. This is the conclusion drawn by the supervillains who were defeated by the Fantastic Four in the past. Now, in order to learn from the last lesson and successfully arrest the upcoming mutant number 1, the Fantastic Four have to officially play. Well, let's change the way of guessing. Why don't we just guess how the other party came here? Iron Man Tony apparently got on the bar with Reed. In view of the mighty image of Su Chen who climbed the ladder on the ground last time and walked out of the nuclear explosion, Tony knew that this young man would inevitably play another set of flowers this time. Let's guess. Of course, the more reason is that Tony vowed to compete with this Reed. 54. Chapter 54. Early the next morning. Su Chen finished breakfast in the apartment so slowly. This is the breakfast that Susan cooks for herself. A simple sandwich, and a small cooked cake, smeared with peanut butter, although it is easy to make, but Su Chen eats it in his mouth, but it is more delicious. It's delicious, right? Remember to come back. I will make it for you every day from now on. Susan is wearing a pink apron, which is very cute with her small figure. It's a parting of life and death. Su Chen helplessly rubbed her hair. In order not to cause trouble to her brother, she dragged the oil bottle improperly, so Susan naturally stayed. And the superkiller Mindy is also accompanied here, taking care of her and avoiding some accidents. I'm out now. Su Chen glanced at the clock, and it was almost time for the public hearing. It must be safe. Susan stepped forward and hugged him, and said with tears, after the revenge, let's leave here, okay? I don't want you to continue fighting. Su Chen's heartstrings were suddenly touched. Being in such a luxurious high-rise villa, the dreams of childhood seemed to have been accomplished in this way, but looking around, it seemed to be the enemy of the world. When is ahead? He didn't know. But what he knows is that as long as the enemies are down, then his life can go on peacefully. I promise you. Su Chen smiled. Now that he agreed, he can only pull out all the potential enemies as soon as possible and quell the endless battle. 8:59. The public hearing has almost begun. Is still a black sweater, and Su Chen, wearing a matching hood, just wanders the streets like this, and Yorkton is some distance away from the capital city. But just took a step forward, Su Chen disappeared in front of his eyes in a flash driven by the ripples of space. The scene of his eyes suddenly changed, and his figure had arrived in the capital city far away. His perceptual fluctuations have captured the distant court position, and there are a lot of people who join in the fun, and they are surrounded by at least several layers. There are many mutants among them. They raised their brands and shouted in support of the number 1 mutant. There were even those that made General Stryker be sentenced to death. In addition, there were also many brands that discriminated against mutants. The crowd is like a tide, and the voice is full of voices. When Su Chen was only about to step across the distance again, his gaze caught a nearby gymnasium. At this moment, he has a clear understanding. Have you not come yet? The court has already opened, when will the guy wait until he comes? In the court building tens of meters high, the superheroes who have been waiting for it are a little anxious. They even suspected that the guy would not come. Mr. Fantastic Reed is very calm, just debugging the equipment over and over again to make sure that there is nothing wrong. God stick, is this really useful? Firebolt in the Fantastic Four couldn't help asking. As Mr. Magic who studies ultra-forward science, he has been involved in negative space, parallel universe, particle observation, and other fields, so many people close to him directly call it the magic stick. Reed, who has just finished the parallel universe observation experiment hastily, said confidently, "Relax, I have understood the opponent's ability, so I am absolutely sure to win him." And this time, all the superheroes present, including the Fantastic Four, and even the prototype personnel of the Avengers in the future, appeared here. Everyone looked a little anxious. In fact, some of them here have participated in the first battle with the number 1 mutant. Even if they didn't personally experience it, they felt a little scared just to hear Dr. Banner's description. Indestructible physique. Chapter 39. The weird ability to use external energy wantonly. The speed of self-healing is almost immortal. Has a certain kind of terrifying insight, able to capture the movement trajectory of those with spatial ability at a glance. Finally, there is also a terrifying power that disturbs reality once it gets angry, and achieves some kind of interference and tampering with the real world. These are all listed by Iron Man Tony and Dr. Banner one by one. However, Tony still has an indeterminate conclusion, that is, the number 1 mutant seems to be able to transform and evolve through external stimuli. He also specifically informed Mr. Fantastic Reed about this. For this reason, Tony still couldn't forget the other person's understanding, and thoroughly considered the slackness of the footpath. Don't worry, a hit is sure to hit, and it won't give the opponent room to resist. Ding! Just then, a siren resounded on every superhero's watch. He came. The number 1 mutant is here, please be careful. This moment, even Tony, who is scornful, has a serious face and put on the latest Mark suit directly. At this moment, also located in the headquarters of SHIELD in the first city, the Tri-Wing building has passed through satellite equipment in low Earth orbit and detected a large number of majestic energy fluctuations in the mainland. He came. The technicians are anxious. Director Nick Fury looked anxious, and hurriedly pulled the alarm device to convey the reminder to the frontline personnel. Not good. In another place, New Jersey, there were also very strange energy fluctuations. The reason is unknown. It is even more terrifying than the fluctuations in the first city. What is that again? Nick Fury's face actually showed a sense of panic. New Jersey belongs to the Western Desert, and the capital city on the East Coast is almost a world away. It is unlikely that it was the work of the number 1 mutant. Then who caused such a huge fluctuation? This kind of sudden situation really makes people a little more anxious. Send an aerospace aircraft carrier to track down, and now the primary purpose is to deal with the number 1 mutant that appeared in the first city. Quickly mobilize local monitoring equipment, I need live images. Under the order of the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon. There are scenes presented in the air in front of them by way of holographic projection. Oh my god! This is... Even the experienced Nick Fury became a little dazed at this moment. I saw in mid-air, the very famous super-large stadium in Shaocheng was actually uprooted by a terrifying force. Except for the green football field lawn left in place, the entire ring-shaped platform building was suspended in the air like this. Neon power fluctuated slowly forward. That is a gymnasium that is big enough to seat 80,000 people, and he got the sky into the sky. This scene is really spectacular. Dark shadows shrouded from the sky. At this moment, all the citizens of Capital City could see the huge buildings floating in the sky. It's him. The number 1 mutant is here. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. The number 1 mutant who had been wantonly in this place not long ago was killed again, which immediately caused a lot of panic. Last time, he walked out of a nuclear explosion. This time, he moved a gymnasium and smashed it from the ground. Boom! The huge building body just fell on the ground with a terrifying aura, and the vast smoke and dust suddenly lifted up. At this moment, the entire ring-shaped building of tens of meters high platform completely encloses the court building. For a time, it was like a prison, completely surrounding the court building personnel from the outside. Those protesting and noisy personnel were completely isolated by this ring-shaped building that was carried from a distance. 55. Chapter 55. Boom! Is like a glimpse of the ring-shaped Great Wall. The entire stadium seat building, which was transported from far away, stands in the shape of a ring and stands on this piece of land in the first city. This is a besieged city, and it completely surrounds the court building in it. Oh my God, what is this? At the moment when the entire circular building fell to the ground, a violent wind wave knocked all the onlookers to the ground. And when they stand up, they will find that their vision in their eyes is completely blocked by this structure that belongs to the gymnasium. I go. The stadium 10 miles away was moved by the mutant number 1. This is too scary. Everyone is stupid. Even everyone in front of the TV was completely frightened by the sudden arrival of a building. This is no ordinary small building. Is a very large stadium that can hold 80,000 people. Except for the lawn, which was left in place, the entire surrounding platform building was moved from the air, and it was smashed down here. Not long ago, everyone heard that the number 1 mutant had emerged from the nuclear explosion. Is now able to witness the extremely terrifying motivation of the other party in real time. This is over. The entire army can no longer enter. The large buildings lying here not only obstructed everyone's vision, but also the SHIELD rapid reaction forces on standby from outside were unable to break in immediately. But there is one more frightening fact that was not discovered in time. Is that his figure? Look. In the sky. Following the direction of the fingers of a figure, everyone's eyes all looked at a figure floating in the air, and it came from the air in such a hurry. As always, the combination of black sweater and slacks, coupled with the angular and handsome face, is enough to star in a campus idol drama. It's just that a 13-year-old boy who is carrying terrible hatred, with suffocating pressure, just came from the air. One time. Feeling the terrifying strength of the other party, everyone's noise has stopped inexplicably, and their breathing can't help speeding up, as if the airflow around them has inevitably stagnated. Noisy, clamor, or carnival, or protest, all completely quiet under the terrifying force of the other party. Unknowingly, Su Chen's complexion was already not angry and mighty, an aura belonging to a superior person, and the coercive killing intent above all living beings made people involuntarily lower in their hearts. His figure slowly descended from the air on the ground surrounded by the ring seat. The number 1 mutant. This moment. A series of roars suppressing the meaning of anger were just emitted from the court building. The thunderbolt in the Fantastic Four, braving the fireworks, soared into the air first, and on the ground, there were many superhero figures, such as Golem, Invisible Girl, Mr. Fantastic Reed, War Machine, Hunting Eagle, Eagle Eye. And even the old acquaintances Iron Man Tony, and the Hulk. The trial here is to wash away your grievances. Do you really want to go the wrong way again? Someone said angrily. That is, General Stryker's crimes are definitely worth the death penalty, believe us. Everything can be lost, let go of the hatred in your heart, child. You are still young, you can even become a hero, as long as you let go of the resentment in your heart, you can. Was also echoed. What is this? Su Chen's indifferent and ruthless mood has never fluctuated. To be honest, he even wanted to laugh at this time. At least not long ago, the ignorant self and sister were hunted down by General Stryker and arrested for a while. Soon, he was unfortunately arrested, put his hands in shackles and imprisoned him, and was arbitrarily transferred to another base like a personal commodity. Later, under the threat of anatomy, he finally began to awaken, and for the first time came out of a terrifying nuclear explosion. But the unfortunate days are not over. Encountered another General Ross who continued to chase and kill him. After the settlement, he was declared as the most wanted man in the world and existed as an extreme mutant. What a ridiculous fact! He was just resisting the other party's arrest. What's wrong with this? Why is he the one who gets hurt after all? Why is the other party able to ignore all the facts, slander himself so recklessly, and graft all unnecessary charges on him? Why does the other party dare to stand on the high ground of justice and awe-inspiring morality and accuse himself? It's not me who is clearly wrong, but the world that is wrong. But now, even these people in front of me are constantly admonishing myself to let go of the hatred in my heart. Are they kidding themselves? When evil does not fall on you, everyone can act as a good person in a grandiose way. Su Chen took it seriously at this moment. He sneered. Public trial? Repent? Admit wrong? What are you kidding? Chapter 40. As of yesterday, that base was still in operation. Su Chen's eyes flickered with cold light, and his right hand stretched forward and suddenly tore to the void on his side. Under the action of a surging thought force, the court building in front of it was forcibly torn from the outer structure by an invisible giant hand. With the other hand, void pulled again, and the ceiling dome of the entire building was thrown away by Su Chen casually. This. Under the surprise of everyone, the entire magnificent court building became an open-air building, and the frightened people in it were completely reduced to a group, including judges, lawyers, and representatives of SHIELD who initiated the prosecution. Among them, a middle-aged man in a black suit caught Su Chen's eyes. General Stryker. At this moment, under the gaze of the audience, and even the cameras inside the court, the audience in front of the TV sets can see the figure of General Stryker flying out under the guidance of an invisible position. A ray of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This was a plan he had planned for a long time, and he was completely executed on the stage cast for him all over the world. But next second, the anger in his mind just emerged so irresistibly. You are so brave, you are still cheating on me at the last minute. The figure that has flown in front of you is not a striker at all. This is an X-weapon with transformation ability. What he changed is the appearance of General Stryker. If it weren't for Su Chen's awakening of the spiritual level, I am afraid they would be fooled by it. Very good. It seems you don't want to live anymore. Until the last moment, these people are still thinking about how to deceive themselves. P.S. It will be on the shelves tomorrow at 12 noon. The author is not a hand-speed expert, so he can only try his best to guarantee 10 changes. The high energy that has been laid for the whole process will also explode after the chapter is on the shelf. I guarantee that one of the upcoming bridges will definitely burst. Most. Finally, I hope to get your support. And thank you readers for every flower and vote you cast during the new book period. Thank you so much. 56. Chapter 56. Just say a few words, after all, I have to make up for the testimonials on the shelves. Is not selling miserably. I hope that everyone can make an initial order at 12 o'clock noon today, knowing that everyone has the habit of fattening, but the first order is still very important and involves the following recommendations. Finally, thank you for every vote, every flower, every reward, every monthly ticket you cast during the 11-day book period. Thank you very much. Mwah. Chapter 57. Until now, these people are still thinking about how to deceive themselves. Ridiculous. Is really ridiculous. Also seemed to realize that his identity had been inexplicably seen through, and the figure caught by the invisible giant hand suddenly began to struggle. What? A terrifying psychic wave invaded in this way. Under the intense pain, he couldn't bear the post-transformation appearance. The skin all over his body began to change and return to its original appearance. However, when this captured figure was struggling in the air, it turned out to be desperately leaning in front of Su Chen, seemingly to make a suicidal attack before he died. Su Chen frowned. Although he didn't read his mind too much, at this moment, he suddenly realized what was wrong from the memory of the other party. The opponent's body was actually tied to an unknown device. That is something specially used to frame oneself. It's now. Thunderbolt reminded. And the invisible girl also used her own position and movement ability, pushing this X-weapon figure far away and constantly approaching Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen's battle intuition also conveyed a hint of danger. Start! At this very moment, Mr. Fantastic Reed also directly pressed the hesitation in his heart, and directly pressed the button in his hand. In an instant, the figure that was caught by Su Chen suddenly radiated strong heat, and the energy fluctuations around it instantly annihilated. In an instant, his entire figure suddenly collapsed, and the flesh and blood of his entire person was swallowed in the blink of an eye, as if a terrifying black hole had formed in his body. All the surrounding matter began to be swallowed up by this suddenly formed black hole. Under this terrible attraction, even the light began to be distorted. This is an equipment tool named Negative Space Collapse that Mr. Fantastic Reed personally cast. If the enemy really has the ability to fight stronger and evolve, even the Hulk, who is constantly getting stronger by anger, can't compete with it. If you want to deal with such a terrifying existence, you can't hold the mentality of fighting for a long time, and you must complete the victory in a moment. This is the only way to prevent the opponent from becoming stronger, so that a bunch of characteristics for these people have evolved, and there is no chance of winning. Since you can't win the fight, and the opponent has a terrifying indestructible physique, you can only expel the opponent directly. This is the equipment that Mr. Fantastic Reed specially built for Su Chen after he learned about the characteristics of Su Chen. Expulsion. And still expel it from the earth. Even. In order to avoid the opponent's space ability, the collapsed black hole that was suddenly formed will involve it in the boundless cosmic storm, causing the opponent to find no way to go home. This moment. In order to avoid being affected, all the figures began to recede. Please let me in! The invisible girl cried. She aroused the power of the whole body, and fully urged her own stand and effect ability, just as she stretched out an invisible arm, and began to continuously push the distant Su Chen to the black hole. Yes. At this time, Su Chen had a serious face. Just less than a meter away, a terrifying collapsed black hole was spinning like a whirlpool, constantly sweeping the surrounding things. Although the range is not very large, the swallowing force that flows from it directly plunges the surrounding area into a vacuum zone, and even light cannot come directly, completely turning into a black area. Su Chen gritted his teeth and relied on the full support of the power of mind. His figure seemed to be rooted in the earth, and he did not go further. But now, the ground under his feet began to collapse, turning into a black hole that rolled forward. Su Chen's complexion did not change. But less than half a second. There was a wave of invisible force pushing him forward behind him. Su Chen knew that someone was using some kind of mental power to do it. He tried to use teleport. But the spatial ripples that were set off were instantly swept into the collapsed black hole. Su Chen's complexion is still calm. Because at this time, the body has already begun to generate resistance. Body strength plus 200. Spatial characteristics plus 200. Awakening, space anchor. The system built by quickly revealed the infinite evolutionary genetic information. This moment. His body is really like an anchor, embedding fiercely in the surrounding space. With this violent sweeping force, Su Chen's shaking figure has become more and more stable. Hurry up! The invisible girl was crying. Because at this time, she felt more and more that she was pushing an unshakable giant mountain through the fluctuation of her position. And now, many people from all walks of life in the court who are eligible to participate in the trial have already stood up. They all released the motivation of thinking in their minds, or the fluctuations in their positions, and they kept pushing distant figures into the collapse. Inside the black hole. Body strength plus 100. Mind force resistance plus. Feel the message from genetic evolution. Feeling the invisible hands that keep pouring behind. I feel that the people from all walks of life participating in the trial in the court are basically fake. They are the mind force superpowers gathered from everywhere, or they are the X weapons that express the mind force X gene. All this is deceptive. Even Stryker is a disguised person. The so-called public trial is nothing but a false cover, a very shameless scam. They didn't confess their sins at all. When the plan was completely unfolded, he even hypocritically let himself surrender and admit his mistake. This is really funny. Su Chen's indifferent face was getting deeper and deeper. He came this time to execute Stryker publicly, and he had never expected the so-called public trial to have any money effect. Now that they set up such a stage to play with themselves, it is an eye-opener for Su Chen. These guys are hopeless. Chapter 41. Soon, the small black hole that collapsed in front of him did not last for a few seconds. The twisted light around him instantly recovered its brightness, and the violent sweeping intensity also faded. A few seconds later, the peace in front of me was restored. Looking at the place where there was an extremely terrifying giant pit, everyone can feel how terrifying the power of the temporary collapse is. What shocked the people present was that the figure floating in the sky far away looked at them so calmly and coldly. Next second, a terrible force of imprisonment immediately lifted their figures, as if they were hanging, and lifted their bodies from the ground. Since you don't want to live anymore, I will satisfy you. Chapter 58. The group of people with the ability of mind just now, including the invisible woman, were all tied around their necks by a terrifying imprisonment. What? Their figures hung up in the sky, like a drowning person, their limbs constantly struggling in the air. Click! Accompanied by the sound of broken bones, the necks of the figures were all twisted. No one thought that the number 1 mutant was unscathed, and actually resisted the terrible attraction formed by the collapsing black hole. The action of expelling the earth was so resisted by the opponent. Feeling the continuous fluctuations of thought power that swept through, and seeing the figures about to be hanged to death, everyone did not neglect at all, and just killed the figure of Su Chen. Damn bastard! Thunderbolt fire was immediately furious, and flames rose up all over his body, shooting directly from the air to Su Chen on the ground like a rocket. At the same time, the Stone Man, who is also the Fantastic Four, also ran directly. Boom! Every time the footsteps fall to the ground, the running movement sounds like an earthquake. And Mr. Fantastic Reed's complexion changed drastically, and the whole person's body stretched like rubber in an instant, wrapping up his wife's body in the air, trying to save her figure. The Fantastic Four have been famous for a long time, but they are too old. Are the children of Mr. Fantastic Reed, both 6 or 7 years old. Is a very old superhero. During a space mission more than 10 years ago, they were accidentally exposed to radiation fluctuations from cosmic rays, so that each of them awakened with brand new abilities. Thunderbolt fire can control flames, is immune to flames, and can even soar in the sky with the flames of the body. In less than a second, his figure has swooped down, and just rushed towards Su Chen on the ground. That's it. Su Chen said coldly. He slapped in the air. Boom! Is like a giant empty hand slapped out. I saw the thunderbolt that floated in the air like a home run, and suddenly hit and flew out like a ball of fire. Boom! The thunderbolt was completely stunned and didn't know what happened. The whole person just smashed the ring-shaped building in the distance and flew to the capital city area completely. Driven by the huge remaining prestige, it also smashed several buildings. At the same time, the Stone Man has also been killed. His lumpy muscles are like granite. They have terrifying anti-strike ability and terrifying power. But compared to Su Chen, whose body has been tempered for thousands of years, he is still a little too far behind. Roll. Is another slap fan out. There was still no substantial touch, but the invisible fluctuation that was set off was like an air cannonball, and it ran into the stone man head-on. Boom! At this moment, his figure flew out like a cannonball and directly rammed the court behind. The momentum alone smashed away, crushing the bodies of many people behind. What? At this moment, Su Chen's neck was completely broken by Su Chen's X-weapon silhouettes of the thought force system, and even people with thought power abilities from everywhere. The figures that were hung in the air finally lost their lives at this moment, and fell from the sky to the ground one after another. Do not! At this time, Mr. Fantastic Reed cried out in pain, because his wife, the invisible girl, was exhausted and died at this moment. As the most vigorous person just now, under the indiscriminate thought power fluctuations, they all ended up just like everyone else. They ended up completely dead. No. I can't accept it. Reed only felt the whole person's heart tight. The death of his relatives also made his tears flow out like an open gate. I am going to kill you. At this time, his red eyes stared at Su Chen in the distance. So you feel the pain now? Su Chen's eyes also looked at him, his face as frosty, and Frosty did not feel a trace of guilt at the parting scene before him. His heart is already numb. Completely blackened, he has embraced the darkness. Only in this way can he not be the little boy who leads his sister everywhere. Only in this way can he not be the helpless mouse that was almost dissected. Is also the only way to think of himself escaping from the laboratory, but being wrongfully labeled as a wanted criminal worldwide. Since they treat themselves like this, don't blame yourself for embracing them with pain. Even now, your hypocritical words and forged public court trials are deeply disgusting to me. Su Chen took another casual shot. The old opponent Hulk, who suddenly killed in front of him, this time, was unable to hold it for even a round, and just hit and flew out under the impact of a vast mind force. What? Mr. Fantastic Reed killed him, and his rubber-like physique continued to stretch, as if flying out like a spring. So you are the planner of this plan. Su Chen has already seen his inner thoughts. Same. His soul also felt the other party's jade and stone burned, holding his resolute will to die together. Let's die together. Mr. Fantastic Reed's body was wrapped around Su Chen's body like a blanket. Relying on his almost physical immunity, he approached the enemy in front of him, preparing to detonate another collapse device placed in front of him. Su Chen's cold eyes didn't have any mood swings. But at this time, there was a sneer of laughter, watching the rushing figure. Die! He allowed the opponent to approach him and detonated the collapse device he had carefully developed. In an instant, the space collapsed in an instant, and a terrifying black hole emerged spontaneously. The violent swallowing power swept in again, and the surrounding light disappeared slightly. As the instigator, Reed, who was holding the jade to the ground, had a huge blood hole on his waist. He is laughing. Is laughing wildly. The distance is too close this time. Reed seems to have foreseen the scene where the opponent will die with him. Can be less than half a second. Su Chen stretched out his hands, without a trace of dread, just like that, with both hands to pinch the collapsed black hole fiercely. This. Mr. Fantastic Reed was dumbfounded. Is like hell. The whole person's expression is completely dull. He never imagined that a person would completely annihilate a small collapsed black hole with his hands. Suddenly, he recalled the characteristic that the opponent can evolve when stimulated by the outside world. Don't treat the monster in front of you in the same way. Because it doesn't work at all. Reed I was smart, and was crowned as the world's first IQ. It wasn't until this moment that he had been so angry that he realized that sometimes his fist and strength were the most important guarantee. P.S. The 2 chapters on the shelves are all coded in the morning. As everyone knows, the author is a handicapped, but today I will embed myself on a stool and try my best to code words, and the next chapter will definitely come out at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 59. Mr. Fantastic Reed is completely desperate. The hope of revenge for his wife was ruthlessly extinguished by the boy in front of him. How old is he? Seems to be not much older than his own son. Own son Franklin, can he cope with him? He does not know. Mr. Fantastic Reed only knew that the sight of his eyes had gradually blurred, and his consciousness had gradually dimmed, because at this moment there was a terrifying blood hole on his waist. Chapter 42. Who would have thought that his attack of burning jade and stone turned out to be suicide? Goodbye, Su Chen said coldly. Under one thought. The thought momentum fluctuations around him suddenly caused waves of ripples like ink wash, and after that, the price was plasticized into sharp spikes, like 10,000 arrows, which penetrated the opponent's body like this. Mr. Fantastic Reed was so mercilessly made up for the last shot. Regarding the man who single-handedly planned the public trial of the scene before him, and even tried to expel himself from the earth with a collapsing black hole, Su Chen could not hold back his killing intent at all. Why did these people cheat themselves until the end? With a benevolent face on the surface, I want to be fair to myself and wash away my grievances. Can secretly, one by one, can't wait to put themselves to death. Even the global live broadcast of the public trial scene, after tearing the surface disguise, turned out to be an assassination stage that is extremely targeted at oneself. Do they really think they are an ignorant and poor little boy? Fortunately, I didn't expect them from the beginning to the end. At this time, his figure was windless, and his black hair was constantly fluttering. Su Chen spread his hands slightly, and his whole body's feet separated from the ground, slowly rising into the air. My God, what happened? It started fighting, it started fighting. Damn superheroes and SHIELD, this is a scam, they are still deceiving the number one mutant. The undamaged camera inside the court has already broadcast everything in real time. The audience in front of the TV talked a lot. They also did not expect that the number one mutant was a seen person, and when he arrived, he directly transported a stadium and turned it into a siege and trapped his opponent. Is another superb intangible power of thought, tearing apart the walls and ceiling of the court building like thin paper. But a more terrifying scene still appeared. No one thought that behind this public trial was an arrest that had been planned a long time ago. Do not is to expel the earth. Everyone was shocked when they watched the audiences in the courtroom tearing off their disguise and pushing their enemies into the black hole with their thoughts. I don't know if I should say despicable or shameless. Pity. The plan was ruthlessly destroyed by the opponent. Just as he resisted a nuclear explosion and walked out of it, this number one mutant still resisted the attraction of a collapsing black hole from close range, and also supported the push of more than dozens of mind-powered persons. Then is a merciless slaughter. One after another, the figures who contributed to the flames were so shocked and hung up. Then is a familiar superhero who keeps falling down, unable to withstand the random blow of the number one mutant. This is too useless. Many people feel resentful about this. Quiet, it's too much relief. It is the mutant who is excited. As a race that has always been oppressed, mutants who have always suffered from social discrimination, most of them are excited at this moment. Those who are more excited to the extreme are the mutants outside the siege. Ha ha ha, just those superheroes like this. The mutants who just held up a sign to demonstrate in support are shouting at this time. Especially when they learned that SHI. At this moment, these marginalized people in society are not afraid of the SHIELD agents and rapid reaction forces in front of them. They are constantly persecuting them, meaning that there will be a complete conflict if there is a big disagreement. Hey! Pay attention to your behavior. The members of SHIELD roared. Boom! Some people even raised their guns and fired in the sky, as a warning. But these mutants in front of them still shouted, and some even used their tails to curl up the figure of an agent and threw him out. Our leader is fighting inside. It is impossible for us to back down. These mutants already thought that Su Chen was venting their breath for them, and countless people who had been tortured and even escaped from some laboratories regarded it as spiritual support. Seeking flowers. Therefore, they will naturally not shrink back. Even vaguely, there was a strong sense that there was a disagreement and the fight would start, and all the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. in front of him would be wiped out. The smell of gunpowder became stronger, and the people and reporters who had been onlookers had already evacuated. Look at it! But at this time, a mutant yelled. Following the direction of his fingers, everyone raised their heads and looked at the figure slowly rising from the besieged city high in the sky. Is the number 1 mutant? Everyone exclaimed. Wave after wave of carnival sounds like a tsunami. This moment, the slender and thin figure slowly rose above the sky, and a terrifying indifferent killing intent permeated the surroundings. Iron Man Tony, who had risen intentionally to the sky, was completely pressed back to the ground by this momentum. Su Chen's indifferent face was so condescending to overlook them. He spread his hands, and the wave of thought power swept out of his body swayed wantonly, as if waves of water rippled in the air. Do not. This moment represents the official war machine, and the Falcon both looked horrified, and they had vaguely realized what the other party was going to do. Their outer armor is constantly flying micro-missiles, like a desperate guy jumping off the wall completely. They are doing their best to continuously release artillery into the air. But under the pressure of this terrorist force that has produced substantial fluctuations, their missiles have drawn an embarrassing parabola in the air, and they have fallen straight to the ground, even causing many casualties of their own personnel. You gave me pain once, but now it is for you to feel what it is like to feel pain and despair. Embrace the pain. Su Chen spread out his hands, just like the of death sentenced them to death. Under his will, the wave of thought power condensed in the air turned into a terrifying meteorite, and it suddenly fell from the sky to the ground. This is the stage they set up for themselves. You can look like a besieged city in front of you, so why not set up a burial ground for them? The ruthless tool man who is working on codewords. There is the next chapter around 2 o'clock. Mountain. Chapter 60. Do not. The desperate war machine and the Falcon tried to fly out of the siege, but the majestic forces pouring in instantly pushed their figures back to the ground. Not only that. When someone tried to escape from the broken gap in the siege, the air pressure condensed around made it difficult for them to move their feet. It was difficult for the whole person to make multiple steps. Even as they moved more and more, they felt the pressure from behind. Strength. Falcon, War Machine, and even the surviving Hawkeye, and many other superheroes, and even a group of figures in the court, under the pressure of an increasingly terrifying aura, directly fell to the ground with a puff. The Hulk, who was stunned before, knelt on one knee and roared at the figure in the air. But at this moment, in his eyes, a horrifying thought-powered cannonball condensed by Su Chen slowly fell like a meteorite. Feel the pain. Embrace the pain. Do not. Is like Titian collapsed in front of him. A terrifying thought-powered cannonball engulfed the majestic power and momentum, and smashed to the ground fiercely. Boom. The cannonballs that came down immediately crushed all the shadows who had nowhere to hide to the ground, and the dilapidated court building that was the first to be bred evaporated and shattered in an instant. Boom! The earth quaked, the invisible shock wave radiated out, and the surrounding wall that trapped them also collapsed completely at this moment. The ground that fell down also formed a super large crater at that moment, just like a meteorite from outside the sky. The boundless smoke rises from this. The noise, crying, and other noisy sounds finally calmed down at this moment. An hour ago. These people are still feeling nervous and excited about the plan to expel the planet. For the number 1 mutant who has terrifying and extraordinary healing abilities, and even constantly evolves rapidly under external stimuli, it is indeed the best strategy to drive them out of the earth and prevent them from returning. Want to say guilt? Maybe there are some superheroes. After all, the people who caused such a bad situation came from General Stryker. The bad environment that has been habitually forcing mutants for a long time has led to the birth of such a monster. Everyone feels somewhat resentful. Especially this plan requires Stryker himself as a bait, but after the opponent sneered and refused, the Fantastic Four could only pick out a deformable X-weapon as the bait. Chapter 43. No matter what, how much pain and oppression he has suffered. In the end, he completely committed the crime. After all, no one possessed and taught that mutant number 1 to make a nuclear explosion. Regardless of his original intention, this act has surpassed the history set by Magneto. He is very sinful. Unforgivable. Crimes on her body can no longer be cleared. After feeling his darkened state of mind, under the leadership of Shield, he completely accepted Mr. Fantastic Reed's plan to expel the planet. As for the goodwill of the public hearing, it cannot be said to be completely false. If the other party can go to court to admit their mistakes. Even under the first round of persuasion from everyone, from the perspective of the global live broadcast, he completely admitted his mistakes, fell on his knees, and accepted the shackles. This plan may not start. Then, there's no after that. Because the plan completely failed. They still underestimated how terrifying the enemy they faced was. These planners, along with all the people in the court, are almost dead. The stage built by the actors desperately turned into their own burial ground. The endless wind and dust continue to blow up, rushing straight into the sky like wolf smoke. Su Chen, who was in the air, landed so slowly from the air, and the waves around his body made it impossible for the wind and sand to touch his body at all. He just descended from the sky. He waved his arm, and a surging wave swept away the area covered with wind and dust in front of him. In the boundless pit, the green-skinned Hulk was embedded in most of the mud. At this time, his blood-stained figure slowly healed. This is not the first time Su Chen has met this monster. He naturally knew that the strength of the opponent's body was not as strong as normal. Thanks to the blessing of this Hulk, Su Chen's physical strengthening has also increased a lot. But now, the Hulk, who had opened his eyes, showed panic. Yes. He was scared. This Hulk, who used the city as an amusement city in the past, played around the world and followed the army for so many years, so feared the boy in front of him. Why don't you shout? Su Chen's mind still rests on the stalwart image of the opponent's arms tapping his heart, constantly roaring loudly. For a while, seeing such a cowardly Hulk was a little uncomfortable. Of course the Hulk is afraid. Don't look at such a monster as the anger gets stronger, but once it encounters the predator at the top of the food chain, this Hulk monster is completely honest and fearful. The personality of the Hulk was replaced from that of Dr. Banner at this moment. This is the first time Bruce Banner started speaking in the form of the Hulk, and it was also the first time he felt such awe of the Hulk's personality. He naturally understood what happened. Looked around, it was empty, with terrifying meteorite-like pits, and there were not many corpses to see. Banner swallowed. He suddenly understood what he was going to do. As the world's top physicist, it is also in existence with enough IQ to rank among the top 8 in the world. Dr. Banner turned into a Hulk and held the last collapsing black hole device in his hands. I have done a lot of wrong things, but in the last of my life I just want to be a hero. He said very firmly. No choice. The teammates next to him are no longer there. The Avengers that have just been formed just killed most of the members. Dr. Banner roared and jumped in place, manipulating the Hulk's body to rush towards the figure in front of him for the first time. At the last moment of his life, he wants to regain the dignity of the Hulk's personality. Even if it's dead. Also stand and die. He jumped up and raised his right hand high. In an instant, a terrifying fluctuation was released, and another collapsed black hole appeared, and the terrifying suction took the lead in completely swallowing the Hulk's right palm. Hero. Su Chen only felt that he heard extremely harsh words. This is the third time the enemy has used this high-tech device against him. This is really boring for him. So he cares. With such a light kick, he kicked the Hulk into the ground. The poor guy couldn't even reach himself, so he was the first to be swallowed up under the terrifying collapsed black hole. The whole figure just disappeared without a trace. Ming Ming was still a supervillain before. He was chased and fled for a few years, but in the end he was transformed into a superhero by Shield. This is Su Chen's most unacceptable answer. They don't even want to treat themselves with a sincere heart, they just want to build such a fictitious stage to welcome themselves. This is really ironic. Ruthless codeword robot, there are 2 foreshadowings laid in these 2 chapters. You don't have to worry about the subsequent plot development at all. You can also guess. Chapter 61. The Hulk wanted to die with Su Chen incompetently and furiously, but he just bound himself like this, and the figure that was kicked to the ground was completely swallowed by the collapsed black hole that was created. The violent sweeping power quickly disappeared without a trace. When the distorted light returned to normal, there was already an even more terrifying pit in front of him. As for Su Chen's figure, it was so safe and sound, even unmoved. This is the third time he has encountered this kind of attack, and he doesn't even bother to respond. Under the whistling wind, Su Chen's clear, black and white eyes swept around. The war machine and the falcon that had fought hard just now were left with only a piece of burning machinery wreckage. As for the stone human beings known as super vitality, they are also buried in the sand. Half of the granite-like body is soaked in blood, unconscious, and life shows a faint sign. Besides, there is another surviving object, and that is Iron Man Tony. Relying on a heavier set of Mark armor to resist, and one-handed 12 shield mode, it also ended up sinking into the mud like a blood man. Such a catastrophe almost wiped out the superheroes and Shield members assembled here. And this time, the personnel outside the siege were almost completely overturned by the aftermath of the bombardment. Many approaching personnel were even buried under the wreckage of the collapsed building. The severe ones were even swept up in the air by the vast aftermath and flew tens of meters away. The Shield rapid reaction force that was tragically affected lost more than half of it all at once. When the smoke gradually dissipated, some survivors stood up from the ground in a panic. Oh my God, this! People discovered that the ground under their feet had cracked open, and a spider web-like pattern stretched endlessly to the horizon. It's almost like falling from a meteorite. After a glance, everyone realized that there was already a scary pit in the field of vision in front of them. And above the quicksand, only the figure that was above the air just stood safe and sound. The other party's black sweater is not even dusty, and it is as clean as washing, just as if the person who had gone through a great battle was not him at all. They are all dead. The expressions of the Shield agents guarding outside changed drastically. They also realized that a catastrophe was imminent. The pattern of the world will change. Compared to the Shield agents who are bereaved, the mutants who came back to their senses were suddenly in a carnival. Our king has not fallen. Expel them! The mutant shouted. Is like chanting for the birth of the new king of mutants at this moment. Resolve them! The mutant who recognized the other party's despicable behavior quickly couldn't help but attack the shield personnel in front of him. Immediately kill each other. The plan to expel the Earth completely failed. Participants are wiped out. In the Shield Bureau headquarters in the same capital city, in the Tri-Wing building, all the agents and even the staff were very embarrassed. No one expected such a tragic result. Shield Director Nick Fury took a few deep breaths before barely able to maintain the trembling facial muscles. What are you doing in a daze? Activate the highest level of global alert. All temporary bases are ready to be put into use, and the aircraft carrier at the headquarters is also ready to be activated. The second set of contact orders is activated. All personnel are ready to clean up the information in their hands and leave directly. Nick Fury gritted his teeth, muttering in disgust. Although the Fantastic Four had made a plan on how to expel the opponent from the Earth, in any case, SHIELD had organized the manpower, and the number 1 mutant would definitely not let them go. Chapter 44. Damn it! Nick Fury's heart screamed, but his mind was full of annoyance. He shouldn't be big. He obviously has the most critical hole card. If he was more stable and used the most critical call for help, he wouldn't end up where he is now. But time seems to be running out now. Who would have thought that the other party would do everything in these few days? Damn it, in my car. Nick Fury had no choice. But at this time, a reminder from SHIELD agents followed. Wait, the mutant number 1 stopped and stopped moving. He seemed to be frowning, thinking, with a hint of confusion. The sudden words changed Nick Fury's expression. As if seeing the dawn of victory, seeing the straw that saves life, he immediately moved closer and looked into the holographic screen projected in the air. It was the scene captured by the drone. I saw that the figure of the young man in the pit did not move anymore. He actually frowned his brows tightly, as if thinking about something. Vaguely, there was a hint of irritation. But even when facing the number 1 mutant who is no longer moving, the entire SHIELD bureau is helpless. Then the question is coming. What is the other party doing at the moment? Not long ago, in a hidden village in the central area, the remaining X-Men took some students and fled here. This moment, they were watching the live broadcast of the public trial. Soon, everyone witnessed that Su Chen was like a god, and he was brave enough to resolve many crises, and superheroes were killed in his hands. Looking at the figure of the young man above the air, everyone's mood at this moment is very complicated. Is pure hate on the one hand. It is Professor Charles's death alone, and each other is blood feud. On the other hand, it is complicated and difficult to understand. After losing many of the X-Men's elite backbones and the protective umbrella supporting their heads, these people suddenly seemed to have walked out of the quiet ivory tower. A series of pursuits made them realize deeply. Is Professor Charles's approach wrong? Is the estrangement between the two races really irreversible? No matter what, everything should be over. Kuei Yin and the others all glanced at the wooden house in front of them, and saw that on a stone platform, the figure of Wolverine had been lying on it for some time. With the support of the mutant nicknamed Amplification, the Phantom Cat is finally able to maintain the ability to travel through time quickly. The flow rates of the two times are different. I'm afraid it will be over after 10 minutes or 20 minutes. At that time, if the future is successfully changed, then the new timeline will completely cover everything that is happening now. Let all tragedies end. Return the lost Professor Charles and many X-Men. And they will also forget a darkened boy. Certainly. The Iceman who learned of Wolverine's heart, but knows that there will be no more 13-year-old boy named Su Chen in the new timeline. Chapter 62. Who? Under the time and space shuttle, Logan, who came directly to Wolverine more than a year ago, breathed heavily. Not everyone can travel through time and space unharmed. Even the brain of Professor Charles may be broken down in the process of shuttle. Logan also relied on his own self-healing factor to end this painful process and successfully return to the timeline of the past. ASAP. Although he knew that the flow of time in the two worlds was completely different. But in order to avoid the collapse of the timeline again and the Phantom Cat is difficult to maintain, he must rush to the small town on the west coast as soon as possible. This time, he robbed a Mustang sports car directly and headed for the destination. With previous experience, Logan Wolverine is naturally familiar with it. But no matter what, the journey still made him come to this East Coast town in the middle of the night. This is it. Wolverine Logan roughly cleared his thoughts and decided how to start. In the night. His sturdy figure is like an arrogant night wolf, with a killing intent and a strong will to revenge, just approaching a single-family house not far away. Squeak! The wooden door of the house was so easily collapsed, and Logan's expression became more fierce. At this time, he was full of revenge for Charles, and even he didn't even know that his face became a little ugly. In the night, he stepped on the cobblestone pavement of the small courtyard. Because of his impatience, he couldn't even care about the sound of his footsteps. In this way, his figure accelerated and his breathing became more urgent. The whole person couldn't wait to walk towards the door on the other side. This time he learned his lesson and never broke in through the window on the other side. Because it was the house where the middle-aged lady fell asleep. He walked around to the back of the yard. Is going to use his Edmund's claws to easily cut through the balcony door of the back door. If he hadn't inferred wrong, Su Chen must be lying in the back bedroom. Kid! Get ready to die for me! Logan touched the balcony door behind with his clenched fist, and with a bang, Edmund alloy claws penetrated the lock of the anti-theft door so easily. The whole door was pushed up gently by him. After being reminded, Logan knew that Su Chen, who had not yet awakened, had not many accidents. Instead, his younger sister Susan had shown the shuttle ability of molecular mimicry, so he must be careful to take his brother away. Careful! He held his breath, holding his breath desperately, but this made the murderous face on his face more hideous and red. Especially the crouching body moved forward gently, and the hair he managed seemed to have two horns on both sides, so at this moment Logan really looked like a hungry beast, cautiously approaching his prey. And this moment, Su Chen in the house is still lying on the couch. It's just that his slightly awkward eyes became more and more sober, and soon after accepting the memory in his mind, his childish face became more and more indifferent. He already understands why he is here. Dozens of seconds ago, he is still in a pit in the first city. Satisfied, ruthlessly killed a bunch of superheroes who cheated themselves. But at that moment, he already felt the boundless killing intent coming from the instinct of the battle, which seemed a bit dangerous compared to any moment. He quickly realized that this was not a murder in reality. There is a person hiding in the dark trying to realize the timeline. His keen warning came to this point. This was naturally impossible before. But who has let the other party have tried it once? In this way, Su Chen completely relaxed his mind, and allowed an inexplicable brainwave to sweep away his consciousness, as if pouring into an endless tunnel. For a moment, he realized that his consciousness shuttled in the long river of time, and was constantly tracing back to the source, so he came to more than a year ago with his own will. He woke up. Su Chen, who was just 12 years old, was completely occupied by his own will in the next year. He flicked his right hand slightly, and suddenly felt a surge of power. Between thoughts, there is a surging motivation for thoughts. It seems that the wisp of wool that shuttles also brings power. Wow! At this moment, a frightened lady's voice came from the outer corridor. The mother who rushed to the balcony with a tube of clothes in her hand was suddenly shocked. In the dimly lit promenade, she suddenly found a monster with a hideous face, like a ghost, crouching on the side of the promenade. At this moment, she just forgot to take the blood pressure control pills, so that she felt her head dizzy under fright. For a while, the sky turned around and she fell to the ground so suddenly. I have to say that this is the butterfly effect. Wolverine arrived a little earlier, and it happened to be another coincidence meeting this time. But this time, Su Mu, who was originally ill, did not take medicine. So he was so startled by the savage Logan, who was completely frightened and fainted to the ground. Damn! Wolverine Logan cursed secretly. He ignored the middle-aged lady, but rushed directly to another bedroom a few meters away. The sudden shock must have awakened the child inside. He wants to kill Su Chen completely when the opponent reacts. Boom! Luo's very sturdy and tall figure instantly smashed open the bedroom door, but before he slammed into the bedroom figure further, his whole body was suddenly unable to move, as if sinking into a quagmire. Soon, His figure was completely unable to move, so he was completely lifted from the ground by an invisible imprisonment force. Chapter 45. You turned out to be tricking the ghost. 12-year-old Su Chen sat on the couch. At this moment, he didn't have a face of childishness, and his expression was sullen. The whole person's right hand was stretched forward like this, using the power of mind to imprison the other party. He recognized the person's identity all at once. Wolverine Logan. This is the original product of Weapon X, and this information is available in the experimental base. After that, he also read the opponent's head, and immediately noticed the so-called reversal of the future plan. It turned out that this was all the remnants of the X-Men who were secretly playing tricks. Damn bastard! Su Chen had realized that his mother was fainted by him. The uncontrollable emotions instantly furious, and the killing intent could not be suppressed at all. The figure in front of him was twisted like a twist by him. Susan on the other couch was sleeping soundly, but to avoid being frightened, she was mentally hypnotized by Su Chen, so there was no movement. But the distorted figure in front of me suddenly blurred. Really disappears quickly like a ghost. It turned out that the phantom cat outside felt the Wolverine on the stone platform trembling constantly, and when it foamed at the mouth, it cut off the energy that maintains the shuttle between time and space. The whole timeline collapsed again. Good. No longer generates a new future. Asshole. Su Chen has already felt that his will be forced to grasp the long river of time, but at this time, he gritted his teeth and walked out of the room with the boundless force of restraint, just to see his mother for the last time. It's been a long time since he saw his mother. Even seeing it in this collapsed timeline made him feel a little satisfied. After just such a glance, a ray of his will flowed into the long river of time, back to the future. The X-Men's plan to reverse the future just failed again. But the same as last time, like a broken string set off a burst of sound waves, the timeline of collapse still set off some reality aftermath, causing some unspeakable spiritual impact. Reality, after all, changed a little bit. Just a little bit. Is so faint, it can even be said to be insignificant, but it makes Su Chen, who has awakened, suddenly furious. That moment, the Earth's sky suddenly dimmed, and the sun's rays were so ruthlessly obscured. Chapter 63. The timeline constructed by Phantom Cat suddenly collapsed, and all the mistakes will be corrected. Su Chen's ray of consciousness was naturally forced to flock to the long river of time, and back to a year later, it came to himself. This moment was originally a figure standing motionless in the pit, so he opened his eyes, and the inside of his eyes was bright. The muddiness in his mind even disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wolverine, X-Men. Su Chen's head suddenly jumped out of two key words. He naturally remembers that the other party brewed all this, trying to reverse the future and obliterate himself. But all this was kept by him. Certainly. His keenness for the fluctuation of reality still made himself aware of the slightest change. After all, the slight fluctuations that interfere with reality can't deceive him. With the previous experience, Su Chen started directly from the level of the mind system, trying to find out a weak fragment that suddenly appeared. I embed a small memory last time. Is the so-called ghost in childhood. But now, there is no more memory, but a small memory suddenly replaced. The time of mother's death unexpectedly advanced one day. Su Chen only felt that his head was about to split. The timeline was not closed last time, but the aftermath of the string-like cracking was still 300 rippling out on the scene, causing some spiritual impact on the mother of the person involved. There are so-called ghost legends from this. And this time the timeline was destroyed by Su Chen, and the aftermath of the collapse also rippled out like water ripples, which had a disturbing impact on reality. Especially the frightened mother, it is a little bit more troublesome for this. Su Chen's complexion is getting worse. Because of such a little butterfly effect intervention, the mother's death time was so advanced by 1 day. Yes. 1 day in advance. That insignificant fluctuation in reality is this day. If I hadn't been able to keenly capture the changing fluctuations of reality, I am afraid I would subconsciously ignore the past. Headache. I really have a headache. Suddenly, Su Chen only felt his head resemble a terrifying volcano that was depressed for a long time and waited to erupt. When I think about it, it is because of the interference caused by the shuttle of time and space. One day after thinking of his seriously ill mother mentioning his death, Su Chen's inner pain far exceeded the tragedy in the laboratory that day. Father left early. The mother held her illness, and raised them all by herself. But because of these people's endless pursuit, didn't mean to let it go at all. Endless. It's like the world is malicious to itself. It would be nice to say that Su Chen is naturally fearless, but what makes him most unacceptable is that this battle has extended to the past timeline, and even affected his mother. Endless grief emerged in Su Chen's mind, and he didn't want his mother to be affected by it more than himself. That is a sin even more unbearable than dissecting yourself. This moment, Su Chen only felt the anger in his head erupting like a volcano. Why? Why do you want to stay in the shadows? Why can't you people die? She has passed away from illness. Don't bother her. Thinking of this, the uncontrollable emotions escalated. Su Chen's pupils had already glowed with cold blood. At this moment, he was full of black hair and long hair suddenly hanging upside down, an unknown wave lingering around him. In order to vent the anger in his heart, under the guidance of the out-of-control and violent emotions, the horrible fluctuations in reality have already rippled out. Is like a drop of ink dripping into a glass of white water, and the white water in the glass is instantly soaked with black. At this time, under a wave of rippling reality, the blue sky suddenly dimmed. Is like a giant starry sky larger than a planet passing by in outer space. The sun's rays are completely obscured by his spread wings, and most of the earth is suddenly plunged into darkness. In an instant, as it left, the disappearing light returned again. But from this moment, the waves of reality immersed in the entire earth have already begun to interfere. Why can't you people die? Su Chen's thoughts began to receive a response. Even when he runs out of control, he doesn't know what the arrival of this moment actually means. In the Marvel Incident M Royal Family Comics, Wanda the Scarlet Witch, who is also good at changing reality, uttered a desperate cry when her mood was completely out of control. There are no more mutants. With just such a short sentence, the mutants of the entire planet are almost extinct, leaving only more than 200 people, and the ability of them has been weakened a lot. This is the absolute sound of mutants. And now, the consequences of Su Chen's runaway are still triumphant. Although his words meant something. But because the power is too great, and the definition of pointing is not clear, so this wave of fluctuations spread to the entire Earth. This moment, the first to bear the brunt was Logan Wolverine. It didn't take long for him to wake up in the towns and villages in the central area, and suddenly he realized something wrong with him. Wait, something is wrong. Logan's complexion changed. He suddenly realized that his hands collapsed suddenly, and the poor self-healing factor didn't even play a role. Do not. Logan has realized who did it, and an indifferent and arrogant teenager's face has appeared in his mind. I wanted to say more, but the body that disintegrated quickly collapsed into a piece of powder. What? There was a scream of exclamation all around. Phantom Cat, Zeng, and others also quickly disintegrated at the same time. They panicked and didn't know what was going on, so they turned into a piece of powder as they looked at each other. This is not the strangest thing. At the same moment, weird withering events occurred all over the world. But this did not attract too many people's attention. Because of a very strange scene, the traces of countless people's existence, the names left on the paper, and even the memories of the disappeared people on everyone's head began to be gradually lost. Is like an invisible hand tampering with the reality of the world. Is like a supervillain eradicator who just died for no reason, but his files, ID cards, and even the influence and harm he caused on him were all lost. Chapter 46. Just as there is no trace of an eradicator in this world. The big event triggered by Su Chen is not just a modification of reality. Even involves the indescribable law of cause and effect, and completely obliterates all proofs that a person has ever existed. No one will remember who you are? P.S. I tried my best. We promise 5 more tomorrow. Chapter 64. The real fluctuations of the earth ushered in a revision. It is as if God is tampering with reality, and the selected personnel are undergoing the complete obliteration of the traces of existence. Is like a story told in a book. A character is deleted from beginning to end, so that there is no trace of him in the whole world. The image in people's memory, and even the books recorded various information about him, are all completely tampered with by an invisible wave of reality, completely obliterated on the timeline of this world. Has a huge set of files and rich stories of the world classics, just like this is suddenly torn off the pages. Certainly. Also because this is Su Chen suddenly out of control and run away, the anger that is stronger than the first awakening is a trace of inability to complete it obliteration. The reality is not completely tampered with, and the fluctuation of the timeline is not completely corrected. There was a strange sight. Some people can observe changes in reality. Rogan and Phantom Cat disappeared. You were still making a fuss about Logan's disappearance just now, why don't you remember it all of a sudden? Inside a certain stone house in the central area, the Iceman said in anger. He witnessed Wolverine Logan disappear out of thin air just now, like a snowman in the blazing sun. Are you crazy? Whether it's Wolverine or Logan, or even Phantom Cat, we have never heard of these names. What happened to you, Iceman? By the way, haven't you noticed that the increase disappeared? The X-Men suddenly became a mess. Kuei Yin looked anxious, just like the Iceman, he seemed a little hysterical at the moment. At this time, he only felt cold all over his body, and there was a sense of horror in his mind. Too frightening. What happened to this? It's clear that such a big living person as amplification has completely disappeared. Why can't these people see it? And why can't they remember the increase? Are these people lying to themselves? Was also dumbfounded, and the Iceman holding his head and shouting in pain was also completely frightened. Why don't you remember Logan? That fierce villain is also Charles's old friend, the guy who helped us get here, don't you have any impression? The Iceman subconsciously felt that people around him were maliciously colluding to deceive himself. But that pair of incomparable emotions, and the same hysterical look of Kuei Yin, made the Iceman feel that a world of malice was coming. Yes. It must be the malice of the world. Not right. Suddenly, the Iceman recalled an answer. Su Chen. It must be he who is playing tricks. Professor Charles used to be very optimistic about his talents, calling himself an extremely rare Omega-class existence. One day, his ability to freeze everything and even stop the operation of atoms and molecules. The suspension of molecules also means that the movement of all things is completely stopped, which means that time can be frozen by him. Now that the world line change is suddenly chaotic, it must be that kid who is making trouble. Damn it! No one knows exactly what happened. Actually, people all over the world are going to work normally and continue to live their lives in a normal order. As for the people around them disappearing, they have not observed them at all. This is not so much obliteration. It is better to say that this is the fluctuation of the timeline. The tampering of the world leads to changes in the law of cause and effect, so that every baby born in the past disappears again. Is like a person who observed changes in reality suddenly shouting to a couple, "Have you forgotten your little son? What are you going crazy? We have never had a second child." May even come up with another answer. "Damn, my wife was seriously ill a few years ago, and you told me the second child, are you sick?" Yes. Strictly speaking, this is not an obliteration. Obliterate, that is the worst reality change. Reality tampering in the true sense is omnidirectional, inverting cause and effect and paradoxes, subverting all reality, completely fooling the fluctuations of the reality of the entire world, and completely changing everything. Seeking flowers. All traces of existence will be obliterated, memory, information, all disappear, no one will remember what happened. It is as if the timeline of the entire world is completely covered by the timeline of another parallel universe. This is the reality tampering that truly subverts everything. Certainly. Su Chen, who was spurred by the early death of his mother and went completely out of control, couldn't control this power at all, so some people observed the fluctuations in reality. But these people are unfortunate. Some people are self-doubt, thinking that everyone around them is maliciously deceiving themselves. The brain in the jar, the world of Truman. Terrifying words keep pouring into my mind. After feeling the world is full of malice, many people may even be schizophrenic. 00. Damn bastard. SHIELD headquarters building. Inside the three-wing building, a group of figures disappeared continuously in this building. Compared to other places, the number of people disappearing here is very dense. Even if Su Chen's roaring words didn't mean much, but SHIELD had organized and planned everything, but it was the same as the military organization. It suffered a large-scale falsification of reality, and the figure disappeared out of thin air, as if from the beginning to the end. The tale does not exist. SHIELD Director Nick Fury has forgotten many capable 8th-level agents, and even forgotten too many of his personally recruited subordinates in the past. His face at the moment is very embarrassing. Was panicked because he observed the fluctuations in reality and realized the changes in reality after the kid Su Chen went mad. Of course, at this moment, he also felt that his life had reached an end. The of death is coming to harvest his life. Asshole. He didn't even have time to do too many things. But just doing this is enough. I hope you don't forget me. Nick Fury endured the pain, and pressed down an old pager in his hand with pain. The old-fashioned pager, which has been eliminated for so many years, completely shone light at this moment, and saw a bright sign like a star displayed on the screen. Mountain. Chapter 65. The violent fluctuation of the timeline is like letting the timeline of another parallel universe recover the current timeline. Su Chen, who was running out of control, did not expect that his anger would spread to the world. Su Chen, who had returned to God, only realized that he had tampered with world history until his emotions recovered. His figure was still in the pit just now, and his black hair fell down, and the haunting fluctuations had gradually disappeared. The attitude of running out of control is officially lifted. His first consciousness did not want to see the changes in the world. Is my sister? Within an instant, he can feel that the other's life fluctuations are very normal in his mind. Maybe subconscious. After all, my sister is a mutant. Under the fluctuations of the timeline that interferes with the whole world, the reality concerning the race of mutants has not changed much. This is also what Su Chen learned from his spiritual level. Wolverine, Phantom Cat, all boosts are dead. Even the heinous striker died completely in this catastrophe. The instigator of the time and space shuttle has been completely wiped out any traces. Chapter 47. The more Su Chen felt the changes after the reality was tampered with, the more he was secretly frightened. He also did not expect that the influence caused by his momentary emotional out of control was so terrible, and it is true that the shock of his mother's early death was too great for him. If he changes to the present, he will never achieve such a terrifying ability to subvert reality. After all, if the ability to change reality is to be fully stimulated, it is very dependent on the loss of control of emotions, and to control this mysterious reality at will, it may take some time for Su Chen. King. The King of Mutants. Cheers for the birth of the King of Mutants. At this time, there was a loud carnival out of the pit. The mutants who came to support us just gathered around the periphery of the pit. They raised their arms and shouted, expressing their respect to Su Chen. They didn't know what happened just now. Is also not sure that the SHIELD rapid reaction force that he was facing has disappeared for some reason. One of the mutants noticed something wrong. But there was a sudden outburst of carnival. In the resonance, they also let go of the surprise in their hearts and began to cheer for the mutant king in front of them. As a marginalized person, he has suffered torture and discrimination, and even faces the risk of dissection and research. Every moment of my life, I am frightened and terrified. And now, someone has finally stepped forward to show the world their dignity and not to be insulted. So, at this time, they shouted the king's affection so sincerely. It was like travelers trapped in the desert finally found a pool of water. They looked forward to Su Chen in admiration and admiration. This is their guarantee of survival. The X-Men is like a clown playing in front of humans. They only know to save and please humans, but they can't solve our pain. The Brotherhood of Mutants is too useless and lacks in strength. After repeated battles and defeats, Magneto is also old. Only the number one mutant in front of us is the hope of saving us. Everyone chanted. Under the extremely provocative words, the carnival cries are even higher. He broke the shackles in our hands and shattered the conspiracy of SHIELD, and only he can give us a new life. We don't need to be enslaved, we just need a fair living environment. Only the king of our mutants can bestow everything. The more provocative words were said from a familiar face. Is a clone. He has already come to the scene. Next to are the silhouettes of mutants who were rescued at that time. Hungton K's extremely strong figure also roared loudly on the side, transforming from Magneto's powerful man into a faithful believer of Su Chen. The king of mutants. What made Su Chen even more unexpected was that the silly girl of her own home, Susan's sister, actually rushed here with the super killer girl. Damn! Didn't you let her stay at home honestly? Susan's fluttering sly eyes stared at Su Chen like this, with an indescribable smile hidden in her eyes, as well as indescribable expectations. Obviously, she was sincerely happy for her brother's performance, and prayed that the other party would follow the public opinion around her. Who? Su Chen rarely breathed a sigh of relief. Under the shouts of the people around, this young figure in a black sweater slowly rose from the ground, spreading his hands, and just following the cheers of the surroundings, he accepted the crown. One time. The carnival cries are getting louder and louder. He accepted it. Let us once again give our voice to the birth of the King of Mutants. From this moment on, a new mutant dynasty was born. A terrible fact is that the so-called King of Mutants does not rely on the X gene at all, and his ability has nothing to do with the X gene. In theory, he is not a mutant in the strict sense. But for my sister's pleasure, so what? In addition, the ambition hidden in Su Chen's heart has already grown stronger and stronger in the dark. Perhaps all this is also the 13-year-old boy who has begun to satisfy his ambition. He already knows the world, understands the world. And further, start to master the world. Take shield. This is the first order he issued. If it had accepted the imperial decree, for a time, a large number of mutants began to march towards the headquarters of SHIELD Bureau, Sanqui Building. Has already been messed up under the tampering of the world just now. At least half of the staff have been obliterated under the inexplicable interference of reality. Under the change of the timeline, Agent Hill has successfully observed the changes. She panicked, but quickly calmed down. Knowing through the satellite equipment that the wave of mutants is coming, she gritted her teeth and got up and left. The situation is over. She wants to rush to the west coast and follow the strategy left by Nick Fury and begin to dormant. But what she didn't expect was... What? 2 aircraft carriers outside lost contact and refused to communicate directly with the headquarters. Hill is also a little dazed. She naturally didn't know that the Hydra personnel parasitizing the headquarters of SHIELD had launched a rebellion and began to take advantage of the chaos to gradually eat away at the huge forces left by SHIELD. Damn it! The world seems to be in chaos at this moment. 66. Chapter 66. SHIELD is called the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Is a directly governed body under the World Security Council. The last retired director of SHIELD directly served as a member of the board of directors. As a supernatural organization that handles various bizarre events around the world and guards against major threats, it has a lot of advanced black technology. Representative among them, MO belongs to the super fighter that combines stealth and supersonic cruise, the Harrier fighter. As well as an aircraft carrier that rises under the support of 4 anti-gravity engines, a real sky aircraft carrier. There is a sky aircraft carrier about to run. At this moment, the rushing army of mutants has invaded the Sanqui headquarters building. But at this time, a majestic island-shaped building just soared up from the isolated lake against the current. No one thought that there was an underwater base hidden under a lake outside the Sanqui headquarters building. Brother, don't let him run away. Susan is very excited. As the crystallization product of S.H.I.E.L.D.S black technology, the 4 anti-gravity engines of the sky aircraft carrier spewed endless power, supporting such an island-like aircraft carrier structure to fly into the sky rapidly. Want to run? Su Chen sneered. Was standing in the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 6th floor of the Triqui Wings building. Just like this, he released his shocking power fluctuations through a window. Click! The entire aircraft carrier suddenly seemed to be trapped in an invisible quagmire in the air, and the more it rose, the more it was pulled downward. In the blink of an eye, in less than a few seconds, he was so imprisoned in mid-air, stupefied as the anti-gravity engine was accelerating, and he couldn't break through the wave of thought power that covered the surroundings. Damn it! Asshole, how exaggerated is that guy's power? Sounds of panic continued to be heard from inside the aircraft carrier in the sky. They were finally able to realize how exaggerated a power of thought power controlled by the enemy was. It was the majestic horsepower of the 4 anti-gravity engines that completely restrained the aircraft carrier in the sky. Now they are in complete trouble. Click! Accompanied by the sound of broken glass. There are actually many mutants who directly smashed the French windows, jumped from the high floor, and rushed onto the sky aircraft carrier that was only tens of meters high from the ground. Naturally, the first to bear the brunt is the violent red tank. From time to time, there are figures proficient in flying, or shuttle space, pounced on the deck of the aircraft carrier. King! There is a mutant nicknamed Electronic among our personnel, who can control all electronic equipment. I guarantee that this aircraft carrier can be successfully operated after it is taken. The avatar is simply a dog, and the good news will be sent immediately. Very good. Susan on the side was very excited. This will be our base in the future. She is a little devil girl who is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. At this time, the bottom layer of the sky aircraft carrier suddenly protruded a laser-like barrel device. Under the adjustment, the muzzle faced the tri-curved wing headquarters building in front of it. There is a picture that wants to completely destroy the former SHIELD headquarters, and is unwilling to give this headquarters building to the mutants. It's a good idea. Su Chen stretched his right hand forward slightly, and then suddenly clenched his right hand. Boom! Extremely keen hearing ability immediately sent the heartburst sound of many operators in the aircraft carrier to his ears clearly and unmistakably. War and artillery are a man's romance. Chapter 48. When Su Chen was a child, he also collected a lot of fighter plane models. Naturally, he would not let go of such a product that represented the highest technological crystallization on Earth. Go and see. Soon. He took Susan's figure and shuttled to the aircraft carrier. Standing on the deck, feeling the warm breeze blowing in the air, Su Chen inevitably felt a little bit of emotion. This aircraft carrier alone is enough to lead today's Earth technology for more than decades. From a perceptual scan, he could thoroughly perceive a Harrier-shaped fighter under the deck, which was even more advanced than the Raptor fighter he had defeated. Just these things, he won't miss it. Actually, after this revenge, Su Chen himself was a little confused about what he would do in life after the age of 13. But what made Su Chen both funny and helpless was that Susan, the little witch, was looking forward to ending these messy battles not long ago. Is cheering along with the other mutants now. No matter what, since he chose to wear this crown, he also complied with his own ambitions, and Su Chen would continue to win over more resources. Right now, this is the first step. Damn it, do you know who you are offending? Under the roar of anger, a person wearing an armed battle suit was defending to the death. They fought desperately against the building on the aircraft carrier's island. But Red Tan Kaken Marco didn't talk nonsense with them, he went straight to the other side, carried the bullet, and forced the two figures in front of him to death. Long live the Hydra! Suddenly, one of them rushed forward with a bomb in his hand just before he died, like a devout believer was martyred. Day! Su Chen snapped 300 crisp fingers. Under an invisible wave, he immediately wiped the bomb in his hand completely out of thin air. What? The suicide who tried to blow everything up here was dumbfounded. It seems that you underground rats are hiding well, and SHIELD has infiltrated you. The slender and thin figure of Su Chen came to the door of the command room on the island, and his gaze swept towards the desperately defiant figure inside. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and he had begun to read the memories in their minds wantonly. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly realized that SHIELD had already rotted from its roots. The Hydra organization that had disappeared for decades had already infiltrated everything here and collapsed from within. Damn bastard! Soon, these Hydra personnel immediately noticed that their heads were being read like the same book. Cut off one head and grow two more heads. Long live the Hydra! Facing the almost incomprehensible existence, these people did not hesitate to grab their heads directly, and committed suicide one after another. Remember that you rejected the olive branch of our Hydra. Hydra will always look at you. When we welcome back the Master from the endless abyss, that is when you die. Chapter 67. Committed suicide, and committed suicide again in the form of martyrdom. The decisiveness of the Hydra organization completely exceeded the expectations of the mutants present. For such a Hydra that once dominated most of the world in the past, everyone's memories and impressions can only stay in books and texts. I can see it now, but it feels weird and horrified. Obviously, the strength of these people is very low, but the fierce strength and decisiveness make some mutants inevitably feel a sense of awe. Hey, a bunch of trash that can't help beating. Hungton K is still that heartless. He slapped his heart and shouted in a rough voice, if you find me where these guys are hiding, they must be uprooted by our Wang Lian. Su Chen's complexion is still calm and composed, but he doesn't care too much about the existence of the Hydra organization. Certainly. From the mind of the Hydra leader just now, Su Chen also learned that there have been Hydra divisions all over the world. And the members of Hydra have always wanted to dominate the world, but to welcome back a Hydra monarch exiled in a foreign land. It is said that it is a terrifying existence that was exiled to another world thousands of years ago. This is quite surprising. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, but dismissed it. After all, he is never afraid of challenges. In a sense, his infinitely evolving mutant gene determines Su Chen's character that is very eager to challenge. Soon, the SHIELD headquarters Tri-Wing building, which was designed and cast by Howard Stark himself in the past, and the security system was renovated by Iron Man Tony Stark, fell into the hands of Su Chen. The mutant electronic began to crack the system data in it, and gradually took control of various places. Unfortunately, a large amount of data has been deleted and cannot be completely restored. A large number of materials that require level 8 agents or higher to be accessed are all lost. SHIELD director Nick Fury claimed to be the man who knew the most secrets of the Earth in the past, and he alone knew the secret base created by this powerful existence. None of these can be answered. ZZ. Inside the underground garage of the building, an old pager that had been trampled down burst out electric arcs. The mutant of Lakeseong doesn't even know what this means. Several Harrier-shaped fighters flew out of the aircraft carrier in the air. Some mutants drove the fighters directly to downtown Manhattan, where they would go there to receive the armored robots of the Stark Group. Besides, the Baxter Mansion where the Fantastic Four lives will also be taken over. After all, that is a laboratory in charge of many scientific research technologies and cutting-edge black technologies. It didn't take long for a good news to finally come from Mutant Electronics. Some materials were rescued. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a secret base in the north called the Joint Dark Energy Operations Base. The level of confidentiality is very good, and there are a lot of additional personnel. It is recommended to send more mutants to occupy. From his mouth, everyone quickly learned more information. It is reported that the United Dark Energy Operations Base has preserved an existence called the Universal Rubik's Cube, and SHIELD continuously extracts energy from this treasure to create cutting-edge black technology weapons. What's even more surprising is that this is a treasure once owned by Hydra in World War II. The people present all sighed in shock when hearing the words. Until then, everyone didn't know that the Cosmos Rubik's Cube stored in this Joint Dark Energy Operations Base would cause a lot of trouble to their own people in the future. After learning the news for the first time, Su Chen personally set off with the personnel and rushed to this black technology base. Downtown Manhattan. Baxter Building, all the houses on the 5th floor of the top floor were bought by the Fantastic Four, and they were transformed into an experimental base. On the rooftop, there is a man-tool of the Fantastic Four, called the Fantastic Car, which is fast and faster than conventional fighters. On the side of the wall of the building, there is also a rocket launching station, which can launch rockets into space. As Mr. Reed, who has been studying the theory of parallel universes recently, he once had a space door leading to negative space on the 2nd floor of his top floor. This is a very shocking thing. In Reed's vision, this is the place where he will be exiled in the future to expel super criminals. But not long ago, this negative space door was closed by a little boy at home, like a random door he put in his pocket. Franklin Richards sighed, followed Ms. Hill's advice, and led his sister Valeria Richards out of here. Both of them are mutants. Brother is a terrifying mutant with a level beyond Omega. Omega is already terrifying, it is outrageous. But he must have the potential to surpass the Omega level in the future. And my sister is also a super high IQ existence who is recognized that IQ will surpass all existence on the Earth in the future. Ironically, their parents died in the hands of a persecuted and now mutant king. One can imagine how complicated the mood is. After all, after confirming the expression of the X gene and witnessing the incredible power of his children, Mr. Fantastic Reed did not expose them too much, for fear of getting a trace of discrimination from the society, which would bias their growth psychology. For this reason, Franklin even had to seal his ability with the help of his father because of the sudden increase in strength last year. Even in such a helpless moment, he can't come up with any strength to deal with the terrifying enemy. I will definitely get revenge, trust me, it won't take long. This is my brother's promise to my sister. Is also his guarantee of his own strength. After all, if it weren't for the seal, I'm afraid I would accidentally break through the boundaries of the good Earth and squeeze countless spaces into the Earth. They just left. Ms. Hill came here in person, looking at them as hope for revenge, and took the siblings to the West Coast very cautiously. To the West Coast, she will personally create a brand new Avengers. Is called the Avengers of the West Coast. Skin. Harrier-shaped fighter jets shuttled under the night sky and rushed to the United Arab Energy Operations Base in the north. Can be at this moment. Boom! The dark night turned into the boundless dark clouds, and thunder flashes were brewing in the air for an instant, and then swept across these fighters like a giant python. Chapter 49. P.S. This chapter has a huge amount of information and is not fabricated. It is basically comic content. The Avengers of the West Coast have also been established, but of course it is not the protagonist. 68. Chapter 68. Midgard. Courtyard. This is the name Asgard god realm calls the earth. Among the many titles of Odin, the king of the gods, there is also the title of Lord of the Nine Realms. Nominally, he is also the ruler of the entire earth. At least in the ancient times, when the king of frost giants of Jotunheim came to the earth with an army, it was Odin who led the fairy palace warriors to successfully prevent their barbarism. But thousands of years ago, after the heavenly gods from the universe descended on the earth, everything changed. The members of the celestial gods group easily defeated the united earth gods, the blood of the gods was spilled over the sky, and a deity continued to fall, and Odin was also defeated miserably. Since then, under the verbal restraint of the celestial group, all these gods of them have been unable to participate in and interfere with human affairs. Odin, the king of the gods, has rarely mentioned things about the earth since then. But when the twilight of the gods began on the earth, Odin, who had entered his twilight years, could no longer take care of the oral agreement. Maybe greed for rights. May not see through life and death. Maybe he cares about the people of Asgard's realm. So, at this moment, his son Thor led a team of 300 soldiers to the earth through the Rainbow Bridge. But Odin, who is old and old, seems to underestimate his son's violent temper. Boom! Under the boundless dark clouds, a series of fierce thunder flashes are constantly intertwined in the sky. In a blink, like a series of giant pythons, the thunder electric light swept into the air Harrier fighter. Not good! The driver yelled. At this moment, his face was full of horror, and he could not think of the peaceful night, how the weather suddenly deteriorated like this. An electric light swept across, and instantly made him unable to react at all. Boom! The terrifying electric light whipped the plane like this, but what the pilot did not expect was that when the seemingly terrifying thunder python struck it, it did not cause any substantial harm. This is the king of mutants. He reacted all of a sudden, his eyes glanced to the back. We seem to have encountered an unusual weather attack. The driver is naturally not stupid. After all, everyone is a mutant, and most of them have seen the ability to call the wind and call the rain, and the ability to call thunder with only one hand. Now such an unconventional encounter in bad weather, after a sigh of relief, he naturally understood that he had encountered an enemy attack. You go first. Su Chen said without question. He just used the wave of thought power to form a shield to protect the two Harrier fighters. The perception in his mind is even more aware of the figure hiding in the night. Didn't think much. His figure flickered like this, and the space shuttle came directly to the outside night. Under the volatility of thoughts that linger around the body, it is so easy to get above the sky. Boom! Many thunder pythons swept and smashed continuously, trying to cause damage to many fighters trying to retreat from the dark clouds. It's a pity that under Su Chen's thoughts, multiple thunder pythons burst open like this, just as if they were hitting a snake 7 inches, and they were cut off out of thin air. Sneaky, a big man is embarrassed to hide and seek with me. Su Chen sneered. Just you kid dare to talk to me in this tone. An angry word resounded like thunder. In an instant, a tall figure bathed in thunder light and holding a warhammer suddenly shuttled out of the dark clouds. He raised the weapon in his hand and flew in, just like this volleyed towards Su Chen's figure. Boom! The divine weapon Thor's hammer hadn't touched the opponent's body completely, and the electric current released was the first to sweep towards Su Chen's body. Su Chen frowned. Compared with the electric light in nature, he felt an unusual fluctuation in the electric current that touched the body. Facing the sudden enemy, he didn't have a trace of fear. Did not flinch. Is full of fighting spirit. It seems that after the battle with the Hulk, when he felt the heartfelt blow from his fist, Su Chen sneered, and instead of retreating, he raised his fist and slammed into the enemy in front of him. At this moment, Thor, the of Thunder, was a little dazed and surprised. After all, this is the first time in his life that he has encountered an enemy holding his fist and smashing his own Thor's hammer. He is stupid. At the same time, he laughed too. The human beings in this world are really innocent. Don't you even know the Thunder Hammer, an artifact under the name of Odin, King of the Gods? Stupid kid, don't the epic legends circulating here tell you what this thing is? Say it. Thor just lifted the magical item Thor's hammer and slammed it at the enemy in front of him. Boom! After a meeting, Su Chen in front of him was knocked out. Hit the stone with the egg. Thor, the of Thunder, laughed wildly. He had anticipated the appearance of the opponent's body torn apart. Was taken away by the violent impact. Su Chen, who was out of balance for a time, was thrown hundreds of meters away under the gusty wind speed. Thunder resistance plus 200. Divine power resistance plus 200. Body strength plus 100. In a short period of time, the constructed system can very well summarize the genetic information of the metamorphosis. Interesting. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, and his unbalanced body instantly stabilized. The injury on the fist healed instantly before he could see the wound. This speed alone is enough to make the enemy doubt life, whether it caused any harm is a question. The infinite evolutionary metamorphosis gene performed so well that sometimes, let alone an informed enemy, even Su Chen had forgotten his immortal and terrifying physique. Since this time, not only has the ability increased, but the skills have become more exquisite, and even the self-healing ability has been similarly strengthened. If you say that even a drop of blood is left, you can rebirth from nirvana. Su Chen now vaguely feels that he has turned into an indelible concept. Press these thoughts. Su Chen's indifferent face suddenly showed a strong will to fight, and his figure flew forward instantly like a cannonball. What? At this time, it was Thor's turn to change his face, but he didn't expect that the other party could survive a trick under the artifact, and he seemed to be alive and well. It's too late to say, it's fast then. The flying figure just slammed into Thor, the of Thunder. Boom! At this moment, Thor's complexion became more and more sluggish. He was knocked out. Chapter 69. Boom! The oncoming Su Chen struck like a cannonball. This moment, Thor, the of Thunder, did not expect the opponent to recover so fast. Under this surprise, he was actually blown away by the opponent. Damn bastard! Thor's complexion changed, and the flying figure quickly stabilized her figure in the air. At this moment, this reckless guy hasn't really felt the surprise of the opponent's two attacks before and after. Let's die! Thor roared. Under his anger, the thunder god's hammer held up in his hand seduced the heaven and earth thunder, constantly blasting towards the young figure above the 9 heavens. Click! Under the dark clouds, the thunders that had been brewing for a long time just shrouded Su Chen's figure like a magnificent beam of light. How fast is the lightning speed? Chapter 50. Between the electric light and flint, it continuously bombarded Su Chen in front of him. Boom! The shining thunder slamming alone was enough to smash a hill, and Thor did not believe that the other party could really remain indifferent. No. Thor, the of Thunder, noticed that the opponent's figure was constantly approaching. I saw the figure baptized by thunder robbery, but there was no hint of being hit. Was completely unharmed, just bathed in layers of thunder, and flew quickly from the distant sky. Boom! Is another close combat. Su Chen completely knocked the figure of Thor in front of him with a punch. So you are a god? Under the sneer. Thor, who was beaten all at once, hadn't stabilized his body yet. A shocking attraction completely attracted his body like a stand. For a time, under the horrible attraction, his body flew back to Su Chen's face again. Then, boom! Su Chen raised his fist, didn't pay attention to a trace of face at all, just shattered the thunder light intertwined outside the opponent's body, and was ruthlessly preparing to bombard the opponent's face. Hit people, don't hit the face. This is undoubtedly a great humiliation for Thor. He was so angry that he moved awkwardly and used Thor's hammer to stand in front of him. Boom! Under the handover, Su Chen's fist hit the opponent's artifact like this. In an instant, Thor, the of Thunder, felt the boundless power flooding in front of him, and the terrifying power bombardment seemed to be pouring out. Thor couldn't bear this force at all, and the artifact he held tightly in his hand almost let go, and his figure was directly thrown away. At this moment, he finally realized that the opponent's strength had improved somewhat exaggeratedly. It was clear that the enemy had an overwhelming strength advantage just now. How could they be completely crushed by the opponent in the next few battles? And why the light of lightning intertwined with stalwart power won't work on the enemy? Naturally, he doesn't understand these. Su Chen, who is getting stronger as he fights, is so killing intent, constantly approaching his opponent. Thunder and lightning? He is not afraid. In the battle with Storm Girl, and even just now, he gained thunder resistance. Besides, also has supernatural resistance. This was also the first moment Su Chen realized that there were gods in this world. But it does not matter. Since the first small loss after the battle, his infinitely evolved mutant gene has generated many resistances under external stimuli, and has awakened the ability to restrain the opponent. Awakening, absorption of divine power. No one can use the same technique to successfully work on his body the second time. The ability to absorb and release energy will quickly cover the level of absorption under divine power fluctuations. So at this moment, Su Chen, who was bathing the opponent's divine thunder, started to suffer from the opponent's back feeding, and he continued to grow himself. The more you hit, the stronger. The more the fight, the more despair the other party feels. If it was the full strength of the Thor in front of him just now, then he could already declare death at this moment. Do not. Roaring thunder. Thor felt extremely aggrieved and depressed. Under the divine power of Thor's hammer, his aura suddenly rose one after another. He is Thor, son of Odin. How could it be completely defeated by a human, a mortal in a low-powered atrium world? A human being. The proud and arrogant Thor cannot accept that he will be defeated by a human being. His father Odin, the king of gods, is the nominal ruler of this world. Seeking flowers. He wants to regain his dignity. At this moment, the momentum suddenly rises, and Thor, the of Thunder, who is pulling a piece of heaven and earth with divine power, just bombards with the vast and incomparable killing intent. Boom! The two people banged head-on again. The horrible light was released in the sky, and the shocking energy fluctuations completely swept out at this moment, turning into a substantial shock wave like wind, and completely dispelling the dark clouds under the night. The figure of Thor, the of Thunder, retreated more than 10 meters. This time, his breath is stable, and his heart expresses hearty pleasure. But in the next second, his eyelids twitched, and he discovered that the opponent was calm and natural under the wave of destruction just now, floating steadily and freely in the air on the other side. Equally divided? 0-0. Is the collision just now unmatched? Divine power resistance plus body strength plus 100. Feeling the changes in genetic information, Su Chen's indifferent face also rarely showed a smile. It seems that you have made progress this time. This tone is like a predecessor who taught his younger generation earnestly. Thor, the of Thunder, the more he listens, the less he feels. This kid. This kind of irritable temper has been eaten to death by his brother Loki, who is a fraud in the past. Now, under the repeated provocations of the young man in front of him, Thor couldn't bear his temper at all, and he didn't try to figure out the changes in the opponent's body at all. Just rushed up without thinking. Boom! Su Chen, full of fighting spirit, continued to raise his right fist, just like this, blasting forward at the attacking enemy. This time, Thor, who was already at his peak strength, said goodbye to the evenly divided situation. He felt the humiliation again. Asshole! Throwing hundreds of meters away, Thor endured the blood tumbling in his body. But an amazing discovery made him unable to suppress the despair in his mind. Thor's hammer actually shattered a horn. Boundless cracks permeated the surface of this indestructible artifact. Puff! At this moment, Thor couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Mountain. Chapter 70. Thor's heart seemed to be dripping blood. You must know that this magical weapon Thor's hammer has followed him for so many years, conquering wars in the south and north, and countering wars across the 9 regions, only to be destroyed in a human kingdom. The cracks permeating the surface of Thor's hammer seemed to grow in his own heart, and Thor felt extremely uncomfortable. Asshole! He roared unwillingly. Reason is completely replaced by anger at this moment. He doesn't want to lose. Unwilling to lose to a human teenager in this atrium world. Is even more reluctant to watch the existence that symbolizes the twilight of the gods continue to thrive. He wants to kill this sign. Die! Thor desperately urged all the power of Thor's hammer, and the surging divine power of his whole body lingered around his body, shaking with a void. He was bathed in thunder and lightning, and he was dressed in a mighty and quaint armor. As if the whole person had really come out of the epic legend, Thor continued to kill Su Chen in front of him with a will not tolerate humiliation. Good job! Su Chen's face was cold. After many head-on collisions, his more and more fighting spirit also showed a terrifying aura. The billions of trillions of whole bodies seemed to be completely awakened at this moment, the energy of the limbs and the corpses continued to penetrate the whole body. Su Chen, who was extremely vigorous and condensed, continued to raise his aura, and just like this, he went all out to blast towards the identity in front of him. Boom! At this moment, a majestic and endless energy fluctuation burst into the air. The vast aftermath of even caused the Harrier fighters that had already flown to the distance to tremble in the air. Less than a second. Under the vast waves of light, I saw a figure that hit the ground directly from the air like a meteorite. Boom! The peak of a mountain range collapsed. The thunder god Thor, who fell here, vomited blood, his armor was already shattered, and his body was bathed in blood, like a blood man. What? He cried out in pain. Chapter 51. At this moment, the Thor's hammer he was holding tightly in his hand had been completely shattered in the collision just now, only a handle was left in his palm, and the top structure of the artifact completely burst into pieces. Damn! Thor, the of Thunder, was completely stupid, and the momentary anger in his mind suddenly dissipated. The performance of his incompetence and rage ruined an artifact. Besides, when he realized that the strength of the opponent's fist was enough to defeat an artifact, the pride in his heart had shattered to the ground. Asshole! How old is this human kid? Could he just sit and watch this young man continue to grow? Thor struggled hard from the pit and tried to stand up. It's just that he was injured all over his body, and every movement made his appearance extremely distorted. It has been a long time since he suffered such a serious injury. He is not convinced. He would rather stand to die than lie on the ground to be slaughtered. Come! The rough and savage Thor vented his anger into the air. And this time, Su Chen, who was in the air, folded his arms like this, with an indifferent and ruthless face without too much emotional ups and downs, just looking down at the figure in the pit. But it was such a contemptuous attitude that was under control, which made Thor extremely annoyed by Thor. He really can't stand a mortal looking down at him above the air. The look of contempt runs through his heart like a sharp blade. I'm not convinced. Thor is too violent. He was seriously injured and stood up from the sky, trying to completely knock the tall figure to the ground. Suddenly, Su Chen frowned. He ignored this incompetent and furious subordinate defeat. The battle instinct sent a warning sign that made him look into the sky, only to see a bright rainbow beam of light suddenly ushered in the night. Is like a bridge from a foreign land to the outside world. The supreme divine power in it is extremely majestic, enough to make people feel the vast power in it. The rainbow light that penetrates is so fast that Thor's figure is completely enveloped. Do not! Thor roared. He didn't want to be a deserter. He has other Asgardian fighters left on the ground. Amidst the unwilling roar, the rainbow bridge from the Asgard god's realm took him away. Run with the tail between. Before leaving, Su Chen snapped his fingers. Day! There is a crisp sound. The terrifying power that interfered with reality just penetrated Thor's body, which was a complete obliteration power. What? A painful cry came from the fading rainbow bridge light. Is life or death illegible? After all, if you want to obliterate an ordinary person, it is very simple for Su Chen under normal conditions. I am afraid that a single thought and a snap of the fingers can easily be destroyed. But if it is to deal with a guy with supernatural power, it is not that simple. The probability of obliteration failure is extremely high. Of course, if you run out of emotional control, this is another answer. No matter what, this is enough to completely seriously hurt the opponent. Where is this again? Su Chen's indifferent gaze just looked towards the direction where the rainbow light faded. His eyes shone with dim light, an array of perception turned into an extended tentacles of thinking, constantly gaining insight into the laws of space. But soon, the extended perception can no longer keep up with the fading light. However, Su Chen has vaguely sensed that this is coming from a space passage from a foreign land. Has the ability to shuttle through space, but also has the ability to attack. Is it a foreign land, or a certain planet, or a small universe? Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. At this time, he became more and more curious about the understanding of the earth. The gods are real. Some of the myths recorded in epic legends also seem to be true. Even aliens are real. Alien, even demon gods living outside the dimension, and mysterious magical forces. All this made Su Chen realize that there is a magnificent world hidden outside the earth. And he seems to have faintly opened a corner. But a god? Su Chen smiled. Although the information fed back from the evolutionary genes does show the other party's supernatural power. But I have never seen such a weak god. To be honest, if the Hulk hadn't been completely stunned by himself, he would be afraid to fight. I'm afraid that this who can only rely on a magic weapon can't beat the Hulk who is more angry and stronger. It's not so much a god, it's an alien who is stronger than ordinary humans. Su Chen suddenly had some enlightenment at this moment. Chapter 71. The colorful rays of light that pierced the earth flocked to the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard's realm. Rainbow Bridge. This is a strategic shuttle device that can penetrate the star field and span 2 planets. Heimdall, the guardian who controls the entire Rainbow Bridge installation, ran forward and caught Thor, who was completely collapsed on the ground. My God! Was covered in blood, bruised all over, and life was weak to the bottom. Hurry up and call someone. Was surprised that Heimdall, who was accustomed to wind and rain, couldn't help feeling a little moved. He hugged Thor and transferred his divine power into the opponent's body. I'm gone, I'm done, Quake is gone. Thor was completely discouraged, and his will became extremely depressed and weak. After an incompetent rage just now, he has deeply realized how far he is from that human teenager. The other party's movements like clouds and flowing water all reveal calmness and nobility. Compared with himself as a deity, it appears that the other party is more graceful and powerful. The dismissiveness of the figure who was overlooking him above the sky completely broke his heart. Suffered such a shameful 12 great humiliation, and was taken away by the Rainbow Bridge as a deserter, it might as well just die like this. Cheer up! Heimdall was irritated. How could he have seen Thor, the invincible of thunder, become so negative? That body that resisted treatment began to become colder and colder. What is a Thor's hammer? Remember that you are not the of hammers, that is just a tool to restrain your divine power. You are the son of Odin, the monarch who will lead Asgard in the future. Your divine power is more terrifying than you think. It's just that Thor turned a deaf ear, a lifeless look. Damn it! Heimdall, the guardian god, can see everything and hear everything, and perceive everything within the 9 realms. He saw everything with his eyes just now. The young man who symbolizes the twilight of the gods is indeed trickier than imagined. He is both powerful and mysterious. To say that Thor's injury belongs to the opponent's last vicious obliteration power. The weird and unpredictable fluctuations that interfered with reality made Thor's injury worse. At this time, Asgard's medical personnel have arrived, at least the level of medical technology that has been ahead of the Earth for many years, and even the brilliant medical magic is enough to save his life. But his will is depressed and his fighting spirit is dim, but he needs to be saved by himself. After a battle with the king of frost giants in his twilight, Odin needs to fall asleep to restore his strength. Thor, the of thunder, who now symbolizes top combat power, has already retreated. The only thing you can rely on now is, Destroyer. Destroyer, of course, is not the fragile appearance of Thor 1 in the movie. In the comics, it is a horrible weapon that gathered the Earth gods to build to resist the cosmic group. It's just that as time goes by, and after battle wears out, the Destroyer's power is naturally no better than in the past. After realizing that the dusk of the gods is coming, Odin naturally needs to renovate this precious thing. Maybe I can only expect Odin in the end. Heimdall sighed secretly. But at this moment, his insightful eyes were continuing to observe the young man on the earth, but suddenly he felt a malicious attack. It's as if he had been seen peeping through the world. It's sneaky. Under the dark night, Su Chen's black and white eyes flashed with cold light, and he stared at the far side. At this moment, his eyes seemed to reflect a figure in the same armor. It is this guy who is secretly peeping at himself, so full of maliciousness that his genes have restrained his response. Next second, Heimdall, who was in the control room of the Rainbow Bridge, only felt that his eyeballs were red, as if burning. He immediately did not dare to peep at himself, and put his eyes aside in a panic, and he was secretly startled. But there is a more worrying answer waiting for me. Chapter 52. That is the fairy palace warrior brought down by Thor, but he didn't come back the first time. Earth. Under the dark night, more than a dozen fairy palace warriors waiting for a long time in the mountains walked back and forth. Thor, the of thunder, could soar through the sky with the help of the artifact. Naturally, they couldn't keep up, so they could only stay here at a loss. But at this moment their hearts are like being hit by a heavy boulder. Because they couldn't witness the battle scene in the air, but they could clearly see the colorful rainbow light coming from the Asgard god's realm, in response to Thor's departure. Thor is undoubtedly defeated. And they were naturally abandoned. Damn, don't be discouraged, the next release of Rainbow Bridge will take some time. Someone was comforted. Yes. But at this moment, a ridiculous word came from the air like this. The figure of the young man above the air just looked down at the figures of these people condescendingly. A medieval armor, shining with the luster of runes, a look that has emerged from an epic legend. There is no smell of cosplay. There is no sense of disobedience at all. These strangely costumed personnel are too obvious, too garish. It seems that you should be happy to tell me, where are you from? What is the purpose of being here? Words fall. Under the suppression of the incomparably stagnant aura, the figures of the fairy palace warriors were lifted into the air like this. The horrible thought power fluctuations turned into invisible giant hands, and they grabbed their figure, allowing them to struggle helplessly. At the same time, The power of Su Chen's reading of the mind just flooded into their minds. Asgard realm. Thunder god Thor. Son of Odin. Odin, king of the gods. The fairy palace warrior, Rainbow Bridge. A very epic vocabulary just surfaced in Su Chen's mind. At this moment, he finally learned of a place called Asgard God's Domain. That is not a planet and cannot be observed by satellite equipment and other existing technologies. It is a small universe, and the whole world is like an island. As for the purpose of their arrival, Thor, the of Thunder, concealed it and didn't tell him. He only knew that he was going to kill himself, but he didn't say a word to these men for the reason. Interesting. Su Chen sneered. Is another inexplicable enemy attack. The malice from the world is here again. It's okay. He is used to it. Scourge? Heavenly evil lone star? He does not lack this enemy. Since the Asgardians want to kill themselves, until they calm down everything here, they must completely destroy the entire Asgardian realm. This hatred ended here. Interesting is here. This seems to be a looping knot. A karma. Odin saw that the future Su Chen had brought the dusk of the gods, so he almost started to act in advance, but he did not know that this behavior caused Su Chen to completely hate Asgard. The malice from the world has made Su Chen believe that this is an enemy that must be obliterated. Then the question is coming. If Odin doesn't let people start in advance, will Su Chen bring the dusk of the gods? 72. Chapter 72. Just after Su Chen had resolved the crisis from Asgard's realm. In the sky, a Harrier-shaped fighter jet broke through the air in a stealth state, and reached the top of a secretly constructed facility in the north called the Joint Dark Energy Operations Base. As the crystallization product of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s black technology, these fighters do not disappear from the radar with a stealth coating, but can actually disappear completely from the human body's pupil line of sight. Under supersonic cruise, it takes very little time to reach the destination. Soon, a mutant has already begun to get off the fighter plane and begin to capture this secret facility under the banner of SHIELD Bureau. The one who took the lead belongs to Su Chen's #1 general, Hungtan Graham. This guy jumped down from a height of several hundred meters, and blasted through a building like a meteorite, killing more than a dozen people in such a simple and rude moment. The bear-like horror existence just stood up from the ruins casually, and then killed all the SHIELD soldiers who were trying to escape. The entire Joint Dark Energy Operation Base has already received the notice, and it must start to retreat in time. But what is desperate is that the dismantling and handling of the universe's Rubik's Cube are so difficult that these people cannot leave for a long time. Under the urgency of the situation, many people even have plans to destroy this treasure rather than give it to the other party. After all, time is still a lot slower. Came from the cracking work of the mutant electronic, and a group of elite mutant members began to invade this base. Light is a rampant red tank. A single acceleration will completely crash several buildings. Faced with such an insoluble existence, the remaining SHI get it done. Quickly count strategic materials. Someone used great strength to summon the madman Hong Tan K. Many people have also found boxes of brand new weapons in the warehouse. Isn't this supposed to be those laser weapons in Star Wars? The mutants are overjoyed. The materials pried open one by one cargo box turned out to be brand new, laser weapons like guns. A mutant grasped this weapon that was like a slender scepter, slammed the button, and suddenly a ray of light was released from the head of the gun. The light flickered extremely, and with a bang, the wall of a building in front of him was completely collapsed. This is much stronger than a bullet. This kind of laser weapon is simply unheard of. No one thought that this dark energy base of SHI. And the root of everything is that cosmic Rubik's Cube that is guarded by key points. This square blue Rubik's Cube seems to contain endless cosmic energy, which can be continuously extracted from it and used as the release energy of laser weapons. In the past, Howard Stark even studied the prototype of new elements from the cube of the universe. Is just limited by the technology of the current era, there is no way to completely extract it. With the cosmic Rubik's Cube, there is no need to worry about weapons. This will be the cornerstone for us to create a mutant dynasty. Many mutants said excitedly. The next day, Su Chen, who rushed back from the United Dark Energy Operations Base, spent the night in the Sonqui building of SHIELD headquarters. He slept very peacefully this night. He was suddenly furious, and the fluctuating reality caused by his emotional loss of control had wiped out his most concerned enemy, General Stryker. Although the bait of the scam is a false stand-in, the true master still cannot escape the fluctuation of reality that has suddenly swept the world. General Stryker, who was hiding somewhere, was naturally killed. Certainly. This global fluctuation of reality has also plunged the power on this land into a vacuum. Under the banner of Su Chen's #1 mutant, more and more mutants gathered on the east coast and began to occupy all the superstructures here. According to the preliminary plan, a brand new force was established with the city along the east coast of the first city Yorkton as the center, and it began to radiate to the surroundings. Top combat power. Weapon resources. Elite backbone. The rudiment of forces also began to become more concrete. At this time, the missing resources are the financial resources and contacts to maintain the existing order. Just this morning, a dedicated person has already contacted the largest mutant force in Manhattan, trying to swallow all their resources. As for these, Su Chen completely ignored it. He was even a little confused after waking up from the spacious couch in the morning. General Stryker, the instigator who brought him to this point with one hand, disappeared. After the endless joy, he fell into emptiness and confusion. After all, he is no longer the little boy who flees in a panic. The huge power gap has made him understand that General Stryker is already as small as an ant. Stomped to death the jumping ant, but at this time, she was confused. Has gone through so many joys and sorrows, and possessed the strength that he could not imagine in the past, but looking back, he was only 13 years old. Go to school, that is impossible. The content in the textbook is already like an enlightenment book for children to Su Chen, who has been fully mentally developed. Chapter 53. After all, intelligence is also a part of the body, and the infinitely evolving mutant genes can naturally drive the development of the brain. It's just that compared to fists, problems that can often be solved with one fist do not require too much brain power. Whew! He sighed lightly. When the feeling of anxiety in his eyes gradually disappeared, Su Chen's inner confusion was quickly filled with ambition. This world is so big. 9 gods domain. Dimension. There are countless civilizations in the vast universe. The Earth is just a good wave in the ocean of Wang Yang. This moment, Su Chen has found his future direction. He wants to build a huge and endless interstellar empire. Is not Tong Yan Wuji. Is not the dream of growing up casually when I was young. Is like filling out one's own wishes solemnly. Interstellar empire. That is his goal in the future, to become pregnant. He promised his mother to live with his sister, and he has done it now. His life should not be only revenge. Should also have its own goals. Is like what the teacher said in class, to realize one's life value. It's time to work hard for who you are. Now that he realized the magnificent scene of the universe from the mind of the fairy palace warrior, the 13-year-old Su Chen clenched his fists, and his vigorous face was full of confidence. He wants to live for himself. He wants to conquer the stars and the sea. 73. Chapter 73. You are up. Super Killer Mindy was very happy to meet Su Chen. What? Her delicate face was suddenly filled with surprise. I don't know why you seem to have changed. Mindy smiled in her eyes. It is clearly the handsome face with sharp edges and corners, but for some reason, it seems to be full of confidence this morning, not the melancholy as before. The whole person seems to be reborn. Yes. Su Chen didn't say much. But looking at the only friend, he solemnly said, "Stay." What? Mingdi was a little surprised. She pondered for a while, but smiled bitterly, "But I'm not a mutant. It is enough that you are my friend," Su Chen said in an unquestionable tone. For some reason, Mindy's mind has already seen the scene of the opponent spreading his hands above the sky, accepting a group of mutants' carnival. That kind of indifference reveals the arrogant and domineering meaning, just like him at this time. All right. Thinking of this, Mindy blushed slightly and nodded. Feeling that her emotions were not right, Mindy couldn't wait to get into the ground. After a cough, she directly shifted her attention and said, "Last night there were a lot of counterattacks by SHIELD 303 agents, but they have all been extinguished." That was naturally what happened after Su Chen left the Sonqui building last night, not enough. They obviously underestimated the power of the mutants. Since yesterday, Su Chen formally responded to the voice of mutants and responded to the cheers of their king of mutants. From yesterday to now, more and more mutants from all over the world have gathered in the direction of the capital city. Today's number one mutant is a bright and beautiful Banner. He is not like the X-Men. He acts as a superhero in the human world and constantly saves others in order to flatter mankind. Is not like the Brotherhood of Mutants, who seeks extreme change, but is weak and weak. Professor Charles is dead. Magneto is almost old too. This era belongs to the era of Su Chen, the number one mutant. Last night, a mutant force entrenched in Manhattan was completely annexed. Since then, the entire East Coast mutant force has completed its preliminary integration. There are mutants to track the whereabouts of the remnants of SHIELD at present. Clone came to report. Regarding these remnants of SHIELD, or the existence of Hydra, Su Chen didn't care too much. After all, their strength seemed too weak. The doppelganger is only worried that SHIELD is trying to integrate superheroes from all over the world and regroup against the rise of mutants. However, it is very difficult to capture the traces of the remnants of SHI. Leave them alone. Su Chen is only interested in this, so he will handle it directly. You don't need to do these things yourself. Besides, the other party can find a character that is enough to challenge him, so I don't know if I congratulate them or congratulate myself for being able to evolve again. Time is always on my side. As time progresses, my infinitely evolving genes will make myself stronger. And if the other party really finds a ruthless character, then he evolves faster. This seems to have become an unsolvable situation. Or choose to boil the frog in warm water and wait for it to die slowly. Or choose a desperate fight and give it all. No matter which answer it is so desperate. On the first day of his new life, for Su Chen, he has found something very interesting. That is the laboratory data stored in the Baxter building. It is said that Mutant Electronics has discovered amazing research from it, the parallel universe research of Mr. Fantastic Reed. This is not whimsical. But the research has got preliminary answers. The smartest man on Earth successfully observed the multiverse in some way, and named the universe he lives in as Universe. Hear the words. Su Chen couldn't restrain the deep interest in my heart at all, even Susan was so excited to follow. This world is too big. Maybe the goal that Su Chen just set is to conquer the stars, the sea, and the multiverse. At this moment, after Su Chen lost control of his emotions and completely ran into reality, the pattern of the entire Earth began to change. The major forces in the Earth are all surging under the current. First, was obliterated invisibly, and there were many members of the temple who obliterated all traces. Although the catastrophe did not directly point to them, Su Chen's subconscious hostility also unilaterally caused many deaths. The manpower is drastically reduced. The strength suddenly weakened, and it also gave the old opponent a chance. Let the earth become the kingdom of the great evil Domum. This gave Cassilis, the chief disciple of Domum, a chance to start. A long-planned annihilation plan will directly point to the 3 major temples on the Earth. At that time, once the magic circle linking the 3 major temples is destroyed, then the dark evil Domum will personally come. This is one of them. Second. Somewhere between the undeveloped virgin forests, there is a town standing among the mountains and forests. The humans here have absolutely no contact with the outside world. Of course, to be precise, they should not be called humans, but inhumans. A mysterious force flooded into the despicable human world, which caused some of us to disappear completely, and even made many of us completely forget the existence of some people. His Majesty the Black Bat King from the Moon Base has informed that it will spread the fog of Terrigen in the human world, thereby giving birth to a new alien race. At the same time, the Great Majesty still needs an explanation from the human world. Otherwise, he will destroy any visible human city and destroy the civilization that mankind is proud of. The newly promoted Black Bat King is so young and strong. His strength is so terrible, is so powerful that everyone feels trembling when the alien races stay by his side. For his strength, destroying the world seems to be too simple, so that no one would question the golden content of his words. This day, the alien race that had been hidden for many years suddenly became active. And on the west coast, Ms. Hill, who successfully rushed to a secret base N51, has been clearly promoted to the new director of SHIELD Bureau. The SHIELD agent, who risked his death to head to the headquarters building last night, finally delivered an old-fashioned pager in an underground garage that had been broken into the hands of Ms. Hill. Chapter 54. Just what's the use of this? She was a little confused. P.S. Ashamed, everyone hasn't noticed that the plot of the movie has never been launched. I'm afraid that other authors will have finished the plot of the movie in the new book period. Don't worry, I'll tell the story patiently. The absolute pattern is huge and both violent. Chapter 74. What's the use of the old-fashioned pager that has been eliminated? Director Hill naturally didn't quite understand. Nick Fury has always been mature and stable, and there are countless secrets in his heart. It must be very important to keep him so obsessed before death. Fortunately, the members of the scientific group gave an affirmative answer. This pager looks very old at first glance, but the technology in it doesn't look like that of our planet. Is even more surprising. A little girl in a red dress came over. If I am not mistaken, this is a signal sent to the universe, and the signal fluctuates very strongly, at least it can fly out of a small half of the universe. A word fell. The people around were suddenly shocked. Where is the little girl talking? Is this a place where you can talk, Fang? Valeria Richards just folded his arms with both hands like that, believing it or not, and turned away without giving the other person a good face. Compared to others, Director Hill believes more in the archives that can only be accessed by 9th-level agents. The children of Mr. Fantastic Reed are not normal human. Ji Du Sing. That is the existence that will surpass Reed's IQ in the future. Soon, the genius members of the science team successfully cracked it and gave the answer. This is indeed a device that sends a signal to the universe. For a while, everyone was shocked. Guessed? This is the blind cat and the dead mouse. Valeria Richards, who hadn't gone far, sneered, working with such a bunch of stupid guys, and didn't know when he could get revenge. At this time, a wonderful attention came to my mind. That being the case, I can build a device that emits signals to the universe, not specifically to send it to a certain person, but to broadcast the coordinates of the entire Earth to half of the universe. At that time, there will always be interstellar empires and cosmic gods coming. Ji Duozing clenched his fists in depression. After the death of her parents, she would rather be buried with this planet. Just do it. Ji Duozing immediately began to prepare the materials. And this moment, the N51 base where they are located is over the east coast, and a figure wearing a black steel suit just broke through the air. Director Hill was ashamed after learning the news. That's not an ally. Obviously, the Stark Industrial Building has already been completely occupied by those mutants, but now it is starting to cruise the world. Iron Man is really dead. The US Team Steve, who was released from the ice, appeared in this base. He did not appear in the crusade against Su Chen that day, but now he has become the backbone of many superheroes. He can't believe that his friend's son died like this. Little Pepper paws. He knows the relationship between the two. Missing unknown. Director Hill shook his head. Where is Jarvis the smart butler? No, I never appeared again. At this time, the American Team Steve suddenly had an intuition that the cynical Iron Man Tony must still be alive. Are you sure you sent someone to excavate his body from the mud in the pit? Yes, we did not rescue in time. Director Hill did not know why the US team repeatedly asked. Hearing this, Steve of the US team gritted his teeth, but didn't say much. At this time, even Director Hill's exquisite face also had a hint of thought. She suddenly thought of the comeback Hydra. One of the backbone scientists, Enam Zola, gave her a hint of inspiration. This guy shouldn't. She suddenly understood what the US team was thinking about. Continent. In the central area, a small rural town in a corner. X-Men and its mutant students are still living their lives here. Iceman and Kuei-Ian no longer mention the disappearance of Wolverine and others. Because of the horrible falsification of reality, many people have completely traced all traces of existence in the minds of many people. The information between each other is no longer equal, and it can only cause unnecessary disputes. How do we go on now? A very real problem lingers in everyone's mind like this. In just one night, many more students from Xavier College of Genius have left secretly. A sad fact is that they went to defect to the number 1 mutant. After a series of blows, and after losing Professor Charles and being hunted down, young people who had a complete epiphany knew that Professor Charles in the past might have gone the wrong way. They chose to go to the future leader. Can't stay here anymore. As a surrender, those students will inevitably expose their position. Seeking flowers. But the world is so big, they can only continue to be a mouse running around, avoiding the forces from the top mutants, but also avoiding hunting by some military. Surrender. Maybe the number 1 mutant will treat them leniently. Let's find S.H.I.E.L.D. But now S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau seems to exist in name only. There is no way into the sky, no way, this is their state at this time. Day. Just then, outside a forest road outside the village, a man in a striped medical gown came over from a distance. He was slow and tidy, just stepping on the branches on the forest road so unhurriedly. The creaking sound kept creaking, just like a playful little boy, he kept trampling the branches back and forth. Where did the child come from? Everyone was surprised. But at this time, an elderly mutant suddenly widened his eyes and cried out, "Wait, why did he come out of the mental hospital? Who is this? A madman, is it necessary to be so shocked? It's because the lunatic is too scared, bastard, that's Professor X's son. Professor X has the most valuable brain in the world. But his son is a schizophrenic. If this is not enough to make him afraid, he is afraid that every split personality of this guy has a mutant ability. According to Professor X's guess, his hopeless son may have given birth to thousands, even tens of thousands of split personalities. In an instant, everyone's complexion suddenly became extremely shocked. When will Professor still have a son? Can be at this time. A stern cold wind blew in suddenly, and the figure on the forest road in the distance appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Just now, he was still full of childishness, and the man with his childish expression seemed to be a different person, and suddenly revealed a cruel smile. Tell me, where did that bad old man go? When fell, the boundless murderous intent of Sen Lang permeated the surrounding area. For a time, all the X-Men were unable to move. Died. Your father is dead. Nonsense. The man in the hospital gown in front of him sneered. I clearly felt his disgusting breath. You told me that I was dead. I think you want to die. In an instant, the mutant who spoke just now fell apart, and blood spewed out. Mountain. Chapter 75. No one wants to tell the truth. David Charles Halley in front of him said with a sneer. Nicknamed Large Group. Is also called the Legion, or military force. Professor Charles's son may have inherited the extremely rare psychic powers of his father. He is an Omega mutant. But at the same time, he is also a super severe schizophrenia patient, with at least thousands of split personalities, and each person has a certain ability. Strictly speaking, he has hundreds of Omega-level abilities. Astral projection, distortion of reality, pain transfer, super speed, ultrasound, and even mind control, etc. Chapter 55. Even David himself doesn't know how much he is capable. He has always been very well behaved, and he can even be said to be a bit tame in a mental hospital. But after feeling an unusual meaning, he decided to step out and take a look at the world. Well, now you are not honestly telling me where the bad old man has gone. David sneered. At this moment, the person who dominates the personality is obviously a cruel dark side killer. The incomparably horrifying killing intent filled the surroundings, and the airflow around him couldn't help but become very slow. Every X-Men in front of them didn't dare to take a big breath, they were extremely afraid of causing unpleasant David in front of them. Just now, in addition to a man who was torn apart, another X-Men was directly stuffed into a tree out of thin air. The entire face, hands, and feet were exposed on the surface of the tree, allowing everyone to I felt terrified and frightened. Many experienced X-Men even fought so hard that they did not dare to move. Even the Iceman dared not resist. Just when the killing intent is permeating, and it gradually turns into an abyss that is about to swallow them. Hey, why are my brothers so scared? At this time, David in front of him showed a childish face, and he spoke very childishly in his words. Personality has changed? Everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At this time, the Iceman who reacted immediately swallowed and said boldly, You are not looking for your father? He is playing peekaboo with Su Chen, the #1 mutant. If you want to see him, go find him. Really? David jumped up with excitement. Really, you can find the #1 mutant just by searching the news. Go to the first city now, he must be there. The Iceman gritted his teeth and said with pain in his eyes. Let you, the #1 mutant, see what a true infinite ability is called, and hundreds of terrifying monsters with Omega powers in one. Thank you, brother, I will leave now. David looks extremely cheating. Clearly looks like an adult, but when he leaves for a run, it is another child jumping around. Everyone feels extremely absurd, but they dare not laugh at all, or even a slight smile. Can send this of plague away, and it would be thank good for the total disaster to move eastward. Everyone looked at the Iceman in admiration. Correct. But at this moment, David, who was already drifting away between the forest roads, turned his head back again. He counted his fingers childishly, and said, Geller said at least half of his life should be taken away when he leaves, otherwise he won't let it out. What? The X-Men in the village only felt their scalp numb. Grawl. Needless to think about it, it is naturally a name among the countless personalities in David's mind. It is most likely the dark side personality who has just controlled his body. Everyone is stupid, I can't believe that there is such an outrageous request. Next second. While being completely swallowed by appalling fear and desperation, a group of X-Men fled around, completely reluctant to produce a trace of resistance. Great, brothers are going to play peekaboo with me. David clapped his hands excitedly, and started to catch up, completing his half-life hunting action. At this time, Manhattan, in the Baxter Mansion, Su Chen and his sister Susan are reading Mr. Reed's research materials on parallel worlds. He stated that the world he lives in is main universe 616. In order to prove that his multiverse really exists, Mr. Reed even observed the existence of a single universe and named it the Ultimate Universe. A timeline has been going on for at least 10 years, and the superhero organization is extremely prosperous in the world. In order to avoid causing trouble, Mr. Fantastic Reed stopped observing. When Su Chen sighed, like a sponge, he started to absorb the knowledge crazily. Mr. Fantastic Reed deserves to be called the #1 existence in the world. In addition to these information, he even learned that a stable space channel device had been transferred out by the enemy in time. And this time, day. A young and beautiful tall lady walked in. "Dear King, we are in some trouble." Her name is Emma Grace Frost. A powerful mutant with telepathy and diamond form, and also the backbone of the mutant who played an outstanding role in this annexation operation. Under the fan of the butterfly effect. Of course, everyone is not sure that she will inherit the post of Dean of Xavier College of Genius in the future. Ms. Emma, who has entrusted Professor X's last wish, has already been put under the command of the #1 mutant. The Magneto does not want to be surrendered. The Mutant Brotherhood is still resisting our annexation. According to the plan, everyone naturally unites all mutants, takes the lead in completing the annexation of mutant forces, and condenses the mutant powers of the entire Earth into one. Now, Magneto, the boss of the Mutant Brotherhood, sneered and refused this request. He has a very tough attitude. Emma's delicate and flawless face showed a hint of displeasure. She didn't understand why the inadequate Magneto was still rebelling against the rule of the top mutant. "I see." Su Chen completely closed a book of materials. For more than a day, Magneto has been hiding in his stronghold with an attitude of not seeing the king. But even so, some members of the Brotherhood of Mutants began to escape, trying to head to the capital city. This makes the Magneto King, who is aging gradually, feel extremely ashamed. A young man who has not finished junior high school wants to ride on his head. Others are shameless, and he wants to be old-fashioned. Anyhow, after so many years of hiring the world, Magneto will naturally not endure such a shameful shame. P.S. Emma, the White Queen, does not quote the movie settings, but uses comics directly, and moves back to the modern era. Chapter 76. On an island in the Atlantic Ocean. This is the force where the Mutant Brotherhood is stationed. At least 20 years ago, the Brotherhood led by Magneto was still full of enthusiasm, interested in overturning the existing order of the world, breaking the shackles on the mutants, and crushing all discrimination and injustice. It's a pity that all the conspiracy that was launched was always blocked by his friend Professor Charles. The two former good brothers have turned against each other for so many years. Each became their own stumbling block. Why does this happen? This is determined by their natural birth and status. Magneto spent most of his childhood in suffering concentration camps. In order to force him to awaken his abilities, he even killed his mother for this reason. Professor Charles was born well, graduated from a prestigious school, and inherited hundreds of millions of fortunes and the current manor building when he was young. How big is the difference in status between these two people? This is also destined to have a different way of getting along with each other when they grow up. A12 felt the pain in the world. When he grew up, his wife was separated and he was completely disappointed in society. Injustice and discrimination have bullied him for most of his life. A wealthy family is unwilling to break the existing order at all, and is willing to always act as a bridge between mutants and humans. This is the contradiction between the two all the time. Innate, can't reconcile. And now, the already old Magneto saw a mutant star rise, and successfully rise to the top with an out-of-control situation. He made it. He did everything he wanted to die. But he hates it too. Why is that person not himself? At this time, Magneto, wearing a black robes and an iron helmet, looked at the formation coming from the island in front of him. I saw the ripples in the space. Su Chen led Emma in this way, and many mutants came through the space in this way. It's him. Oh my god, that's the mutant number 1. He actually came in person. Under all eyes, a crowd of mutants swarmed from all over the island. Everyone is very curious about Su Chen, the number 1 mutant who looks at everything in the world and beats up a lot of superheroes. After all, that is the savior of the entire race of mutants. So you came to commit suicide with me? Magneto said coldly. He just looked at the young man in a black sweater in front of him. He was slender and thin, with a handsome face. His indifferent and ruthless expression revealed an unkindness. Not in front of close people, Su Chen still looks like this, indifferent and arrogant, and there is no mood swing in his eyes, which makes people feel extremely chilling. This is a ruthless person. After meeting for the first time, Magneto King Eric seemed to see the shadow of his own past. Recalling the experience of the other party being completely blackened, he suddenly smiled. His smile became a little gloomy. Chapter 56. God is really unfair to me. Why can you completely awaken and run away in the laboratory, but in my childhood in the concentration camp, I did not have enough power to tear all the shackles. Hatred. He hates it. If he had enough power to successfully awaken and excavate greater power during the dark moments of his childhood, instead of the weak magnetic field controlling the power at the time, then I am afraid he could also rewrite history. If I had enough power in my childhood, then I would definitely save my mother. Magneto gritted his teeth and looked very hateful. He thought of those hateful guys who killed his mother in public in order to force his awakening abilities to stimulate his abilities. Damn beast! He had already darkened at that moment and fell into the abyss. At that moment, he vowed to completely subvert everything in the world. But his strength was still too low at that time. So that I am like a bereavement dog by them constantly. Hatred. I really hate it. So, seeing Su Chen who was able to walk out of the laboratory at such a young age and completely shatter all injustices, Magneto suddenly became unbalanced in his heart. Old man, I'm not here to listen to your chattering. Su Chen said coldly. Either surrender or die. He directly issued an ultimatum. Su Chen doesn't care how much grudges the other party bears, and he doesn't care about the other party's past history. He is no longer the 13-year-old boy who was desperate in the past. His state of mind is completely falling into the abyss. After he has stepped into blackness, he will no longer show empathy, compassion, and sympathy for an outsider. Ha ha ha. Looking at the opponent's extremely cold face, Magneto continued to laugh for some reason. He is so satisfied. It is this ruthlessness, this scorn of all things, and only my domineering aura that can lead the mutants to go on. Instead of being like him, his mind gradually recognizes his old age, and he just shrinks on an island waiting for the judgment of fate. But he won't give in. Surrender. He can't do it. Very good. Magneto converged his smile. At this moment, a surging magnetic field surged in his body, and a vast aura rose continuously from his body. It has been a long time since he had a hearty battle. At the last moment of his life, he just wanted to be a real man, with the pride that Magneto should have, to face the number 1 mutant in front of him. Come and fight with me. Either you die or I live. If you die, then it proves that you have no strength to continue leading the mutants. Then death is not a pity. Certainly. If I die, all the members of the Mutant Brotherhood will completely surrender to you, and you will be their monarch. Magneto's momentum is getting higher and higher. Just now, he was chattering there like an old man in his twilight years, hating his own years. But now, the old meaning of his face is disappearing more and more, and the whole person reveals a sense of strength. At this time, Magneto has returned to the most powerful period in the past. If I die, promise me, young man, you must promise me, don't shrink back, Don't be merciful, you must completely conquer the world, or even destroy it completely. As long as this is the case, they won't make a comeback. There is no retreat in your path, and the horror hidden in the earth is beyond your imagination. Humph! This is from an old man's teaching to young people. Chapter 77. Say it. Magneto's whole body fluctuated more and more vigorously, and the wanton surging magnetic fluctuations seemed to distort the surrounding light, forming a terrifying power. He shouted angrily, and the terrifying magnetic fluctuation turned into a shocking position and suddenly blasted towards the figure in front of him. This. The people who came here were slightly surprised. But the figure standing in front of them is Su Chen. Indifferent Su Chen faced such a vast momentum, but did not frown. He waved his hand directly, and a majestic wave of thought power shattered the position in front of him. Magneto roared, and the surrounding magnetic field fluctuations became more and more rippling. I saw iron water pipes buried in the ground directly out of the silt, and instantly plasticized into sharp thorns, like a serpent. Towards the figure of Su Chen. It seems that you are really old. Su Chen said coldly. Didn't see any movement from him either. The iron thorns roaring around seemed to be plunged into the mud, and it became more and more difficult to advance in the air. Is another thought fluctuation. These plasticized steel-reinforced water pipes broke instantly, completely collapsed under the weird fluctuations of reality, turned into a handful of grey particles and dissipated in the air. Wow! The faces of the members of the Brotherhood who looked around changed drastically. It really deserves its reputation. Is this the strength of the number 1 mutant? This is the first time everyone has seen Su Chen's combat methods up close. Facing the veteran mutant leader Magneto, the performance of this number 1 mutant was so plain that he didn't even take a step in the same place, so lightly dispelled all Magneto's offensive. Damn it! Magneto had already felt at most a 30% chance of winning when the battle started. But now, the performance of the other party makes his complexion even more embarrassing. Not to mention 30%, one Chengdu may be more for yourself. Smelly boy! Magneto became a little angry. He directly manipulated the opponent's body with a roar. You must know that there is iron in the human body. Although it is very small and very rare, Magneto, who has entered the micro level, can feel it. In a short moment, he can cause the enemy's stiffness and paralysis. With another angry rebuke, Magneto's right hand suddenly pulled back, and a metal building tens of meters high on the island was uprooted. Driven by the surging magnetic fluctuations, it blasted such a building towards Su Chen in front of him. The immensely vast building burst into the air, and instantly cast a shadow on the ground, completely enveloped the figures of Su Chen and others. Magnetic King! The expressions of Emma and others changed. At this moment, they finally understood why Magneto was able to lead the mutants forward in the past. This hand is as easy as breathing, throwing the architectural style, which is simply breathtaking. Everyone panicked instinctively, and ran away subconsciously. But when it is reflected that the person in front of him is the number 1 mutant, Emma and others are relieved. They know the skills of the number 1 mutant. After a short period of stiffness, even less than half a second, Su Chen, who had evolved infinitely, had acquired magnetic field resistance. Feeling the vast pressure from above, Su Chen sneered, and kicked his feet on the ground, and the whole figure flew into the air like this. Boom! Accompanied by his relaxed punch, such a huge building exploded like this. Under the bombardment of this terrifying force, the wreckage of the building was continuously thrown down from the sky like flowers and rain. But under a wave of invisible mental power fluctuations, the wreckage of these buildings that were thrown away wantonly, suddenly, and continuously shot at the Magneto on the ground like a cannonball. Boy! Magneto gritted his teeth. The magnetic field fluctuations surging from his body continuously manipulated the flying building debris. But at this time, the line of sight in his eyes suddenly flashed, and a terrifying killing intent hit his face like this. Magneto realized that the other party's figure had volleyed and killed it. You've got to look down on people. Magneto King Eric constantly strengthened his physique with magnetic fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, his body strength has surpassed the theoretical limit of the human body. His right hand was in front of him, and a light shield like a sanctuary was formed in front of him. This is a position that can isolate matter and energy. Through this position, he can even resist the threat from a nuclear explosion. The figure killed in front of him had already completely walked out of the baptism of the nuclear explosion. His tempered and unparalleled physique slammed into this stand barrier like this. Click! Just under one face, the barrier is like glass, full of cracks. Less than half a second. The sanctuary supported by Magneto's full strength was smashed head-on, and Su Chen's figure blasted at him like this, with a bang, just relying on a simple physical impact, it made him like a broken sandbag. Like throwing away hundreds of meters away. Magneto! Oh my god! The complexion of the members of the Mutant Brotherhood changed drastically, and they ran to the ground in the distance to meet the poor king. Under the attack of the overly young mutant number 1, the once out of the moment Magneto fell to the ground like a poor old man dying. Although I am in a relatively empty environment like an island, not a skyscraper in a city, so that magnetic fluctuations did not cause much momentum and suffered a lot of environmental losses. But feeling the opponent's understatement and ease of action, everyone knows that this Magneto might not have any chance of winning. Even the personnel brought by the other party did not have much fear and panic after the building was blasted down just now. Good Zhao, this is undoubtedly the trust in the young king. The winner has already been decided. The new and old generations of kings have been completed in this way. This is the transition of the times. Our king will finish the spear for the rest of the road. Emma Frost said like a pious fangirl very longingly. Even though she is 7 years older than the other party, but behind Su Chen, she has completely ignored the other party's age. This is a trustworthy man and the king of mutants. Day. The sound of footsteps resounded so clearly on the ground, and Su Chen's figure slowly walked towards Magneto's fallen body. There was a brotherhood who wanted to stop him, but he was shocked by his aura, but he didn't dare to move. Finally. But there was a woman flying in from the sky. Chapter 57. She said very nervously, "Let him go and let him take care of his retirement. I am willing to be loyal to you." 78. Chapter 78. The figure flying from the sky is surrounded by red waves. A red windbreaker, coupled with a red waist-length hair like a fire, is the image of an imperial sister. Wanda. The Brotherhood members all around saw the comer, their complexion suddenly changed. Everyone obviously knows this woman. After all, this is the daughter of Magneto, Wanda, known as the Scarlet Witch. Let him go. Wanda glanced at the figure lying down on the ground, completely unconscious, his complexion a little unnatural and unbearable. A Magneto king, the mutant leader was so completely stunned. The violent injury also completely dissipated the magnetic fluctuations in his body, so that his face once again glowed with a sense of oldness. Magneto is old. Obviously, he couldn't stand such a fierce blow. If it weren't for a breath, I'm afraid Wanda would be judged dead. After seeing the visitor, Emma's complexion changed, and she immediately reminded, "This is the Scarlet Witch." According to the assessment, this woman's mutant strength is at least Omega level. She didn't remind Su Chen to be careful, but it was indeed a good thing to signal that this woman was willing to fall under her command. Su Chen raised his brows slightly, because he felt a familiar wave from the woman with red waist-long hair in front of him. That is a weird energy wave that interferes with reality. This woman can also distort reality and tamper with everything. This is the first time he has seen other people who have the ability to rewrite reality. Good. There is a hint of interest in Su Chen's black and white eyes. Prove your worth. This alone is not enough if you want to successfully cast your name. Scarlet Witch Wanda pondered for a while, and after taking a deep breath, a terrifying force of interference acted upon reality. She is born with Omega-level ability to modify probability, coupled with the chaos magic that has been given. This Scarlet Witch has since been able to rewrite reality under the violent mood swings. Outside the island, everyone could see a wave suddenly rising like a city wall. Tsunami. If there is a 1% probability that this island will encounter a tsunami this season, then the Scarlet Witch would interfere with reality in this way, forcibly distorting the invisible value, reaching 100%. In this way, she changed the tidal pattern and called a rare tsunami to this island. This scene is enough to demonstrate her strength. Su Chen was very satisfied with this. Amidst the panic of the people on the island, he waved directly, and another wave of interference in reality rippled around. Boom! Far away, like the waves swept by thousands of troops, it collapsed like this. Scarlet Witch Wanda spouted blood. Let's go! Su Chen's figure just turned and left. There is a vast spatial ripple around his body, and a space shuttle gate is supported by this. Looking at the other person's eyes, Wanda the Scarlet Witch suddenly knew that he had passed the level. While high in the sky, a giant aircraft carrier resembling an island was lifted from its stealth state, and a Harrier-shaped fighter jet flew out from the deck of the aircraft carrier. Obviously, the plane to pick up all the members and supplies of the Brotherhood of Breeders has arrived quickly. Soon, only Magneto is left alone in this Atlantic island. Thousands of meters high in the sky, the aircraft carrier, supported by 4 anti-gravity engines, gallops through the air. Su Chen's figure just descended here. Many key mutants have also begun to gather on this aircraft carrier. Su Chen, who has gathered a large number of mutants in a short period of time, needs a formal organization name and action plan at this moment to command more and more subordinates. Utopia. This is the name of the power determined by Su Chen. As for its elite backbone, under Emma's suggestion, define their respective code names and positions in the chess way of the Hellfire Club in the past. Bishop, Avatar. Chariot, Hong Tan K. Knight, Electronic. Queen, Emma. 2 groups of black and white, a total of 32 chess pieces, in order to commend the next outstanding members. Under the confusion, it can even be said that the butterfly effect, and even under the correction of the timeline in the dark, Emma won the title of White Queen in this way. As for the only king title, it naturally refers to Su Chen. Of course, it's called King outside. Everyone also uses Supreme to respectfully call the King of Mutants. As for the other structures of the Utopia organization, it will be improved by professionals. Supreme, we have found a lot of superheroes and SHIELD agents' activities on the West Coast. Is like mutants gathering all the way to the East Coast. On the West Coast, a large number of superheroes appeared. Under the guidance of the Council and SHIELD, they began to restructure new forces. It is said that it is called the West Coast Avenger. Humph! The Avengers have just been established not long ago, and it died like this. Are you embarrassed to continue to reorganize it now? Everyone looked a little disdainful and a little angry. The other party is determined to use the name of the Avengers. Isn't the natural object of revenges themselves? This is an unforgivable thing, and it is also a bright and provocative act. A major discovery is that there is a crippled file of Sentinel robot in the deciphered information not long ago. There is evidence that this is a robot designed to exterminate all mutants. According to the description of Mutant Electronic, everyone suddenly realized that the Sentry robot could imitate the mutants' ability to fight against the mutants. This is a terrifying existence that has been transformed into a dreadful existence by using the gene of the witch-like girl and the replication ability of the Raksha girl. At least tens of thousands of Mutant X genes mastered by the military can add various capabilities to Sentry robots. Everyone looked very embarrassed. Such a highly intelligent Sentry robot can replicate the ability to restrain mutants, which is simply disgusting. I see. After listening to Su Chen, his expression was indifferent, and he heard how these Sentinel robots fight themselves in similar ways. It's just that the opponent restrains the enemy by copying the ability. Once the Sentinel robots form a scale, coupled with the huge X-gene library, we will definitely lose out. Emma gritted her teeth. Not to mention, the reason why the other party has such a huge X-gene pool is obtained from the living anatomy of our mutants. Hear the words. Even Su Chen's brows were slightly frowned, and he thought of the scalpel raised by the white-clothed doctor in the laboratory very unhappy. Also, since SHIELD is still dying to resist, then I don't mind raising the West Coast to the ground. Start to conquer the world now. 79. Chapter 79. The disclosure of the Sentinel robot plan immediately made all the mutants suddenly vigilant. One time, a group of elite backbones were transferred and started to rush to the West Coast. Within the completely occupied Stark Industrial Group, there are frames of steel suits that continue to be mass-produced in an assembly line. Soon, many people just wore the mark steel suits. In addition to rushing to the front line, it is to maintain the sphere of influence of the capital city of Yorkton. When cracking the central computer of the Stark Work Group, Mutant Electronics also discovered a key problem, that is, artificial intelligence Jarvis has disappeared. And he also learned the prototype of a plan. That is Tony trying to build a steel army that covers the world in order to maintain world peace. The artificial intelligence responsible for leading this plan needs to be recultivation and incubation. According to Tony's preliminary vision, this artificial intelligence can update its program according to the characteristics of the opponent and evolve a method of restraining the opponent. Is it a familiar sight? The mutant screamed electronically, and suddenly knew that it was Tony who got the inspiration from the Supreme. Are you sure you found Tony Stark's body? Yes, it's all rotten. The world-famous pit has almost become the ruins of Utopia, symbolizing the new life and future of mutants. Some corpses buried in have naturally been excavated. Tony Stark, who is covered in torn armor, is already dead. Why should he ask so solemnly? Damn it! Mutant Electronics has a solemn face, gritted his teeth and said, Tony may not be dead, everyone should be careful. How can it be? Everyone has seen the body. Can it be that an ordinary person on the other side can be reborn in Nirvana? If you don't understand, upload the consciousness network and combine your brain waves to generate intelligent artificial intelligence. Tony is very likely to rejuvenate with this. Chapter 58. As a mutant that knows the use of all electronic devices, it can be called the electronic nemesis mutant electronic very positively. Because this is a lesson learned. In the cracked SHIELD computer network, there is a record of a past scientist Anam Zola uploading his consciousness to a network after his death. Since this guy can do it, Tony Stark must have a backhand once he figured it out. Then how do we find each other? As for the electronics that cracked a lot of equipment and was promoted to the White Knight, everyone naturally admired him, and there is no doubt about him. Just leave them alone. I will try to find traces of their existence on the internet. The mutant electronic gritted his teeth. If he guessed correctly, Tony Stark must be hiding somewhere, preparing to cast a brand new body. What? At this time, the mutant electronic frowned and said, there were many mutants killed in the riverside streets of Yorkton. Go and see what happened. He mobilized surveillance, and gradually caught a man in a hospital gown and killed him everywhere in the street. And the death is extremely tragic. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Yorkton City. Winding across the entire city on the banks of the Hudson River and on the riverside streets, a man in a hospital gown just so unscrupulously killed his compatriots. Sorry, if I don't kill you, Geller won't let me out. A big man pretended to be awkward and yelled in a child's voice. Looking at the shattered figure beside him, the mutants who rushed in front of him only felt his horror. Help me! What is even more shocking is that the patient gown in front of me was actually holding a toy in the hands of the other person. It yelled in the opponent's hand and struggled violently. But that is not a toy at all. But a steel suit that was alive in the air, together with the pilot in it, was completely reduced by this terrifying guy and turned into a toy in his hand. "It's so fun, so fun." The man in the hospital gown raised the toy in his hand and kept shaking. Seeing the diminishing figure struggling in his hand, he smiled brilliantly, like an innocent big boy. "What? Seeking flowers?" he suddenly yelled. Click. However, his right hand was a little stronger, and the toy in his hand was squeezed into the palm of his hand. There was blood flowing out of the gaps in the small armor. David threw it out disgustingly, and wiped his blood-stained right hand on his striped hospital gown. "Not good. Uncle Geller, does this count as killing a person or not?" David's innocent face suddenly became tangled. "Do not care." He gestured his fingers, pointed at the figure in front of him, and said, "Kill all of you, it's enough to make up." A terrible killing intent permeated the streets of the river, even the warm wind from the river could not completely blow away. 0. "I'm here, so hurry up and hide." Jumping David is almost a mentally ill patient, but everyone can't laugh. Because the man who laughed the most happily just now, he blended into the stone tablet, and his head and 2 hands were exposed, and his death was tragic. A mutant was constantly running out by moving fast, but a terrifying force turned him into an ant-like body, making him run extremely slowly, and then he was trampled to death on the ground by David. The other mutant hadn't uttered a panic cry, a stream of blood spewed out from the 5 orifices, and his head was inexplicably embedded in his stomach. David began to show off his artistic talent. "Jump and jump, so happy. Is it fun?" At this time, a cold word came from behind him not far away, and a man in a black sweater walked out of the ripples in the space. "What? It seems to smell like an old man." David suddenly stopped beating, and he turned around, looking curiously at Su Chen who had suddenly come. He sniffed slightly, and sighed secretly, "You killed the old man?" "No, it's clear that the old man is not dead, and his thoughts are still fluctuating. It's really strange." But the next second, his cheerful face suddenly became serious. "I was going to play peekaboo with the old man, you should pay me back soon." Shan. 80. Chapter 80. The ruthless words just fell. The childish-looking boy in the hospital gown suddenly changed, and his expression suddenly became extremely fierce. Personality switches naturally. Dark side personality. Gelly appeared here. He moved his nose slightly, and for a while, the dead souls and consciousness around him turned into a plume of blue smoke and was sucked into his body. This is also an ability of David Charles Haller. He is able to actively absorb the consciousness and abilities of other people, so as to generate new abilities in his body, but even if he does not absorb the consciousness of others, a new personality will automatically be born in David's own mind. Every personality is a new ability. This also means that David himself is adding new superpowers all the time, without any limit. So interesting place is here. Su Chen in front of him is a person with infinite evolution ability. He changes and evolves all the time. The David in front of him is infinite. Infinite evolution vs infinite ability. Humph. Die to me. David took the lead in the attack. Suddenly, the earth suddenly cracked and turned into countless mud. The river beside suddenly rolled up, turning into streams of water rushing out. The natural element seems to be reduced to the weapon of the monster in front of him at this moment. Su Chen, who was under attack, was still indifferent and calm, his cold eyes looked at the person in front of him like this. He could feel the elemental fluctuations in the weather, and for an instant, a wave of energy lingered in his body. Do not forget. He can absorb and release any form of energy from the outside world. One time, the earth element and the water element were all taken away, turned into pure energy and poured into the body, the water dragon collapsed, and the tumbling mud couldn't continue to flow. Su Chen raised his right hand, and the tip of his index finger turned the swallowed elemental energy into a pure light beam and then pierced the air. The harsh whistling sound cut through the air like this. The beam of light came in an instant, and it penetrated a vague afterimage. In an instant, David, who moved instantaneously, appeared beside Su Chen. He sneered, raised his right hand, turned into a hand knife, and slashed away. Too slow, Su Chen said coldly. His pair of cold eyes have extraordinary dynamic visual ability, which is specially used to capture the figure with super high speed. Click. Not to mention, Su Chen, who has an excellent body, just came first, and his right hand held David's wrist just like that. With a click, Su Chen squeezed his wrist like a ball of mud without mercy. Then, he grabbed his wrist even more, just like throwing a piece of garbage, throwing it out mercilessly. David's poor body was like a tattered doll, cutting through the asphalt on the riverside street all the way, smashing several buildings behind one after another. Ha 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 ha, enjoyable. It didn't even take a breath. In the ruins, a deformed monster like a creeping species just crawled out of the smoke. David's limbs were extremely twisted. Obviously, the injury just now was enough to severely damage him, completely displacing his whole body's bones, and even his head was about to fall from his neck. But with the sound of frying beans, this deformed monster suddenly turned over and turned into a normal human body again. The cuts and bruises all over his body healed so quickly. Yes, yes, no wonder I can teach the old man a lesson. David is very satisfied. Then, he started to whisper and grinned, "Hey, hello, wake up all of me, and look at the family members we are about to welcome." One time. Chapter 59. The aura of his body is getting higher and higher, the majestic force that is surging is thicker and thicker, and the aura of the whole person becomes thicker and heavier. In the blink of an eye, he has undergone earth-shaking changes. Interesting. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. If you just look at it with your eyes, you can't understand what happened to the other party. But from the mental perception involving the spiritual level, I suddenly found that the other party's body was surrounded by demonic souls. They surrounded David and smiled at Su Chen himself. Now, he finally realized what the other party's family members meant. Emotion is to kill oneself, to swallow one's soul and consciousness. Die. David launched a fierce attack at this moment. There was a sudden violent tremor in the sky, and a burning meteorite was summoned out of thin air. The earth trembled even more, and the previous elemental fluctuations swept once again. The storm turned into a fierce blade storm, which swept into Su Chen's body. The destruction of ultrasound. Terrible mental attack. Thoughts fluctuated. Even the real space began to distort and collapse. This moment, David launched hundreds of attacks on his own. One-minded and one-minded. A series of attacks are performed at the same time, without any ventilation at all. Yes. At this moment, he alone is a legion. This is why he is called the Great Group, the Legion, and even the Army. Boom. Incomparably surging attacks followed, and Su Chen's lingering energy fluctuations became more and more violent, and the whales swallowed the energy around him. Boom. The thought power fluctuations that bloomed in his mind turned into an air cannon, and a meteorite from the sky was blasted to pieces out of thin air. Meteor and fire rain suddenly fell from the sky, like a firework feast. Su Chen's figure is so alone under the constant fluctuations in the ability to attack frequently. At this moment, his genes are constantly undergoing transformation, and the restrained resistance is continuously generated from external stimuli at a rapid pace. Mental resistance +50. Energy devour +100. Body strength +100. In order to cope with too frequent energy waves, and even to further accelerate the speed of swallowing, even the internal structure of the body began to undergo some transformation. Su Chen kicked the ground like this, abruptly smashing the energy fluctuations that hit, and hitting the figure in front of him with a punch. At this time, he can feel that reality is beginning to be distorted, as if someone is trying to fix the probability of hitting it, but unfortunately, David's Omega-level reality modification ability is obviously not as good as Su Chen. He should never use this trick. Boom! Su Chen's punch still hit the red heart, smashing its face completely like a tattered watermelon. Humph! With a dull laugh, David used another Omega-class ability, Damage Transfer. This conceptual ability actually transferred the injuries caused by Su Chen to a stray dog. Boom! The stray dog headshot and died instantly. Come on, let me see if you are strong or I am strong. Be obedient and be one of us obediently. 81. Chapter 81. Buildings collapsed one after another. The water of the river meandering around the city evaporates completely under the strange heat. No one dare to imagine that the scene of the two fighting is so exaggerated. Oh my god, who is that? I can set off such a huge offensive by myself. It's like a person is a legion. Too frightening. It's hard for everyone to imagine that one person can cause hundreds of energy fluctuations at the same time. Is this multitasking? This is a one-minded one. Nothing will happen to Supreme, right? It's hard to say, that guy is too cruel. Many mutants looked horrified, and the aftermath of the fighting almost flattened the houses on many streets. The earth broke apart, and, as if it were an earthquake, the cracks on the ground even spread to most of the city. What is even more exaggerated is that a meteorite exploded in the air just now, which directly spilled fire and rain, smashing through the roofs of a city. And the instigator of all this is the strange man in a hospital gown, who escaped from the mental hospital alive. Stop talking nonsense, don't show up other people's ambitions, Supreme will not lose. Seeing everyone's confidence began to waver, a mutant couldn't help but blurt out cursing. Boom! It's too late to say, it's fast then. There was another loud noise in the distance. David attacked again. Yunyan's laughter kept coming out of his mouth, as cold as a night owl. At this moment, more and more personality and consciousness appeared in his mind. Oh my god! The White Queen Emma, who is far away, can also see demonic ghosts lingering around the enemy at this moment. Is like being haunted by ghosts, each incarnation of personality stared at the fiercely fighting Su Chen in front of him. It is conceivable that under this kind of incomparable gaze, just a glance will make you feel extremely creepy, and the spirit will usher in an extremely tingling pain. But even so, Su Chen is like a okay person. If it is a dancer dancing on the tip of a knife, he is so easy to calm down under hundreds of attacks. The slender and thin figure lingered with light fluctuations, but until now, the opponent's attack has not penetrated the thin energy light film, and a black sweater even did not stain a trace of dust under the incentive battle just now. Damn kid, die to me! David roared. He really couldn't stand the other side's calm and composed face, a calm face in his grasp. He suppressed the previous frenzied bombing, knowing that it was useless to send energy to the opponent. This moment, he changed his strategy. Tried to kill it with one blow. Multiple Omega-level abilities continue to emerge. The space completely solidified in a moment. The flow rate of air molecules also stagnates. The exploded fireworks stopped in full bloom, the water droplets hovered in the air and stopped moving, and everything came to a halt at this moment. Is like a movie playing that completely presses the pause button. Stop it! Come on, plunge into the arms of our family. David sneered. The personality in his mind is constantly making different sounds. Welcome, cute boy, I like him, let him come soon. Is chaotic and noisy, but David has long been accustomed to the sounds of his family. The more lively the better, it will have the taste of home. His figure flew out in an instant and came directly in front of Su Chen. David didn't have much at all. He directly illusioned with one hand, trying to penetrate the solid shell of the opponent in this imaginary state, and directly squeezed the opponent's hard shell with one hand. Heart! David grinned. His eyes were full of madness, and his excitement made his throat tremble constantly. He knew that he was about to acquire the other's consciousness and soul. Can be at this time. A warning sign rises from the body's instinct. Intuition told him to shrink back. What's the situation? David's mind trembled, hesitating between instinct and craving. Not good. Less than a moment. The various personalities in his mind screamed. Run quickly. I saw that Su Chen, who was stopped at this moment, turned a pair of eyes and stared at the approaching figure. No. It was clear that the molecular velocity around him was completely frozen, and time still stopped moving, but Su Chen, who was in front of him, broke the routine like this, suddenly stretched out his hand and squeezed his fist and slammed his fist to the opposite side. Chapter 60. David, with his various personalities constantly screaming at his head, frowned, and his body was completely blurred in time, but the punch completely pierced a layer of air. David sneered, never flinching anymore. He wants to get the other party. So, he stretched out his other arm, which was faintly instantaneously, towards the opponent, and when it was about to penetrate into his body, it was completely materialized, so as to avoid squeezing the opponent's internal organs. But at this moment, within this reachable distance of each other, Su Chen's other hand still stretched out, trying to grab the other's wrist. Click! This time, it actually worked. Not good. David was surprised. The two attacks before and after less than half a second, the last fist was completely empty, but the next time, Su Chen's other hand held the opponent's illusory arm like this. Molecular mimicry, I will also. Su Chen sneered, just like fishing for a fish in a river, set off waves of ripples like water patterns, and completely salvaged it from the weird state. Then was another punch, blasting directly towards the opponent's body. It's useless. An idea just came to David's mind. Boom! In front of his body, blood mist burst out, and his figure blasted into the ruins far away like a cannonball. This time, the conceptual ability of damage transfer has ceased. He can't turn on the body of a nearby opponent, nor can he turn anywhere else. Damn! This must be something wrong. He lay down on the ground, his twisted body began to heal superbly. Fool! Is resistance, and the opponent's body has targeted resistance. Yes, remember what happened to shitting just now. A series of noisy words kept popping up, and David's eyes reddened, and finally realized that the opponent had indeed drew nourishment from the battle and completed the transformation. Otherwise, it will not be restricted by the time stop. Damn, if I attack faster. Do not. It's not that I'm slow. Is that the speed of the opponent's evolution is too fast? Do it again. I remember that I swallowed up a little devil called amplification not long ago. Who is it? Come to me quickly. David immediately began to collect abilities. With so many abilities and so many personalities, it took a lot of time to find out that coward. Can be at this time. Su Chen in front of had already shuttled there, and he was not given a chance to get up, and suddenly stepped on his waist, completely smashing his waist, and there was even a terrifying pit on the ground. Step on whatever you want. But this David didn't care at all. He vomited blood and made faces at Su Chen in a crazy way. The broken wounds healed quickly at a speed visible to the human eye. David is too lazy to say anything. He doesn't care about the injury. After all, he has become a mass of blood and can be integrated and reorganized. But at this time, Su Chen, who stopped the attack, sneered, and his eyes flashed with a cold chill. His right hand grabbed the other person's head like this. David took a casual look of you, anyway you hit, and scolded. He, a mental patient, didn't care at all, he even burst into laughter. But the next second. Do not. There was a trace of badness in his heart. David suddenly yelled, and his whole body began to struggle. Because at this time Su Chen's right hand was actually pulled out of the opponent's head, and a smoky soul emerged. That is an external consciousness devoured by David. The ability of damage transfer is in charge. Just when this consciousness was completely removed, David's body suddenly lost this Omega-class ability. No wonder he was so resistant at this moment. A ball of fireworks emerged from the heart of Su Chen's hand, burning the soul that had been drawn away completely, and he did not give the other party a chance to absorb it again. Asshole! He shuttled directly through the space, trying to escape from Su Chen's attack. But in less than a second, Su Chen's eyes had insight into the changes in space, and appeared directly beside him like a divine prediction. What? David was taken aback and tried to escape again. Before his body was completely saturated by spatial ripples, Su Chen grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted it out like a poultry. Didn't you say that you were so happy just now? Su Chen said blankly. He scratched his right hand again, and raised multiple personality consciousness from his head at once. Some of his imprisoned personalities were very grateful for Su Chen's actions, while other self-generated personality consciousness cursed Su Chen like a ghost screaming. Involvement of mental abuse, Su Chen can naturally hear him, he sneered, and fireworks burst out and burned clean. Come, show me how many healing powers you have. His calm words hurt David's ears like death urging his life. He didn't even know why the other party was able to restrain himself so much. How could he produce such a vicious withdrawal method? Damn bastard! David looked worried. To this end, even continued to worry, the personality consciousness of the majors began to struggle. Time stopped again. Reality is distorted by this. The space even collapsed to form a collapsed black hole. But a series of superconceptual abilities did not work for this guy at all. In the surrounding environment where this time stopped, Su Chen walked forward in such a leisurely manner. Chapter 82. Name, Su Chen. Race, human. System, Gene Information Feedback System. The protagonist creates, the non-system chooses the protagonist, but the protagonist creates the system. Characteristic, immortal physique. Even if it is turned into a granule cell, it can quickly heal and regenerate. As of Chapter 80, this ability has evolved to immortality and cannot be obliterated. Infinitely evolving genes. Genes are evolving all the time. Any external stimulus can promote gene transformation and generate targeted restraint ability. Using ability will also promote ability evolution. Ability 1. Read motivation. Laboratory awakening broke out. 2. Rewrite reality. Be able to interfere with reality, tamper with reality, increase probability, laboratory awakening, and bursting birth. 3. Wushuan steel body. Nuclear explosion, close combat, and even the Hulk battle constantly refines and evolves. 4. Energy absorption and utilization, capable of being born during a nuclear explosion. 5. The Eye of Insight, seeing the gaps and cracks in the spatial structure, the awakening ability to deal with the enemies of space teleportation. 6. Laser, hot sight, new ability to deal with laser eye awakening. 6. Mind barrier and mind system ability, to deal with Professor Charles, and the mind system ability of the awakening of the Black Phoenix. 6. Magic resistance, to deal with the awakening of Comitage Mage. 7. Divine power resistance, awakens when dealing with Thor in Asgard. 8. Time resistance, cannot be stopped by time. 9. Time back, passive, to deal with Wolverine who reverses the future. 10. To be added, if any omissions can be reminded in the comment area. Interpersonal relationship, younger sister Susan, friend super killer. The organization established, Utopia. Elite backbone, members named after chess pieces. S subordinates, Red Tank, Doppelganger, Mutant Electronic, Emma the White Queen, Wanda the Scarlet Witch. Sphere of influence, East Coast, the capital city Yorkton. Have technology, a SHIELD aircraft carrier, a Steel Legion built with Mark armor, some technical materials left by Mr. Fantastic Reed. The above is up to the 80 chapters. Chapter 83. this. The Supreme One, that guy was so painful just now. I was wrong, I dared to question the strength of the mutant king just now. Variants who watched the battle in the distance were talking about it. The situation suddenly reversed. Who would have thought that a mental patient who can perform hundreds of abilities by one person with a wave of offensive just now was beaten to the point of crying and crying. It was not an opponent at all. Do not! David cried out in pain. Su Chen, who came from Shidianzhong calmly, grabbed the opponent's body again, and once again pulled out a bunch of conscious personality from his mind with one hand.